Chapter 1, Sang Wan, you deserve this. Sang Wan was on the brink of death, renal failure, in its final stages, yet, there was not a single family member by her side. Lying on the cold hospital bed, listening to the rhythmic dripping of the four, Sang Wan felt as though she could hear the sound of her own life ebbing away. But she longed for her husband and son in Jinnian. 6 months ago, when Jinnian was diagnosed with late-stage kidney disease, Sang Wan felt as if the sky had fallen upon her. Before the hospital could find a matching kidney donor, it was discovered that Sang Wan was a perfect match. She even saved the expense of purchasing a kidney. After the transplant surgery, each of them had one of Sang Wan's kidneys. Jinnian smiled and said, "Wan Wan, now we truly are inseparable." In just 6 months, Jinnian had fully recovered, but Sang Wan's kidney function deteriorated, leading her to renal failure. Still in its advanced stages, but Sang Wan lacked the fortunate fate of Jinnian. No kind soul stepped forward to donate a kidney to her. On the other end of the line, the cacophony gradually faded, and Jinnian's voice was filled with exhaustion. "Sang Wan, please stop making a fuss. Today is Xiao Mu's birthday, and we have many guests at home. I can't leave." Today marked Xiao Mu's 5th birthday. Last year, on his birthday, their son wished for his parents to always be by his side. Though she was nearing death, at the very least, she could still accompany her son for one last birthday celebration. Jinnian's tone betrayed his impatience. "Look at you now, how can you celebrate his birthday? Have you considered how he feels? Does he not care about his dignity?" The reflection of herself in the bright glass appeared monstrous. Her body was covered with tubes, her features haggard, her complexion was as pale as a ghost. Sang Wan forced back the pain in her heart and said, "But Jinnian, I am dying." "Then just go die." Jinnian's patience had run out. "Sang Wan, do you really have to create trouble for us when we are trying to enjoy ourselves with our son?" Her breath hitched, and Sang Wan's eyes widened in shock. "Speak to him yourself." The irritated tone lingered in the air. A clear childish voice rang out from the other end of the phone. "Hello? Son, mommy misses you so much." Are you annoying or what?" Before Sang Wan could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Xiao Mu's exasperated voice. "I am unwrapping presents right now, you are so annoying." Xiao Mu. As Sang Wan stood there, lost in thought, these 2.1 was her childhood sweetheart, her husband from school uniforms to wedding gowns, the other was her flesh and blood, born after 10 months of pregnancy. Once upon a time, they were her entire pride, but at this moment, the two of them, each uttering a sentence, extinguished all the happiness in her heart. The husband who had once cared for her during pregnancy and insisted she stay at home to give birth, the son who would smile with his eyes crinkled whenever he saw her, who would say "Mommy, I love you" as soon as he learned to speak. Both had seemingly turned into different people, yet she hadn't even had the chance to wish her son a happy birthday. Sang Wan, undeterred, dialed again. The phone rang for what felt like ages, but no one answered. She tried calling her son's watch, but it too went unanswered, just as Sang Wan's pale face prepared to hang up. The phone watch connected. "Xiao Mu, happy Sang Jia." A bright and radiant face appeared on the screen. Lin Chao Chao, the new intern at the company. "Sang Jia, Xiao Mu is making wishes and blowing out candles. It's such an important moment, please don't disturb him." The screen displayed the joyful scene in the Lu family's living room. Lin Chao Chao placed the watch facing the living room's bookshelf. A table laden with gifts. A birthday cake adorned with lit candles. Xiao Mu, wearing a birthday hat, making his wishes, and there stood Jinnian and Lin Chao Chao beside him. Warmth and happiness enveloped the scene. It resembled a true family of three. Sang Wan forced a bitter smile, but as she smiled, tears began to flow uncontrollably. She thought of the time she had insisted on a natural birth, believing that babies born this way were smarter, enduring 3 days and nights to finally bring her son into the world. She recalled the moments spent running through hospitals, deemed a madwoman by doctors, only to weep tears of joy upon learning her kidney was a match for transplantation. She also remembered the years she had felt like a bloated, haggard woman. Sang Wan could not help but clench her fist, digging her nails into her palm. "Sang Wan, you deserve this, son, blow out the candles." Jinnian's radiant smile filled the screen, entirely devoid of the previous impatience and irritability. Cheers and laughter filled the hospital room. Sang Wan exhaled softly. She could hear her son's heartfelt wishes. "I hope Daddy makes a lot of money and becomes wealthy. I hope Aunt Zhao Zhao remains forever young and beautiful. I hope Aunt Zhao Zhao can always be with me and Daddy, and that the three of us can always be together." "Son, what about me?" Sang Wan stared blankly at her son's smiling face on the screen. "Do you not want mommy anymore?" As the candles were extinguished, the atmosphere on the other end erupted with joy. Lin Chao Chao, like the hostess, held Xiao Mu's hand to cut the cake, distributing it among the children nearby. With a bit of cream on his nose, Xiao Mu glanced at the gentle and smiling Lin Chao Chao. Taking Jinnian's hand, they walked towards the center island table. So close, Sang Wan looked down and caught the glimmer in Xiao Mu's eyes. "Daddy, the doctor said mommy is very ill." "Yes." A flicker of hope ignited within Sang Wan's heart. Then, Xiao Mu's eyes sparkled as he said, "So When mommy dies, can Aunt Zhao Zhao be my new mommy? Her mouth fell open, as if she had been choked like a goose. Before she could utter a sound, she heard the man's reply, "Okay." A chilling gust swept in from afar, scraping across her heart like a steel-wooled eye in the quiet hospital room. Sang Wan's heart felt desolate. Indeed, failing to see the reality and refusing to accept one's fate invites retribution. Bang! The phone slipped from her grasp, the sounds of celebration on the other end abruptly ceased. Silence enveloped the cold hospital room, breath became difficult, dizziness overwhelmed her. Sang Wan stared at the flickering ceiling above, a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. In the moment darkness descended, she heard a piercing call, Sang Wan. For a brief moment, Sang Wan's thoughts froze. For years, she had revolved around her husband and son. Some called her Mrs. Liu, many more referred to her as Xiao Mu's mother. So much so that she had forgotten she possessed such a beautiful name. Do not lament the dusk of the mulberry tree, for the evening glow still fills the sky. Sang Wan, Sang Wan. Sang Wan. If you cannot save her, I want all of you to accompany her to the grave. It was a roar, seemingly from the depths of her soul. So furious. So urgent. Sang Wan desperately longed to awaken. Who is it? Who was calling her? But it was too late. She was dying, struggling to open her eyes, but her eyelids felt weighted as if burdened by 1,000 pounds. Her fingertips twitched slightly. Darkness engulfed Sang Wan's mind. Chapter 2. Sang Wan. It's time to awaken. Drip, drip. Heart rate 116, high blood pressure 129, low blood pressure 74. The patient is in good condition. The surgery was remarkably successful. A buzzing sound oscillated in the distance. In her hazy vision, the glaring white light was particularly blinding. The pain that had persisted for months had dissipated entirely. Sang Wan felt weightless, a sense of unprecedented ease enveloping her. Amidst the rhythmic thumping of her heart, Sang Wan's consciousness began to wane once more. When she awoke again, a full 24 hours had passed. Her limbs and body were no longer swollen. The nausea that had plagued her chest was gone. Were it not for the reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window, where she was surrounded by tubes, she would have thought she was reborn. Yet, recalling the events that transpired before her fainting, Sang Wan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Hadn't she indeed experienced death once? Sang Wan, it was time to awaken. Remembering the voice she had heard just before losing consciousness, Sang Wan asked the nurse, "Lan Jia, who sent you?" That person had claimed that she, a proud individual, would rather die than let anyone witness her in such a disheveled and destitute state. "Don't tell her," Lan Jia hesitated. "Miss Sang, I'm sorry, but I cannot say. However, if fate allows, you may meet again one day." Sang Wan remained undeterred. Taking advantage of Lan Jia's absence, she inquired with another nurse. The nurse looked perplexed. "Isn't it your husband, Sang Wan?" She would sooner believe in the mercy of the king of hell than think it was Lu Jinnian. It took Sang Wan 7 days to regain her strength and walk again. During those 7 days, both Lu Jinnian and Lu Xiaomu were absent. Only Lu Jinnian had called twice, but Sang Wan did not answer. In the past, this would have left her in tears, sleepless through the night. Yet having faced death once, she felt remarkably indifferent to in life. Nothing matters but death. Those unworthy can be discarded, those trivial matters can be forgotten. Observing Lan Jia, whose eyes were red from concern as she changed her dressings, Sang Wan comforted her. "Lan Jia, I am fine. My good fortune lies ahead." "Miss Sang is right," Lan Jia nodded. Sang Wan spent over half a month in the hospital. The day she was discharged was overcast. As the car approached the Lu family villa, Sang Wan could not resist asking the driver to pull over when they passed the kindergarten. Before getting out, she glanced in the mirror. After months of illness, her once bloated figure had quickly slimmed down. Even her sallow skin had been nourished to a fair and smooth complexion by Lan Jia's diligent care. At 5 o'clock, the kindergarten was bustling with activity. On the grassy area within the gates, the children chirped cheerfully, even their quarrels sounding melodious. The little ones transitioned from the junior class to the middle class. Sang Wan's gaze instantly landed on Lu Xiaomu. "What are you doing here?" Upon seeing Sang Wan, Lu Xiaomu's once vibrant face fell. "I had an appointment with Aunt Zhao Zhao. She said she would come to pick me up." "It must be you, you wicked woman, you." Mugu. Lu Xiaomu's indignation was interrupted by a bright call of Mugu. Sang Wan turned around. Among the crowd outside the kindergarten gate, Lin Zhao Zhao stood out, exuding an undeniable beauty. Clad in a cream-colored Chanel ensemble, her makeup was exquisite, and her jewelry dazzling. Once a pure gardenia-like girl, in just 6 months, she had blossomed into a vibrant and lively rose. The necklace remained resplendent. It had merely changed hands. Aunt Zhao Zhao. Lu Xiaomu's face transformed in an instant, and he joyfully rushed towards Lin Zhao Zhao. Hand in hand, they walked briskly towards the parking lot, their backs radiating happiness, making silly faces to amuse Lu Xiaomu. Lin Zhao Zhao wiped his face and hands with a wet wipe, offering him a small cookie. Though Sang Wan could not see Lu Xiaomu's expression, she knew he was smiling with delight. As Sang Wan turned to leave, Lin Zhao Zhao hurried after her. "Sang Jia," Lin Zhao Zhao handed her a card. "This was given to me by President Lu, but I think you need it more than I do. Please take it." A beauty salon membership card. Sang Wan noticed the unmasked provocation and condescension in Lin Zhao Zhao's eyes. With unprecedented calm, she replied, "No, thank you. Since it was given to you, you should keep it. A mere beauty card, since you enjoy rummaging through the trash, then. It's all yours, including Lu Jinnian and Lu Xiaomu." Sang Wan turned to leave behind her. Lin Zhao Zhao's relentless taunts echoed, "Sang Wan, only the unloved are mistresses. If you remain a dutiful maid, I won't have a problem with you." The title of Mrs. Lu. "I'll leave that to you, leave it, are mistresses so brazen nowadays?" Sang Wan gazed at Lin Zhao Zhao's haughty face for a moment, but felt not a flicker of emotion beyond her tranquility. Sang Wan entered the house, heading directly to the study reeking of alcohol. Lu Jinnian looked momentarily startled upon seeing Sang Wan. "Wan Wan, if you would just stop being difficult, we could live quite harmoniously." Difficult? Sang Wan was taken aback. What had she done to be called difficult? The words lingered on her lips, but she chose to remain silent. Let him think as he wished. "Lu Jinnian, let's get a divorce." Sang Wan produced the divorce agreement. "The company is yours. I only worked for a year after graduation before becoming pregnant. Just pay me that year's salary. The house and car are marital property. We can split them evenly. I can't be bothered with property division. You keep the villa, and I will take the apartment in the east of the city." And as for Xiao Mu. Before she could gauge Lu Jinnian's reaction, she raised her eyes to find him already lying back on the sofa, asleep. In the past, she would have felt a mix of concern and annoyance, coaxing him to take a shower, change his clothes, and go to bed. But in that moment, Sang Wan felt as if her heart had turned to stone. Growing up together, they had spent 4 years in college and 6 years in marriage. She had listened to him complain about his teammates during difficult graduation projects. She had heard him lament the challenges of entrepreneurship and negotiating with clients. Most of the time, he spoke, and she quietly listened, offering ideas to solve problems. There had been moments of tenderness and affection, yet gradually, opportunities to sit down for a cup of coffee and chat became scarce. Now, Sang Wan felt like a mere housekeeper in her own home. What she wished to say, he disregarded. What she yearned to do, he ignored. Though her academic performance had been superior in college and her design drafts outstanding at work, in his eyes, she was merely a good wife and mother. Just as when they first learned of her pregnancy, she had believed she could work until labor, but Lu Jinnian insisted she stay home to give birth. From that moment on, he began to see her less and hear her less. Having faced death once, she would not return to her former self. Chapter 3, Depart with Nothing. As dawn broke gently, Lu Jinnian awakened from the cold. He found himself sprawled on the sofa in the master bedroom. Devoid of even a blanket, still clad in the attire from the previous day. Raising his gaze, he noticed his coat and tie carelessly tossed upon the armrest of the sofa. They had been trampled underfoot throughout the night, now wrinkled and resembling rags. Lu Jinnian sat up in discontent, observing that the large bed had been neatly made. Sang Wan seemed to have taken the wrong medicine, neglecting him the entire night. "Sang Wan?" he called out, but no familiar voice responded. Lu Jinnian entered the bathroom and caught a glimpse of his own furious reflection in the mirror. Anger simmered as he showered, and the towel was frustratingly out of reach. His irritation grew further when he discovered that Sang Wan had not even prepared the outfit he intended to wear today. Opening the wardrobe, he was met with a bewildering array of ties in various patterns and stripes. With a stern expression, Lu Jinnian descended the stairs, only to find the divorce agreement lying on the coffee table in the living room. "Sang Wan, what madness has possessed you so early in the morning?" "Lu Jinnian, I am on the verge of death from illness, and you? Then have you died?" Sang Wan paused, only to find Lu Jinnian glaring at her with an irritable expression. "Sang Wan, what on earth are you causing a fuss about? You don't have to work. You have no social obligations, and you spend your days at home indulging in comfort. What more could you possibly want? Do not be oblivious to the blessings you possess. There is a limit to your antics." Thus, to him, she was merely being capricious? As Sang Wan spoke, Lu Jinnian's phone vibrated with a gentle buzz. With keen eyes, she caught a glimpse of the name Zhao Zhao on the screen, prompting her to avert her gaze. Upon answering the call, Lu Jinnian shed the earlier restlessness, transforming into a figure as gentle as a spring breeze, saying, "I understand, I shall come over now." Sang Wan swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She realized that offering an explanation would be futile, and at that moment, it was evident that he lacked the patience to hear her out. Sang Wan took a deep breath. "I have encountered Lin Xiaoqiao. What do you seek her for? What did you say?" Lu Jinnian glared at Sang Wan, instantly igniting with anger.
Sang Wan, are you out of your mind? In the past, such a remark would have left Sang Wan utterly astonished and aggrieved, to the point of tears. Yet, in this moment, she remained remarkably composed, even managing a smile. I simply ran into her at the kindergarten gate while picking up Xiao Mu, nothing more. Lu Jinnian, why are you so anxious? Lu Jinnian was taken aback.
Sang Wan pushed the divorce agreement on the table forward, urging, please sign.
It will not take much of your time. Nor will it delay your departure for the office.
His gaze swept over Sang Wan's face, which was a picture of serene calmness.
Convinced that she was angry at being abandoned in the hospital without a word, Lu Jinnian's expression darkened with fury.
He flipped through the thin pages of the divorce agreement, his eyes narrowing as he discerned the clauses regarding the division of assets. It was as if he had encountered a ludicrous jest, a mocking glint appeared in his eyes.
Marital assets? Split in half? Sang Wan, I ask you, on what grounds?
With a sharp rip, he tore the agreement to shreds, the remnants crashing against Sang Wan's face.
In a cold voice, Lu Jinnian declared, Sang Wan, do not forget who bestowed upon you this comfortable life. Marital assets? When you married me, what was your family's situation? Do you not know in your heart? What right do you have to mention marital assets?
Sang Wan believed her heart had become as tranquil as still water,
impervious to the actions of Lu Jinnian and Lu Xiaomu.
Yet, she was mistaken. A mere few words from Lu Jinnian pierced her heart like the sharpest of blades,
effortlessly leaving countless wounds in their wake.
The ache at her lower back throbbed, and her complexion turned ashen.
Lu Jinnian, one must possess a conscience.
During their university years, he embarked on a venture with others, only to be deceived and left destitute, stripped of even his living expenses. Too afraid to confide in his family. It was she who, out of her own meager allowance, sustained him, providing him with nutritious meals of meat and vegetables while deceitfully claiming she had already eaten. The buns at the school cafeteria cost 50 cents each. Yet she would willingly walk an extra kilometer to the market, where 3 could be purchased for a single yuan, enough to last her 2 days.
After graduation,
he proposed marriage, but his mother rejected her, cutting off his credit card. It was only when she relented, allowing them to enter the family business, that they found a way forward. He became the project director, while she remained an ordinary architect, striving to advance based solely on her merits, all while concealing her identity. Finally, she began to see the fruits of her labor, only to discover she was pregnant. She wished to continue working, but he insisted that only an inept man would burden his pregnant wife with toil. You should stay home to prepare for the baby, taking care of yourself and our child, so that I can work without worry.
When their 3-year-old son began kindergarten, she revisited the past. He responded, Wan Wan. Just wait a little longer. Wait for what? For his affections to waver? For the youthful and beautiful Lin Xiao Zhao to appear? For him to fall ill? When she selflessly offered her kidney, thus rendering her of no further utility? Then, would she resign herself to being his lifelong caretaker? Is that the truth? The pumpkin porridge she once cherished now clung to her senses with a nauseating familiarity.
Sang Wan took a deep breath and slowly rose to her feet. I will reprint the divorce agreement, or alternatively, you may simply notify me, and we can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to sign it again. Her gaze swept over Sang Wan's stubborn yet serene face. Lu Jinnian's anger intensified. A divorce, is it? Very well. A fleeting cold smile flashed in his eyes as Lu Jinnian spoke. Since you are determined to proceed with the divorce, then.
Sang Wan.
You shall leave with nothing.
Sang Wan was taken aback. Lu Jinnian spoke with a fierce glint in his eyes, declaring, the house, the car, the child, none of these shall you ever hope to possess. Aside from the salary from my company during the year you worked there, I shall not bestow upon you a single cent more. 10 years of shared journeys on the same boat, a century of shared slumber in the same bed. Throughout these years of intimacy, how blind had she truly been? Before the bitterness rising within her could spill over, Sang Wan nodded, all right. The ferocity in her gaze momentarily faltered. Lu Jinnian lifted his eyes, only to find Sang Wan looking back at him, stating, tomorrow at 9 a.m. we shall meet at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 4, Lu Yi, congratulations. Sang Wan, you ought to express your gratitude for the cooling-off period.
Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lu Jinnian's gaze toward Sang Wan was imbued with a chilling mockery, as he proclaimed, "You have a month to reconsider." Thus, at this juncture, he remained convinced that she was merely acting and would inevitably come to regret her decision in a month's time.
Sang Wan maintained a calm demeanor, declaring to Lu Jinnian, "I will not regret this." With a look of disbelief, Lu Jinnian turned and walked away.
A Mercedes-Benz sped past in front of him.
Standing by the roadside, Sang Wan felt a fleeting sense of confusion. She possessed no home, no vehicle, and no luggage.
Apart from the mobile phone in her hand, she had not even brought a change of clothes.
Was this, then, a true instance of leaving with nothing?
A soft chime resonated from her phone, and as she raised her hand, she beheld a notification of a bank deposit on the screen. 100,000. During her tenure as an architect at the Lu Corporation, her monthly salary had been 8,000, and after a full year, along with a half-month as year-end bonus, it amounted to exactly 100,000. A year of pregnancy and 5 years of full-time commitment. In these 6 years, she could have saved up to 200,000 while working as a nanny. Yet, in Lu Jinnian's eyes, she was of no value. Just as the sorrow within her began to surface, Sang Wan took a quiet breath and suppressed it. Sang Wan lifted her gaze to the azure sky adorned with white clouds.
At this hour on a typical day, she would have already taken Lu Xiao Mu to kindergarten,
followed by a visit to the supermarket or the local market for groceries, just arriving home now. There was scarcely a moment to sit and rest. First, she had to venture to the restroom to toss the clothes she had changed out of the previous night into the washing machine. Then proceed to tidy up the dining table and wash the dishes. The sweeping was done by a robotic cleaner, and the mopping by a floor washer.
Yet both required manual operation.
In the intervals of her tasks, she also needed to organize the toys and picture books in the children's room. After hanging the laundry out to dry, she could finally take a brief respite, only for it to be time for lunch again.
Cooking for herself felt like a chore.
So she would casually nibble on something and steal half an hour of rest, only to rise once more to prepare soup and vegetables for dinner. The last light in the house was invariably extinguished by her hand. She slept the latest and rose the earliest, day after day, year after year. It had been a long time since she had the luxury of pausing in tranquility, to truly observe the sky above and the streets before her. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the sense of ease in her heart outweighed the fleeting pangs of longing.
Sang Wan walked along, following the familiar aroma until she reached the wonton shop nestled at the corner of the alley.
The delicate skin enveloping the generous filling of shepherd's purse and fresh meat wontons was her absolute favorite. During her university days, she frequented this place, but after getting married, the narrow alley made parking a hassle, and Lu Jin had only visited a few times before losing interest. It was only when Sang Wan occasionally felt nostalgic for home that she would come here for a bite.
"Senior?"
A voice filled with suspicion rang out just as Sang Wan received a white porcelain bowl from the elderly shop owner.
Turning around, she was momentarily taken aback.
"What brings you here?"
they both asked in unison.
Sang Wan gazed at the dashing man who had seated himself directly opposite her,
surveying him from head to toe with a bemused expression.
"Have you perhaps taken a wrong turn?" The impeccably tailored black suit clung flawlessly to his form, while the luminous white shirt beneath shone brilliantly. It is often said that one is judged by their attire, yet the moment Lu Ye's visage graced the scene, the singular phrase that resonated in everyone's mind was "a diamond in the rough." At this moment, the suave and stylish man, clad in formal wear, made his appearance in such a chaotic little shop. Sang Wan found the situation rather peculiar.
"Don't tell me you came here for breakfast."
"What else could it be?" Lu Yi casually kicked aside a red plastic stool by the table and took a seat.
"Coming to a breakfast shop without having breakfast, are you suggesting you came here to work?" Sang Wan couldn't help but chuckle. Both individuals were students of the architectural department at the Imperial University.
Sang Wan is 2 years her senior compared to Lu Yi.
However,
she never anticipated that the aloof campus heartthrob who once followed her around, addressing her as senior,
would turn out to be the heir of the illustrious Lu family in the capital.
Even more surprising was the fact that their reunion, after so many years since graduation, would occur in such a humble wonton shop. Turning her head to glance, she noticed the black Ferrari at the mouth of the alley, radiating a subtle yet opulent brilliance in the bright morning sun, much like him. Sang Wan smiled and remarked, "It seems that after all these years, you haven't changed much.
Still as handsome and aloof as ever."
The tumultuous emotions that had been weighing heavily on Lu Ye's heart burst forth like bubbles the moment he stepped into the quaint little shop and beheld Sang Wan.
"You,
however, have changed quite a bit," he replied, his gaze sweeping over Sang Wan's pale visage.
Lu Yi surveyed his surroundings, furrowing his brow. "Is it just you? Who else could it be?" Sang Wan replied.
The words housewife lingered on the tip of Lu Ye's tongue. But he quickly recalled that he would soon be seeking employment to embark on a new chapter in his life. Sang Wan changed her tone, saying,
"Or perhaps I am merely a person of leisure. However, you."
Lu Yi began to speak, but was interrupted by the shopkeeper.
"Here you go."
The amiable and smiling shopkeeper placed the white porcelain bowl in front of Lu Yi, exclaiming, "Here are your wontons."
Sang Wan was taken aback. "The owner? Indeed."
The shopkeeper replied with a hearty laugh, "The economy has been rather bleak these past few years.
If it weren't for the owner's fondness for this establishment, having acquired it,
I would have long since closed my doors for good."
The small wonton slipped into her stomach, warm and comforting.
The fragrance of shepherd's purse spread from her mouth and blossomed within her heart.
Sang Wan suddenly realized that she found it somewhat perplexing to comprehend the mindset of the affluent.
Bill Gates would never stoop to pick up a coin that lay at his feet, for the time spent retrieving it could be better invested in generating a greater fortune.
The same could be said for Lu Yi.
Setting aside the immense Lu family conglomerate, once the clock struck 9 and the stock market opened,
a mere flick of his fingers could orchestrate the flow of millions. Yet,
he had inexplicably acquired a wonton shop that not only failed to generate profit but might also incur losses. Observing the peculiar expression that flickered across his face, Sang Wan lowered her gaze and silently sipped her soup while savoring the wontons. Lu Yi leisurely pushed aside the cilantro floating in his broth. The first morsel of sustenance after a night of revelry commencing with a piece of seaweed from the bottom of the bowl.
"And you? How have you been lately?" "Quite well, indeed." Sang Wan nodded, savoring a wonton and a sip of soup, a gentle smile gracing her face. To be precise, it was exceptionally delightful.
A small clump of seaweed clung to the tip of her chopsticks, much like the tangled emotions swirling within him at that moment.
Lu Yi tightened his grip on the chopsticks.
Behind him, the cheerful voice of the restaurant owner rang out, "Boss, I saw the news notification that you are getting engaged today.
Congratulations."
Instinctively, he glanced at Sang Wan, just in time to catch the radiant smile upon her face.
A sense of restlessness stirred within Lu Yi.
The dark haze that loomed in his heart pressed down upon him once more.
"Lu Yi, congratulations."
Sang Wan hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "If you do not mind my ill omen, please leave me an address, and I shall send my blessings and gifts to you later."
"Ill omen?"
Lu Yi furrowed his brow, pondering its meaning.
After a brief moment of uncertainty,
he realized it was not something to be ashamed of. He merely wondered whether Lu Yi would mind.
Sang Wan spoke softly, "Today marks the day of my divorce."
"What did you say?" Lu Yi was taken aback, his inner turmoil and vexation suddenly stilled, coalescing in his chest into a volcano poised to erupt.
"Sang Wan. Say it once more. Sang Wan. Sang Wan."
Two voices echoed, one emerged from the astonished and flustered Lu Yi before me, while the other stemmed from a desperate roar, filled with panic, as it faced the brink of death.
Sang Wan's heart skipped a beat as she gazed at Lu Yi in disbelief. Lu Yi. Chapter 5. When did this happen? Realizing her loss of composure, Lu Yi cleared his throat and asked, attempting to mask his curiosity, "When did this occur?" "Back when you were at the Imperial University, you and Lu Jinnian were famously regarded as a celestial couple. How is it that you ended up divorced?" "It cannot possibly be him. It simply cannot be." Sang Wan lowered her gaze, reflecting on the past. People inevitably change.
Lu Yi fell silent. The wonton soup was neither a rich bone broth nor a cherished family recipe, it was simply a straightforward seaweed and shrimp shell broth. The seasoning was perfectly balanced, and the temperature just right. Yet at that moment, as it settled in her stomach, it radiated a searing warmth. The heat spread throughout her, evoking a sensation akin to that of having just completed a morning run, desperately yearning for a refreshing cold shower to regain composure.
Let us not speak of me. Without much thought, Sang Wan effortlessly shifted the topic. Please provide me with an address where I can send a gift. I would like to send you an engagement present.
She intended to decline, but as her gaze fell upon Sang Wan's face, Lu Yi changed his words.
Add me on WeChat, and I shall send it to you.
Sang Wan was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing uncontrollably. She had once exchanged WeChat information with Lu Yi. During the freshman welcome event, the aloof and handsome young man, brimming with nonchalance, inquired about the direction to the architecture department dormitory.
No one responded to him.
It was only when she intervened that Lu Yi was able to step down gracefully, and his demeanor softened somewhat. It was on that very day that he added her on WeChat. Over the subsequent 2 years, they maintained sporadic contact. Primarily with him seeking her assistance with books or academic inquiries. As their acquaintance deepened, he occasionally asked her for minor favors.
Sang Wan introspected.
Never having strayed or indulged in frivolities. In her eyes, Lu Yi was merely a studious yet somewhat extravagant junior.
However, Lu Jinnian, consumed by jealousy,
insisted that Lu Yi harbored ulterior motives towards her, his mood darkening whenever he saw her conversing with Lu Yi via WeChat or phone.
As her pregnancy progressed,
leaving her increasingly occupied and less communicative, Lu Jinnian seized upon trivial matters to provoke her, prompting Sang Wan to decisively block and delete Lu Yi from her contacts. In the vast expanse of the capital, she and Lu Yi were as disparate as mud on the ground and clouds in the sky, their paths destined never to converge.
Yet, feeling a flush of embarrassment, she masked her discomfort and pretended as if she had never added him on WeChat. She opened her phone, scanned the code, and re-added him.
His profile picture remained an abyss of darkness, and his WeChat name unchanged, SS. The campus forum whispered that the school heartthrob's WeChat name served as a silent threshold. The girl he favored had to possess an exceptional double S figure.
Lu Yi's posts hinted that the S represented everything he possessed, super. Once, the meaning eluded her.
But upon realizing that the Lu and Lu Yi referred to the pinnacle of the affluent hierarchy in the capital, Sang Wan comprehended the truth.
His lineage, background, and wealth placed him in a realm unattainable by others. Sang Wan sent a friend request. When she raised her gaze again, she noticed Lu Yi leisurely savoring the wontons in his bowl, showing no inclination to pick up his phone and accept her request. Sang Wan rose and said,
"Take your time with your meal, I shall take my leave now."
"Let us go together,"
Lu Yi replied, as he pushed aside the bowl, took a napkin to wipe the corner of his mouth, and stood up to follow Sang Wan out.
"Where are you headed?" "No need for that."
Sang Wan shook her head in gratitude, stating that she would visit the school, though it was not on her way. The Lu family resided in the heart of the metropolis, while the university was situated in the suburbs, indeed making it an inconvenient journey. Lu Yi no longer pressed the matter and instead inquired about her plans moving forward.
It was certain that she needed to seek employment, however. Sang Wan had yet to contemplate this.
To be precise, she had not found the time to do so. She yearned to leave the capital, to embark on a new life in a different city, completely distancing herself from Lu Jinnian and Lu Xiaomu.
Yet, having grown up in the capital, it was her true home.
Approaching her 30s, the thought of leaving her homeland for the sake of two unworthy individuals weighed heavily on her heart.
Sang Wan feels a sense of reluctance and remains uncertain.
Sang Wan shook her head, deciding to take a few days to clear her thoughts.
"All right." Lu Yi nodded and opened his phone to send a friend request, followed by a message with an address.
"I shall await your gift." The Ferrari sped away into the distance. Sang Wan cast a glance at the boundless azure sky, then turned to move forward. After lingering in the shopping mall for 2 hours, with each glance at the price tags, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret for her impulsive words at the wonton shop. Reduced to a meager balance of merely over 100,000 in her bank account and WeChat wallet, how could she have suggested gifting him an engagement present? And to her astonishment, Lu Yi had actually agreed. The inexpensive options were unworthy of presentation, while the luxurious choices were too difficult to contemplate. As she watched her phone, Sui repeatedly inquired about her whereabouts, pressing her on when she would arrive, lamenting that the braised lion's head at the second cafeteria would soon be gone. With a determined resolve, Sang Wan chose to purchase the cufflinks priced at 19,999. The clerk meticulously wrapped the item and promised to notify her promptly once it was dispatched via SF Express.
Sang Wan hurriedly dashed into the subway station. After a brisk yet measured pace, she arrived at the second cafeteria of the Imperial University just in time for dinner. What were you doing on the phone? Sang Wan's expression remained calm as she encountered Lu Yi while enjoying her wontons. Today marked his engagement, and I selected a gift for him. Wontons, Lu Yi. Lu Yi. Engagement. Sang Wan, a gift. Each of the three statements carries an extraordinary sense of strangeness. Sui blinked, inquiring, when did you two become involved? The succulent, savory red-braised lion's head lodged in her throat, causing Sang Wan to cough, her face flushed. Su Laoshi, could you please be mindful of your choice of words? What do you mean by involved? Setting aside the fact that she and Lu Yi are entirely innocent, it is simply inappropriate to utter such a remark. Especially considering that Lu Yi is to be engaged today. Fortunately, both she and Lu Yi have graduated several years ago. And the prominent figures of the Imperial University have shifted. Otherwise, one cannot fathom the tempest that would ensue. Scanning the surroundings and noticing that no one was paying attention to this corner, Sui responded with an enigmatic smile, remaining non-committal. A stubborn duck. I wonder how long you can maintain that stance. As her words fell, both of their phones chimed softly. Simultaneously, exclamations of surprise echoed throughout the restaurant. Sang Wan lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the news alert that had just appeared on her phone screen. Upon reading the headline, her heart raced. And her eyes froze. Chapter 6. He had a dream, engagement failed. Lu Xiao cancels engagement, stunning turn of events. Lu Xiao turns against on the eve of engagement. A succession of trending topics, each accompanied by a bold crimson breaking label, suggested she could already surmise the content. As Sang Wan unlocked her phone and entered the news app, the cover image depicted a magnificent yet desolate banquet hall. The prestigious Imperial Capital Hotel had been entirely reserved, with its parking lots resembling a grand exhibition of luxury cars, fully occupied. However, guests were all held back in the lobby, leaving the scene in utter chaos. Today marked the engagement ceremony of Lu Yi and the sixth Miss Xiao from the port city. One was the scion of a prominent family in Beijing, while the other was the granddaughter of a gambling tycoon. Since the announcement of the impending union between the Lu and Xiao families 6 months ago, this engagement party had generated unprecedented excitement. News reports about the event frequently trended, showcasing 999 champagne roses airlifted from Paris, an engagement gown designed by a top Milanese couturier, and a proposal ring adorned with a 99-carat diamond. Everything was in place, awaiting the day. Yet, unexpectedly and without warning, the engagement banquet was abruptly cancelled. The media appeared equally blindsided, presenting various angles of the scene that all conveyed the same shock and disbelief. In the executive suite of the Imperial Capital Hotel, the atmosphere was tense. The bedroom door remained closed, muffling any sounds from within. In the living area, 3 men of different generations were locked in a standoff. Lu Yi, the youngest, lounged casually in his single sofa, defying the decorum expected of him. Yet his presence exuded an undeniable air of authority. At the forefront, the elder Lu, dressed in a brown tang suit, glared furiously at Lu Yi, questioning how one could take marriage so lightly. This union was not merely a game, you had agreed to it, and if you had reservations, you should have raised them sooner. How could you face the Xiao family and Miss Xiao after such a debacle? Lu Yi rubbed his bruised lip. A result of his confrontation with Xiao Wanying's brother, Xiao Xingzhou, after he proposed the dissolution of the engagement. He acknowledged his misdeed. Grandfather, I have already apologized to Uncle Xiao. This was my fault. I am willing to offer 2% of my shares in the Lu Corporation as compensation to Miss Xiao, as a token of my regret for calling off the engagement. Furthermore, I can take full responsibility in the media, stating that my obstinate nature renders me unworthy of Miss Xiao. Uncle Xiao has already consented. Please, grandfather, calm your anger. The expressions of both the elder Lu and Xiao Xingzhou turned incredulous as they regarded Lu Yi. The elder Lu could not comprehend it. Just yesterday, they had discussed maintaining a good relationship with Miss Xiao after the engagement, allowing feelings to develop before broaching the subject of marriage. He had been prepared to entrust the Lu family's enterprises to him. How could he have cancelled the engagement without so much as a word? And even more perplexing, How could the Xiao family have agreed? Xiao Xingzhou was equally astonished, nearly leaping from his seat. If not for his father, Xiao Zhangyan, being merely steps away in the bedroom, he would have questioned Lu Ye's truthfulness. How could his father possibly agree? In the port city social circles, it was said that it was better to provoke the king of hell than to offend the second master Xiao. To be jilted on the day of the engagement, especially his cherished sister, would have warranted a violent response from Xiao Zhangyan. How could Lu Yi have so easily persuaded him? Glaring at Lu Ye's handsome yet arrogant visage, Xiao Xingzhou's frustration mounted, wishing he could lash out. However, the sight of Lu Ye's bruised lip restrained him. In terms of family background, the Lu and Xiao families were on equal footing, yet Lu Ye's generation had produced several distinguished heirs, while the Xiao family was embroiled in internal strife due to the numerous offspring of the aging patriarch. Over the next few years, the Lu family would undoubtedly eclipse the Xiao family. Xiao Xingzhou's anger was already mitigated by Lu Ye's restraint in not retaliating against Xiao Wanning and the Xiao family. He had long heard tales of the Beijing heir's arrogance, and now he had witnessed it firsthand. Lu Yi, you had better not fall into my hands again. With that, Xiao Xingzhou left with a thunderous expression. Inside the bedroom, silence reigned. Before the vanity, Xiao Wanning, donned in an exquisite cream gown, fought back tears, gripping her compact with broken nails. Beside her, Mrs. Xiao caressed her daughter's back, bitterly lamenting, "The Lu family holds power in the imperial capital, but where do we, the Xiao family, fall short? Lu Yi has clearly sought to humiliate us." Enough! Xiao Zhangyan, his brow furrowed, rose from the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window and glanced outside. Hours had passed, yet the first floor remained crowded with media eager for first-hand accounts. Old Xiao. Father. Dad. The trio of voices echoed in unison. Xiao Zhangyan surveyed his shocked wife and daughter, focusing on Xiao Wanying's face. Ying. 2% of the Lu family's shares is ample to elevate your status among your siblings, far better than marrying Lu Yi. What do you think? The Xiao family has a long-standing legacy in the port city, yet the elderly patriarch has yet to designate an heir, with 4 wives and numerous children. Xiao Zhangyan could not predict how much he might inherit, let alone his children. In truth, the proposed union with the Lu family was an elevation for the Xiaos. Although the alliance ultimately fell through, Lu Ye's offer of shares remained Xiao Zhangyan's greatest asset. Ying, I have contended with your uncle for most of my life. Among this generation, the patriarch values your elder brother and you the most. With Lu Yi as an ally, the future of the Xiao family is uncertain. What do you say? Xiao Wanying's expression softened. For her, the second house of the Xiao family would be preferable. With her grandfather's passing, the likelihood of the family legacy resting with her father and brother increased significantly. Being the 6th Miss Xiao was far less desirable than becoming the future matriarch of the Xiao family. I understand, father. Xiao Wanning nodded, then gazed into the mirror, a flicker of determination crossing her features. I just want to know why he chose today to break off the engagement. It was common knowledge in the port city circles that she was to become the Lu family's wife. Even if Lu Yi bore the brunt of any resulting disgrace, her dignity was still tarnished. Confident in her appearance and abilities, she could not fathom why Lu Yi would so publicly humiliate her. He said he had a dream last night. Xiao Zhangyan's face revealed a brief moment of awkwardness. Chapter 7, He is not capable upon awakening. I realized I preferred men. Uncle Xiao, I hold great admiration for Miss Xiao, otherwise, I would not have agreed to this union. However, the thought of her spending her life alone in an empty house fills me with compassion. Thus, it is better to cancel the engagement. Miss Lu is truly exceptional. She deserves nothing but the finest this world has to offer, wouldn't you agree? So, he fancies men? It is evident that no one anticipated such an outcome. After a brief moment of astonishment, Mrs. Xiao's expression darkened, revealing a cloud of discontent. It is no wonder that the circles in the capital speak of him as a scoundrel. The rumors hold a kernel of truth. Xiao Xingzhou wore a grimace, acknowledging the boy's discernment. Xiao Weiniing stared blankly at her reflection in the mirror, letting out a long sigh of relief. No wonder. Having known Lu Yi for several years, their true acquaintance only blossomed in the past 6 months since their families decided on the union.
During this time, she accompanied him to casinos, watched shows in Paris, and even assisted him in selecting racehorses abroad due to his passion for equestrian pursuits. He is playful, discerning, and possesses a staggering fortune from the Lu family.
More importantly, Lu Ye's visage is striking, wild and handsome.
It is no exaggeration to say that, within a few short months, Xiao Weiniing found herself somewhat enamored with him.
Yet, there was none of that.
In public, he was gentle and considerate; in private, he was ever the gentleman.
Lu Ye's demeanor resembled that of an ideal fiancé.
Even that time in the bar, when she, slightly tipsy, leaned toward him, he simply and politely distanced himself, saying, "Miss Lu, you are intoxicated." Nothing transpired. Through the delicate silk of her gown and his tailored trousers, she felt no hint of desire from him. Xiao Weiniing, aware of her own beauty,
recognized that she possessed an exceptional appearance and figure. Yet, Lu Yi expressed no desire towards her.
Previously, she had felt utterly defeated, believing she held no allure for him.
Now, realizing he preferred men, she felt an unexpected sense of relief.
Thus, it was not her fault. It was simply he was not interested. Marrying him was intended for a union, a mutual leveraging of strengths. Now, with no marriage required, she still held shares in the Lu family and wielded significant influence over Lu Yi.
By any measure, she had come out ahead. Xiao Weiniing felt a wave of liberation wash over her. Knock, knock.
The sound of the door echoed, mingling with the hum of helicopter blades above.
Xiao Xingzhou opened the door.
Outside, Lu Yi surveyed the room, his gaze landing on Xiao Weiniing. "Miss Lu, the helicopter has arrived. I shall escort you."
"What a pity." Xiao Weiniing gazed at Lu Ye's face, rising gracefully. "Thank you, young Master Lu."
In the past, when they were engaged, every time she linked her arm with his, it felt as though a nervous rabbit was racing within her chest. Now, as she grasped his arm once more, there was no longer any awkwardness or fluttering of the heart. Her gaze lingered on Lu Ye's exquisitely handsome face, and she felt a twinge of regret.
"Ah, Yi. We need not call off the engagement, do you think?"
In the world of high society, couples often presented a facade while living lives apart, if others could do so.
Why could she not with Lu Yi?
Sensing her implication, Lu Ye's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "I tend to be a bit of a traditionalist." Xiao Weiniing looked up. Lu Yi chuckled. "It's permitted for officials to commit arson,
but the common folk must not light a candle.
Once married, I wish to live as I please, yet you must remain chaste and true to me."
Xiao Weiniing's expression shifted slightly, and she muttered a curse under her breath. "I heard that."
Lu Yi paused, looking at Xiao Weiniing. "You insulted me. And your brother dealt me a blow. Consider our accounts settled." He helped her into the cabin, even taking care to lift her elegant skirt and smooth out its creases. With a charming smile, Lu Yi remarked, "Miss Lu, I wish you happiness." The young and handsome man, with a playful glint in his eye, was illuminated by the vibrant hues of the setting sun behind him, his deep gaze reminiscent of a dark messenger emerging from the depths of the abyss. Both righteous and wicked, evoking an irresistible allure.
Xiao Weiniing was momentarily entranced.
For an instant, she contemplated recklessly leaping from the helicopter into Lu Ye's embrace, proclaiming her unwavering commitment to him, even if he preferred men. She beckoned with her finger as Lu Yi approached. Xiao Weiniing leaned in, whispering with a cunning lilt, "Young Master Lu, tell me, if upon waking from a dream you find yourself more inclined toward men, do you prefer men, or only men?" Lu Yi paused.
Xiao Weiniing straightened and waved, "Young Master Lu, farewell." The cabin door closed. Amidst the roaring of the blades, the helicopter ascended gradually. On the rooftop,
Lu Yi stood with his hands in his pockets, exhaling softly. The helicopter transformed from a black dot to a red one before vanishing from sight.
The sky darkened completely.
Lu Yi gazed into the distance for a long while before retrieving his phone to make a call.
"Is my delivery ready?" In the faculty dormitory of Imperial University, Sang Wan was being interrogated. Wan Wan.
She laughed until she could hardly breathe, and only after Sui released her tickling hand did she catch her breath. Upon noticing the scars on Sang Wan's back from past surgeries, Sui's eyes turned red instantly. "You deserved it for being so love-struck."
Since her freshman year,
when she began dating Lu Jinnian, Sui had constantly berated her for being infatuated. Over the years, Sang Wan had grown accustomed to it.
However, this time, she was willing to admit defeat. Yes, I deserve it. In the past, when she had argued vigorously, Sui would respond with fervor. Now that she acknowledged her flaws, Sui found herself at a loss for words. Sang Wan playfully poked her pouting squirrel-like face, saying, I have nothing left now. If you were to abandon me, I would truly be left to wander the streets. You wouldn't have the heart to do that, would you? Sui remained silent. Sang Wan continued to feign pity, imploring Teacher Su, whose benevolence and kindness rendered her a paragon of virtue, please, take me in, won't you? I absolutely refuse to take you in. Sui retorted, her voice laced with irritation. Yet, as the words escaped her lips, her eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. You could seek out Lu Yi. After all, he has even called off his engagement for your sake. Sui. Sang Wan wore a look of exasperation. One may indulge in the pleasures of food, but one must not speak indiscriminately. How could that possibly be deemed as indiscreet? Sui argued her case with conviction, asserting that the media had been fervently extolling the grandeur of this opulent engagement banquet just yesterday, with not a whisper of any intention to annul the engagement. It was early in the morning when she happened upon Lu Yi. She had just declared her divorce, and lo and behold, he promptly called off the engagement. What an uncanny coincidence! Sang Wan remained unconvinced, pondering how it could merely be a coincidence. Sui opened her mouth, but words escaped her. In Chapter 8, deserving of the king, in terms of appearance, Sang Wan embodied the radiant school belle, while Lu Yi epitomized the aloof school heartthrob. Both were worthy of the presidency of the Beauty Association. However, by the time Lu Yi ascended to the status of school heartthrob, Sang Wan had already faded from her former glory as the school belle. During that year, the reigning beauty alongside Lu Yi was a fair-skinned, stunning girl from the foreign languages department, distinguished by her long legs. Academically, Sang Wan was the top student in the architecture department. Yet Lu Yi equally held the title of first in his field, with whispers of his prestigious background from a renowned overseas architectural institution. As for their familial backgrounds, it is perhaps best left unmentioned. Marrying Lu Jinnian was already considered a significant elevation for Sang Wan, while the Lu family was even more illustrious. Yet, matters of the heart cannot be weighed like produce in a market, where one might simply balance conditions on either side of a scale to gauge compatibility. I do not care. Sui embraced Sang Wan, gently patting her back. In my heart, you are the finest, deserving of the king. Tears of emotion welled up in Sang Wan's eyes. So, are you willing to take me in? Sui exclaimed, utterly taken aback. The sentiment was truly overwhelming. Sui's dormitory was a modest one-bedroom apartment, where a 1.5-meter bed was just sufficient for two. After taking a shower, she lay on the bed. And it was already past 10. In their school days, Sang Wan had been the serene and stunning academic flower of their class. She had been the village girl, the awkward duckling, whose laughter in her country-accented English had captivated the entire lecture hall. One shined like a star, while the other seemed to be made of dirt. The boys remarked that she smelled like a pigsty, while the girls criticized her outdated attire. No one paid her any mind except for Sang Wan. She did not disdain Sui's imperfect Mandarin, nor did she turn her nose up at her patched-up old clothes. Every morning, they would read English together in the pavilion, with Sang Wan patiently guiding her through every phonetic sound and word. In the evenings, they would venture to the library, where Sang Wan taught her how to navigate a computer and draft applications for financial aid and work-study programs. The first mobile phone Sui ever owned was purchased with the money she earned through work-study, and it was Sang Wan who helped her select it on Xianyu. Even the SIM card was procured with Sang Wan accompanying her to the service center. Everyone had anticipated a spectacle, waiting for Sui to be humiliated, to one day be trampled and ridiculed by Sang Wan. Yet, the drama they expected never unfolded. Sui watched as Sang Wan flourished, while she herself transformed her rustic accent into a fluency adorned with a British lilt. After a public lecture, even the school officials inquired if she had studied abroad in England. Who could have imagined that she had once emerged from a small mountain village, lugging a nylon bag striped in red and blue? Her present success was largely attributable to Sang Wan. Dear, old things must give way to new, she murmured sleepily. You are so wonderful, your future will undoubtedly be even brighter. Indeed, it would.
though she was enveloped in confusion and uncertain of how to take that first step. Sang Wan was resolute in her belief that she would continue to improve. What fear could possibly deter her? What challenge could defeat her? She was an outstanding graduate of the architecture department at Emperor University, armed with a year's experience at the Lu firm. Though it paled in comparison to the 6 years spent in full-time employment, her aspirations remained modest. Securing a position as an architectural assistant should not prove too difficult. Even if the salary were modest, it would suffice to sustain herself. First, seek employment, then, find accommodation. Life would gradually take a turn for the better. With a newfound sense of direction, Sang Wan tucked Sui's blanket snugly around her before turning over and closing her eyes. Suddenly, her phone vibrated beneath her pillow. Sang Wan retrieved her phone, just as a WeChat message from Lu Yi appeared. "Senior, thank you for your gift." Ultimately, she succumbed to the allure of a staggering $19.99. Such cufflinks likely did not even merit a place in Lu Yi's wardrobe, especially considering he had annulled their engagement. Yet, the receipt remained in her possession. What if? "I saw the news, you called off the engagement?" "Yes." What does that yes signify?" Unable to shamelessly demand the gift back, Sang Wan opted for a more tactful approach. "Then when you get engaged again, I shall gift you a new." He must have comprehended her implication by now, right? Her phone lit up. "I truly appreciate the gift, thank you, senior. Let us have a meal together sometime." Is this an acceptance? Heartache mingled with regret, as Sang Wan lamented her earlier choices. Had she known, she would have selected a less extravagant present for lunch. Serves her right. How foolish to feign wealth. Fuming, she drifted into a deep slumber. "No, Lu Xiao, you've only just arrived. This celebration of your newfound singlehood is specifically for you. How could you leave? Surely, Lu Xiao isn't off to rendezvous with a paramour? Brother? What kind of enchanting beauty could compel you to dismiss even the Xiao family's daughter? Bring her along next time, so we may pay our respects to our future sister-in-law. Go away." The laughter and revelry behind her faded as the door closed. Lu Yi chuckled and cursed lightly before turning to exit. Just as he took a few steps, he suddenly halted. Among his chattering friends, one asked, "Brother, is your wife really going to divorce you?" "Divorce? Ha!" Lu Jinnian reclined on the sofa, his expression nonchalant. "It was merely due to my recent work commitments that I haven't attended to her much. Women, aren't they all a bit dramatic? Whether they have work or not, whether they have a house or not. What could she possibly do without me? Just wait and see. Women should not be indulged. Indeed. Why not enjoy a life of leisure at home, shielded from the elements? Yet, she insists on causing a stir. Besides, there's a child to consider." Anger becoming unbearable, Lu Yi grasped the door handle, just as someone mentioned Lu Xiaomu. The fury in his eyes suddenly stilled. Thoughts of Lu Xiaomu and the cooling-off period flooded his mind. Lu Yi abruptly released the handle and turned toward the bar, sending 2 bottles of Lafite to room 4. Furthermore, their expenses for the night would see a price increase of 40%. The Ferrari roared as Lu Yi entered the office, his gaze falling upon a palm-sized black gift box on the desk. The obsidian cufflinks within glimmered alluringly under the bright lamp. Lu Yi's expression softened slightly. He envisioned Sang Wan selecting the gift with grace before the display window. He made a phone call, instructing Director Qin to deliver an invitation to the bidding conference for the land in the eastern city to the Lu family. Chapter 9, What Troubles Her? Before dawn, Sang Wan awoke. Her first thought was what breakfast to prepare today. She wondered what might be in the fridge. In the next moment, she abruptly realized that this was not the Lu family villa. She no longer had to rise early to prepare breakfast for Lu Jinnian and Lu Xiaomu. After 6 years of full-time commitment, her early rising biological clock was deeply ingrained in her mind. Even 2 months in the hospital hadn't erased it. Staring blankly at the ceiling, she found herself lost in thought for a while. Sang Wan closed her eyes and drifted back into slumber. When she awoke again, it was already past 8, and her surroundings were utterly devoid of company. Everything was just as she adored. She unlocked her phone, Discovering a WeChat message from Sui, "Dear woman, breakfast awaits you on the table, the electric scooter keys are nestled in Kawai's mouth. And the coffee beans are in the drawer." Another message read, "At 11:30, I shall be waiting for you at the cafeteria with sweet and sour pork. Let us not miss each other." Sang Wan felt a mixture of warmth and melancholy within her heart. Having ample time to squander, she completed her morning routines and sauntered out the door. The serene beauty of the campus in the early morning was enchanting, with cheerful little birds flitting about the branches, chirping merrily. Students, unhurried in their journey to the classroom, were memorizing vocabulary in the gazebo. Under the gentle glow of the rising sun, even the air seemed to be languidly content, mirroring Sang Wan's current state of mind. At the same moment, Jinnian was engulfed in a state of utter discontent. Having indulged excessively in alcohol the previous night, he hazily recalled the driver dropping him off at the entrance. Beyond that, he had no recollection of the events that followed. Now awake, he was beset by a pounding headache, aching back, and an overall sense of discomfort. His knee bore a substantial bruise, and it was evident that he had either stumbled upon entering or had tumbled down the stairs while ascending. In the past, whenever he returned late, the moment the car engine ceased its roar, the doors of the villa would swing open. As Sang Wan fussed affectionately, she assisted him through the door. There was a warm hangover remedy held to his lips and a bathtub filled with soothing water prepared for him. From the moment he caught sight of Sang Wan as he exited the vehicle, he felt a profound sense of relief that allowed him to close his eyes peacefully. Upon awakening, the room was suffused with a delightful fragrance. He found himself clad in fresh pajamas, equally fragrant as the room itself. However, at this moment, an unpleasant odor of alcohol pervaded the entire bedroom. The most unbearable aspect for Jinnian was that the odor emanated from his own body. Turning his head to sniff, Jinnian felt an overwhelming urge to retch. "Sang Wan?" he called out, sitting up abruptly as his consciousness gradually sharpened, and he suddenly realized what had transpired. Sang Wan has initiated a divorce. A sudden storm cloud envelopes Jinnian, his expression darkening. He unsteadily rises, first opening the window, then taking a shower. From the chaotic wardrobe, he retrieves a meticulously ironed suit to don. Once dressed, he descends the stairs, exuding an ominous aura, as if a tempest were approaching. The coffee is sour, the ice insufficient, prompting a frown with the first sip. The bread is cold, chewing it feels like gnawing on wood shavings, rendering it difficult to swallow. Jinnian discards the half-eaten meal onto the plate. The Mercedes roars away. Upon entering the CEO's office, Jinnian's face is so grim it seems it could spill water. "Mr. Lu." Lin Xiao greets with a bright smile, "What is wrong? Are you unwell?" Jinnian remains silent. However, Lin Xiao, sensing his distress, gently guides him to sit in the office chair, her hand supporting his head as she begins to massage him. The allure of tenderness is difficult to resist. Her soft yet firm kneading, accompanied by a faint, pleasant fragrance, alleviates his irritation slightly. Jinnian exhales contentedly, "Xiao. It's fortunate to have you. Not just me. I have even better news for you." Lin Xiao exclaims with enthusiasm, "This morning, I received a call from Director Qin of the Urban Construction Bureau, inviting our Lu Corporation to participate in the bidding conference for the East City Lot Number 3. "What did you say?" Jinnian opens his eyes wide, "Really? A municipal invitation is not something any company can obtain. Firstly, one must possess the qualifications. Secondly, financial power is essential. And under these conditions, one must also be visible to the officials. It's worth noting that until last year, Lu Corporation did not enjoy such privileges. Now that we have received the invitation, does it not imply that we have the qualification to enter?" Absolutely true. Jinnian feels a spark of hope igniting within him. Lin Xiao, like a magician, produces a red invitation letter. The signature is from the Urban Construction Office, confirming the upcoming bidding conference for Lot Number 3 next month. The thought that Lu Corporation has progressed beyond last year fills him with optimism. Even before attending the bidding or acquiring the land, he senses a burgeoning sense of satisfaction. If they can secure this plot, next year, Lu Corporation will advance further. He has long envisioned constructing a technology museum on that land, which would become the largest and most technologically advanced venue in the capital.
A technology museum? That sounds impressive.
Lin Xiaoqiao exclaims, her admiration evident.
Indeed.
As of now, the capital has only 12 completed technology museums, the latest of which was established 3 years ago. In 3 years, one can only imagine the technological advancements and emerging innovations.
If we can secure that land,
I will ensure it becomes the finest technology museum in Huagua. Lin Xiaoqiao gazes at him with awe.
The office falls into silence. Lu Jinnian glances up to see Lin Xiaoqiao efficiently tidying the desk, showing no inclination to continue the conversation. The excitement that had soared like a flame is suddenly doused with cold water. Lu Jinnian lapses into silence.
If Sang Wan were present, she would undoubtedly be even more thrilled, chattering incessantly about how to design the museum with several annexes, with entrances on all sides. Perhaps 2 of the doors would feature a futuristic theme, showcasing a technology corridor where visitors could witness their transformed selves through the glass on either side and above and below them,
brimming with childlike wonder and an overwhelming sense of experience. Even if it is mere idle chatter, even if the future remains uncertain,
the exhilaration of those moments of intellectual collision far surpasses any other concern.
Yet now, there is nothing. Unable to suppress a frown, Lu Jinnian's inner turmoil resurfaces. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. He had anticipated that within 3 to 5 days, Sang Wan would concoct a feeble excuse to call him. But this time, a week has passed with no word. After concluding the day's agenda, his assistant Yan Yan is leaving when Lu Jinnian calls out to him, "Have you notified the housekeeper?" "I haven't been to the apartment either."
In this vast capital, the only place Sang Wan could go is one.
"I understand, you may go about your business." Yang Yan exits the room. Lu Jinnian remains silent for a long while before pulling out his phone to make a call. In the early evening,
the dormitory of Sui is filled with enticing aromas.
The hot pot bubbles, its savory scent wafting through the corridor. The table is adorned with vibrant red beef,
black tripe, green kelp, and red chili peppers, a colorful array of meat and vegetables igniting one's appetite. Ah, so this is the happiness of having a Tianlua girl,
Sui exclaims, raising her glass. The two clink their cups together.
Just as she is about to take a sip of cola, a knock sounds at the door.
Outside, Aunt Wang from the school's logistics peeks in at Sang Wan, then warmly addresses Sui, "Miss Su, your friend isn't staying over, is she?" Sui is taken aback.
Sang Wan slowly rose to her feet.
Chapter 10, Marriages for a Better Life, and Divorces even more so. Someone has reported that an outsider was staying in your room. Aunt Wang looked at Sui and said, "Teacher Su,
you know that this dormitory is designated for on-campus faculty and staff. No outsiders are permitted to stay, as per school regulations."
The staff at the logistics office should have emphasized this when you checked in. Aunt Wang, could you possibly make an exception?
Sui pleaded, her expression beseeching. Aunt Wang hesitated, saying, "Teacher Su, this is not within my authority. I am merely a temporary worker, I must follow the directives given to me."
Over the years, have you ever seen me cause anyone any trouble? Haven't I always been amicable with everyone? Aunt Wang, my friend.
Sui was reluctant to put Aunt Wang in a difficult position, but Sang Wan interjected, turning her gaze towards Aunt Wang, "Aunt,
I will leave right after I finish my meal. I promise not to stay overnight." "That's good, that's good.
Now, you both should eat quickly."
"I shall take my leave."
Aunt Wang nodded, and as she departed, she kindly remembered to close the door for Sui. The warm, fragrant aroma wafted over.
But Sui's expression darkened. It must be Lu Jinnian.
Even if they happened to meet in the corridor, he would only tease her about when she would get married, reminding her to send wedding candies when the time came.
Who would be so idle as to concern themselves with whether someone was harboring an outsider in their residence? After much contemplation, the only culprit could be that scoundrel Lu Jinnian.
Sui raged with furious invectives. Sang Wan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Yet she did not reveal it on her face. With a smile, she picked up her chopsticks and handed them to Sui, saying, regardless of the circumstances,
"We must acknowledge the truth. Even if the sky were to fall, we must first attend to our meal. Please, do eat. And what about you?"
"I will be staying at a hotel tonight."
"All right, do not frown.
Trust me, I will surely manage everything.
Sui hung her head, as if it were she who had been cast aside. After a prolonged effort of coaxing, Sang Wan finally revealed a hint of a smile. The joyous hot pot gathering came to an end amidst Sang Wan's playful banter. Sang Wan shook her phone, showing her the hotel reservation. Conveniently,
there was an interview scheduled for tomorrow, and she had booked a hotel adjacent to the company, saving her the rush in the early morning.
All right, Sui nodded, feeling a wave of guilt as she embraced Sang Wan.
After finishing their hot pot meal and tidying up, the two strolled arm in arm,
enjoying the night breeze until they reached the subway station at the school gate.
In the past, they traveled in luxury cars. But now Sang Wan could hardly bear to take a taxi. Just before entering the subway, she turned to Sui and hugged her, her eyes glistening with tears. I know you'll call me foolish and stubborn, but I have no regrets.
Lu Jinnian is in the wrong. If she were to hire a lawyer,
even without considering the Lu family assets, she could claim at least half of the properties and cars under his name.
Yet, when I married him,
it was never for the sake of wealth. I merely wished to build a life together, to have a small home that belonged to both of us, a family of two, sharing meals through the seasons, and perhaps raising one or two children to enjoy a warm and happy life,
rather than squandering time in a legal battle.
It would be far more sensible to end things cleanly. I am confident in my abilities. With hard work, I can afford my own home and car. Marriage is meant for a better life, and divorce is no different.
I believe I can do this. Sui was persuaded. I believe in you too. Taking a deep breath, Sui embraced Sang Wan tightly, encouraging her, you must strive for success.
I'm counting on you to reach the pinnacle of life soon and lift me along with you. Just don't make me wait until I'm old and gray.
By then, even if you can carry me, I might not be able to fly anymore. All right, I will give it my all. Sang Wan couldn't help but chuckle. After transferring between two subway lines, she finally arrived at the hotel.
As the door closed behind her, darkness enveloped the room. Sang Wan seemed utterly drained of all her energy, slowly sliding down the door until she found herself seated on the floor. With her arms wrapped around her knees and her face buried in her legs, she wore an expression of despondency. She had deceived EE.
There was no interview at all.
During the week spent in EE's dormitory, she had submitted over 1,000 resumes. Initially aspiring to positions as an architect or an architectural assistant, she gradually lowered her expectations to administrative or logistical roles, having conversed with countless HR managers. Learning of her marital status and that she had a child led to the elimination of a significant number of opportunities. The revelation that she possessed merely 1 year of work experience over the years further narrowed her prospects. The few remaining companies seemed to consider her exceptional graduation from Imperial University, leaving her with vague promises of interview notifications, which never materialized. A week had passed, and she had yet to receive a single proper interview call. They say that there is always a glimmer of hope, yet at that moment, Sang Wan felt as though she stood on the precipice of a cliff, with fierce winds howling, and a hurricane threatening to descend upon her. She found herself unable to advance or retreat.
Ding! The distinctive notification sound from the recruitment app echoed. She glanced at her phone screen, where an interview notification email had just appeared from a company named Huajian, a construction design firm. Upon checking her application history, she realized she had never submitted a resume to this company. Moreover, the company's scale and the projects it had undertaken were unimpressive, falling outside her criteria. The only alluring aspect was the exorbitant salary, 15,000 per month, accompanied by additional allowances for accommodation, phone, and transportation. Such an anomaly surely warranted suspicion.
Sang Wan never subscribed to the notion that opportunities would fall from the sky, especially in times of despair and helplessness. Before she could pose a question, the other party seemed to have noticed that she had already perused the interview notification email. The HR manager took the initiative to greet her. Hello, Miss Sang. I have reviewed your resume and am quite intrigued by your qualifications and experience.
Would you be available for an interview tomorrow morning? Sang Wan hesitated momentarily and inquired. May I ask about the nature of the work?
Frequent business trips. A personal secretary. In an instant, she comprehended the underlying implications of the other party's words. Sang Wan's expression turned cold as she decisively declined. No, thank you. She cast aside her phone, the screen fading from bright to dark. The room was engulfed in complete darkness, and Sang Wan was overwhelmed by an endless wave of fatigue and helplessness.
In a fleeting moment,
she recalled the 100,000 yuan in her bank account, untouched, even if she were to remain unemployed for 3 to 5 months. It would suffice to ensure her comfort and sustenance.
Sang Wan rallied herself.
She took a shower, changed her clothes, and opened her backpack, only to discover the thoughtful preparations made by Sui, who had volunteered to assist her in packing. Not only had she packed 2 sets of fresh clothing, but nestled within the garments were 2 boxes of face masks and an assortment of skincare products. It was reminiscent of the care she had once bestowed upon her.
In an instant, her exhaustion vanished.
While applying a face mask and chatting with Sui, Sang Wan succumbed to a deep slumber,
lulled by the cacophony of the television in the background.
The next morning, she was awakened by the incessant ringing of her phone.
Glancing at the screen, she saw the familiar number, Jinnian. Sang Wan decisively ended the call. The phone rang once more.
The divorce had not yet been finalized, leaving her unable to block or delete him. Even if she turned off her phone, she could evade today, but not tomorrow.
Sang Wan answered the phone. Is there something you need? Chapter 11, Who Cares About Anyone? She is no longer at your service. Sang Wan. On the other end of the line, Jinnian's voice was laced with anger. How are you managing your duties as a daughter-in-law?
Had it not been for Yang Yan's early morning report,
which casually mentioned that tomorrow is the old matriarch's birthday, Jinnian might have entirely forgotten. After dismissing Yang Yan, Jinnian's first instinct was to seek accountability. With a tone of ire, Jinnian questioned, Have you forgotten what tomorrow is?
Sang Wan glanced at her phone to check the calendar and suddenly remembered that tomorrow marks the birthday of her mother-in-law, Su Baohui.
In years past, she would remind Jinnian a month in advance.
He would then call Su Baohui to inquire about her preferred way to celebrate or what gifts she desired.
With a single phone call, Su Baohui would be overjoyed, singing Jinnian's praises as if he were the most devoted son in the world. Meanwhile, Sang Wan's preparations would commence a month prior, involving excursions to shopping malls to select gifts ranging from jewelry to clothing, and the latest autumn and winter bags and scarves.
She would also need to plan a sumptuous birthday feast, if they were to celebrate outside.
Sang Wan would seek out a discreet yet luxurious private dining establishment that exuded elegance, presenting options to Su Baohui for her selection.
On the day of the birthday, Sang Wan would capture photographs from the moment Su Baohui alighted from the car to enter the restaurant, showcasing the exquisite garden scenery and opulent banquet hall,
documenting each delectable dish on the table, as well as the heartwarming family portrait of Su Baohui holding Xiao Mu, with a son and daughter flanking her sides.
She would then send these photographs to Su Baohui for her to share on social media.
Should they choose to celebrate at home,
Sang Wan would arrange for a Michelin-starred chef and team to prepare a grand feast at the villa well in advance of the special day.
Throughout this entire process, Jinnian would only need to make a single phone call,
while Sang Wan would be occupied from the moment she reminded him until the last photo was posted on social media after Su Baohui's birthday celebration concluded.
Yet,
despite her tireless efforts, she would receive no words of praise, not even appearing in the cherished family portrait. This had been the pattern for the past several years.
However,
this year, following her illness and impending divorce, Sang Wan found herself too preoccupied to remind Jinnian or arrange any of these festivities.
Sang Wan's voice was cold and distant. Jinnian, we are already divorced. Sang Wan. Jinnian was evidently infuriated. Until we obtain the divorce certificate,
you remain Mrs. Liu. You are still expected to fulfill your duties as a daughter-in-law. Or do you mean to imply that you never intended to divorce?
Using this tactic as a means to force my hand into taking you back? Sang Wan sighed in silence, thinking you are overthinking. In that case, do your duty well. Jinnian spoke in a low voice, Where are you? I will have the driver come to pick you up. No need, I will go over tomorrow at noon. With that, Sang Wan directly hung up the phone.
She opened the job recruitment website to browse for any newly posted job listings and prepared to send out another wave of applications.
Ding! The screen of her phone lit up with a WeChat message from Lu Ziyi. Sang Wan, tomorrow is my mother's birthday, which restaurant did you book? As she glanced at the name in the chat box, Sang Wan's gaze momentarily paused.
She had been married to Lu Jinnian for 6 years. For 6 years. It seemed Lu Ziyi had never once called her sister-in-law. In front of others and behind closed doors, she was always referred to by her name alone. Su Baohui despised her. Lu Ziyi also held a dislike for her. The reason she managed to endure all these years, was it because Lu Jinnian had once loved her deeply? Or was it simply that she was foolish enough to deceive herself? Sang Wan was oblivious and no longer wished to know. In the next moment, her phone rang with a sharp trill. Upon answering, she was met with Lu Ziyi's familiar haughty and willful tone. Sang Wan, what on earth are you doing? My mother's birthday is tomorrow, and at this hour, you still haven't reserved a restaurant? Isn't she your mother as well? Why is it always me who has to make the arrangements? Clearly taken aback by Sang Wan's unusual temper, Lu Ziyi's voice rose in volume. Sang Wan, don't be ungrateful. My mother is your mother-in-law, it is your duty as her daughter-in-law to take care of the celebrations. Daughter-in-law? Ha! Sang Wan let out a cold laugh. Remarking that as an outsider, it was hardly her place to discern right from wrong. Furthermore, she had already discussed divorce with your brother. And they would soon be formalizing it. As for how to celebrate your mother's birthday tomorrow and where to hold the festivities, that was a matter for you and your brother to deliberate, it had nothing to do with her. With that, she decisively ended the call. Sang Wan opened her contact list and added Lu Ziyi's WeChat and phone number to the blacklist. Meanwhile, Lu Ziyi, who was shopping in a mall, felt utterly exasperated. Upon discovering that Sang Wan had blocked her, she promptly called Lu Jinnian. Brother, has Sang Wan lost her mind? Mom's birthday dinner has yet to be arranged. And she even mentioned wanting to divorce you. Have you two had a quarrel? Not at all, Lu Jinnian firmly denied. She's just throwing a tantrum, ignore her. We'll celebrate her birthday at home tomorrow. I've already asked Yang Yan to contact the chef. Reflecting on Sang Wan's assertive demeanor during their conversation, Lu Ziyi inquired. You two aren't genuinely considering divorce, are you? Do you think that is possible? Lu Jinnian retorted with a scoff. If she were to divorce, what could she possibly do? That's indeed the case. Post-divorce, she wouldn't just lose her privileged status as Mrs. Lu, given her current situation, she might struggle to sustain herself. Moreover, there is still Lu Xiao Mu to consider. That's the flesh of her flesh, born after 10 months of pregnancy. Could Sang Wan truly part with her? She genuinely thinks she has grown in ambition, Lu Ziyi remarked with a cold chuckle. Lu Jinnian advised, alright, make sure to head over early tomorrow to accompany Mom. And about the divorce, don't mention it to her. We're not going through with it anyway, to spare her from worrying. After hanging up, Lu Jinnian transferred 1 million to Sang Wan, stating, go out this afternoon and pick a gift for Mom. After finishing her morning routine, Sang Wan picked up her phone and noticed a transfer from Lu Jinnian. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. Having worked at Lu's for a year, with a 9-to-5 schedule and a year-end bonus, she had only managed to earn a meager 100,000. Yet, for Su Baohui's birthday, Lu Jinnian casually sent over 1 million without batting an eye. A single leaf can obscure the view, yet there is always another leaf. However, she didn't even need that leaf, she could deceive herself effortlessly. In the past, she had been excessively naive. Now, she had finally gained clarity. Birthday? Let those who care organize it. Gifts? Let those who wish to buy them do so. She would no longer serve him. She declined his transfer. Sang Wan, clutching her phone, ventured to the mall. She indulged in the long-desired manicure she had never found time for and purchased several new outfits, remembering to select 2 for Sui as well. In the back seat of a Mercedes at the hotel entrance, Lu Jinnian's gaze was laced with mockery as he couldn't help but curl his lips into a smirk. He had anticipated this. While she vocally proclaimed her intent to divorce, declaring her indifference towards her mother-in-law's birthday, what was the outcome? She still bought so many gifts to cheer herself up. A case of verbal disdain but sincere actions. Yet, in that moment, Lu Jinnian felt a significant portion of his anger dissipate. Since Sang Wan was intent on creating a surprise, he decided to grant her that opportunity.
Lu Jinnian then turned his gaze to the driver, signaling to proceed. Chapter 12, all for Sang Wan waking naturally from a deep slumber. Sang Wan found that it was already 10 o'clock.
Upon unlocking her phone, she discovered several unread messages on WeChat.
Sui, dear, how did yesterday's interview go? What are your plans for today? Let us go for hot pot. And don't forget to bring the new clothes you bought for me. He. Lu Jinnian, have you set off? Su Baohui, Sang Wan, where are you?
She promptly replied to Sui, suggesting they meet tomorrow.
Sang Wan cast aside her phone,
rose to freshen up and enjoy a light breakfast before hailing a taxi that sped towards the villa district in the eastern part of the city. The taxi could not enter the community, so Sang Wan alighted at the entrance and strolled along the tree-lined pathway towards the villa.
A few minutes later,
a black Mercedes glided into the neighborhood.
While driving, Lu Jinnian engaged in conversation with Lin Xiaoqiu on the phone. Upon catching sight of a figure by the roadside from a distance, Lu Jinnian momentarily lost his focus.
It felt as if he were not in a villa area but rather on the campus of the Imperial University. The leisurely figure meandering beneath the shade of the trees was
Sang Wan.
With a screech, he slammed on the brakes, the sound accompanying his astonishment.
Thud.
The car door slammed shut as Lu Jinnian stepped out, standing before Sang Wan with a furious expression.
Is this how you chose to come? He demanded,
taking in her white chiffon blouse, blue jeans, and white sneakers. The bright, radiant sunlight cascaded down upon her, illuminating Sang Wan's fair complexion,
which bore not even a hint of makeup. Most strikingly, her hands were completely empty. Lu Jinnian bellowed, "Where is the gift?" "There isn't one," she replied. Sang Wan's expression was indifferent.
"It is your mother, the duty of filial piety should fall upon you as her son, should it not? At the very least, you have a secretary. With a mere word, they can surely manage everything for you."
"You." Lu Jinnian's face darkened. Sang Wan scoffed coldly, "Lu Jinnian, we are already divorced. The only thing that remains is that piece of paper.
My presence here today is merely out of respect for you and your mother, after all. I have called her mother for so many years.
I do not wish for Lu Jinnian to think I am being dramatic,
using the pretense of attending a birthday banquet to cling to him, when in truth, I have no desire to remain married.
Furthermore,
I dread the thought of my tranquil life being shattered by Su Baohui's incessant harassment.
Were it not for the desire to keep the peace,
I would not have come today at all." As she turned to leave, her wrist was seized by Lu Jinnian, who forcibly opened the car door and shoved her inside.
The Mercedes roared forward, halting moments later at Lu Ziyi's doorstep.
He placed a call to Lu Ziyi, instructing the servant to open the door.
From the trunk,
he retrieved a gift box and tossed it into Sang Wan's lap.
Lu Jinnian gestured toward the open villa door, "Go inside and change your clothes.
You may afford to lose face, but I cannot." Although it was merely Su Baohui's 53rd birthday, celebrated in the comfort of her own home, a considerable number of affluent friends and relatives had gathered. The thought of Sang Wan appearing before them in her plain attire, devoid of any embellishment,
ignited a simmering irritation within Lu Jinnian. He was too weary to argue, all he wished was to conclude this day in peace and part ways. Sang Wan entered Lu Ziyi's home, cradling a box in her arms. Rather than ascending to the guest room on the second floor,
she made her way directly to the public restroom on the first floor.
Within the gift box lay a stunning light blue satin gown.
Whether this was a thoughtful gesture from the custom dress center or a whim of Lu Jinnian's, it was accompanied by an entire set of delicate white lace lingerie. The fabric was scant, as if a mere flick of a finger could render those fragile straps inoperative.
In times past, Sang Wan might have felt a twinge of embarrassment at Lu Jinnian's playful romanticism, experiencing a blend of shyness amidst the sweetness. However, in the present moment,
she refrained from indulging in any misguided notions that this was intended for her.
Without even touching the lingerie,
Sang Wan simply donned the gown and a pair of high heels.
The restroom on the first floor was designated for the servants,
and it was unclear who had left a lipstick behind. Sang Wan delicately applied a thin layer of color to her lips. From the moment she entered until she departed, only a few fleeting minutes had passed. The image of Sang Wan's enchanting silhouette re-emerged in his heart, a moment of bewilderment that lingered.
Lu Jinnian had not beheld Sang Wan in such a radiant and captivating manner for an eternity. In their university days, she was the campus belle, exuding an innocent beauty. After marriage, her allure transformed into a vibrant elegance. Whether adorned in the allure of black or the purity of white, every hue she donned seemed to imbue her with an extraordinary charm. During his tenure at the Lu Corporation, he observed a constant stream of male employees from other departments finding excuses to loiter around the project division, all in hopes of catching a glimpse of Sang Wan and seizing a chance to request her WeChat. Eventually, unable to endure their unwelcome attention, he declared Sang Wan as his wife, effectively quelling their advances. Following her pregnancy and departure from the professional realm, Sang Wan no longer had the opportunity for grand adornments. In the years since their union, he had been consistently occupied with work, and Sang Wan had settled into the unembellished role of a homemaker. So much so that Lu Jinnian nearly forgot the exquisite beauty she possessed. The hue of lake blue suited her exquisitely, accentuating her fair skin and elongated neck. The off-shoulder gown revealed her stunning collarbone, and though she wore no jewelry, her bright eyes and the grace of her movements served as splendid embellishments, enhancing her innate elegance. The sole imperfection lay in the fitting of the gown; it was a size too large at the waist. This attire had been tailored for Lin Zhao Zhao, who would accompany him to the municipal bidding conference next month. The memory of Lin Zhao Zhao trying on this gown, exuding charm, contrasted starkly with the image of Sang Wan descending the steps like a star gracing the runway. These two scenes, one to the left and the other to the right, had yet to coalesce into a single comparative tableau. Buzz. The sound of Sang Wan opening the backseat door interrupted Lu Jinnian's thoughts. The car turned around and, after a few minutes, came to a halt in front of an adjacent villa. It was evident that a joyous occasion was taking place, as numerous vehicles were parked at the entrance. The iron gate of the villa stood wide open, adorned with a profusion of flowers. Laughter and cheerful voices soared from within the villa, filling the air with merriment. As Sang Wan stepped out of the car, her skirt trailing elegantly behind her, Lu Jinnian meticulously rummaged through the trunk, finally retrieving two beautifully wrapped gift boxes. In truth, there was no necessity for presents; a mere word to Yang Yan would suffice, and the Michelin chef would be summoned to prepare an exquisite feast, inviting a handful of close friends and family to celebrate, which would undoubtedly delight Su Baohui. The presence of gifts held little significance for her. Every action he undertook was solely for Sang Wan. Casting a fierce glare at her, Lu Jinnian stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Sang Wan's waist. As Sang Wan moved aside, Lu Jinnian followed closely behind. With each step she took, he mirrored her actions. The high heels, ill-fitting and a size too large, nearly caused her to stumble. Sang Wan has relinquished her pursuits. Sang Wan took a half step back and followed Lu Jinnian into the villa. Xiao Mu, look who has arrived. The living room was filled with people, and Sang Wan couldn't clearly see their faces, but her keen ears caught the mention of Xiao Mu. Instinctively, she glanced over and met the gaze of Lu Xiao Mu, who was perched on a high stool at the central island, engrossed in her tablet. Their eyes locked, yet there was no trace of surprise on Lu Xiaomu's face. Instead, her eyes, filled with anticipation, shifted past Lu Jinnian, seeking someone beside him. However, there was no one at Lu Jinnian's side. The servants had also closed the door, indicating that no one else would be entering. The light in Lu Xiaomu's eyes dimmed, and she lowered her gaze back to the tablet. Sang Wan understood that he was searching for Lin Chaochao. A dull sensation settled in her heart as she averted her gaze. Chapter 13. Since one does not wish to continue, then let it be left behind. Upon seeing Sang Wan, Su Baohui's demeanor was far from pleasant. Why had she arrived at such a late hour? In previous years, for her birthday celebrations, whether at a restaurant or at home, Sang Wan would invariably arrive early in the morning. She would assist the servants in arranging the surroundings, help select her outfits and accessories, and when guests began to arrive, she would busily attend to them. Yet today, Sang Wan was the last to arrive. Before Sang Wan could utter a word, Lu Jinnian presented a beautifully wrapped gift box, exclaiming, "Mom, happy birthday! This is for you. Mrs. Lu is indeed fortunate, blessed with a dutiful son and daughter who celebrate her birthday with creativity each year. How we envy you!" Amidst the chorus of envy, Su Baohui momentarily set aside her irritation towards Sang Wan, her face brightening as she accepted the gift and ushered the guests to take their seats. However, her expression subtly shifted as she struggled to contain her frustration. She recalled Lu Jiyi's earlier whisper, revealing that Sang Wan was sulking towards Lu Jinnian due to her recent hospitalization. "Little Mu, come to Grandma." The Michelin-starred culinary team consistently delivered exquisite and delectable dishes, filling the living room with a lively atmosphere. As the banquet progressed, guests raised their glasses one by one to wish Su Baohui a happy birthday. In the midst of the joviality, an unpleasant curse reached Sang Wan's ears. "Sang Wan, don't push your luck." Lu Jiyi's disdainful gaze pierced through her. "Don't think I'm unaware, my brother gave you money. Yet you didn't prepare a gift for my mother." Lu Jinnian had brought in 2 gift boxes. One containing a handbag from H brand and the other a box of imported bird's nest. She had stolen a glance earlier. The handbag was the very one she had admired in the boutique and her brother had promised to buy for her. The bag should have been hers. As for the bird's nest, it was a customary offering from Lu Jinnian and Sang Wan during their visits. This meant that although Lu Jinnian had transferred the funds, Sang Wan had failed to procure a gift for Su Baohui, instead using what should have been her gift to save face, pocketing the tangible benefits for herself. "Sang Wan, for all these years, have you been hoarding your private savings through such despicable means? Are you not afraid of accumulating wealth without the means to enjoy it?" Lu Jiyi. Before Lu Jiyi could finish her tirade, Sang Wan interrupted coldly, "I am not in the mood today, so kindly silence that wretched mouth of yours. Speak another word, and I swear I will turn this birthday celebration into a scene of chaos." The sound of a highball glass shattering at Lu Jiyi's feet abruptly cut her off. The sharp sting of glass shards against her skin was palpable. And she looked up in disbelief, meeting the gaze of the now silent guests. Lu Jinnian frowned, glancing in their direction. Sang Wan's demeanor was indifferent, and her hand slipped. Lu Ziyi stared at Sang Wan with an expression of bewilderment, as if she had encountered a ghost. Upon meeting the displeased gazes of Su Baohui and Lu Jinnian, she awkwardly responded with a simple yes. A servant came over to sweep the floor and tidy up, causing the living room to buzz with activity once more. Lu Ziyi cast glances at Sang Wan, suspecting that she might be possessed. She had initially intended to demand that Sang Wan return the 1 million or perhaps compensate her with a new handbag. However, after being struck by Sang Wan's cup, she feared the possibility of further madness from her. While Sang Wan would undoubtedly face consequences for ruining the birthday banquet, Lu Ziyi was certain she would not fare any better. She grumbled as she moved to the next table. The meal proceeded without incident. Su Baohui was too preoccupied to pay her any mind. Lu Jinnian and Lu Xiao Mu were disinclined to engage with her. The only one who did, Lu Ziyi, quickly distanced herself. Sang Wan finished her bowl of rice quietly. Just as she was about to put down her chopsticks, her keen ears caught her name. Relatives of Su Baohui were extolling the virtues of the Lu family, praising Lu Jinnian for his handsomeness and competence, noting that the vast Lu group flourished under his stewardship. They lauded Lu Ziyi for her grace and academic achievements, and complimented Lu Xiaomu for his charm and thoughtfulness, asserting that a tiger's son must be worthy. Finally, they praised Su Baohui for her wealth, leisure, and dutiful grandchildren, remarking that her life was devoid of a husband's burdens, ensuring her later years were undeniably blessed. It seemed that once the compliments concluded, they realized they had overlooked Sang Wan. The esteemed matron smiled and added that she, too, was a daughter-in-law, both beautiful and capable. However, Su Baohui was not one to be trifled with. Her gaze flicked toward Sang Wan, recalling how she had entered without uttering a single mother or greeting any guests. No longer the obedient and gentle daughter-in-law she had once been, she resembled a pig, engrossed solely in her meal. Su Baohui chuckled softly, musing that while this daughter-in-law may lack many virtues, she possessed a singular stroke of luck. Despite her dismal family background, she had captured the heart and mind of her son Jinnian, leading to a hasty marriage right after graduation. After a year of work, she became pregnant and has since been enjoying a life of leisure. Yet, one could hardly blame her for relishing such fortune, especially given that she had borne a son. But such utility is hardly commendable. Those present were astute enough to discern that Su Baohui's remarks were aimed pointedly at Sang Wan, indicative of some failing on her part. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Su Baohui to speak so in front of so many. A momentary silence enveloped the banquet hall. The guests exchanged glances between Su Baohui and Sang Wan, all wearing expressions of discomfort. Even the relatives who had previously offered praise wore awkward faces. In the midst of this silence, Su Baohui raised her gaze towards Sang Wan, inquiring about her health, suggesting that it was about time for her to consider a second child now that Xiao Mu was 5 years old. "I am still waiting to hold a granddaughter," she declared. Madame Lu. As soon as Sang Wan opened her mouth, Su Baohui was rendered speechless with astonishment. She heard Sang Wan say, "Did Lu Jinnian not inform you?" "We." Just then, Lu Jinnian emerged from the living room, picked up Lu Xiaomu, and cast a cold, piercing glare at Sang Wan. Sang Wan yearned to inquire of Lu Jinnian, "Is it truly for the sake of your own pride, or are you genuinely concerned about your son overhearing?" Yet, was this not a mutual decision made by both father and son? Xiao Mu. Sang Wan gazed at Lu Xiaomu and inquired, "If you could choose a different mother, who would you wish to be your mother?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, deeming Sang Wan to be quite mad. In Lu Jinnian's embrace, Lu Xiaomu danced with exuberance, exclaiming, "Aunt Zhao Zhao, Aunt Zhao Zhao. I want Aunt Zhao Zhao to be my new mother." The villa fell into a serene silence, and Lu Xiaomu's jubilant cries resonated with remarkable clarity. Sang Wan surveyed the surroundings, her gaze settling upon Su Baohui's face. "I have already divorced Lu Jinnian, only the divorce certificate remains. From now on, I shall have no ties to the Lu family." Lu Ziyi was left in stunned silence, while Lu Jinnian's expression darkened ominously. As Sang Wan rose to depart, the desperate voice of Su Baohui echoed behind her. "No more ties? Sang Wan, your life is worthless, it is a debt your mother owes to the Lu family." "Mother!" Lu Jinnian interjected, but it was evidently too late. Su Baohui's voice pierced the air, "A mother's debt must be repaid by her daughter, your wretched life belongs to the Lu family. Can you simply declare it irrelevant?" Amidst the cacophony of voices debating fervently, the color drained from Sang Wan's face, and the pounding of her heart reverberated so intensely that it set her eardrums buzzing. A cold smile curved at the corners of Sang Wan's lips. She had come to celebrate her birthday with the intention of parting amicably. Since there was no desire to celebrate, then let it be. Chapter 14, Who Doesn't Show Up is the Loser? Bang! Sang Wan raised her hand, and the grand dining table toppled over, sending bowls, chopsticks, cups, and dishes crashing to the floor in a cacophony of shattering porcelain. In the blink of an eye, the opulent living room was left in utter disarray. The members of the Lu family clutched their trembling hands tightly, while Sang Wan gazed at Su Baohui, her complexion pale as a wraith. "My mother killed Lu Zhangsong. The law has already rendered its verdict. A daughter must repay her mother's debts. I sacrificed a kidney for Lu Jinnian, nearly losing my life on the operating table. This life, I have already repaid." A group of individuals exchanged glances, and the vast villa fell into a profound silence. "My father is a company buyer, and my mother, Sun Yueqing, is a teacher." Sang Wan once enjoyed a blissful family life. However, as her father became increasingly engrossed in social gatherings and developed a penchant for gambling, turmoil ensued at home. Eventually, that man succumbed to the vice of addiction, jeopardizing not only his own career but also that of teacher Sun Yueqing. In a moment of rage, Sang Wan stormed into the kitchen, seizing a knife. Being merely 12, and thus not liable under the law, she charged into the bedroom, only to find her mother gravely injured and bleeding. After that fateful day, the man vanished. For a prolonged period, they lived in apprehension, with no word of his whereabouts. Some whispered that he had run afoul of the law and taken refuge in another locale, while others claimed he had perished outside. In any case, from the age of 12 onward, Sang Wan and her mother settled into a semblance of tranquility. Throughout those years, Sun Yueqing undertook a myriad of jobs, serving as an extracurricular tutor, a supermarket stock clerk, a postpartum caregiver, a nanny, and a part-time worker. With her gentle demeanor and efficient work ethic, she soon became the hallmark of a domestic service company. Eventually, she caught the attention of Su Baohui, who was seeking a nanny, and became employed by the Lu family. It was in the 7th year of Sun Yueqing's tenure at the Lu household that Sang Wan and Lu Jinnian were both in their sophomore year at the Imperial University. Sun Yueqing was incarcerated for the crime of deliberate homicide. She had killed Lu Zhangsong, Su Baohui's husband and Lu Jinnian's father. Su Baohui reported the incident, and following an investigation, the police confirmed the facts of the murder. Sun Yueqing confessed to the act.
The evidence was irrefutable. And the court's verdict arrived swiftly, 10 years in prison. Before the incident, Su Baohui had been quite fond of both Sun Yuqing and Sang Wan, often jesting that their relationship transcended mere employer and employee to one of friendship. However, after the tragedy unfolded, Su Baohui's demeanor changed drastically. Sang Wan could comprehend that. For anyone else, if they were to harm her dearest loved ones, not exacting vengeance would be their utmost limit, let alone accepting that person into the family. She had suggested a separation, yet Lu Jinnian was unwilling to let go, asserting that the one who committed murder was her mother, and it bore no relevance to him. Lu Jinnian further remarked that his paternal bond was tenuous, and to him, Lu Zhengsong was akin to a stranger, his death would be preferable. The guilt towards Su Baohui and the gratitude towards Lu Jinnian transformed into years of tireless dedication after their marriage. Sang Wan silently vowed to dedicate her life to loving Lu Jinnian and to honoring Su Baohui, as a means of atoning for her mother's sins. Alas! The tides of fortune shift, and the world transforms, leaving behind only echoes of what once was. What transpired in those days remains known only to heaven and earth. You and I. Her heart raced with fervor, leaving one to wonder if Sang Wan had uncovered some hidden truth. Su Baohui's complexion was as pale as parchment. Sang Wan coldly declared, 10 years in prison, 1 kidney for a life, what my mother and I owed the Lu family has already been repaid. The truth of what transpired back then remains known only to Su Baohui, Sun Yuqing, and the deceased Lu Zhengsong. Following the incident, Sun Yuqing was swiftly taken away by the authorities, leaving Sang Wan no opportunity to speak with her. Subsequently, Sun Yuqing confessed, and the court delivered its sentence. Despite the visits every 3 months, Sang Wan's relentless pursuit of the events of that night led Sun Yuqing to refuse further meetings with her. At this moment, Sang Wan chose to remain silent. Yet, to this day, she still refuses to believe that her mother could commit murder. The mother who had instilled in her the importance of being a person before doing anything, the mother who endured brutal beatings in silence to spare her worries. The mother who had dedicated her life to teaching and guiding others she would never kill. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed. And a timid servant approached to answer the door. It was at this moment that Lin Xiaoqiao arrived. Lu Jinnian, who had been on the phone with Sang Wan, overheard the mention of a gift and immediately understood that Sang Wan had come empty-handed. The first step was to drive Sang Wan away. The second step was to ascend to her position. There could be no better opportunity for a grand entrance than today. Thus, she made her appearance. Auntie Lin Xiaoqiao gasped. Taken aback by the scene before her, yet she managed to maintain a gentle smile as she gracefully approached. I heard from Mr. Lu that today is your birthday. Happy birthday! Here is a small token of my appreciation, I hope you will accept it. With a smile, she extended the gift box in her hands. Turning her gaze toward Lu Jinnian, her eyes sparkled with a charming softness. Before her stood the young and beautiful Lin Xiaoqiao, radiating joy, while just a few steps away, Sang Wan glared at her like a vengeful spirit. It was obvious whom one should choose. Suppressing the turmoil in her heart, Su Baohui accepted the gift, her face beaming. Thank you, Xiaoqiao. Auntie loves it. Lin Xiaoqiao returned the smile. Her eyes drifted over Sang Wan's lake blue gown before returning to Lu Jinnian. Her innocent eyes brimming with unspoken grievance. I'm sorry. Lu Jinnian spoke softly, tomorrow, I'll take you to choose something even better. Lin Xiaoqiao nodded, smiling as she winked at Lu Xiao, nestled in Lu Jinnian's arms. Auntie Xiaoqiao. Lu Xiao beamed, reaching out to Lin Xiaoqiao. The awkward tension in the room dissipated instantly with Lin Xiaoqiao's arrival, allowing Su Baohui to exhale with relief. However, her gaze turned to Sang Wan with a distinctly displeased expression. So, a divorce, is it? Very well, go ahead. If it weren't for Jinnian, I would have never allowed you to enter the Lu family home. You've enjoyed being Mrs. Lu for so many years, you've had it easy. Jinnian mom. Lu Jinnian frowned, signaling Su Baohui to cease her words. Just then, the quiet Lu Zhi interjected, and that 1 million. Mom, for your birthday. My brother transferred 1 million to her so she could pick a gift for you. Can you believe it? She accepted the money but didn't buy anything. What a shameless person. Stirring the pot, Lu Zhi added fuel to the fire. Sang Wan, furious, took out her phone. Ding! On the table, Lu Jinnian's phone screen illuminated with a notification.
21 more days pale-faced, Sang Wan looked up at Lu Jinnian. Lu Jinnian, in 21 days. We shall meet at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Whoever fails to show will be the fool. Sang Wan turned and walked away. Behind her, Lu Jinnian's voice resonated, wait a moment. Chapter 15, Sang Wan, you are truly remarkable. Sang Wan paused momentarily. Behind her, Lu Jinnian's voice resonated deeply. You have severed all ties with the Lu family, correct?
Sang Wan, since you possess such fortitude and wish to delineate your stance so clearly from the Lu family, then
perhaps you should remove the gown you are wearing.
Sang Wan abruptly turned around, only to find Lu Jinnian gazing at her with a cold and somber expression.
Sang Wan understood that this was Lu Jinnian's threat. She had two choices: either she could humble herself, apologize to Su Baohui, and extend her apologies to the guests, admitting that today was entirely her fault and that her outburst was unwarranted given the occasion. In that case, he would grant her a semblance of dignity. Alternatively, she could comply with his demands. In front of the assembled guests, she would have to strip off her gown, thereby losing all dignity, and leave the Lu family in utter humiliation. The guests exchanged glances, while Su Baohui and Lu Zhiyi wore expressions of satisfaction.
Lin Zhao Zhao could hardly contain her glee, proclaiming, Sang Wan, this gown was custom-made for me by President Lu, and I merely lent it to you.
It was never intended to be a gift. Sang Wan trembled with anger, yearning to confront Lu Jinnian, questioning whether he possessed any semblance of a heart.
She wished to admonish him, imploring him to behave like a decent human being. Her lips quivered as she opened her mouth slightly. She feared that the moment she spoke, her voice would betray her tears. Determined, Sang Wan bit down hard on her lip and reached behind her to grasp the zipper on her back.
Lu Jinnian's gaze sharpened. Sang Wan unzipped her dress, allowing the fabric to cascade down like the smooth surface of a lake. Sang Wan! Lu Jinnian exclaimed in a mix of astonishment and fury.
As he took in the scene before him, though he let out a sigh of relief, his expression remained one of profound anger.
Very well, Sang Wan.
He knew all too well that this gown was never intended for her.
Despite its pristine condition, the mere thought that someone else had donned it made Sang Wan feel uneasy.
The lace lingerie in the box remained untouched, and she merely exchanged her chiffon blouse for a white lace undershirt that fell to her waist.
In this moment, Sang Wan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having inadvertently left herself an escape route. She paired the undershirt with her beloved jeans, rolled up at the ankles.
Her angular shoulders were striking, her collarbones exquisite, and her soft, slender waist even more alluring.
At first glance, she resembled a fashionable young woman on a summer street,
embodying both youth and vibrance, while still retaining her grace. With a decisive kick, she sent the lake blue gown that lay at her feet tumbling aside,
followed by the high heels that adorned her feet. Sang Wan lifted her gaze towards Lu Jinnian, inquiring if a search was necessary. Lu Jinnian's complexion turned ashen,
and his eyes, glaring with fury, seemed poised to unleash flames. Sang Wan cast a cold glance at him before turning on her bare feet to leave.
Suddenly, the villa door swung open, and a thunderclap resounded. A brilliant flash of lightning illuminated Sang Wan's slender silhouette.
For a fleeting moment, she hesitated between retrieving her shirt and white sneakers from Lu Ziyi's home and departing as swiftly as possible.
Sang Wan decisively turned to face the outside.
Sporadic raindrops fell upon her hair and cheeks, imbued with a sense of dampness. Yet, the road beneath her feet was scorched by the sun that had just shone upon it. With each step, Sang Wan trudged forward, her journey both arduous and resolute.
Just as she had traversed halfway, the rain began to cascade down in a flurry of droplets. Meow! A faint mew resonated, and suddenly,
a flash of color darted from the nursery, sinking its teeth into the hem of Sang Wan's trousers.
Meow! Mew mew!
The orange-on-white tabby tugged at her pants, pulling her toward the nursery as if imploring, "It's raining, you fool, come seek shelter." Observing Sang Wan frozen in place, the tabby anxiously circled around her, yet stubbornly refused to abandon its post to find refuge from the rain. Sang Wan, in a daze, exclaimed, "Orange!
Orange? Meow!" The ginger cat,
overjoyed at being recognized by Sang Wan, disregarded the rain-soaked ground and lay on its back, proudly exposing its pinkish-white belly. Sang Wan blinked, momentarily stunned.
At the tender age of 16, she found herself infatuated with Lu Jinnian. After promising to be his girlfriend following the college entrance examination at 18, she married him at 20. By 23, she gave birth to Xiao Mu. She devoted 12 years of her life to loving Lu Jinnian. Yet he did not reciprocate her feelings. After raising Xiao Mu, who was indifferent to her, for 5 years, she felt a profound sense of loss. However, in this moment, the small orange cat she had barely cared for recognized her and sought to shelter her from the rain. Tears streamed down Sang Wan's face like a torrential rain. The orange cat crouched down, gently touching its head. With a choked voice, Sang Wan lamented. I have lost everything and can no longer afford the expensive cat food and canned treats. Will you come with me? Meow. The orange cat stood upright, its front paws pawing at Sang Wan's arm, nuzzling against her tear-streaked cheek. Sang Wan decisively lifted the orange cat and strode outward. Suddenly, a torrential rain descended. In but a fleeting moment, Sang Wan was drenched to the bone. Nevertheless, she persisted in her forward march, exiting the community gate under the astonished gaze of the security guard. The downpour blurred her vision, with strands of hair plastered against her face, rendering the path ahead nearly indistinguishable. Each step she took sent sharp pangs of pain through her feet, and occasionally, she was splattered with water from passing vehicles, leaving her utterly soaked. Sang Wan appeared utterly oblivious, her expression numb as she pressed onward. Beep. Beep. The sound of a horn pierced the air, prompting Sang Wan to step aside. In the next moment, a sleek black business car angled to a stop before her. The lace strapless top was adorned with an expanse of white, revealing her exquisite collarbone. Yet, Lu Yu was acutely aware that this was not Sang Wan's usual style. She had never donned such attire. Moreover, she was barefoot at that moment, exuding an undeniable air of disarray. Without hesitation, he ushered her into the car, while the perceptive driver promptly handed her a blanket and activated the heater. Yes, the driver acknowledged, as the vehicle glided smoothly into the curtain of rain. She wanted to decline, to simply request a ride to the hotel. She also wished to express her gratitude. Yet, as the words lingered on her lips, she caught sight of Lu Yi's rain-soaked coat and damp hair, realizing that he had witnessed her at her most vulnerable. Sang Wan, in a moment of surrender, decided to abandon all pretenses. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, the business vehicle came to a halt in the underground garage. As he removed his suit jacket and handed it to Sang Wan, Lu Yi reached out to grasp the blanket she was holding. The blanket slipped away, revealing a feline head nestled within, emitting a soft meow. Lu Yi remarked, Senior, you must not have dedicated yourself to your cultivation in your past life. Sang Wan raised her eyes. Lu Yi wore a bemused expression. He was, after all, just a clay statue struggling to cross the river, preoccupied with his own survival, let alone having the capacity to save her. Sang Wan opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. Lu Yi reached out and pulled away the blanket and the cat from her grasp. Be careful, Sang Wan urgently reminded her. The blanket and the cat had fallen into Lu Yi's embrace. The tiny creature, no larger than a fist, resembled a cactus as it fluffed up its fur and exhaled breathily toward Lu Jinnian. The vigilant little orange cat, cautiously retreating with its rear raised, seemed determined to evade capture by Xiao Mu. Whether it was the rain that had rendered it dazed or the remnants of sleep that clouded its mind, at that moment, it exhibited no wariness. Lazily lifting its eyelids to glance at Lu Yi, it soon closed its eyes once more in a languid manner. The orange cat even found a comfortable position, burying its entire head into Lu Yi's embrace. Sang Wan observed as Lu Yi turned and entered the elevator. She was uncertain whether Lu Yi's words were directed at her or the orange cat. Her gaze fell upon the damp and disheveled back seat. Sang Wan hesitated for a few seconds before alighting from the vehicle and following Lu Yi into the elevator. Chapter 16, Brother. Have you hidden a beauty in your golden house? Upon reaching the underground parking lot, she stepped out of the elevator and paused at the entrance, overwhelmed by an inexplicable reluctance to proceed. The spacious and opulent living room before her was adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing a breathtaking vista of verdant, undulating mountains. The soft hues of beige and light gray lent an air of gentleness to the residence, diminishing some of the gloom that lingered in Lu Yi's expression. Yet, Sang Wan found herself unable to take even a single step forward. Water dripped from her, leaving a trail of dampness behind. And muddy footprints marred the floor near the elevator. She had shed her gown in front of numerous witnesses at the Liu family villa without a hint of embarrassment. But in this moment, she felt utterly discomposed. Lu Yi moved directly to the shoe cabinet, retrieving a pair of pristine cotton slippers, which he unwrapped and placed at her feet. Go take a shower and tend to your wounds afterward, he instructed. If you wish to avoid catching a cold, you must obediently comply. He gestured towards the bedroom while discarding his tie onto the sofa, simultaneously retrieving his phone to make a call. Have they dispersed? Reschedule for another day. His voice was deep, authoritative. Against the backdrop of his black attire, he resembled a domineering CEO from a contemporary romantic drama. Of course. This image was slightly undermined by the orange cat nestled in the crook of his arm. Water puddled on the floor, expanding into a small pool. Sang Wan felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Losing a little dignity seemed no different from experiencing a monumental disgrace. With determination, Sang Wan slipped on her slippers and entered the bedroom. The deep gray room was infused with a chilly fragrance, reminiscent of a Nordic fir forest, enveloping her senses. After orienting herself, she pushed open the bathroom door. As she tossed her wet clothes into the laundry basket, her gaze faltered for a moment. What would she wear? Surely she couldn't remain wrapped in a towel at Lu Ye's residence. She was uncertain how long it would take for the errand runner to arrive. In the living room, Lu Yi furrowed his brow as he observed the shadow cast upon the floor-to-ceiling windows. The ugly orange cat lay curled in his arms, resembling a feline sausage. And he could not help but frown. Regardless of whether it involved billions or trillions, had he not heard the heavens proclaim that today was ill-suited for signing contracts? If they were amenable, he would convey that he could concede a point, otherwise, it was of no consequence. He remained oblivious to the significance of the contract awaiting his signature. Lu Yi abruptly ended the call, casting a glance at the orange cat, which was now rolling its eyes in slumber. Surveying the room, he noted the spacious sofa and the soft carpet, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Before Lu Yi could further indulge in his thoughts, the orange cat awoke, stretching languidly before leaping to the ground, surveying its territory like a vigilant monarch. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. The sound of rushing water emerged from the bathroom, and recalling the earlier scene. Lu Yi composed himself and made a call, inquiring if there were any unworn garments available for delivery. Do you have men's clothing? He added, exasperated. Brother! Are you hiding a beauty? The voice on the other end of the line pierced his eardrums with its exuberance. Brother! The shock was abruptly silenced as Lu Yi promptly terminated the call. Sang Wan indulged in a soothing hot bath, wrapping herself snugly in a towel. Just as she switched on the hairdryer, a knock echoed from the bathroom door. Her heart raced, and before she could respond, a lively female voice called out from outside. Sister, I've left your clothes at the door. They're all new, so rest assured. With that, the bedroom door was slammed shut, seemingly to alleviate any lingering doubts Sang Wan might have had. Sang Wan opened the door, only to behold a bag lying on the ground. Inside were a set of black lingerie still imbued with the warmth of the dryer, alongside a lake green bohemian-style long skirt, exuding an air of leisure and comfort. Sang Wan, having dried her hair and changed her attire, stepped out of her bedroom. Upon exiting, she was momentarily taken aback. On the sofa sat a short-haired girl clad in a short-sleeved, casual outfit, excitedly tugging a tie around Lu Yi's neck. Her eyes sparkled like bright stars. Speak quickly. Otherwise, next year on this day will be your Memorial Day. Clearly unprepared for Sang Wan's swift emergence from the bathroom, the girl was momentarily stunned. Lu Yi yanked the tie from her grasp and casually tossed it into the trash bin. I will count to 3, then you must vanish. 1, 2, 3. The girl remained entranced by Sang Wan's beauty, but suddenly hearing the countdown, she bolted, exclaiming, Lu Yi, you are lacking in martial ethics. Where's the 2? Beautiful sister, it is a pleasure to meet you, until next time. Farewell. As her words faded, she had already vanished into the elevator. Sang Wan. The doctor will arrive shortly, please take a seat for now. With a gesture, Sang Wan was invited to sit as Lu Yi made his way to the kitchen. He returned with a cup of warm milk, offering it to her. That was Jiang Kur. The clothes you are wearing were a gift from her. So, is she your girlfriend? Sang Wan took a sip of milk. Her eyes sparkling with joy, a charming young girl whom I adore. No, said Lu Yi, she is my sister. Sang Wan appeared bewildered. Lu Yi continued. Her father is my third uncle, she carries her mother's surname. She lives in the adjacent building, making it quite convenient to come over. All right, Lu Yi nodded. The doorbell rang, and Lu Yi stepped forward to open the door. Two teams of doctors entered in succession. One team attended to Sang Wan's temperature and tended to her foot injury, while the other team carried the orange cat to the room. As Sang Wan raised her eyes once more, she found that Lu Yi had vanished. Though she had been caught in the rain, she had not developed a fever. The doctor, ever meticulous, had left behind medication and instructed Sang Wan to take the appropriate remedies should she exhibit any corresponding symptoms. The wound on her foot had also been tended to and treated with ointment. Even the orange cat that had been brought into the room emerged with its fur fluffed and its tail held high, displaying a cheerful demeanor. Once the doctor departed, the spacious living room fell into a serene silence. It was uncertain when the rain would cease. Senior, clad in a white t-shirt and trousers. Lu Yi now walked barefoot across the floor, shedding the brooding, aloof persona of a domineering CEO. Casually ruffling his still damp hair, he smiled at Sang Wan and inquired. Is this how you behave when visiting others' homes? Sang Wan was taken aback, lowering her gaze to scrutinize herself. What was wrong? Every part of her felt bristled. As if she were not at home, but rather in an interrogation room. The fragrant aroma of coffee, infused with hints of fruitwood, wafted through the living room. Moments later, Lu Yi approached with 2 cups of coffee, offering one to Sang Wan before settling down on the floor beside the large window. A few meters apart, he gazed outside, admiring the rain-soaked scenery. Sang Wan has become much more at ease. Then, Lu Yi inquired, Senior, do you have any regrets? Sang Wan was taken aback. Chapter 17, A Big Revelation Approaches. Regretting what? The divorce. Indeed, it was a source of happiness. However, from this moment onward, it would be Lin Chaoqiao by the side of Lu Jinnian and Lu Xiao Mu. As for her, I harbor no regrets. Sang Wan rose with a smile, sauntering slowly to the window, where she took her seat with deliberate ease. Turning her gaze towards the torrential downpour outside, she felt a profound gratitude for the rain that graced the day. It was ample and frigid, sufficient to awaken her from the slumber of her heart, allowing her to tear away the shroud of darkness that had enshrouded her spirit. It granted her clarity to perceive the true nature of those around her. They were not worthy of her selfless sacrifices. Not at all. As long as she held no regrets. Lu Yi seemed to be in high spirits. Raising his coffee cup in a toast, proclaiming, May you, from this day forth, see your wishes fulfilled and your path adorned with blossoms. Thank you. Sang Wan graciously raised her glass in appreciation. They spoke of the unusually abundant rainfall in the capital this year, pondering whether it might be a reflection of unresolved grievances among the populace. The conversation then shifted to the remarkable newcomers in the architectural design sphere over recent years, as well as the outstanding designs that have captured the industry's attention. Sang Wan became increasingly animated as their conversation progressed. It had been an eternity since she had engaged in such extensive dialogue with anyone. Lu Jinnian, however, lacked the leisure to listen to her. Her former classmates and colleagues had all pursued their respective paths after graduation. The only moments of such unreserved and seamless conversation, devoid of awkwardness, were with Sui and this very instance with Lu Yi. What about you? She inquired, shifting the topic. You were once an outstanding graduate from our School of Architectural Design. I recall you even had a distinguished resume from Yale's School of Architecture. I had assumed you would undoubtedly become a world-class architect. The moment the words slipped from her lips, Sang Wan realized her error. Given Lu Ye's privileged background, it was evident he was destined for a business career. No matter how passionate one's dreams may be, they ultimately resemble flowers in water or the moon reflected in a mirror, mere fleeting illusions. Indeed, Lu Yi shrugged, I believe that too. However, the whims of fate are unpredictable. In response to his lament, Sang Wan could only express her incredulity, exclaiming, "That's a bit excessive. Such top-tier pretentiousness." Pretentiousness? Lu Yi chuckled, casting aside his coffee cup. Sitting cross-legged and directing his gaze at Sang Wan. "I know you won't believe me when I say this. How about this, join the Lu Corporation and assist me? For 3 years. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and his smile was infectious. "I assure you, 3 years from now, the names Sang Wan and Lu Yi will resound throughout the international architectural design realm. What do you say?"
Sang Wan chuckled softly, expressing her disbelief that the Lu family, renowned for its talents, could not provide assistance.
"But I only trust you," Lu Yi remarked casually. Sang Wan was momentarily taken aback.
A brief silence enveloped the living room. Lu Yi lowered his head, grasping his cup to sip some coffee before diverting the conversation.
"What about you? What are your plans for the future?" "To seek employment. To work diligently, and then to realize my dreams. If I..." Lu Yi. As if anticipating Lu Ye's next words, Sang Wan interjected, "Thank you.
To have encountered such an opportunity today, I feel it has consumed much of my fortune."
"Truly, thank you."
Clearly, Sang Wan said nothing. Yet Lu Yi seemed to discern the underlying meaning in her silence.
He nodded, a hint of a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. "Senior, you are indeed still the same as you were back then." Sang Wan was taken aback.
During their time at the Imperial University, Lu Yi had often teased her, claiming that she possessed a peculiar ability to anticipate his thoughts. Subsequently, she would deftly shift the conversation before he could utter a word.
In essence,
she sought to prevent him from speaking. After many years apart, she remained unchanged. Sang Wan bowed her head and smiled.
In the past,
she had been skeptical of fate and the law of causality, but now she had begun to embrace them.
If each person's fortune is finite,
then having narrowly escaped death once and evaded disaster again today suggests that her good luck might be nearly exhausted.
It must not be squandered any longer. Good fortune should be conserved for times of utter desperation.
Engrossed in conversation, she only now noticed that the rain had ceased.
"Very well. If Lu Yi no longer insists, I shall have the driver take you home."
Sang Wan nodded, then rose again, pausing momentarily. Her gaze fell upon a dignified and charming orange cat crouching at the edge of the carpet.
After its bath and examination, its fur was immaculate and fluffy, resembling a delightful mascot. Remembering that the hotel did not permit pets, Sang Wan's expression faltered. "Luo Yi, could you assist me with one more favor?" she began.
But before she could finish her sentence, she noticed the orange cat stretching leisurely, its paw resting on the armrest of the sofa. The cream-colored sofa in the center of the living room was something Sang Wan had seen in luxury catalogs, a masterpiece worth over $1 million. With a mere swipe of the cat's paw, it could potentially cause a loss of tens of thousands.
Sang Wan took a few steps forward and cradled the prepared orange cat in her arms, assuring, "It's all right. However, I have matters to attend to."
Lu Yi, with his hands tucked in his pockets, gazed at the orange cat in Sang Wan's embrace with a smile in his eyes. "I have arranged an appointment with the veterinarian. They will come over shortly to administer deworming. Furthermore, it requires vaccinations tomorrow."
"If you take it away, the doctor will arrive to find no one here. Why not keep it here for the time being?" Lu Yi suggested. "After the vaccinations are completed and you've settled in, you can take it with you then. What do you think?" "All right."
The orange cat affectionately nuzzled Sang Wan's face, as if in agreement, then brushed against Lu Ye's trousers, weaving in an S shape. The soft fur tickled the back of his foot, creating a delightful sensation that fluttered through his heart.
Lu Ye's gaze softened.
In his ears and heart echoed Sang Wan's tender call of mom.
When he looked up again,
he noticed that Sang Wan had changed into her shoes. The pitiful figure caught in the downpour moments ago had transformed into a stunningly elegant and radiant fashionista. Reflecting on that serendipitous encounter, which he could scarcely believe himself, Lu Yi, who had once despised rain, felt his spirits lift at this moment.
The delicate and comfortable lambskin slippers seemed to alleviate the pain in his feet.
Rather than having Lu Yi relay messages,
it would be more straightforward to approach Jiang Core directly. "Sounds good." Lu Yi retrieved his phone and sent Sang Wan Zheng Kor's WeChat contact. Sang Wan stepped into the elevator. As the door slid shut, she vanished from sight.
Lu Yi released his grip, allowing the orange cat to leap onto the carpet. He sent a WeChat message to Zheng Kor, stating, "Do not inquire about what should remain unasked, and refrain from saying what ought not to be spoken."
Why should that be dictated? The mouth is affixed to my face, and I should have the autonomy to govern it. On the other end, Zheng Kor responded with a playful, swaying emoticon while simultaneously accepting Sang Wan's friend request. Exiting the screen, she was greeted by a transfer notification from Lu Yi. Adorned with a string of 666,666. In the dimly lit gaming room, Zheng Kor's eyes sparkled with excitement. A significant opportunity was afoot. Wealth was within reach.
Chapter 18, Why Must Women Complicate Matters for One Another? Once again, it was the same business vehicle they had occupied earlier, its seats pristine and the air refreshing, devoid of the previous chaos and filth. As she disembarked, Sang Wan expressed her gratitude profusely.
The driver smiled courteously, replying, "It is my honor to serve you." Upon returning to her room, the clock read past 6. Lacking an appetite and feeling slightly dizzy, Sang Wan performed a quick wash before curling up with her pillow beneath the covers. In the dead of night, a fever indeed struck her. She retrieved the medication prescribed by the doctor and swallowed a few pills before drifting back into slumber. When dawn broke, she was roused by the ringing of her phone. Forcing her eyes open, she discovered it was already past 9. The screen displayed an unfamiliar landline number. Sang Wan sat up and answered the phone. "Hello? May I ask if this is Miss Sang?"
The polite and gentle voice on the other end continued, "I am calling from Dingley Architectural Design Company, Limited.
Do you have time to come for an interview today?" After a brief moment of astonishment, Sang Wan regained her composure.
The interview was scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and she found herself staring blankly at the silent television screen for quite some time.
She was familiar with Dingley,
a prominent architectural design firm in the country, renowned for its edifices that adorn various provinces and cities nationwide. On the first day she submitted her resume. She had chosen Dingley, but a week had passed without a word. She had assumed she had been eliminated from consideration. To her pleasant surprise, fortune had smiled upon her. Instantly invigorated, she cast aside her earlier feelings of dizziness and malaise.
Sang Wan swiftly rose from her slumber and proceeded to freshen up.
With merely 10 minutes remaining until 2 o'clock, she stepped into the magnificent hall. The corridor leading to the interview floor was already bustling with over 10 individuals. A glance revealed anxious fresh graduates alongside composed and seasoned middle-aged candidates.
After registering with the interview coordinator, Sang Wan found an empty seat and settled down to wait in silence.
One by one, the candidates were summoned, and by the time it was Sang Wan's turn,
an hour had passed. As Sang Wan entered the interview room, she immediately locked eyes with the woman seated at the center.
Clad in a white shirt and a black skirt, the woman, identified by the nameplate as Tao Lingxin, held the esteemed position of director of the design department. An instinctive awareness washed over Sang Wan. It was evident that Tao Lingxin harbored a profound dislike for her, more specifically, an aversion that seemed almost visceral. As if Sang Wan bore some notorious past. Yet, she was acutely aware that there was none. Shoving aside the inexplicable sensation, Sang Wan presented her resume.
"Hello, Director Tao.
My name is Sang Wan, a graduate from the Department of Architectural Design at the Imperial Capital University.
Here is my resume."
Tao Lingxin's gaze remained fixed on Sang Wan's face for several moments before it finally drifted down to the document in her hands.
A cold smirk graced her lips as she noted, "An outstanding graduate from the Imperial University,
with a year of experience at the Lu Corporation and 6 years in full-time roles."
Having scanned the resume,
Tao Lingxin mentally labeled Sang Wan as a once capable individual whose skills had become obsolete, reduced to a love-stricken housewife.
However, with the boss's endorsement,
Sang Wan would inevitably be accepted, a scenario that was not only unjust to the diligent architects already in the field but also to the recently eliminated candidates who had shown remarkable promise.
"Miss Sang." The Human Resources Director posed several questions, to which Sang Wan responded with clarity and fluency.
Tao Lingxin straightened her posture, crossing her arms.
"You have seen the 11 designers before you, haven't you?
Compared to fresh graduates, you are not their equal in youth. In contrast to the other architects, You lack their rich design experience. Furthermore, you carry the additional burden of family obligations.
So, pray tell, what merit do you possess that justifies your admission?
This inquiry was essentially probing her for any distinctive advantages she might offer.
Sang Wan hesitated. This hard-won opportunity was not one she could easily relinquish.
My graduation project from the Imperial University had already taken root in Xicheng. During my year at the Lu Corporation, I completed 2 design works bearing my name.
I trust this suffices to demonstrate my professional capabilities.
Choosing to work full-time for 6 years was a personal decision, yet I have not ceased my pursuit of knowledge. Over the past 6 years, I have diligently followed the renowned architects, both domestic and international, along with their creations. Compared to recent graduates, I possess a wealth of experience and knowledge. In contrast to the other architects, I am still youthful.
Awaiting the notification felt akin to a gentle rejection.
With a resigned sigh, Sang Wan stood and thanked them before exiting the conference room. A little over 10 minutes later, Tao Lingxin entered the boss's office with her polished resume in hand.
Mr. Qin.
She pushed the door open and placed 2 resumes before her superior, Qin Baichuan.
The Sang Wan you asked me to retain has already been interviewed.
While her work is lackluster, it would be a pity to discard it.
However, I believe another candidate is far more exceptional. Please take a look. Lackluster yet a pity to discard.
Lu Yi lazily rose, a cold smile adorning her face.
If it were truly lackluster, would this resume have even reached your boss's desk? We are both women, must we engage in such rivalry? Don't you agree, Ms. Lu?
Lu Yi, clearly surprised that her veiled thoughts were discerned, had her intentions laid bare before the boss. It felt as though her face had been slapped in plain view. Tao Lingxin's expression darkened momentarily. Without granting her an opportunity to explain, Lu Yi turned on her heel and departed.
Lu Yi!
Qin Baichuan called out as he pursued her, only to find Lu Yi already stepping into the elevator.
Reflecting on his earlier inquiry,
he pondered why he hadn't simply invited Sang Wan into the Lu Corporation, considering how much he cared.
She is far too proud to accept any backdoor entry. Lu Yi retorted.
An opportunity to bring the lofty heir down to earth had presented itself, yet he had failed to appreciate it, ruined by the foolishness of his subordinate. Turning back to Tao Lingxin, Qin Baichuan wore a mocking smile.
You'd best clean your neck and pray. Tao Lingxin was taken aback.
Qin Baichuan spoke in a low voice, pray that you and Sang Wan do not encounter each other at the bidding conference.
How could that be?
She incredulously replied. To even qualify for the architectural project bidding conference, one must first be a senior architect and then hold signing authority within the company.
How could a mere full-time housewife like Sang Wan?
It was unclear whether she had misheard or if the world had truly descended into madness beyond her comprehension.
Senior sister.
A familiar voice called out as Sang Wan stood by the roadside, lost in thought.
Just a minute ago.
She had received a call from the front desk of Dingley, informing her of her employment and instructing her to report on the following Monday.
But how could this be? Tao Lingxin had seemed utterly resistant to her, with disdain evident in every glance.
How could they possibly have hired her? As Sang Wan lifted her gaze once more, she beheld the sleek black Ferrari gliding to a halt before her.
The wing-like doors ascended gracefully. In the driver's seat, Lu Yi removed his sunglasses,
his expression radiating the delight of an unexpected encounter.
What a coincidence! Chapter 19, What are you truly afraid of? Get in.
Lu Yi gestured with a slight nod, declaring, there is no time like the present, allow me the pleasure of treating you to a meal.
She contemplated declining, seeking a polite excuse to refuse his invitation.
However, Lu Yi's Ferrari was parked in a designated bus stop.
A bus, approaching slowly from a distance, sounded its horn insistently.
Fully aware of Lu Yi's tenacious nature, she recognized that once he made a decision, it was unlikely to be reversed.
Should they remain at an impasse? The number of onlookers would only increase. Sang Wan hesitated for a moment before gracefully settling into the passenger seat. The Ferrari purred to life, gliding smoothly away.
The door descended gently.
How are you, Juju? Have you been behaving?
I hope I haven't caused you any trouble.
Juju? Oh, are you referring to 2S?
If you had mentioned it was called Juju earlier, I wouldn't have given it a different name, which made me train until midnight yesterday.
What exactly is 2S? With 4 legs running so swiftly, the only other thing in my home besides the car is it. The car came from a 4S dealership. So that must make it 2S, then. The dining venue was a secluded private restaurant. As the door to the elegant room closed, Sang Wan let out a sigh of relief. You. The two spoke in unison. Lu Yi chuckled, you go first. Sang Wan took a sip of tea to suppress the peculiar feeling within her. Were you merely passing by? Indeed, replied Lu Yi with a smile. The aim of expanding the company is precisely so that I, as the owner, can lead a life of leisure. If I were to adhere to a 9-to-5 routine, then the Lu family business would be on the brink of bankruptcy. Just joking, of course. If the Lu family were to face insolvency, it would not be long before the economy itself crumbled. The peculiar sensation within Sang Wan regarding their unexpected reunion grew increasingly pronounced. Just then, Lu Yi inquired. What about you? How did the interview turn out? How did you know I was here for an interview? Sang Wan felt a flicker of doubt. Lu Yi lifted the purple clay teapot to pour her some tea, a playful smile adorning his face. What else would you be doing at Dingley? If not enjoying afternoon tea? Ah, that does make sense. She suddenly realized that her wariness was excessive. It's just that I'm afraid of being indebted to you again. As she anticipated, he had indeed expected this response. Relieved, Sang Wan's smile blossomed. Unable to resist teasing him, she asked, why are you a senior architect and not the director? Do you think I am incapable of being a design director? Because your ambitions lie elsewhere. Lu Yi replied with a casual chuckle. Sang Wan was momentarily taken aback, her heart pounding fiercely. When she joined the Lu Corporation, Lu Jinnian held the position of deputy project director, while she herself was merely a junior architect. She jokingly inquired of Lu Jinnian whether his mother still found it difficult to accept her, thus treating her with such disparity. At that time, what had Lu Jinnian said? He remarked, Wan Wan, stop joking. Although you are an outstanding graduate from the Imperial University, your excellence is confined to academic achievements, how can you manage? He also reassured her, Wan Wan, do not worry. I am on your side. If you work diligently, there will come a day when you can ascend to a senior executive position in the Lu Corporation. Yet, it was evident that they had graduated and commenced their careers together, and he too had not yet completed a construction project. Sang Wanning. The Lu Jinnian asserted that Su Baohui simply could not accept her, preferred this to a denial of her capabilities and qualifications. After all, she had never aspired to the position of director. Her ambitions lay within the blueprints. To flawlessly design a building that met the client's requirements and to witness her designs transform from mere sketches into towering structures was the pinnacle of her dreams. Whether she held the title of senior architect, director, or even CEO mattered little to her. As long as she could realize her dreams, she would gladly embrace a lifetime as an architect. At that moment, Lu Yi unhesitatingly stated that her aspirations lay elsewhere. He understood her. Suppressing the faint stirrings of emotion within her, Sang Wan's gaze fell upon the menu. Her phone chimed melodiously. Hello Sang Wan. This is Chung Jingran from the Architectural Project Department of the Lu Group. Direct and to the point, the voice on the other end was light and clear. I came across your resume online and would like to inquire when you would be available for an interview? In a fleeting moment of bewilderment, Sang Wan was certain that she had never submitted her resume to the Lu Corporation. The reason was singular, Lu Yi. Yet, she unexpectedly received a call for an interview from the Lu Company. Director Chang. Sang Wan gazed at Lu Yi, who was currently engrossed in selecting dishes across the table, and spoke, I have never submitted my resume to the Lu Corporation. Lu Yi suddenly lifted his gaze. Sang Wan distinctly perceived the astonishment reflected in his eyes. At that moment, Cheng Jingran's voice resonated from the phone, let me be straightforward, Senior Sang. I am from the Architecture Department of the Imperial University. In the first architecture design class of our 2016 cohort, Professor Wu showcased an exceptional graduate project on the PPT, which was your design for the Cloud Sea Library. Senior Sang, during our time at school, you were not only the goddess of our department but also an indelible nightmare.
I am truly honored to have the opportunity to work alongside you after all these years, though I am uncertain if you will grant me this chance. Despite the fact that she was the job seeker and he held the decisive power as her superior, Chang Jingran's emotional intelligence shone through. Her words crafted with such elegance that it seemed the authority rested in her hands. On one hand, it felt like mere coincidence, as Chang Jingran had stated. They were senior and junior, akin to kin, and it was natural for opportunities to lean towards one's own. On the other hand, there lingered a worry that perhaps there were ulterior motives at play.
Sang Wan pondered for a moment and inquired, "May I take a moment to consider?"
"Of course."
Chang Jingran replied with alacrity. "Senior, would it be convenient for me to add you on WeChat?"
"I will add you. Is this the phone number you called from?"
"Indeed."
The call ended, and she proceeded to add her on WeChat.
As Sang Wan was busy revising her notes, Chang Jingran had already swiftly sent 2 messages on WeChat.
"Hello?
Senior. I am Chang Jingran." After replying with a simple good, Sang Wan turned her attention back to Lu Yi and directly inquired, "Lu Yi, was this arranged by you?"
"I said it wasn't, do you believe me?" Lu Yi gazed at Sang Wan with an expression of calm assurance.
Sang Wan experienced a moment of silence. She believed.
Yet she could not articulate the source of that trust. Moreover, how fortuitous it was. First, he appeared promptly during yesterday's heavy rain. Then, there was their recent chance encounter. Coupled with the phone call regarding Chang Jingran's interview. The coincidences were so remarkable that she found it hard to accept them as mere happenstance.
Noticing Sang Wan's hesitation,
Lu Yi pushed aside the menu, reclined against the sofa with a languid smile, and said, "Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. With such a large enterprise as ours, the recruitment of an architect falls under the purview of the Design and Human Resources departments. I have not yet reached the level of folly where I would involve myself in such trivialities. Furthermore," Lu Yi leaned forward, his strikingly handsome face drawing closer to Sang Wan's as he continued, "If I truly wished to arrange something, I could simply appoint you directly to the design department as a senior architect.
Why go to such lengths for an interview with an uncertain outcome?"
His words bore a semblance of reason.
Sang Wan found herself somewhat persuaded.
She noticed the twinkle of amusement in Lu Yi's eyes as he asked, "Senior,
have you made your decision? Will you accept the olive branch extended by the Lu family? It's merely an interview."
Her heart raced with anticipation. As if she had already grasped Chang Jingran's hand, hearing her welcoming words to join the Lu family.
Sang Wan appeared somewhat hesitant, still uncertain. Just then, Lu Yi changed his tone. "Sang Wan."
By the bright floor-to-ceiling window, the young man clad in a black shirt and suit wore a wild yet captivating smile. His gaze bold and defiant. "What, pray tell, are you truly afraid of?"
Chapter 20, Who was that wild man just now?
What is there to fear?
It is merely an interview.
Yet, when confronted by Lu Yi's deep, penetrating eyes, it felt as though he could truly see through her hesitant heart.
Sang Wan spoke with a hint of stammering, I do not."
"You do." The young and handsome man reclined languidly against the armrest of the sofa, exuding an air of careless nonchalance. His gaze was light and unassuming. Yet, Sang Wan inexplicably felt that his scrutiny pierced through her like the blinding sunlight outside, penetrating deep into her heart and shattering her anxious entanglements and hesitations.
"I do not." Sang Wan's resolute denial resonated more firmly than before.
Despite her 6 years of full-time commitment, she had never relinquished her initial passion for those pursuits.
She could effortlessly recount the designer of each architectural blueprint,
the company it originated from, and the design studio involved. She was well-versed in the recently developed eco-friendly materials utilized in her projects. All of this knowledge was at her fingertips, except for the practical application. Before departing from the Lu firm, she had already attained the status of a mid-level architect.
Upon joining the Lu firm, the worst-case scenario would be starting anew as a junior architect.
She feared neither beginning from scratch nor losing face.
"I am not afraid at all." Sang Wan raised her gaze and said, "Luo Yi, do not underestimate me."
"Of course not," Luo Yi replied earnestly. "You are the senior I admire the most. I would never belittle anyone, especially not you." Sang Wan felt that the midday sun was so dazzling that Lu Ye's gaze was imbued with such intensity that she found it impossible to meet his eyes directly. Sang Wan averted her gaze. Despite the mere inches that separated them, there was an overwhelming sensation of heat finally dissipating.
Sang Wan exhaled softly.
She then observed Lu Yi smiling as he said, "Senior, we warmly welcome you to join the Lu family."
Of course. This is contingent upon your success in the interview with the design department.
As the sound of knocking echoed, the waiter entered, served the dishes, and then promptly exited.
Lu Yi raised his chin slightly, engaging in conversation while enjoying his meal.
The dining experience extended for over an hour.
Observing Sang Wan set down her chopsticks,
Lu Yi gestured for the waiter to return and clear the table.
The waiter swiftly entered, carrying a tray of tea.
Watching Lu Yi methodically cleanse the tea utensils and select the leaves, Sang Wan felt an inexplicable sense of discord. It was rare for young people to possess the tranquility required to brew tea nowadays.
Young people?
Lu Yi chuckled softly. "Do you consider yourself old? Why do you speak with such antiquated notions?" Perhaps it was the weariness of the heart, even though she was merely 2 years his senior.
Yet, she had indeed experienced death once.
Sang Wan chuckled. "I believe my psychological age is several hundred years old." Lu Yi paused, as if recalling something. He prepared a cup of rose tea and handed it to Sang Wan, saying, "In our celestial realm, someone of your several hundred years is still considered a young spirit." Sang Wan, as I stepped out of the restaurant, the clock had already passed 8, and the night was shrouded in darkness. At this point in the conversation,
to decline any further would seem rather pretentious. Sang Wan settled into the car as the Ferrari raced towards the hotel. Outside the window lay the enchanting nightscape of the capital, illuminated by twinkling lights. The vehicle surged forward, weaving through a tapestry of flickering lights from countless homes.
Everything in sight exuded a serene depth and exquisite beauty.
Sang Wan gazed in a daze.
Over the past few years, she had never ventured out at night. She had to read picture books to Lu Xiao Mu, bathe her, and lull her to sleep. It had been many years since she had last witnessed such a beautiful nightscape. Indeed, being single was truly preferable. Sang Wan chuckled softly, sighing. The building in the night seemed transformed, its voice cool and detached, as if to say, "It is because you have married the wrong person. Hey! There's no need to stab like that." She savored a delicious meal, relished the fragrant rose tea, and engaged in a conversation about the past that she had longed to discuss but found no one to share it with. Sang Wan was in high spirits.
"And how about you? Announcing the cancellation of an engagement on the very day it was to be celebrated, do you feel you have chosen the wrong partner?" "Indeed."
Lu Yi admitted with a sense of ease. He initially thought he could settle for it. However, he soon realized that settling was not an option after all.
"Why didn't you discover this sooner? From the perspective of happiness, I can understand you.
Yet, from the standpoint of Miss Xiao, as a woman, your actions seem rather
callous." The last word was uttered by Sang Wan with the slightest inflection. Nevertheless, Lu Yi heard it, and if being callous is what it is, so be it.
As long as he could marry the person he wished to wed and attain the happiness he desired, he remained indifferent to how others perceived him.
Indeed. He was still that flamboyant, reckless Lu Yi from their days at the Imperial University. Sang Wan couldn't help but smile as the vehicle came to a steady halt before the crosswalk.
As Sang Wan turned her head, she found Lu Yi inquiring, "Senior,
what about you? Do you think I am a scoundrel as well?" My heart inexplicably raced.
Sang Wan herself was oblivious to the source of her anxiety.
The traffic light turned green.
With a gentle reminder, Sang Wan turned her head and sat up straight. The vehicle roared to life, enveloping the cabin in a profound silence. Glancing at the time, it was still relatively early.
Sang Wan sent a WeChat message to Chung Jingran, scheduling an interview for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
As Sang Wan entered Sui's chat window to engage in conversation, the vehicle came to a halt once more.
This time at the entrance of the hotel. After exchanging greetings, Sang Wan gracefully exited the car through the sliding door. Sang Wan could not help but exhale softly.
As she turned around, just as she was about to take a step, a chilling voice called out from behind, "Sang Wan."
There stood Lu Jinnian,
leaning against the door of his Mercedes, which was parked beneath a tree by the roadside.
Who was that wild man just now?
He discarded the cigarette but in his hand and strode forward with measured steps, a frigid smile gracing his lips.
No wonder you were so eager to divorce me. It seems you have already found a replacement. However, Sang Wan, your taste appears to be rather lacking. In the dim light of the night, the sleek black car's door opened extravagantly, like wings unfurling, before it slowly descended. One might naturally assume it was a recently launched domestic vehicle, which had been ridiculed in car enthusiast forums as a vehicle suited for pretentious men. Lu Jinnian, his expression dark and mocking, remarked, Sang Wan, after all these years as Mrs. Lu, do you truly think you can share a bed with such a man? A resounding slap echoed through the air. Chapter 21, Stay Tonight. Lu Jinnian, you are truly despicable. The sting of the slap reverberated painfully in her palm. Sang Wan's expression was as cold as frost. Do not presume that all individuals are akin to yourself. She turned on her heel, only to have her wrist firmly grasped by Lu Jinnian. However, Lu Jinnian was unprepared for the astonishing strength of Sang Wan. With a swift elbow jab, it felt as though his stomach was being punctured. Before he could catch his breath, Sang Wan's sharp stiletto heel brutally pressed down upon the top of his foot. With a release of his grip, Sang Wan effortlessly withdrew her arm. When he raised his gaze once more, she had already entered the hotel, her silhouette completely vanished from view. Lu Jinnian's expression darkened. He had come to deliver a warning to Sang Wan. The previous day's debacle at the birthday banquet had been excessively embarrassing, and upon reflection, Lu Jinnian recognized a grave concern. Even a cornered rabbit may bite. Although Sang Wan is gentle and virtuous, with a pleasant temperament, one can never predict the extent of her reaction when pushed to her limits. With the municipal bidding conference looming, should Sang Wan become irate and speak indiscreetly, it could not only affect the stock price of the Lu Corporation but also tarnish Lu Jinnian's image in the eyes of municipal leaders, rendering the consequences far too grave. To his surprise, she did not answer his call. It seemed she had blocked him on WeChat. After a night of waiting, he was confronted with the sight of her radiantly descending from the vehicle of a wild man. With a grim expression, Lu Jinnian placed a call to Yang Yan, seeking to uncover the identity of this man who shared a close connection with Sang Wan. After hanging up, Lu Jinnian entered his car, and the Mercedes roared away. As he drove, a cloud of darkness enveloped his countenance. The night breeze seemed to conspire against him, mercilessly whipping past his ears, leaving the left side of his face burning. This was the first time Sang Wan had laid hands on him. In her youth, she had been serene and composed. After they became a couple, she had been meticulous, pouring all her tenderness into him. Yet tonight, for the sake of a wild man, she had disregarded their years of marital affection and had actually struck him. The roar of the Mercedes echoed as it sped forth. Upon arriving at the Lu family villa, the residence was ablaze with light. As Lu Jinnian stepped out of the car, the villa door swung open, revealing Lin Zhao Zhao, who greeted him with a flicker of light in her eyes. You have not left? Lu Jinnian approached. Lin Zhao Zhao shook her head, explaining that Mu Ge was feeling unwell, so she had stayed a bit longer with him. Unwell? Lu Jinnian hastened towards the children's room. Little Lu Xiao Mu appeared to be in poor health, a cooling patch affixed to his forehead, his small face flushed. The doctor has seen him. They suspect he may have caught a chill. I've already administered his medication. She had left early to fetch Lu Xiao Mu from kindergarten, thinking he would only be an hour late and they could dine together. Her gaze swept over the red marks on Lu Jinnian's face. Unmistakably the imprint of a slap. Lin Zhao Zhao's heart raced. Had he gone to confront Sang Wan? Part of her believed Lu Jinnian would not stoop so low. Especially after the embarrassing scene at yesterday's birthday banquet, what could compel him to seek her out? Yet she could not quell her tumultuous thoughts. As long as Lu Jinnian remained married, her heart would remain in turmoil. It's just a small matter, Lu Jinnian replied with a furrowed brow. He only says, don't work too hard, money is never ending. Mama. Before Lu Jinnian could finish, Lu Xiaomu rolled over in his sleep, murmuring the word mama. A sudden realization struck Lin Zhao Zhao's mind, igniting her eyes with fervor. She had awaited this day for far too long. In Sang Wan's eyes, she was the mistress. And likely how others perceived her as well. However, in reality, nothing had transpired between them. Her heart longed to agree immediately, but she maintained a facade of restraint for a considerable time. Finally, Lin Zhao Zhao replied, "All right. You may go upstairs first." As she watched Lin Zhao Zhao ascend the stairs with light steps, Lu Jinnian retrieved his phone to call Sang Wan. Uncertain if she had indeed blocked him, he dialed her number multiple times, but she did not answer. He then called the driver. Just as the doorbell chimed, Sang Wan emerged from her bath. Peering through the peephole, she recognized the driver outside. After checking her attire, she finally opened the door. Sang Wan hesitated for only a moment before acquiescing. "Please wait for me." After changing her attire, she descended the stairs alongside the driver. The car sped towards the Lu family's villa with remarkable swiftness. Sang Wan's expression appeared calm, yet her heart was ablaze with anxiety. Had it been Lu Jinnian who fell ill, she would have unhesitatingly refused to intervene. He was an adult, with doctors and caregivers at his disposal, he would survive. Moreover, their divorce rendered such concerns even less significant. However, Lu Xiao, despite the dissolution of their marriage, would forever remain a piece of her heart. Over the past 5 years, Lu Xiao had seldom fallen ill. She stubbornly resisted injections and refused medication, leaving Sang Wan exhausted and parched from the incessant coaxing. Consequently, each time he fell ill, Sang Wan endured an especially torturous ordeal. She couldn't help but ponder what the future held. The vehicle came to a halt, interrupting Sang Wan's reverie. As Sang Wan entered, she was greeted by the cacophony emanating from the children's room. Lu Xiaomu was in tears, the nanny was attempting to console her, while Lu Jinnian was in a fit of rage. As Sang Wan walked into the bedroom, she noticed that Lu Xiaomu had a fever-reducing patch on his forehead, while the nurse beside him was coaxing him to take his medicine with a cup of water. His small face was flushed with fever, yet Lu Xiaomu stubbornly refused, insisting, "I don't want to take medicine. I want Aunt Zhao Zhao to play Lego with me." Having mentally prepared herself for this moment, Sang Wan felt as though her heart had been pierced by a knife. Suppressing the bitterness within, she approached and gently took the medicine from the nurse. "Little Mu, please don't cry. You're unwell. If Aunt Zhao Zhao comes and catches your illness, what will we do? Drink your medicine, and once you're better, you can play with Aunt Zhao Zhao, alright?" Lu Xiaomu pouted but eventually took the medicine. "I want to hear a story." "Alright. Would you prefer the tale of Ultraman or the Prince of Peas?" "I don't want that. I want to hear about Grandma Wolf battling Tesla." "Very well. Deep in the forest lived a magical Grandma Wolf, and one day, halfway through the story, Lu Xiaomu drifted into slumber. His small palm no longer clammy and his cheeks no longer flushed. Sang Wan gently patted him, waiting until he fell into a deep slumber before turning off the lights and stepping out. Lu Jinnian bore a faint, paler handprint on his face. Yet his expression appeared significantly improved compared to earlier. "Xiaomu is unwell, you tonight." "Jinnian gu," a voice called out from behind Lu Jinnian. As Sang Wan lifted her gaze, she beheld Lin Zhao Zhao gracefully descending from the second floor. Clad in her silk nightgown, Lin Zhao Zhao appeared somewhat larger, a consequence of her pregnancy, and even after childbirth, Sang Wan's figure had not returned to its former elegance. Consequently, at this moment, Lin Zhao Zhao seemed to be donning an adult's attire, the fabric hanging loosely around her. Yet, there was an undeniable charm about her. Sang Wan's thoughts drifted to Lu Xiaomu, who was suffering from a fever downstairs, while Lu Jinnian was upstairs, entangled in a playful rendezvous with Lin Zhao Zhao. Sang Wan could not suppress a wave of disgust. "Lu Jinnian, you truly have no shame. Who, in fact, is the one being repulsive? The objective has been achieved." Lin Xiaoqiao nodded, displaying an innocent demeanor as she turned and ascended the stairs. Slap! Once again, a merciless strike was delivered. Lu Jinnian's eyes blazed crimson, his glare fixed on Sang Wan as if he wished to devour her. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself distracted. Sang Wan raised her knee and delivered a forceful blow. Lu Jinnian's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with an uncontrollable fury. However, the excruciating pain surged through him, causing his breath to hitch. He could not utter even a whimper of pain. Helplessly, he watched as Sang Wan dusted off her hands and stepped back several meters, regarding him with a look as if she had encountered something vile. Sang Wan's expression was frigid as she confronted Lu Jinnian, her heart hardened, viewing everyone with disdain. This was a malady that required prompt remedy. How dare he question her with such audacity? Furthermore, cease any further attempts to contact me. Ignoring Lu Jinnian's darkened countenance, Sang Wan turned on her heel and departed, the villa receding further into the distance behind her. As Sang Wan stepped into the night, her heart felt numb. On one side was the little Xiao Mu, who joyfully called out for her mother when happy and cried for her embrace when sorrowful. On the other side was the Xiao Mu, who, despite feeling feverish, still insisted on calling for Aunt Zhao. Sang Wan was at a loss, uncertain about where things had gone awry, or perhaps what misstep she had committed. From the very moment Xiao Mu was nestled within her womb, she diligently recited classic texts and narrated fairy tales to nurture her unborn child's intellect. Following his birth, an array of picture books and stories of illustrious figures continuously enriched his formative years. As a mother, she exemplified the virtues of kindness, integrity, refinement, and compassion. Yet, within a mere few months, Xiao Mu's every utterance revolved around Lin Chao Chao. Did it pierce her heart? Indeed, it did. However, she felt powerless to alter the situation and found herself disinclined to attempt any change. A subtle ache began to unfurl beneath her feet, and as Sang Wan glanced down, she noticed she was still clad in the hotel's disposable slippers. In her haste to depart, she had forgotten to change her shoes. Turning her gaze, she observed the driver ending a phone call as he maneuvered the vehicle into the garage. The lights within the villa gradually dimmed, and under the stark illumination of the streetlights, she resembled a forlorn specter, drifting forth from the depths of despair. Sang Wan gritted her teeth, disregarding the excruciating pain, and strode purposefully towards the exit. The phone rang with a melodious chime. The name of Lu Yi illuminated the screen. Sang Wan hesitated for a moment before hanging up the phone. On the other end, Lu Yi seemed undeterred and called back. "Hello? Is there something you need?" The voice of Sang Wan was icy. On the other end, Lu Yi paused for a moment before speaking again, a hint of embarrassment lacing his words. "Senior. The 2S is missing." The suppressed bad mood that had lingered all night ignited at that moment. However, Sang Wan understood that this was not Lu Yi's fault. "Have you searched for it? Could it have slipped out onto the balcony?" She pondered. "That seems unlikely. I had someone close all the doors and windows upstairs and downstairs." She rattled off a list of places where the cat might be hiding: beneath the sofa, under the bed, and behind the wardrobe. She voiced all the potential hiding spots, the very places where a cat might seek refuge. Yet, her greatest fear was that the orange cat might be trapped somewhere. After all, Lu Yi's home was exceedingly vast. "I'll head over now, you should have someone search around." "All right. Where are you?" "I'll send a driver to pick you up, it will be quicker." "I am at." After a brief hesitation, Sang Wan relayed the location of the Lu family villa area. Lu Yi replied promptly, "Good, wait there, the driver will arrive shortly." After ending the call, Sang Wan stifled the sharp pang of anxiety and strode purposefully outside. In the living room of the hillside villa, Lu Yi's gaze was deep and contemplative. After a long while, he glanced down at the orange cat curled up in his arms, purring softly in its slumber. Lu Yi grasped the back of its neck and shook it gently, initiating the search. The orange cat, bleary-eyed from sleep, suddenly became alert as Lu Yi tossed a ball of yarn upstairs, instantly awakening its playful instincts, and it mewed as it leapt toward it. Sang Wan entered the room more than 10 minutes later. Noticing Lu Yi's gaze fixated on her feet, she averted her eyes and glanced around, inquiring, "Have you found it?" "No," Lu Yi replied, shaking his head. Sang Wan retrieved her worn cotton slippers from the shoe cabinet and slipped them on. "Choo-choo. Meow." She conducted a thorough search, scouring the living room from beneath the sofa to behind the wine cabinet. Of course, Lu Yi nodded in agreement. Sang Wan resolutely ascended the staircase, mewing softly as she sought the terrace. Lu Yi slowly turned, his gaze falling upon Sang Wan's disposable slippers, stained with blood and worn thin at the soles. The Lu family's villa. It could only be Lu Jinnian or Xiao Mu. No, it couldn't possibly be Lu Jinnian. Thus, it must be that little rascal Xiao Mu. Yet, he was still just a child. However, that mattered little. As the saying goes, if a child is not taught, the fault lies with the parent. If that is the case, then let Lu Jinnian bear the consequences. Casting a lingering glance out the window, Lu Yi ground his teeth and ascended the stairs. Sang Wan has finally located the orange cat. In the dimly lit media room on the third floor, the orange cat cradles a fluffy ball of fur, sprawled comfortably between the massage chair and the wall. Upon seeing Sang Wan, the orange cat's eyes sparkled like tiny titanium bulbs, and it mewed sweetly as it nestled into her embrace. Sang Wan was momentarily stunned. At the moment when Lu Yi announced that 2S was missing, a fleeting bewilderment washed over her, followed by an overwhelming sense of sorrow and grievance that surged from the depths of her heart. She inexplicably felt as though the entire world had forsaken her. Lu Jinnian, Lu Xiao Mu. Even the cat seemed to have abandoned her. Fortunately, it was still there. Her heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally thudded down. Sang Wan sat on the carpet, tears cascading down in torrents. As Lu Yi approached the doorway, ready to step inside, he was met with the muffled sounds of her suppressed sobs. He took a step back, silently retreating. After a cathartic outpouring of emotion, Sang Wan felt a sense of relief wash over her. Rising to her feet, she caught a glimpse of her disheveled reflection on the screen. Her eyes and nose were flushed, and her hair was in disarray. At first glance, she appeared as though she had been wronged. She was at a loss for words on how to explain her prolonged absence to Lu Yi, and even more uncertain about how to persuade him to overlook her current disheveled state. In a fleeting moment, Sang Wan's mind went blank. The sound of footsteps echoed at the staircase. "Senior." Lu Yi stepped forward, standing at the door without entering, careful not to intrude upon the tender reunion between mother and son. Sang Wan was taken aback. "No. That's good." Lu Yi entered, his arms laden with an abundance of items. Chapter 23, A Step Closer to the Dream Realized. In one hand, he held a cup of milk and a bottle of beer. In the other, a fruit platter, chips, and spicy snacks, all manner of delights. His eyes were fixated on the nearly spilling milk, and his arms struggled to manage the burden. As Lu Yi advanced, he called out to Sang Wan, "Senior, lend me a hand." She set aside the orange cat and accepted the milk and beer. Before Sang Wan could voice her question, Lu Yi released his grip. The snacks in his arms tumbled to the carpet in a cacophony. "I am utterly exhausted." The young master sighed, too weary to pick them up, and plopped down into the massage chair. The chair hummed to life, and the large screen behind him illuminated. Sang Wan picked up the snacks and placed them on the table. Just as she stood up, Lu Yi gently tapped the armrest and said, "Senior, it's still early. Why not sit for a while?" The audiovisual room was shrouded in dimness, with only the large screen flickering intermittently. Just for a moment, she thought. When she finally left, Lu Yi would be unable to discern that she had been in tears, and she would no longer feel so embarrassed. Sang Wan turned and settled into her seat, her back pressed against the sofa's backrest as the massage chair whirred to life. It felt as though the finest massage therapist was positioned behind her, gently cradling her head and soothing her from the nape of her neck to her lower back. The large screen displayed a Miyazaki animation, vibrant in color and accompanied by melodious music. In her embrace, the orange cat found a comfortable position, curling itself into a fluffy ball. It resembled a perfectly warm hot water bottle, soft and snug against her. Sang Wan was unaware of when she had fallen asleep. After more than 10 minutes had passed, and only when she was soundly resting, Lu Yi rose and stepped outside. He returned shortly, carrying a medical kit. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Lu Yi gently removed the slippers from Sang Wan's feet. He used a warm towel to cleanse them thoroughly, followed by cotton swabs to disinfect the delicate, cracked wounds. Lu Yi meticulously applied medicine to each injury. He then lifted the blanket, grasped the nape of the orange cat's neck, and carried it downstairs. The night passed without dreams. The alarm rang, reminding her of the interview scheduled with Cheng Jingran for today. Sang Wan abruptly sat up, enveloped in utter darkness. As the massage chair behind her began to hum to life, realization slowly dawned upon her. She was at Lu Ye's residence. A glance at her phone revealed it was 7 in the morning. So, she had spent the night at his home? Rising to leave, Sang Wan hurriedly descended the stairs, her mind racing in confusion. "Good morning, Senior." Lu Ye's languid greeting echoed through the air.
As Sang Wan lifted her gaze, she observed Lu Yi preparing coffee. The rich aroma of the brew filled the air as Lu Yi glanced at his watch. It's 7 o'clock now, you have ample time to shower, change your clothes,
and enjoy breakfast. I can conveniently drive you to your interview at the company.
He paused, adding, of course, you may decline if you wish.
Turning to face Sang Wan, he continued, I respect any choice you make. Yet, the thought of borrowing clothes from Zhang Kor made Sang Wan hesitate.
The previous occasion could be excused as a sudden mishap of being caught in the rain, but how could she justify it this time?
A solitary man and a lone woman borrowing clothes early in the morning, what would Zhang Kor think? Sang Wan's head was as large as a basin.
She noticed Lu Yi had tilted his chin slightly, freshly washed. Turning her gaze, she spotted a laundry basket beside the sofa, containing the jeans and undershirt she had changed out of after being drenched in the rain that day.
Glancing down at her white shirt,
Sang Wan sighed with relief and picked up the basket, making her way to the bedroom.
A subtle fragrance lingered in the air. On one side of the dining table, there lay a coffee and egg sandwich.
Lu Yi sat at the other end, where a 6-inch cream cake stood beside his coffee cup.
He savored each bite leisurely, appearing to relish the moment.
Meeting Sang Wan's gaze, Lu Yi explained, indulging in something sweet lifts the spirits.
Would you care for a piece? Sang Wan shook her head, inquiring if he was feeling downcast. Lu Yi remained silent.
The previous night had been particularly disheartening, especially upon witnessing the alarming intricate wounds on her soles. It had plunged him into despair. However, upon awakening early and realizing she was by his side, Lu Yi inexplicably felt as though he was one step closer to the realization of a cherished dream. His emotions were decidedly intricate, even he could not articulate them clearly. Yet, upon observing the cautious expression on Sang Wan's face, he instinctively denied it, asserting, no, it's just,
I want to eat. Sang Wan let out a sigh of relief.
She had been troubling him repeatedly. The orange cat would occasionally hide, causing him to worry.
Upon reflecting on the situation, Sang Wan felt that she had indeed been a considerable bother to him.
By the way, has the orange
2S vaccine been administered? Sang Wan inquired of Lu Yi.
Merely observing her expression revealed her desire to take away 2S.
Lu Ye's mood soured further. No.
The second injection is scheduled for a week later, and the third one a month after that.
Then it will be completed. Today,
she has an interview at the Lu Corporation. Should she succeed, she could secure a suitable residence for Juju in the coming days.
However, if the interview does not go well,
she hesitated to assert that she would promptly take 2S away.
Sang Wan nodded, her expression becoming more cautious. I apologize for the inconvenience. As her words lingered in the air, Sang Wan could distinctly sense that Lu Ye's spirits had plummeted even further.
Sang Wan swiftly finished her sandwich and coffee, adeptly clearing the dining table and rinsing the utensils before placing them into the dishwasher. As the Ferrari departed from the hillside villa and covered some distance towards the Lu's tower, Sang Wan cautiously spoke from the passenger seat, could you please pull over?
I can get off here. Aware of Sang Wan's desire to avoid any awkwardness, Lu Yi remained silent.
After passing the traffic lights, he halted the car at the roadside. Sang Wan expressed her gratitude, alighted from the vehicle, and embarked on a leisurely stroll towards the Lu family enterprise.
The Lu building,
situated in the heart of the imperial city, towered majestically, glimmering in the early morning sun.
Upon reaching the reception,
Sang Wan merely mentioned the name of the director of the project design department, and the receptionist, beaming with warmth, handed her a visitor's badge, instructing her to proceed to the 60th floor where a designated attendant would await her. As the panoramic elevator ascended, the bustling cityscape gradually diminished beneath her. The view before her was breathtaking.
Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Sang Wan's gaze met that of a young woman clad in a chic Chanel-inspired ensemble standing at the entrance. Hello, Senior Sang, I am Cheng Jingran.
Cheng Jingran stated directly, greeting her before guiding Sang Wan to the conference room. They briefly exchanged experiences post-graduation, after which Cheng Jingran activated the projector, revealing several entries from a recently concluded architectural design competition on the large screen. Senior Sang, these are the shortlisted entries, although they did not win any awards. As the artworks unfolded before them, Chang Jingran turned to Sang Wan and posed a hypothetical scenario, assuming we are before the competition.
And you are the designer of these works, what modifications would you implement? You have half an hour to contemplate. We shall reconvene in 30 minutes. Sang Wan,
preferring practical engagement over mere theoretical discussion, nodded in agreement.
Chang Jingran exited, making her way directly to the executive office on the top floor.
She knocked on the door. And a cold voice from within responded, "Enter."
Taking a deep breath, Chang Jingran stepped inside. Chapter 24, A Calculation of Time, Lu Family? Director Lu. Do you have a moment?
The design department is conducting an interview, and I was hoping you could attend, even for just half an hour, Chang Jingran inquired cautiously. Lu Yi cast a fleeting glance at the day's itinerary on his desk. A management meeting at 10 a.m., followed by a video conference at 11 a.m.
Both recently crossed out. Lu Yi replied icily, "No time." Chang Jingran stood in silence, taken aback. The resume of Sang Wan was plucked from the vast ocean of applications on a recruitment website.
The reason for this was simple. During her time at the prestigious Imperial University, Sang Wan was the goddess of the architecture department.
The epitome of excellence that others aspired to emulate.
The art of design is inherently tied to talent. Many designers toil relentlessly throughout their lives. Yet their efforts may pale in comparison to the sudden flashes of inspiration experienced by those gifted individuals.
However,
Chang Jingran was acutely aware that the 6-year gap in Sang Wan's resume represented her most significant weakness.
By conventional standards,
she would scarcely pass the preliminary selection for the administrative assistant position in the Human Resources Department of the Lu Corporation, let alone qualify for an interview with the HR director and herself.
Unless Sang Wan's forthcoming presentation was compelling enough to sway everyone. Her acceptance into Lu Corporation posed a considerable risk.
Chang Jingran had calculated her strategy, hoping Lu Yi would assume the role of risk mitigator.
After all,
he too was an alumnus of Imperial University and was undoubtedly aware of Sang Wan's esteemed reputation.
However, what surprised Chang Jingran was Lu Yi's abrupt refusal. "Oh, very well."
She quickly regained her composure and turned to leave. Behind her, Lu Yi's voice, cool and detached, remarked, "The project in Xiqing was completed commendably. Everyone in the project department will receive double bonuses this month. Submit your application, and I shall sign it.
As for you, as the director, you shall receive 5 times that amount." Chang Jingran blinked in astonishment and turned around.
Lu Yi continued, "If Sang Wan passes the interview later,
she will be considered for the architectural design of Plot 3. Chang Jingran's mind raced.
Firstly, Lu Yi was aware that Sang Wan was the one being interviewed shortly.
Secondly,
he stated that should she succeed in the interview, she would be immediately integrated into the design department.
How did he know this? Who informed him? Moreover,
his confidence in Sang Wan seemed to surpass her own. In mere seconds, a myriad of thoughts surged through her mind. The work hours at Lu Corporation appeared to be meticulously scheduled. Barely 30 minutes had passed when the conference room door swung open, and Chang Jingran, accompanied by a few colleagues, entered. "These are several managers from our project department, Manager Lin from the design department, Manager Wang from the construction department,
and Director Qin from the Human Resources Administration."
After introducing Sang Wan to each one, Chang Jingran turned her gaze toward the large screen, signaling, "Let us begin." Sang Wan rose from her seat, wielding a laser pointer as she approached the large screen. "First, let us examine the creation known as Kyoto Tower. Its advantages are abundantly clear. It boasts a prime location and high-end facilities, while the entire structure is designed using innovative, eco-friendly materials. However, the drawbacks are equally significant. There is a severe shortage of parking spaces, the construction costs are exorbitant, and the usable area ratio is disappointingly low.
If revisions are to be made, I would address the following 6 points."
In the conference room sat 6 individuals, apart from Sang Wan, who was elucidating in front of the screen. There were several key personnel from the project and administrative departments. After concluding the discussion on one piece, Sang Wan transitioned to the next work, and then wait. As soon as Sang Wan opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Manager Wang from the construction department,
asking if they could pause for 5 minutes. Sang Wan cast a nervous glance at Chang Jingran, who appeared equally perplexed. Shortly thereafter, Manager Lin from the design department followed suit and exited the room.
A brief silence enveloped the conference room, and Sang Wan, having finally managed to calm her racing heart, felt it begin to thump wildly once more. The unforeseen situation had caught her off guard.
For Sang Wan, mere minutes stretched out like an eternity,
as if a century had passed. When the conference room door swung open again, Manager Wang entered first, followed by Manager Lin.
The door remained ajar, and a throng of people surged in. "Good day, Director Chang." "Good day, Director Qin."
A cacophony of greetings erupted as the crowd acknowledged Cheng Jingran and the head of human resources, before seeking out available seats. Manager Wang turned his gaze towards Sang Wan,
signaling that they could proceed.
A flicker of suspicion stirred within him, and as Sang Wan lifted her eyes again, she met Cheng Jingran's beaming smile. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and the hand gripping the laser pointer began to tremble slightly. Sang Wan cleared her throat and resumed her explanation.
The one-sided discourse swiftly transformed into a dynamic dialogue, resembling not an interview for Sang Wan, but rather an inaugural symposium for a new project.
As the interview drew to a close, the crowd began to disperse, and the two managers, Lin and Wang, engaged in a fervent debate. Manager Lin asserted that Sang Wan's expertise lay in architectural design, naturally aligning her with their design department. Conversely, Manager Wang contended that Sang Wan's performance was evidently more suited for comprehensive planning and deployment, warranting her placement within their architectural division for overarching coordination. The two engaged in a spirited exchange. Sang Wan was already aware that she had successfully passed the interview, stepping out of the Human Resources and Administration Department. It was already 4 in the afternoon. In her hand was the freshly signed employment contract. In her ears lingered the figure of her salary as conveyed by Director Qin of the department, a monthly salary of 12,000 during the probation period, with adjustments to be made based on her performance upon confirmation.
In addition, there were housing allowances, transportation subsidies, and telecommunications reimbursements, among others. Sang Wan experienced an ethereal sensation,
as if suspended in the clouds. Cheng Jingran smiled and extended her hand, saying, "Sang, welcome to the Lu family." There was no response.
Sang Wan shook her head. Upon exiting the Lu Corporation building, she promptly sent a WeChat message to Sui. "Dear, I have found a job. Let me calculate, is it at Lu Corporation? Now, tell me, am I accurate in my predictions?" Sang Wan acknowledged, while Sui sent an enigmatic smiley face. "I mentioned that I had a premonition, do you believe me? The Lu family possesses the finest project design department,
which naturally ensures the most favorable treatment,
not to mention the advantageous circumstances surrounding it. In summary, I believe everything is for the best. My dear, keep up the good work. Everything is indeed for the best."
"Yes, that is correct." She lifted her gaze toward the horizon where the fiery clouds ignited,
mirroring her current state of bliss. Sang Wan intended to invite Sui for a proper celebration. The message on WeChat remained unsent. Suddenly, her phone chimed.
It was a call from Lu Jinnian.
She hung up. Then it rang again.
She dismissed it once more.
The phone rang again.
Recalling that she had made her intentions clear yesterday, asking him not to call her again, she found Lu Jinnian's persistence quite haunting.
A troubling suspicion arose in Sang Wan's heart. Had Lu Xiaomu's condition worsened, recurring once more? When Lu Jinnian's call came through again. Chapter 25, Father Wants You. As Sang Wan connected the call, Lu Jinnian's emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy and concern.
The joy stemmed from the realization that Sang Wan still cared for him. His decision to have Lin Xiaoqiao stay at the villa the previous night proved to be prudent,
as Sang Wan had indeed become upset.
Not only was she angry, but the repercussions were also quite severe. She had not returned for the night. His worry lay in her absence.
He called Sui, but as soon as he began to speak,
she interrupted him with a remark about his insanity and launched into a tirade. He found himself without an opportunity to interject, ultimately leading him to hang up the phone. Beyond this, Lu Jinnian was at a loss as to whom he could reach out to for solace.
In the capital, Sang Wan's only close friend was Sui. Yet, the image of that inconspicuous car lingered in Lu Jinnian's mind.
The mere thought of Sang Wan being with that wild man last night stirred an inexplicable agitation within him. He took out his phone to call Sang Wan, but before he could even dial, commotion erupted at the hotel entrance. He lifted his gaze to see several business vehicles come to a stop. As the doors swung open, a throng of reporters armed with microphones and cameras surged inside.
Upon spotting Lu Jinnian, their eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mr. Lu, is it true that you are getting a divorce?"
"Mr. Lu, the informant claims you have changed your heart."
"Is the mistress your secretary? Furthermore, did you force Mrs. Lu to leave with nothing?" "Mr. Lu, what are your odds for next month's municipal bidding conference? Is the revelation of your marital discord a strategy by Lu Corporation?"
His frustration was nearly palpable, yet he dared not display it.
Lu Jinnian was taken aback. Sang Wan had indeed made good on her word and leaked the story to the media.
The rumors of their divorce were unfounded. As he began to speak, he firmly refuted the allegations surrounding their marriage. "My wife and I have known each other since childhood. We became engaged at 16. Entered the prestigious Imperial University together at 18, and once I confessed my feelings, she accepted.
It has been 12 years since then. 6 months ago,
I suffered from renal failure, and she selflessly donated a kidney to me.
Our profound relationship is not for outsiders to judge.
But I can responsibly assert that our bond is strong, and I have never wronged her.
The claim of a mistress is purely slanderous, if you provide the informant's details. I will certainly pursue legal action for defamation."
Regarding the upcoming bidding conference, his few words shifted the narrative entirely.
Before the camera, Lu Jinnian spoke eloquently.
As if this were not an impromptu press encounter sparked by scandal, but rather a news conference initiated by him. Dressed impeccably in a suit, his demeanor was profound. The man radiated charisma, magnified countless times in that moment.
What a good man!
It is often said that wealth corrupts men, yet he stands as a notable exception.
His wife is truly fortunate. In the hot pot restaurant, the surrounding diners wore expressions of envy. Sang Wan was devoid of appetite. "Bastard!"
Across the table, Sui cast a glance at the television and exclaimed in disdain, capable of turning even the darkest narratives into something seemingly pure. Such eloquence is truly wasted if not pursued in the legal profession.
"Do not." Sang Wan cast a fleeting glance at Sui, feeling indignant.
How could such a noble profession as that of a lawyer be tarnished by someone like Lu Jinnian, who distorts the truth?
"You are absolutely right." Sui, regaining her composure, offered Sang Wan a slice of meat and then inquired, "So what shall we do now?"
Her initial intention was to compel the media to drive Lu Jinnian away, preventing him from harassing her at the hotel.
Unexpectedly,
this had inadvertently created a publicity stir for the upcoming endeavors of the Lu Corporation.
Sang Wan felt a pang of regret. Nevertheless, seeing Sui's sorrowful expression, she smiled,
assuring herself that she only needed to endure through tonight. Tomorrow, she would begin her search for a new home, and once she moved out of the hotel, it would be far more challenging for Lu Jinnian to entangle her once again.
"I will accompany you," he offered.
Overwhelmed with gratitude, she could only serve him more dishes. The two cast aside their gloomy feelings and diligently savored the delicious hot pot before them. At that very moment, in the basement of the hillside villa, Lu Ye's gaze was heavy with melancholy.
"We are sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable."
A cold female voice echoed in his ear.
Lu Yi put down his phone.
Unsure whether Sang Wan's phone had run out of battery or if she had chosen to shut it off and hide away in her despair.
Raising his eyes,
he noticed the car's screen displaying the charismatic Lu, the CEO, eloquently narrating the recent developments of Lu's corporation. Those who were unaware might assume he was addressing municipal leaders.
Delivering a work presentation.
A sardonic smile crept across Lu Ye's face as he made a phone call, instructing them to purchase more shares of Lu's corporation for tomorrow's opening.
Settle both the old and new accounts. After hanging up, Lu Yi exited the car and entered the elevator. Upon stepping out, the entrance light flickered to life. Meow.
A sound broke the silence as an orange cat emerged from the shadows, affectionately rubbing against his trousers.
"Oh, you poor thing." Without even changing his shoes,
Lu Yi sat on the floor and playfully tapped the cat's forehead.
"Your mother has abandoned you."
The cat, with its front paws perched on Lu Ye's tailored trousers, gazed up at him with wide, curious eyes.
"But it's all right. Daddy will take care of you." After changing his shoes, Lu Yi strolled into the living room, only to halt in his tracks. A trail of gradient footprints, transitioning from black to gray to light gray, marred the previously spotless sofa. In the corner by the floor-to-ceiling windows, a Brazilian plant lay broken in half, soil strewn across the ground. A faint unpleasant odor lingered in the air. It was evident what had transpired. Lu Yi extended his finger to poke at the mischievous creature. "You little rascal." The cat shot him a glance before strutting up the stairs with an air of nonchalance. After informing the housekeeper, Lu Yi made his way to the master bedroom. Upon emerging from his shower, the air was fragrant with a subtle hint of lemon. The plants had been replaced, and the sofa was tidied up, though the armrests gleamed, now bearing the moniker of a scratching post. He switched on the television, selecting an international news channel as background noise, and leaned back on the sofa with his tablet in hand. His phone buzzed incessantly, with messages inquiring about his activities and expressing how much he was missed. Others in the group chat tagged him, suggesting a night out for drinks. Not going. Busy taking care of the child. The chat erupted like ice cubes tossed into a hot pan, instantly boiling over with excitement. Chapter 26, Everything is for the best. The process of finding a new home proved far more challenging than Sang Wan had anticipated. Each property she liked had its merits, but they all shared a glaring flaw: they were prohibitively expensive. The options within her budget, however, were riddled with shortcomings, either too distant or in poor condition, requiring 2 to 3 hours of travel each day. As the glaring sun bore down upon her, Sang Wan steeled her resolve. "First, I will eat. Once my hunger is satisfied, I can continue my search. If today doesn't work, there is always tomorrow, and if tomorrow fails, there is always the day after." She refused to believe that in such a vast metropolis, there would be no place for her. Today, the wontons she used to eat to her heart's content left her feeling insatiable. Sang Wan glanced at the proprietor behind the stove, Uncle Wang, and requested another small bowl. "Certainly," Uncle Wang replied, promptly commencing to roll out the dough and prepare the wontons. After finishing her meal and preparing to settle the bill, Uncle Wang, with a cheerful demeanor, said, "Miss Sang, today is on the house. Don't you remember? You were here the last time the boss offered a complimentary meal." Sang Wan suddenly recalled. Sui also remembered. As they exited the wonton shop, Sui cast a teasing glance at Sang Wan, her eyes filled with playful mockery. Sang Wan felt a slight warmth in her ears, unsure if it was due to Sui's incessant chatter. Sang Wan argued vehemently, questioning its relevance to her. Had she forgotten that he called off the engagement on the day he dined for free? Perhaps he was merely celebrating his newfound singleness. You do make a valid point. Sui nodded, her face etched with skepticism. As they reached the end of the alley, Sui abruptly halted, recalling. "What did you say when we first arrived here?" Those two were incessantly chattering, hardly pausing for a moment, especially over the past few days. How could she possibly remember everything that was said? "You mentioned that Jinnian had visited a few times but was reluctant to return due to the lack of parking." Their gaze fell upon the resplendent Jin Corporation building. Behind them lay the orderly yet aged alleys of the old town, remnants of those who had resisted the tides of progress. Most importantly, there were free wontons. "Wasn't that your favorite?" With that remark, Sui instantly understood Sang Wan's intentions. The two turned in unison, diving into the old alley. After more than an hour, they emerged and hailed a taxi straight to the hotel. Observing that Sang Wan's belongings barely filled 4 hands, Sui couldn't help but exclaim, "You've truly left with nothing but a clean slate." Sang Wan. The rented accommodation is a quaint loft located on the 2nd floor of an old city alley. The landlord is a sprightly elderly woman in her 60s, with hair touched by silver, residing on the ground floor. "There are 2 keys for the upstairs room, one for you and one for me. However, rest assured, I have no intention of ascending to your room." After handing the key to Sang Wan and offering a few more words of caution, the elderly lady departed, carrying her small stool. The room, though modest in size, is well equipped with everything one might need. It appears the old woman frequently cleans, as even the top of the wardrobe is devoid of dust, impeccably tidy to the point of requiring no further tidying. The only drawback is a slight warmth in the air. "Do you regret it?" Sang Wan shook her head and raised her chin. The view outside the window in the evening was breathtakingly beautiful. Lush green vines stretched over to rest on the windowsill, while several pale pink trumpet flowers were bathed in the fiery hues of the clouds, turning them a vivid orange. Lowering her gaze, she noticed the small courtyard. No larger than a palm, meticulously tidy. The neatly arranged seedlings in the vegetable patch were flourishing vibrantly. At a glance, it was a delight to those with obsessive tendencies. The rent was 3,000 yuan. This courtyard was worth 500, while the view from the window was valued at 2,500. Sang Wan stood quietly at the door, gazing. In her childhood evenings, she would sit at her desk completing homework, while her mother sat by the bed, engaged in needlework, occasionally peeking over to check her progress. Within the yellowed memories, those were the few tranquil years she shared with her mother. Later, she was admitted to high school. As tuition and living expenses surged, her mother began taking on more part-time jobs, nannying, postpartum care, anything that would earn money. Eventually, her mother became a well-known figure in a housekeeping agency, catching the eye of Su Baohui, who recruited her into the Lu family. To this day, Sang Wan remembers the excitement her mother felt on the day her probation ended. "Little Wan, I passed the assessment with a monthly salary of 5,000. It was considered a remarkably high wage in those times. In Sun Yueqing's description, the male head of the household was gentle and reserved, the mistress was elegant and gracious. The young master was aloof and handsome, and the young lady was lively and cheerful. That villa was the epitome of happiness. With her biological father absent and her mother thriving at work, Sang Wan excelled academically, fervently aiming for the prestigious Imperial University, ultimately achieving her ambition. The 4 years leading up to the incident felt like a divine blessing for Sang Wan. Yet, it seemed that fate could not bear to see her content. Overnight, her mother became a murderer. However, fortunately, it was all nearing its conclusion. My mother has performed exceptionally well. Not only has she fulfilled her duties competently, but she has also taught illiterate inmates to read and write. When Sang Wan spoke of her mother, there was not a trace of inferiority. Her words brimmed with pride. Initially sentenced to 13 years, her mother's exemplary conduct led to a 3-year reduction in her sentence. In just 3 months, she would be free. During university, Sun Yueqing would often bring lunchboxes for Sang Wan, which were invariably rated by Sui, who would take half. Upon their next meeting, Sun Yueqing would prepare an extra portion for Sang Wan, ensuring each received the same. Consequently, Sui would cling to Sun Yueqing's arm, playfully declaring herself the unofficial daughter, wanting to be close to her mother. In those moments, Sun Yueqing would smile widely, remarking on the fortune of having acquired a daughter through generations of good karma. Of course, Sui would affirm, when you go to pick up our mom, let me know in advance. I'll join you. I want her to know that her unofficial daughter is cherished. Deal. Tears brimmed in Sang Wan's eyes. After a day of relentless toil, the soles of their shoes were nearly worn through. There is no need to mention Sang Wan not wishing to venture far. The two of them exited the courtyard and made their way to Uncle Wang's wonton shop on the street for a meal. The cool breeze gently wafted, and the moonlight flowed like water. Sang Wan walked arm in arm with Sui Yi along the cobblestone alley, her heart filled with dreams of a brighter future. It will be all right. It must be. In just 16 days, she would obtain her divorce certificate. In 30 days, she would be officially confirmed as a member of the design department at the Lu family project. Everything was falling into place. Breathing in the sun-kissed scent of her pillow, Sang Wan drifted into a deep slumber. The next day, Sang Wan rose early, before the sun had even graced the horizon. She boarded a bus destined for the women's prison located on the outskirts of the capital. Chapter 27, Enchantress vs. Innocent Desire. Upon catching sight of Sun Yueqing, Sang Wan's face brightened with a smile. Sun Yueqing froze for a moment, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. Xiao Wan, what's wrong? What has happened? The last time the mother and daughter had met was 3 months prior. In that brief span, Sang Wan seemed to have transformed entirely. Her figure now a mere shadow of its former self, as if a gust of wind might carry her away. She wished to conceal her divorce from her mother, planning to reveal the truth only after Sun Yueqing's release. Sang Wan smiled and said, "Mom, I'm doing quite well, exceptionally well. Look.
She showcased her manicure to her mother, then stood up and twirled to display her new dress.
Isn't it beautiful?
Therefore, to appear attractive, one must maintain a slender figure. Sang Wan cheerfully inquired, her gaze intently fixed upon Sun Yuqing.
Mom, how are you? Are you well?
Sun Yuqing, her heart finally at ease, smiled brightly.
Yes, yes. I am quite well.
It was only during the initial months of her imprisonment that she appeared utterly haggard. However, as time passed, Sun Yuqing gradually regained her spirits. By the time Sang Wan gave birth to Xiao Mu, it seemed as though Sun Yuqing had found a renewed sense of hope. Eagerly anticipating her release to assist Sang Wan in caring for the child. Her hair was cut short to ear length, and her complexion was fair. Thanks to a regular routine and moderate exertion, she appeared quite healthy. Over the years, time seemed to stand still for Sun Yuqing, as she had scarcely changed.
Mom, I have started the countdown.
Sun Yuqing nodded repeatedly in agreement. Sang Wan hesitated for a moment and cautiously inquired, Mother, now that we have reached this point,
can you finally reveal to me what truly transpired back then? Sun Yuqing's expression shifted slightly. Xiao Wan, why do you wish to know this? Mother, I am a part of you, raised by your hand. No one understands your character better than I do.
You would never resort to taking a life unless driven to a desperate brink.
Surely, you must have your reasons. Sang Wan's expression remained resolute,
while Sun Yuqing hesitated. Indeed, there were valid reasons for the events of that year. However, Su Baohui asserted that even with the truth revealed, she would still face imprisonment for murder, albeit for a shorter duration. At that time, the Lu family would undoubtedly suffer, leading to a significant decline in their stock value, resulting in mutual destruction.
Su Baohui further stated that by pleading guilty, she could minimize the damage inflicted on the Lu family and the Lu clan. As compensation,
she promised to cover all of Sang Wan's university tuition and living expenses, treating her as if she were her own daughter.
By then, Sang Wan had already been in a relationship with Lu Jinnian for 2 years. She had witnessed the kindness Su Baohui and Lu Jinnian showed her. After a brief moment of hesitation, Sun Yuqing agreed. In hindsight, her trust was not misplaced. Upon graduating from university, Lu Jinnian married Sang Wan, and the following year, they welcomed Lu Xiaomu into the world. Except for the late stages of her pregnancy and the initial 6 months after childbirth, Sang Wan visited her monthly without fail. Even during her previous bout of flu, when her complexion was pallid, she still came to see her. Sun Yuqing was aware of Lu Jinnian's deep care for her, not wanting her to return to work, and she also knew that Lu Xiaomu was a considerate and affectionate child. Su Baohui and Lu Ziyi treated her with kindness as well. Given that Su Baohui honored her word, the events of the past could be deemed concluded. Even though she harbored some grievances, the outcome was favorable. All the positive consequences ultimately fell upon her beloved daughter. Therefore, everything was worthwhile. Since the past was behind them, there was no need to dwell on it. Sun Yuqing smiled and said, Xiao Wan, as long as you are well, I am completely satisfied and desire nothing more. Sang Wan's heart sank heavily. Indeed, there were hidden truths behind the events of that year. The hour allotted for the prison visit concluded amidst the lingering reluctance of the mother and daughter. As she stepped out of the prison gates, Sang Wan gazed at the glaring sunlight above, her heart filled with bitterness. Something must have transpired. She had perused the documents collected by her lawyer. On the night of the incident, only her mother, Su Baohui, and Lu Zhengsong were present at the Lu family's villa. Was it Su Baohui who had killed Lu Zhengsong, with her mother taking the blame? That seemed implausible. The physical evidence and the investigative report submitted by the police indicated that the fingerprints and blood DNA found at the scene matched her mother's confession. Moreover, it was essential to note that there was no animosity between her mother and Lu Zhengsong. Considering Lu Zhengsong was a middle-aged man, the physical disparity between genders rendered it unlikely that her mother, a frail woman, could have killed him. Or perhaps, Su Baohui was an accomplice, and her mother had managed to shield her from culpability? The car rattled along the uneven mountain road on the return journey, leaving Sang Wan's thoughts in disarray. By the time she returned to the attic, evening had fallen. As she pushed open the door to her room,
The stifling heat that had been trapped within all day burst forth like an exploded balloon, enveloping her in a wave of oppressive warmth.
Sang Wan opened the window, and a cool breeze swept in.
Sitting on the floor, her mind was filled with the serene and joyful visage of her mother. Her mother had said, "Let it be." Yet, for Sang Wan, it was not so easily dismissed. She would surely uncover the truth. Just then, her phone chimed, revealing a message from Sui, SOS. Such scenarios had occasionally unfolded over the past few years.
Sang Wan effortlessly dialed the phone. "Hello, my dear." On the other end,
Sui began to express herself freely. "I'm having dinner with colleagues, so you needn't come pick me up."
"Oh, you've already set off? All right. Just give me a call when you arrive." After hanging up, Sang Wan received the address sent by Sui, a bar several kilometers away. A female colleague would never suggest meeting at a bar. However, if it were a male colleague, the purpose of such an invitation would be far more intricate. Sang Wan decisively rose and headed to the bar. The nightlife of the bar street on a Saturday evening was enchanting,
with a continuous flow of handsome men and beautiful women.
In a private room at the end, named alone, Jinnian sat in a gloomy mood, staring at his phone.
Half an hour earlier, he had posted on his social media, complete with a location tag.
In the past,
Sang Wan would have playfully yet earnestly asked in the comments who he was with and urged him not to drink too much. Yet today, after such a long time, the comment section was filled with the jests of his friends, while Sang Wan remained silent. Reflecting on those two slaps, he felt that Sang Wan genuinely no longer cared about him, about what he did or who he was with at such a late hour.
However,
considering the affection and love they had shared over the years, Jinnian refused to believe that Sang Wan's heart had changed.
"Lu Gu, are you going to hide away or boldly confess?" Someone entered, looking at Jinnian with a teasing expression.
"I saw your wife, she's been searching for you everywhere." The previously despondent expression on his face instantly brightened, and as Jinnian stood up, a fleeting sense of pride sparkled in his eyes.
"Where is she?"
The newcomer casually gestured. "Just came in, she's in the hall."
"This woman is truly annoying."
"You all mustn't rush into marriage. Once a man is married,
he loses all freedom." Jinnian shook his head with a sigh and turned to leave.
In just a glance, he spotted Sang Wan,
who was looking around in the hall.
Amidst the flamboyant crowd of alluring figures, the naturally beautiful Sang Wan, with her exquisite figure,
was accentuated by a well-tailored chiffon dress that exuded both purity and allure. The pent-up anger and resentment from the night transformed into desire. Jinnian strode forward,
seizing Sang Wan's wrist and pulling her into his embrace.
"You can't let go of me, can you? Did you chase me all the way here?"
Chapter 28, Do not rush to degrade yourself.
The kaleidoscopic lights dazzled her, making her head spin.
The booming bass of the music pounded rhythmically against her heart.
When her wrist was seized, Sang Wan instinctively tried to pull away.
A single glance revealed to her that he was stirred with desire,
reminiscent of the times he returned home intoxicated. "Jinnian, did you just come from the restroom and forget to bring anything back?" Sang Wan stepped back, revealing a mirror,
which would prove far more effective.
Jinnian's expression darkened slightly.
Upon reflection, given the tension that had persisted between them, her pursuit to this very spot was akin to extending an olive branch. Should he fail to reciprocate, it would be rather inconsiderate of him. Thus,
Jinnian resolved to grant her this courtesy. "Fine, I shall remain silent."
With a firm grip on her wrist, he drew Sang Wan out of the grand hall. As they reached the corridor, he turned, pressing Sang Wan against the wall.
"Wan Wan, I understand your pride. It is no small feat for you to come this far.
Your husband appreciates your efforts. Let us each take a step back, shall we?" He yearned to envelop Sang Wan in his embrace, moving to the rhythm of the music, fiercely colliding with her. Before him was Sang Wan's exquisitely pale and serene visage. The initial chill of her demeanor was evident, yet once melted, it would reveal a tenderness akin to flowing water. He had conquered her once before.
This time would be no different. "Wan Wan." Jinnian leaned down to kiss Sang Wan, envisioning her soft surrender in his arms.
His thoughts wandered to where he might take her next. The private room was occupied, and the hotel could not accommodate them any longer.
Perhaps the car? Suddenly,
A forceful shove from Sang Wan sent him crashing against the opposite wall, shattering all his romantic fantasies. Her gaze pierced through him, filled with disgust as if she were looking at something vile.
"You are no different from an animal, Lu Jinnian, with your incessant desires. It's truly revolting." Sang Wan turned and walked away.
With keen eyes, she noticed Sui perched on a high stool at the bar, her neck elongated like that of a giraffe. A gentle smile adorned her face, yet it concealed a patience that had reached its utmost limit.
Sang Wan hastened forward, and in that moment, Sui visibly exhaled in relief.
"Handsome, the bill please." She retrieved her phone to settle the payment, then turned to the man across from her.
"Teacher Zhao. Today's drink is on me.
My friend has arrived, I must take my leave."
"It's still early."
Teacher Zhao glanced at his watch, eager to intervene. He offered his high stool to Sang Wan and reached out to grasp her arm. However, before he could make contact, someone abruptly seized his collar.
With a resounding thud,
a fist struck his right cheek, catching Teacher Zhao completely off guard, causing him to topple heavily backward.
He collided with the high stool,
sending bottles and glasses tumbling from the bar.
Amidst the surrounding screams, the bar erupted into chaos. Sui's face was etched with confusion. What on earth was this scoundrel doing?
Just a door away, Lu Jinnian, dissatisfied with a mere punch, yanked Teacher Zhao up by his collar and delivered another blow. After Sui was tucked into the back of the taxi by Sang Wan, he followed suit and slipped inside. The taxi merged into the flow of traffic,
swiftly departing from the bar street.
In a fleeting moment, it brushed past an oncoming police car, its sirens wailing. As the police vehicle screeched to a halt, a throng of patrons poured out of the bar, eager to witness the commotion. At the bar counter, Lu Yi furrowed his brow, pondering the situation.
There's a brawl at the bar next door. The bartender, amused, scrolled through his phone, chuckling at the sight of two jealous men squabbling.
What a disgrace,
he mused. Yet, he couldn't help but notice the striking woman illuminated by the dark ambience.
Her face bathed in a rosy glow as her long hair cascaded over her shoulders. In that instant, Lu Yi froze, instinctively reaching for the phone from the bartender's grasp. The group chat for the bar street's property management and fire safety was buzzing with activity, messages flooding in by the hundreds in mere seconds. Some shared photographs, while others posted short videos. One particular image was stunning, reminiscent of a romantic drama poster, featuring the male and female leads intimately entwined,
with the man leaning down to kiss the woman's elegant, alabaster neck.
The content of the brief videos was largely similar, showcasing a bespectacled man reaching out to pull Sang Wan closer.
Sang Wan evaded. Immediately after, Lu Jinnian's fist swung forward. Bang! In the dim light,
his face was grim and his demeanor icy. A voice, tinged with mischief, remarked, "They are a married couple, whether in the shadows or in broad daylight.
Their affection is none of your concern, let it be known." Another voice retorted angrily, "Luo Yi, who do you think you are? Don't push your luck."
The anger within him intensified, as if a fire were igniting in his chest.
Bang!
The car door slammed shut, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Luo Yi himself was unsure of what had provoked his fury.
Beep. Beep beep. He could not recall how the call was dialed. He wished to hang up, but it was too late. A clear voice emerged from the other end. "Hello? Senior."
Luo Yi's voice tightened, his mind momentarily in disarray. "Where
are you?"
"I'm at home," she replied. A profound silence followed, so still that he could distinctly hear her calm breathing, contrasting sharply with the distant clamor of the chaotic bar outside.
Could it be that 2S is lost again? Sang Wan said softly, "Check the media room upstairs.
It may be nestled in the crevice beside the massage chair."
"All right."
Then, with a soft rustle, the connection was severed.
"Did you find it?" "Yes, I found it." In the tranquil confines of the car, Luo Yi responded. "That's good." Sang Wan exhaled a sigh of relief.
"Luo Yi, when you're not at home during the day, please ensure that the door to the media room is closed. It is dark and quiet there, making it an ideal spot for the cat to sleep. By closing it, you will eliminate one of its hiding places, making it easier to locate."
"All right. If there's nothing else, shall I hang up?"
"Sure." The sound of the disconnection echoed as Luo Yi turned his gaze towards the police car that had just departed. He made a phone call, inquiring about the purchase of the Lu Corporation stocks you had requested.
How many shares have been bought? Not enough, acquire another 10 million shares.
As Sang Wan hung up the phone, she caught sight of Sui's teasing expression. Those in the know would understand that the two of them had adopted a cat, while those unaware might mistakenly think that they had secretly welcomed a child into the world.
What do you mean by the two of us? Are you certain?
In that case, you are undoubtedly destined to lose.
Sang Wan spoke with unwavering conviction.
As her words fell, her phone rang with a sharp trill.
On the other end, a police officer spoke with stern authority. Hello, are you Lu Jinnian's partner? This is the Dongqing police station. Please come immediately to pay the bail. Chapter 29, She Does Not Know You. At the Dongqing police station, the interrogating officer stared at Lu Jinnian with incredulity. So, what you're saying is that you do not know him, yet you assaulted him? Lu Jinnian's expression was clouded, and he remained silent.
He had acted impulsively. The fury ignited by Sang Wan reached its zenith the moment he saw that man reaching out to grab her.
In a fit of rage,
he had lunged at the man. It was only when the police arrived that he suddenly regained his composure.
Lu Jinnian realized he had lost control.
This was not how he usually behaved. His subordinates often whispered about his aloofness, and his friends remarked on his perpetual calmness, likening him to a meticulously programmed robot.
Even Sang Wan had expressed her admiration for his steadiness and reliability.
To lose control in public was entirely uncharacteristic of him.
To resort to violence in front of a crowd was even more so. What had gone awry? Lu Jinnian could not fathom it.
The door to the interrogation room swung open, and another officer entered, equally perplexed.
Sang Wan claims she does not know you. Do you have any other relatives? Suddenly, Lu Jinnian's eyes blazed with anger. How could Sang Wan treat such a serious matter with such indifference? Did she not understand the repercussions of him being reported for public assault?
He had acted solely for her sake. If that scoundrel had not laid hands on her,
would he have rushed to confront him? How could she be so heartless? With a darkened expression, Lu Jinnian dialed another number.
After more than 10 minutes,
Lu Ziyi arrived in a flurry. "Brother!"
she exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. As if realizing for the first time that the person on the other end of the line was indeed a police officer, and that they were not deceiving her.
What on earth is happening? The man who had been assaulted was Zhao Chenggang, a professor from the engineering department at the Imperial University.
Both the surveillance footage and Zhao Chenggang's account were crystal clear.
While on a date with Sui,
Zhao Chenggang had warmly invited Su's friend to sit down when Lu Jinnian suddenly appeared and unilaterally attacked him. He was left battered and bruised, his black-framed glasses shattered. Zhao Chenggang appeared weak and pitiable. They reached a friendly agreement on the medical expenses, lost wages, and compensation for emotional distress.
The two parties exited the police station just before midnight.
Having learned that the assailant was Lu Jinnian, the esteemed president of the Lu Corporation, and receiving a generous compensation from Lu Ziyi, Zhao Chenggang's indignation dissipated into a gentle breeze.
It's all just a misunderstanding, Mr. Lu. I would never dare to lay a hand on your wife. Today's incident was purely a miscommunication. I am Sui's boyfriend, and we can consider this an unexpected acquaintance.
His fleeting interest upon seeing Sang Wan's face extinguished upon realizing her identity. Zhao Chenggang patted his chest and said, "Mr. Lu, it seems you and your wife had a quarrel."
Couples often bicker but can easily reconcile with a good conversation. If Mrs. Lu visits the Imperial University to see, I will inform you at once, all right?
Casting a cold glance at Zhao Chenggang's obsequious demeanor, Lu Jinnian turned on his heel and departed. As he drove away in his red sports car, he could see Zhao Chenggang still bowing and smiling in the rearview mirror. Reflecting on the nature of social circles, Lu Jinnian was dismayed that Sui, Sang Wan's best friend, was involved with such a disreputable individual, which inevitably brought down his own standards by association.
Shall we head back?
Lu Ziyi raised her chin slightly. Lu Jinnian rummaged through the glove compartment for a cigarette, lit one, and opened the car window. The night breeze was refreshing, and the glowing ember of his cigarette flickered in the dark.
His expression was grim. Haunted by the police officer's words, she says she does not know you. Where are you going? Lu Ziyi's anxious call was lost in the wind.
Lu Jinnian drove to the hotel where Sang Wan had stayed. It was deep into the night, and the front desk manager was almost speechless from explaining the situation. The room had been occupied by several guests since Sang Wan checked out and had been cleaned multiple times.
Even if Lu Jinnian were to investigate,
he would find no trace of her.
Yet, he remained unconvinced.
Reluctantly, the manager upgraded the current guests to a top-floor room with a view and escorted them upstairs,
inviting Lu Jinnian to join. The small economy room was barely larger than a bathroom in the Lu family villa.
The large bed was in disarray,
and unfinished instant noodles lay on the table. Without needing to enter, Lu Jinnian knew he would find no leads on Sang Wan's whereabouts. He stood in the doorway, his gaze dark and foreboding. After leaving the hotel, Lu Jinnian called Yang Yan, demanding, "Have you found that scoundrel? Find out where she is right now."
Standing before his Mercedes, he chain-smoked, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in a small attic, Sang Wan and Sui lay in lounge chairs, gazing at the stars.
"That scoundrel acted out for you. Are you truly all right with this?" Sui asked, concern etched on her face. What could possibly be wrong? Am I to blame for his actions? Besides, I am his ex-wife, not his mother. If he wants to go, let him. Had you been this resolute from the start, it would have been much better. And I have yet to mention your choice. On a first date, why on earth would you go to a bar? You have some nerve. How was I to know?
He suggested we go for a drink and listen to music. I thought it would be a quiet lounge.
As their frustration mounted, Sui sat up in a huff.
Yesterday, when I went to submit my materials, the department head practically pushed for a marriage proposal. He was touting the merits of my position. I had no choice but to comply. Even if the person were a dog, I would still have to attend,
she exclaimed.
Recalling Zhao Chenggong's subtle inquiries and the lewd glint in his eyes upon seeing Sang Wan, Sui felt her dreams of finding a refined and aloof partner shatter.
I wanted a charming gentleman, not a brute. Her lament was abruptly silenced by Sang Wan's hand over her mouth. Sui nodded in understanding. Do you believe in true love? Sang Wan. Never mind, I shall rephrase my question.
Sang Wan gazed quietly at the inky expanse of the night sky above. The clouds were thin, resembling a delicate veil that drifted gently across the heavens.
Within this gossamer, the stars twinkled, emitting a fragmented luminosity.
Instinctively, she wished to dismiss such notions of faith. She had endured enough heartache from love.
Yet, a pair of silhouettes flashed through her mind, embodying beauty and permanence. Chapter 30, Even Heaven Stands by His Side. Professor Ming was the English instructor of Sang Wan and Sui during their university years.
After passing the English proficiency exams in her sophomore year, Sang Wan ceased attending English classes, opting instead to audit other courses.
Nevertheless,
the elderly yet eternally graceful Professor Ming held a revered place in Sang Wan's heart. The professoress' love and marriage, which she described as unremarkable, were, in Sang Wan's eyes, synonymous with profound significance. Their acquaintance began in obscurity. One was an abandoned peasant girl, and the other, the scion of a warlord. From the moment of confession to overcoming numerous adversities to be together, the journey spanned many years.
Their separation lasted over a decade.
Rumors circulated that one had long since remarried and had countless descendants, while others claimed that Professor Ming was merely deceiving herself. Professor Ming did not dispute these claims, nor did she express anger. She quietly lived her life, studying English and French while awaiting her beloved's return. Eventually, the winds of reform swept across the land. There were no new suitors, nor were there grandchildren gathered around her knees. In the years of aching longing for her husband, he too yearned for her. From beginning to end, their hearts and minds were solely occupied with one another.
Of course, she remembered, though she spoke thus.
When the old professor exited the lecture hall, the gentleman clad in a three-piece suit awaited her, holding a modest bouquet of sunflowers.
Beneath the radiant noon sun,
the two silhouettes walking side by side seemed to portray the most enchanting scene from a film.
As they gradually receded from view, their image lingered indelibly. Even after so many years, Sang Wan's memories remained vivid.
She once believed that she and Lu Jinnian would grow old in a similarly enchanting manner.
Sang Wan smiled wryly, never anticipating such a swift reversal of fortune. She hadn't even endured until her 30th year. Sui sighed softly, indeed. I never expected that even childhood sweethearts would be unable to escape the trials of the 7-year itch. Sang Wan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed. Indeed it was. At the tender age of 16, she first encountered Lu Jinnian at the entrance of the Lu family villa community. At 17, Lu Jinnian confessed his affection for her, which she declined. Lu Jinnian persisted tirelessly, and she reluctantly yielded, proclaiming her desire for a partner with shared ideals and resonating frequencies. If you gain admission to the prestigious Imperial University, I will agree to be with you. She was aware only of her mother's remarks, stating that he either socialized with friends or isolated himself in his room playing video games, seldom seen studying or completing assignments. Let us not overlook that Imperial University is the top-ranked institution in Huagua, one not easily accessible to everyone. Even if he were to gain admission, with a plethora of beautiful women of various charms, would Lu Jinnian truly set his eyes on her? However, Sang Wan had underestimated Lu Jinnian's unwavering determination. At 18, they both gained admission to Imperial University, and during his nth confession, Sang Wan finally acquiesced. By the age of 22, they graduated and wed. Since their marriage, this year indeed marks their 7th anniversary. Yet, beyond their childhood companionship, she had also bestowed upon Lu Jinnian a kidney. One could say they shared a bond of life and death. Could even such a profound connection succumb to the 7-year itch? Is it truly the fickleness of the human heart, or is it her own stubbornness that has become antiquated? As Su Baohui and Lu Ziyi had once lamented. In the opulent capital, which man does not maintain a red flag at home while flaunting colorful flags outside? Why is it that other women can endure and accept, yet she cannot? Her mind split into two contrasting halves. One side echoed the cheerful Professor Ming, why do you find it so difficult? Once your heart is settled, so shall you be. The other side resonated with the critical and acerbic Su Baohui, you are being overly sentimental. Her mind remained tumultuous throughout the night. And as dawn approached, Sang Wan finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Awakening near noon, she found her room desolate. Sui had departed without her knowledge, leaving behind a WeChat reminder, remember to pick up your cat. And no backing out if you lose. Sang Wan, what sort of person is this? Is it too much to expect a modicum of basic trust between individuals? With a sense of determination, Sang Wan glanced at the time and dialed Lu Yi's number. Beep. Beep beep. With each beep, her heart fluttered with increasing unease. The thought that Lu Yi was no longer the charming youth from Imperial University, who would chase after her with a bright smile, calling her senior sister, but was now the formidable boss of the company she was about to join the next day, made her anxious. Would this jeopardize her job? Senior sister? A hoarse voice interrupted Sang Wan's reverie. What's wrong? Have you found a place to stay? The voice on the other end became suddenly clear. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Sang Wan felt a chill creeping in from the receiver. Yes, I've found one. I've already paid the rent and tidied everything up. There was a brief silence on the line. After a moment, Lu Yi replied solemnly, send me your location. I'll bring it over for you. All right. After hanging up, Sang Wan immediately sent a WeChat message to Sui. Just wait. Soon you'll see what your little nephew cat looks like. Get ready to place your bets, I'm buying it some cat treats. He. Sui didn't even bother typing, she just sent a mocking emoji in response. Sang Wan hastily set aside her phone and quickly attended to her grooming. Subsequently, she descended the stairs and made her way to the wonton shop. A little over 10 minutes later, a sleek black Ferrari roared into view, coming to a stop at its customary spot at the entrance of the alley. Sang Wan stepped forward as Lu Yi opened the trunk. Sang Wan was taken aback. The trunk was stuffed to capacity. On one side, there was an airline crate containing a meowing orange cat. On the other side, there were a cat bed, cat food, cat treats, and even a miniature cat climbing frame. Lu Yi stood with a frown, hands on his hips, casting a disdainful glance at the old alley behind Sang Wan. He turned back to her and inquired, you live here? Sang Wan nodded and reached out to grasp the suitcase, only to have it lifted away by Lu Yi.
Sang Wan turned to grab the cat food, but Lu Yi stopped her, closing the trunk with determination. "Let's go to your house first," he insisted.
"Is it that you don't trust her?" In a moment of distraction, Sang Wan found herself watching as Lu Yi strode into the alley.
Clad in black attire, shirt, trousers, and shoes, his silhouette was both upright and nonchalant.
At first glance, it seemed as though he were carrying not an airline suitcase, but rather a vault. Sang Wan hastened to catch up. A few minutes later, Lu Yi ascended the creaking old staircase and stood at the door of the small attic where Sang Wan resided.
It was evident from head to toe that every cell in his body radiated disdain.
Meow. Meow meow.
As if sensing Sang Wan's presence, the orange cat had been mewing delicately since being taken out of the trunk. Upon entering the room, Sang Wan closed the door and bent down to open the cage,
only to be halted once again by Lu Yi. "Senior."
His index finger gently brushed against the nose and forehead of 2S through the small barred door.
With a disapproving expression, Lu Yi looked at Sang Wan and asked, "Are you certain you wish to bring 2S to live here?" Why did he sound so contemptuous? What was the matter?
As Sang Wan surveyed her surroundings, a sense of grievance washed over her.
She pondered how to retain the essence of 2S. Little did Lu Yi realize that even fate was favoring him.
Without further obstruction, Sang Wan opened the airline crate, releasing the orange cat. While Lu Yi stepped forward to the window, his brow furrowed in contemplation.
Chapter 31, A Calculation of Fingers, Victory. Now, pay up. Firstly, owning a cat necessitates sealing the windows.
In your case, with the windows sealed, one must endure the odor of the litter box.
Conversely, if left open,
the cat roams freely, one could be oblivious to the presence of an outdoor tomcat or worse, an unforeseen calamity.
Moreover, residing on the top floor, Sang Wan fell into silence, realizing her oversight.
She had been solely focused on the fact that the orange cat had chosen her,
neglecting to consider the necessary conditions for its care and the time and energy required. While she possessed ample time and affection,
she was unable to provide the fundamental material conditions at present. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed the orange cat making repeated attempts to escape through the window beneath Lu Yi's arm. Just as she became aware of the warmth in the room and contemplated turning on the air conditioning, Lu Yi straightened up and said, "Perhaps I should take care of it for now." She glanced at Lu Yi, whose expression was earnest and intent on the well-being of the orange cat. Then shifted her gaze to the feline, which was nuzzling affectionately against Lu Yi, exhibiting no signs of discontent.
Sang Wan nodded in agreement.
After a brief ascent of merely 10 minutes, the two individuals and the cat descended once more. They visited Uncle Wang's establishment to savor some wontons,
and even offered the orange cat the 2 remaining shrimp from their bowl. What? Sang Wan was taken aback.
Even if it were merely cat food, treats, or climbing structures,
how could she possibly burden the young master's delicate hands? Moreover, it was her cat. Sang Wan hesitated and suggested, "Shall I go over and help with the move?" "It's not entirely out of the question." Lu Yi nodded reluctantly and said, "Get in the car." The Ferrari exited the alley and swiftly sped towards the hillside villa. Sang Wan could never quite comprehend how events had unfolded to this point. The phone emitted a soft chime. It was a message from Sui. "After careful calculation, I might, perhaps, seem to have a 1. Pay up." Sang Wan contemplated the idea of evading responsibility and even considered weaving a deception to mislead her. However, the moment she thought of Sui,
with her keen and astute nature, she realized that as soon as she sent a deceptive message via WeChat, Sui would undoubtedly initiate a video call to verify the truth. The prospect of being exposed in front of Lu Yi only added to her embarrassment. Sang Wan sighed and sent a small red envelope of 50 cents. Sui promptly received it. As usual, she replied with a laughing emoji, as if even her raised eyebrows were mocking Sang Wan. In frustration, Sang Wan snapped her screen shut. Just then, Lu Yi inquired, "Is your injury healed?" Sang Wan was momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, she finally realized he was referring to the abrasions on the soles of her feet. Perhaps, having devoted herself to raising children over the past few years, she had grown accustomed to neglecting her own well-being. Alternatively, it might be that her resilient body was not as fragile as it once seemed. The doctor had prescribed an ointment, yet in the flurry of her daily activities, she had applied it sporadically. To her surprise, within just a few days, the wounds had nearly healed. She could hardly feel any discomfort while walking, they were already mending.
Sang Wan responded, "Luo Yi, thank you."
The car came to a halt in the underground garage.
Luo Yi, holding the airline case, strode directly towards the elevator.
Sang Wan repeatedly transported those cat beds, climbing frames, cat food, and treats into the elevator. Throughout the entire process, the young master merely stood inside the elevator,
showing no inclination to lend a hand.
It was only when Sang Wan pulled out the last bag that Lu Yi raised his hand, and the trunk door of the car slowly closed. As the elevator doors opened and then closed again, the refreshing scent of lemons wafted from the villa. Lu Yi stepped out of the elevator and bent down to open the door of the airline crate.
Meow. Mew.
The orange cat emerged, stretching luxuriously. It glanced at the greenery, scratched the sofa, and promptly made its way to the media room on the third floor, its mood evidently elevated as it strutted confidently.
Sang Wan. Young master, lunch is ready. Please enjoy your meal.
As the delightful aroma wafted into her nostrils, Sang Wan had already followed Lu Yi's instructions to place the cat's nest on the second-floor terrace, relocate the cat climbing frame to the third-floor terrace, and store the cat food and canned goods in the pantry. Descending the stairs once more, she encountered the chef emerging from the dining room,
who was reporting to Lu Yi. Lu Yi nodded in acknowledgement.
The chef then turned to depart, and with a chime, the elevator doors closed.
A question emerged in Sang Wan's mind. Are the servants of the Lu Yi family assigned distinct roles that are strictly prohibited from overlapping? For instance, is it forbidden for the chef to usurp the duties of the porter and handle the transportation of the aforementioned items? Each individual should tend to their own responsibilities,
without concerning themselves with the affairs of others. As if divining Sang Wan's thoughts, Lu Yi spoke, "My sole expectation of them is to excel in their designated tasks with precision and expertise."
Oh. Sang Wan understood. Lu Yi pulled out the dining chair, inviting her to join the meal. "Since we are here, let us find peace in the moment. We have arrived, after all." Sang Wan expressed her gratitude,
lifting her bowl and chopsticks to dine in silence. The atmosphere in the restaurant was tranquil, and the air was imbued with the refined elegance characteristic of aristocratic families, where the young nobles maintained a dignified silence while partaking in their meals. She couldn't help but recall the awkwardness she felt during her first visit to Lu Jinnian's home. Sang Wan instinctively straightened her back, gripping her chopsticks tightly while delicately maneuvering the vegetables, striving to avoid any impolite clatter against the dish. It was then that Lu Yi spoke up, "Regarding the land in the eastern part of the city, if you were to design it, what ideas would you propose?" She recalled the news she had seen and heard during those months in the hospital. Realizing that Lu Yi was referring to the parcel of land where the municipal bidding conference was soon to be held,
Sang Wan spoke.
"I shall design a science museum that is the largest in the capital and throughout the nation, rich in technological elements. It will be divided into a youth pavilion and a comprehensive pavilion, or perhaps into pavilions representing the 4 cardinal directions,
from the age of 80 down to 2. Everyone will find endless joy within its walls."
It has been far too long since I engaged in practical work related to my profession.
Sang Wan spoke eloquently,
while Lu Yi occasionally interjected with a question or offered a suggestion. As they conversed and dined, they found themselves, almost without realizing it, concluding their meal. As Sang Wan prepared to set down her chopsticks after a satisfying meal, Lu Yi's phone suddenly rang.
"All right, I understand, I'll be there shortly." In a hurry to leave, Lu Yi stood up and, while walking away, called back to Sang Wan, "You stay here for a moment, the driver will take you soon." However,
there was no need to linger in uncertainty. Sang Wan heard the hum of the elevator doors closing. She had no idea when the driver would arrive. Sang Wan decided to gather the dishes and place them into the dishwasher, then proceeded to wipe down the dining table. With nothing else to occupy her time,
she ascended the stairs while mewing softly.
The home theater, the terrace, and the gym passed by her as she entered the master bedroom, glancing around curiously and not emerging for quite some time. Lu Yi, having turned off the surveillance, found himself lost in thought, staring blankly at the steering wheel.
Now, the question arose, where should he go? Chapter 32, Guest Room or Master Bedroom? When Sang Wan opened her eyes, the horizon outside the window was adorned with magnificent hues of sunset, casting the entire sky in shades of orange and red. This vibrant spectacle also illuminated the bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping it in a warm, orange glow. The remnants of sleep dissipated like mist into the distance. As Sang Wan abruptly sat up, a startled orange cat sprang from the blanket cradled in her arms, gazing at her with a bewildered expression. What has happened? Has the sky fallen? Her heart raced in confusion. How had she succumbed to slumber? Despite having conversed late into the night with Sui, she had awoken rather late this morning. How could she have drifted off? Even in a guest room, such behavior felt utterly impolite. She could only recall making her way to the bedroom, where she found the orange cat sprawled languidly across the large bed, stretching in a delightful display of feline grace. Her heart melted into a fluffy cloud of affection. She had leaned over the edge of the bed, playfully poking its soft paw pads and gently rubbing its plush little belly. And then, there was nothing more to remember. Hastily slipping on her slippers, Sang Wan attempted to arrange her hair and attire as she exited the room. The living room was shrouded in dimness. Grabbing her phone, she noticed missed calls and messages from Lu Yi. The call had been made 2 hours prior. She had been oblivious in her sleep. And please, do not take it upon yourself to hail a taxi. This area is notoriously difficult for that. No, it wasn't merely difficult. It was virtually impossible to find a ride. What kind of DD driver would venture up to a hillside villa to pick up passengers? Glancing at the clock, she realized it was only 5 o'clock. Sang Wan let out a sigh of relief as she opened a can for the orange cat and played with it for a while using a yarn ball. The elevator hummed to a stop, and as Lu Yi stepped out, Sang Wan glanced up at him from the living room carpet. A sudden sense of ease washed over her, akin to the thrill of having committed a misdeed without facing repercussions, as if she had narrowly escaped a disaster. The driver is still at the airport. Allow me to take you, Lu Yi said, closing the door of the shoe cabinet he had just opened. Sang Wan nodded, took a step forward, and hesitated before asking, do you want to take a break? You seem to be in such a hurry. It must be something of great importance. Not even a moment to sip water or catch your breath before hastily seeing her off. Meanwhile, she had taken over his guest room and slept for an entire afternoon. Lu Yi remained where he stood, inquiring of Sang Wan, do you have any plans this evening? Are you pressed for time? Sang Wan shook her head. She was not in a hurry. Tomorrow marked her first day at work, and her most pressing concern this evening was to get a good night's sleep. She intended to rise early, refreshed and rejuvenated, ready to report to the Lu family with the utmost spirit. There was no need to rush. Lu Yi changed his shoes and sauntered into the living room, collapsing onto the sofa. He patted his stomach, wondering if there was anything to eat. He thought to himself, this is your home, surely you know what's available to eat? Yet, feeling somewhat guilty, Sang Wan stood up and made her way to the kitchen. Upon opening the refrigerator, she discovered it was stocked with a plethora of items, everything one could possibly desire. Sang Wan leaned in and inquired of Lu Yi, what would you like to eat? A yogurt bowl? Steak? Fruit? Steak, perhaps, with a side salad. Or you could simply fry up a couple of pieces for yourself to enjoy as dinner. That works too. The sizzle of oil filled the air, accompanied by a tantalizing aroma of fat. Lu Yi reclined against the sofa, unable to suppress a soft sigh. This truly felt like home. When the face of the 2S cat appeared just above Lu Yi, he raised his hand and deftly grasped the scruff of its neck, lifting it from the back of the sofa. Meow. The 2S protested in a delicate tone, scampering off to the kitchen to lodge a complaint. A smile danced in Lu Ye's eyes as he pushed open the door, causing the chatter in the yard to cease. As Sang Wan entered, she soon realized that besides Granny Wan, there was another presence in the courtyard. The moment Wan Jianye laid eyes on Sang Wan, he hastily pulled down the t-shirt draped over his belly and also adjusted the short-sleeved shirt that had slipped off his shoulder. Is this the little Sang you mentioned, mother? He exclaimed. They say beauty shines brightest under the light. At that moment, Wan Jianye longed to summon the one who had made that statement, to let them behold the pinnacle of appreciating beauty. More exquisite than the light of a lamp is the glow of the moon, after all. The moonlight cascaded like water, gentle and soothing. Sang Wan, stepping through the doorway, appeared as if she were a celestial being descending from the heavens. That face. That waist, he was left drooling at the sight. Wan Jianya rose to offer his seat. Little sang, "Come, sit down." He understood that this was the unaccomplished son Granny Wan had spoken of. Initially, he thought she was being modest, but having now caught a glimpse, Sang Wan felt otherwise. "No, you all carry on with your conversation." Sang Wan smiled politely. "Grandma, I shall head upstairs first." All right. Mother. What is the background of this young Sang? Please do not be deceived.
Wan Jianya's hushed voice was abruptly silenced by a slap from Wan Grandma that landed upon him.
Sang Wan paid little heed and ascended the stairs directly into her room.
Just as she changed into her slippers, her phone illuminated.
It was a message from Lu Yi. "Are you home?" After sending the WeChat message,
there was no further response. Sang Wan cast aside her phone and proceeded to wash up before retiring for the night.
Lu Yi, having dried his hair,
emerged from the bathroom and casually picked up his phone. Among the myriad of new messages, he instinctively opened Sang Wan's chat.
Through the screen,
she transformed back into the tense figure seated at the dining table, bristling with discomfort and aloofness.
A flicker of disinterest shadowed Lu Ye's features.
He dismissed the phone and tossed the towel aside before climbing into bed. The air was imbued with a faint, elusive fragrance, both foreign and familiar. The floor lamp in the corner gradually dimmed, eventually extinguishing itself.
The scent grew more pronounced.
In the darkness, Lu Yi furrowed his brow and sat up. The mere thought of the housekeeper sending someone to change the bedding, coupled with the time it would take for him to settle back in,
would easily consume at least half an hour. An inexplicable restlessness enveloped him.
Just as his outstretched hand grazed the phone, a fleeting thought flickered through his mind. As Sang Wan entered the bedroom, he vanished from the scene. At that moment, the 2S group curled up into a circle at his feet. A thought crossed Lu Ye's mind, and he grasped the corner of the blanket, lowering his head to bring his nose closer.
Indeed, it was the scent of Sang Wan.
Reminiscent of the delicate fragrance of gardenias wafting in the moonlight, mingled with the faint creaminess lingering on his lips after sipping a latte.
Soft and gentle, lacking any force, yet impossible to dispel.
In the originally cool night, an inexplicable wave of unsettling heat began to stir within him.
He glanced once more at the now rounder 2S.
Curled up with its legs tucked in,
Lu Yi tugged at the blanket. 2S looked up in confusion.
Lu Yi coldly asserted, "Your posture is incorrect.
Get up and sleep again." 2S, dissatisfied, stretched lazily and silently slipped out of the bedroom.
Recalling the afternoon when Sang Wan had slept in this very bed for hours, it was likely he had occupied this precise spot. Lu Yi felt an inexplicable quickening of his heartbeat. Images of Sang Wan pressed against the wall of the bar. His long, slender neck gleaming white, flooded his mind. The pillow beneath him was infused with an increasingly rich fragrance.
"Damn it!"
Letting out a soft grunt,
Lu Yi rose and entered the bathroom. A night of confusion ensued. When the alarm rang, Lu Yi awoke, momentarily disoriented.
His mind filled with the chaotic yet splendid dream from the previous night. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair. A shadow loomed in his eyes.
Madness. Chapter 33, She must have done it on purpose.
Just as Sang Wan reached the conference room door, her phone chimed.
"Hello, Teacher Tingting?" "Hello, Mu's mom. This week is our kindergarten sports month.
Last Friday, we informed the children to create a drawing,
which the kindergarten will turn into family outfits for the parent-child sports event this Friday. I also notified everyone in the group. Little Mu mentioned that his drawing was left at home. Could you bring it over?" "All right, got it." After hanging up, Sang Wan called Yang Yan,
instructing him to have the nanny retrieve Xiao Mu's drawing and take it to the kindergarten, while also mentioning the parent-child sports event. Jinnian was also in the class WeChat group, but like most fathers, he remained an invisible presence.
A few minutes later, Sang Wan turned and entered the conference room. "This is our project's new architectural designer, Sang Wan. Hello everyone, I am honored to join the Lu family and work alongside such outstanding individuals. In the days to come, I kindly ask for your guidance."
After completing her brief self-introduction, Sang Wan proceeded to her designated seat at the back.
Simultaneously, after reporting the day's schedule, Yang Yan reminded Jinnian, "Mr. Lu, there is a parent-child sports event at the kindergarten this Friday. Should we reserve time for you to attend? Lu Jinnian frowned. The private kindergarten that Lu Xiaomu attended was filled with numerous activities.
From Tech Month at the Science Museum to Art Month drawing competitions. Now, as the weather cooled slightly, they were introducing Sports Month. A thought almost escaped Sang Wan's lips. But Lu Jinnian, grasping his phone, suddenly remembered that Sang Wan had blocked him. He raised his gaze and instructed Yang Yan, contact Sang Wan and have her attend. However, Yang Yan appeared troubled. Madam contacted me and requested you to go. I have already reached out to the kindergarten. And that teacher mentioned it would be best for the three of you to attend together. Phone, Lu Jinnian extended his hand. It took a moment for him to realize Lu Jinnian was requesting his phone. Yang Yan retrieved his phone from his pocket, unlocked it, and handed it over. Lu Jinnian dialed Sang Wan's number, and as he did, he noticed Yang Yan's contact name displayed on the screen. Miss Sang cast a fleeting glance at Yang Yan, while Lu Jinnian pressed his phone to his ear. Assistant Yang, has the painting been delivered? The voice of Sang Wan resonated from the other end. In an instant, Lu Jinnian's mind conjured the image of Lu Xiaomu perched on the bay window, immersed in her colorful drawings. Her little bottom sticking up in the air amidst a vibrant array of crayons. It was evident that the kindergarten had contacted Sang Wan. And she had sought Yang Yan to avoid speaking with him. It's me, Lu Jinnian began. Sang Wan, where are you currently residing? We will come to pick you up for the parent-child sports day at Xiao Mu's kindergarten on Friday at 10 in the morning. I'm busy, Sang Wan's voice was icy. I have work and can't take leave. Work? Lu Jinnian furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Literally what I said. In any case, I cannot go. Sang Wan. Is this how a mother behaves? Merely giving birth without nurturing? If you don't attend, how will the other children and their parents perceive Xiao Mu? Lu Jinnian. On the other end, it seemed Sang Wan chuckled. Last year's sports day, I informed you 3 days in advance, and you said you were unavailable. At that time, did you ever consider how your son would be ridiculed? Lu Jinnian was taken aback. Beep. 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 The call had already disconnected. With a face flushed with indignation, Lu Jinnian raised his eyes to Yang Yan. What about the matter I asked you to investigate? Who is that wild man? And where is she currently residing? Mr. Lu. Yang Yan appeared apologetic. I reviewed the hotel surveillance from those days but did not spot the wild man you mentioned. I also checked the ownership of that domestic vehicle. There are thousands of them in the capital. As for the lady, Yang Yan hesitated, there have been no recent transactions on your supplementary card. To locate her, we might need to rely on acquaintances and the Tianyan system. Useless. Cursing inwardly, Lu Jinnian lowered his head and sent a text to Sang Wan from Yang Yan's phone. I reiterate, always leave a line for future encounters. If you sever ties so completely, have you contemplated how to conclude matters if you do not end up divorced? Sang Wan. Do you comprehend what knowing when to stop means? Or do you wish for me to find you at your new company? See you at the kindergarten entrance on Friday at 10. As soon as the message was sent, it displayed as read. The moment the office door closed, Lu Jinnian seized the folder on his desk and hurled it across the room. The Sang Wan of yesteryears, gentle and virtuous, would never have disregarded him so brazenly, provoking his ire. She must be doing this intentionally. Or perhaps that wild man had bewitched her with some charm, claiming he would marry her? What a jest! Any man with even a modicum of capability would never wed a divorced woman with a child. Unless the suitor was old and unattractive. His mind was filled with grotesque images of a portly old man in a dilapidated car, leering at Sang Wan as she disembarked. Lu Jinnian seethed with rage. Raising his gaze, he caught a glimpse of a blurred silhouette on the computer screen. His anger dissipated, a smirk playing on his lips. Transitioning from modesty to extravagance is effortless, but from extravagance to modesty is arduous. 4 years of courtship. 6 years of marriage. Having wed a man like him, he could scarcely believe that Sang Wan could ever find interest in those lacking both looks and wealth. Women! Merely attempting to fabricate an illusion of being pursued to instill a sense of urgency in him. Such petty tricks were not unfamiliar to him. He was nearly certain that Sang Wan would indeed attend their son's parent-child sports day on Friday.
Lu Jinnian's mood brightened. Sang Wan did not take it to heart at all.
However, upon arriving at the office that Friday morning, she received a phone call from teacher Tingting.
Xiao Mu's mother. Are you on your way? Has Xiao Mu's father not arrived yet?
Not yet, she replied.
The sports meeting is about to commence.
And Xiao Mu mentioned that his mother would definitely come. Xiao Mu's mother, please hurry, teacher Tingting said before hanging up.
Sang Wan's heart sank momentarily.
Over the past 2 years, she had participated in every event at the Lu Xiaomu kindergarten, whether in the junior or senior class. Moreover, today was Friday. The last Friday of the month, which was always reserved for the Lu family's routine executive meeting.
Lu Jinnian would undoubtedly be absent. If either parent was unable to attend, they could easily excuse themselves by citing their demanding work schedules.
However, if both parents were absent, and even the grandparents did not show up, it would be utterly disheartening. The thought of other children being accompanied by their parents while Lu Xiaomu sat there all alone filled Sang Wan with an overwhelming sense of compassion.
Ultimately,
she could not bring herself to abandon her child. After requesting a 2-hour leave from manager Lin, Sang Wan hailed a taxi and hurried towards the kindergarten. The morning rush hour had passed, and the journey was smooth and unimpeded.
As Sang Wan arrived at the kindergarten gate, the clock struck 10. Luxurious cars lined up outside, one after another.
Within the gates, a vibrant array of flowers adorned the landscape, complemented by lush green grass.
Joyful melodies soared into the sky,
intertwining with the carefree laughter of children, creating an uplifting ambience that resonated with the spirit. The visual delight was equally enchanting. Each family of 3 donned uniquely customized parent-child t-shirts, emblazoned with the words Dad, Mom, and Baby on their backs.
The front showcased the child's artwork, whimsical and amusing. Even to those unfamiliar, the illustrations clearly identified the trio as a family unit.
As she made her way inside, both the security personnel and the kindergarten teachers recognized her. Exchanging greetings with expressions that conveyed a palpable sense of hesitation and awkwardness. Sang Wan ascended the stairs, her mind filled with confusion.
Until she arrived at the entrance of Class 1.
She paused for a moment.
Chapter 34, Is the Game the Wolf is Coming enjoyable? 2 adults and 1 child.
Large hands clasping a smaller one, Lu Jinnian and Lin Zhao Zhao held the lively Lu Xiaomu by either side, reminiscent of a scene from yesterday.
In Sang Wan's mind, the scene of Lu Xiaomu's birthday unexpectedly surfaced.
Upon seeing Sang Wan, the trio, 2 adults and 1 child, came to a halt simultaneously.
Sang Wan had yet to utter a word.
Beside her, Lin Xiaoqiao displayed a countenance filled with trepidation and remorse.
Sister Sang, I apologize.
It was Mu Gu who called and invited me.
President Lu mentioned you would not be coming, so I decided to join. If you wish, I can take off my t-shirt and give it to you? No need.
Sang Wan gazed at Lu Xiaomu, who was hiding behind Lin Zhao Zhao and making faces at her.
Is the game of the wolf is coming enjoyable? Sang Wan remained utterly unperturbed, her demeanor calm.
Lu Xiaomu, should the wolf return next time, there shall be no benevolent farmer to offer assistance, she mused.
What wolf? What kind-hearted farmer?
He cared not for such trivialities. All he knew was that among the mothers present, Aunt Zhao Zhao was the youngest and most beautiful.
Aunt Zhao Zhao. Pay her no mind. Allow me to show you my little pony.
Lu Xiaomu proclaimed loudly, reaching out to grasp Lin Zhao Zhao's hand. Yet, even as he turned into the playground, Sang Wan did not pursue him.
Grandma said,
Mother lacks the fate of a princess yet is afflicted with all the ailments of one, she must not be indulged.
Auntie remarked.
The money mother spends is all earned by father, she is hardly superior to the household maid. But he was different, he was the young master of the Lu family. Aside from his father, no one else could impose upon him.
Including her.
Humph. He was indifferent to it all.
Lu Xiaomu huffed, crinkling his nose in irritation as he pulled Lin Zhao Zhao into the event hall. Upon opening his phone,
his gallery was filled from top to bottom with images of Lu Xiaomu, a chubby, fair-skinned infant in swaddling, a babbling toddler taking his first steps, drawing building blocks,
and sweetly calling out Mama.
Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had learned to play tricks on her. from the moment she laid eyes on Lin Zhao Zhao.
Sang Wan realized Lu Xiaomu's intentions were deliberate.
The household staff had been meticulously trained over the years.
While she had refrained from discussing Lu Jinnian, she had left no detail unaddressed regarding Lu Xiaomu. The messages in the WeChat group had been seen by the maid,
who would surely remind Lu Xiaomu to finish his drawing over the weekend.
On Sunday night, when Lu Xiaomu fell asleep, the maid would check his little backpack,
ensuring it contained all the necessary items and a change of t-shirt and shorts.
Knowing full well the drawing would not be in the backpack, Teacher Tingting would undoubtedly call her. Lu Xiaomu had intentionally removed the drawing from his backpack early that morning, solely to ensure she would encounter Lin Zhao Zhao upon arriving at the kindergarten.
This was to incite her anger, ideally to the point of exasperation, so that Lin Zhao Zhao might become his new mother.
Was it not said that human nature is inherently good?
Had she not taken his little hand, patiently teaching him the three-character classic, only for it to fall upon deaf ears? She had thought herself unbothered.
Yet the realization that Lu Xiaomu's cleverness was employed in such schemes left her pondering. Sang Wan's heart ached as before.
Gritting her teeth, she emptied her photo album and cleared her recycle bin. As the taxi came to a halt, Sang Wan lowered her head and exited, her face a mask of composure as she stepped into the elevator.
Upon reaching the exclusive elevator for the CEO,
Lu Yi barely had the chance to call out to her when he saw Sang Wan, with a frostbitten expression, enter the elevator. A momentary surprise flickered in his eyes.
Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement dancing in his gaze.
This version of Sang Wan bore a striking resemblance to the one he had encountered back in the campus days at the Imperial University, when he had approached her to strike up a conversation. Cold as ice, she seemed to regard the vast world around her with indifference. She was more vibrant than the icy persona she projected over the phone, yet retained a sense of familiarity reminiscent of the woman who had accompanied 2S in the villa. The CEO's assistant called through to the front desk of the project department, which was then redirected to Sang Wan's office line.
After a little over 10 minutes, Sang Wan followed the CEO's assistant, Rong Jing, with a look of trepidation, and knocked on Lu Yi's office door.
"Come in," came the cold voice from within.
Sang Wan pushed the door open.
Behind the desk, Lu Yi, who was busy signing documents, glanced over and said, "Please, take a seat." Lu Yi's office was situated on the top floor of the Lu building, with a panoramic view through the 270-degree floor-to-ceiling windows, making the entire capital appear to lie beneath his feet. Rong Jing brought in coffee and snacks, and as she closed the door, a serene silence enveloped the office.
Sang Wan, filled with trepidation, spoke up, "Mr. Lu, did you call for me? Is there something you need?" "What? Is it impossible to seek you out without a reason?" The imposing aura of the aloof and authoritative CEO vanished in an instant. When Lu Yi spoke again, he transformed back into the gentle, amiable, and approachable senior from the hillside villa.
Silence enveloped Sang Wan as Lu Yi completed the documents in hand.
He pressed the intercom, signaling that he was finished and would come to retrieve them. Rong Jing returned briefly to collect the papers. Lu Yi then rose,
taking his phone with him to settle onto the sofa.
He opened the photo gallery and turned his phone towards Sang Wan. Within the image,
the 2S lay feebly on the carpet, resembling a customized plush cat pillow from a certain online store, elongated in shape.
What had happened to it? Sang Wan was taken aback.
Lu Yi chuckled and said, "Do you believe that it has become lovesick?"
Sang Wan was momentarily taken aback. On the other end,
Lu Yi had initiated a video call. After a few beeps, a voice resonated from the phone, deep and weary, addressing him as young master. The word prodigal lingered on his lips, but he quickly altered his response, "Where is 2S?
Has it come back to life?"
The doctor has examined it and stated that there are no issues with its gastrointestinal system.
Mimi? Mimi? Meow.
The sound of footsteps accompanied the somber imitation of a cat's meow. When Lu Yi turned the phone around, Sang Wan beheld a pair of luminous titanium alloy eyes.
Suddenly, the lights flickered on.
The phone screen illuminated as well, revealing the third-floor media room, where a frail 2S lay languidly amidst the crevices of a massage chair in the wall, visibly despondent. Although it was merely a cat, Sang Wan could distinctly perceive the pitiful grievance reflected in its large, glimmering eyes.
"Juji," she whispered softly, "what is wrong?" A faint meow escaped. Almost like a breath, weak and feeble. The orange cat edged closer, and the screen became obscured by a warm yellow pattern, transforming into a patch of darkness. The orange cat nuzzled against the phone, then withdrew, appearing even more forlorn, meowing softly, meowing softly. As Sang Wan furrowed her brows lightly, her eyes brimmed with compassion. She turned her gaze toward Lu Yi, cautiously inquiring, "Lu Yi, can you?" The image of Sang Wan from her dreams, intermittently calling out to him, merged with the current vision of her eagerly watching him. The two faces overlapped. Lu Yi straightened his posture and cleared his throat, responding softly, "I can." Chapter 35, the familiar whiff of Q. The advantage of a large corporation lies in its ability to allow those eager to exert themselves to the point of exhaustion. Conversely, those who prefer a more leisurely pace can complete their assigned tasks and leave promptly at the end of the day. From Monday to Thursday, everyone rolls up their sleeves and works diligently. After all, the company boasts a 5-star employee cafeteria, a gym, a swimming pool, and various other enticing perks, making it quite feasible to reside within the office. Come Friday, almost as soon as the midday nap concludes, employees from various departments spring to life with renewed vigor. Sang Wan pondered whether leaving work punctually would seem too sudden. To her surprise, she had overthought the matter. Just past 4 o'clock. Individuals began to clock out one after another. She noticed that the number of people around her dwindled gradually. Sang Wan quietly inquired of the colleague in the adjacent cubicle, "Does this count as leaving early?" "Not at all," replied the colleague, crunching on potato chips with a casual air. "Haven't you seen the employee conduct guidelines issued by Human Resources? The company strictly adheres to a 5-day, 8-hour work schedule. Any extra hours are either considered overtime or compensatory leave. In other words, if you work continuously for 40 hours, you can luxuriate in restful slumber at home for the following days." Sang Wan finally comprehended why, when she sought manager Lin to request a 2-hour leave that morning, he appeared utterly perplexed. Having been occupied until 8 or 9 o'clock for several consecutive days, she had already accumulated ample compensatory leave. There was truly no need to request time off. It was indeed a superfluous endeavor. No wonder he found her behavior rather peculiar. Sang Wan inquired of Xiao Bai once more, "Why have you not yet departed?" Xiao Bai sighed and replied, "Chef Abula at the Thai restaurant prepares curry crab every Friday afternoon, and it is available solely for Friday dinner, ready by 6 o'clock. Sang Wan. Just a moment longer. 10 minutes later, the phone chimed again. "Shall we go?" "Right away." The frequency of those departing gradually diminished, and it became apparent that those remaining were either engrossed in their screens or, like Xiao Bai, languidly awaiting something. With a resolute heart, Sang Wan tidied her desk in preparation to leave. "Xiao Bai, I shall take my leave. See you on Monday. Have a pleasant weekend, goodbye." As the elevator descended, her thoughts drifted to Luya's flamboyant Ferrari. Observing her bustling colleagues within the confines of the elevator, she lowered her head to send Luyi a WeChat message, "Could you please park a little farther away? Just a bit distant from the elevator will suffice." Inside the driver's seat of the Ferrari, Luyi glanced at his phone before turning to the elevator doors across from him, his expression a mix of bemusement as he drove the car a short distance away. Once parked, he caught sight of Sang Wan emerging from the elevator. She looked around furtively, as if not merely finishing work but rather sneaking away like a red apricot yearning to escape the wall, a vivid impression of clandestine romance. Just then, a short honk interrupted her, as she was engrossed in her WeChat. Turning towards the sound, she spotted the diminutive Ferrari tucked away in a corner parking space. Instinctively releasing a breath of relief, Sang Wan glanced around before stepping forward to gracefully settle into the passenger seat as the car door slowly descended. As Sang Wan's breath halted, the car door closed, allowing her to regain her breath. Lu Yi chuckled, fully aware that she was merely hitching a ride with him. Those unaware might mistakenly believe that we were engaged in an affair. An affair? Such a jest. As soon as Sang Wan felt the warmth rise from her ears to the nape of her neck, Lu Ye's gaze momentarily faltered. A sense of stifling heat, akin to insufficient air conditioning in a car, enveloped the atmosphere. With a soft exhale, Lu Yi diverted his eyes, choosing not to look at her any longer. The Ferrari roared out of the parking lot, and after more than half an hour, they arrived at the mountainside villa. The entire day had been fraught with anxiety. It was manageable while busy, but now, with the moment so near, Sang Wan seemed unable to wait even for Lu Yi to park before entering the elevator. Not only did she exit the vehicle first, but she also skillfully entered the elevator and closed the door behind her. Ah, splendid. Lu Yi, with his hands tucked into his pockets, strolled leisurely forward. As the elevator descended and the doors opened once more, he sauntered inside. Upon entering, the air was infused with the tantalizing aroma of a lavish meal. He instructed the chef to prepare dinner in half an hour. Lu Yi removed his suit jacket and tossed it onto the sofa, unfastened his tie, and hung it at the staircase entrance. He ascended the stairs at an unhurried pace, leisurely undoing his cufflinks along the way. What's the matter, Juju? Missing your mother? The soft, melodic voice drifted from the media room, and Lu Yi paused, a smile glimmering in his eyes as he leaned lazily against the doorframe. Meow. Meow. After 5 days apart, the orange cat appeared to have endured immense grievances. Its front paws kneading on Sang Wan's lap. It raised its head, nuzzling against her arms and face, weaving between her affectionately, embracing and petting. Sang Wan lavished attention upon the orange cat. Soon, when mother and grandmother are here, we will all keep Juju company, shall we? She gently stroked its little, sunken belly. Sang Wan rose while cradling the orange cat. Upon lifting her gaze, she met the smiling eyes of Lu Yi outside the door. She recalled Lu Yi's words about love turning into a malady, and thought of her own voice moments ago, soothing and gentle, akin to that of a parent comforting a child. Sang Wan felt a slight flush on her cheeks. Lu Yi had already risen to his feet. Sang Wan followed Lu Yi onto the terrace, and upon entering, she was struck with astonishment. The expansive terrace, measuring over 200 square meters, had transformed from an open expanse to a semi-enclosed sanctuary since her last visit. A bright, lofty ceiling adorned one side, while several robust beauty pines and fragrant lemon trees, having endured their share of wear, exhibited a crooked growth pattern, shifting from vertical to horizontal. On the ground by the wall, an array of high-tech automatic feeders and water dispensers stood ready. There was no need for the cats to look around while munching on their kibble or sipping water. The lush greenery of the villa area lay directly before them, offering a delightful view. On the opposite side, a glass wall towered above, capturing the evening glow of the sunset. The floor was generously covered with large scratching boards, seemingly alive as 2S leapt from Sang Wan's arms, gracefully striding towards the feeder, eagerly crunching on freeze-dried cat food. Sang Wan gazed at the splendid scenery above her, surveying the opulent cat space surrounding her. In stark contrast, she reflected upon her meager, cramped attic room. Unable to suppress her murmurs, she lamented, "I truly wish to compete with the affluent." Lu Yi smirked, suggesting, "As long as you desire, you too can achieve it." What could this imply? Was he advising her against divorce, or perhaps instilling confidence that, with her capabilities, she too would soon reside in a grand abode? She chose not to ponder the true meaning behind his words. Sang Wan stepped forward, gracefully settling onto the floor with her legs crossed, her mind vacantly observing 2S as he ate and drank. As the evening glow gradually dispersed and the sky began to darken, she suddenly realized that she had lingered far too long. Sang Wan rose and descended the stairs. The chef stood with his head bowed, exuding a respectful demeanor. "Miss Sang, dinner is ready. Please take your seat." "No need, I." The voice of Lu Yi echoed from behind her. Sang Wan turned around, her gaze momentarily constricting. Sang Wan heard a soul-stirring sound above her head. Chapter 36, Brother. Could it be that you have feelings for me? She had changed into a cream-colored loungewear. Lu Yi seemed to have taken a shower as well. His hair was towel-dried yet still damp at the ends, droplets of water trickling down. As he spoke, he emerged from the central bedroom on the first floor, the guest room where she had assumed he had spent the afternoon resting. Her heart raced rapidly, and her ears inexplicably began to flush. Sang Wan hesitated slightly. "Is this your master bedroom?" "Indeed." Lu Yi nodded. "Every room in this house is a master bedroom." This implies that no matter where 2S concealed herself that day, regardless of which room she fell asleep in, it was undoubtedly Lu Yi's master bedroom that had been occupied. A 100 rate of incorrect identification. Since there was no escape, one might as well accept fate. Lu Yi countered with a question, what's wrong?
Sang Wan shook her head, her heart as desolate as ashes, her expression tranquil. As she turned to sit in the dining chair, she stealthily surveyed her surroundings, seemingly searching for any signs of surveillance within the house. Her gaze found nothing. A fleeting thought crossed her mind: if there were no quarters for the servants, it was improbable that Lu Yi, who valued personal privacy so highly, would have installed any monitoring devices in his own home.
Sang Wan let out a sigh of relief.
Lu Yi curled his lips into a faint smile and suggested they dine. However, he seemed preoccupied, his mind wandering as he ate.
In his arms,
a vigilant cat watched the Australian dragon, while Sang Wan focused on the feline, shedding the restraint she had displayed earlier.
After clearing the tableware, Sang Wan prepared to leave,
politely declining Lu Ye's offer to escort her, stating that traffic would be heavy at this hour and requesting the driver to take her instead.
You should rest early, she added. Sang Wan was at a loss for what to do. All she could do was gently stroke 2S's head and say, "Be good, will you?"
2S replied with a soft, meow.
Lu Yi translated, saying it expressed a willingness to try.
As the vehicle exited the hillside villa district, the rain began to fall just moments after navigating the winding mountain road. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of the villa, Lu Yi gazed at the intensifying downpour, his expression clouded with frustration. If only the rain had arrived just a few minutes earlier. A cinematic experience featuring Sang Wan's favorite film awaited in the media room, yet she hadn't even bothered to turn on the screen. The master bedroom on the second floor boasted new bedding, but she had never stepped inside. It felt utterly bland. He could not even conjure an excuse to persuade her to stay. Now, she had left, and the rain had commenced. Even the heavens seemed to conspire against him. He opened his phone to check the weather in the capital, overcast. With a grim expression, Lu Yi dialed a number, file a complaint with the meteorological station and tell them their weather forecast is utterly inaccurate.
Complaint. The phone rang,
and he glanced at the screen before answering. The cacophony on the other end abruptly ceased.
Hey, bro, come out and have some fun. Your engagement just fell through. Yet you're behaving like a monk? That's not like you.
In the circle of wealthy elites, everyone knew the prince adored revelry, especially over the past 6 months. Indulging in racing, horseback riding, and wild parties with great enthusiasm. It was presumed that this was merely a premarital indulgence, given the Xiao family's reputation. Even if it was just an engagement, respect must be given to the gambling king and the sixth miss. After all, once engaged, such frivolities would surely cease.
Unexpectedly, with the cancellation of the engagement, Lu Yi had seemingly embraced a more tempered lifestyle devoid of any excitement. If he could not be persuaded to join them on ordinary days, how could he possibly decline an invitation on the most coveted Friday night? It defied logic. Not only illogical but also unreasonable. Bro, I've pondered long and hard and uncovered a secret about you.
Let us hear it. You see, during your university years, when you should have been most passionate, you spent 4 years at the elite university surrounded by beautiful women, yet you remained a recluse. Once you ascended to the position of CEO, you engaged in numerous social gatherings and met countless acquaintances, yet you never fell for anyone.
If it were someone else,
I might speculate they harbored a long-distance crush or a lingering infatuation. But you and I grew up together, how could I not discern your true feelings?
Lu Yi's patience wore thin.
So what?
Bro, the voice on the other end trembled with exaggerated anticipation. You don't mean you like me, do you?
After all this contemplation, that's what you've deduced?
With a smirk, Lu Yi's bad mood, suppressed by the torrential rain, finally erupted.
Since the secret was out, he would simply wait for the storm to pass. He hung up the phone and turned around, remembering to close the door to the media room behind him. Within seconds, he lay comfortably on his bed. After changing his clothes, he stepped out, glancing at his watch, estimating that Sang Wan must have arrived home by now.
He sent her a WeChat message, "Have you arrived?"
"Yes, I've arrived.
Sorry for troubling you again tonight. Senior, can we drop the formalities during off-duty hours?" From the day he learned of Lu Ye's identity, she could no longer regard him as an ordinary junior. Especially now,
as he stood at the pinnacle of society in the capital. The phone shifted from light to dark, then lit up once more with a call from Yang Yan. It was already 9 p.m., and Yang Yan would not call her at such an hour unless it was concerning Lu Jinnian.
Sang Wan hung up the phone and promptly switched off her device. Moments later, a series of firm knocks echoed from downstairs. Standing rigidly before the open wardrobe,
Sang Wan's body tensed, her fists clenched tightly. She could hear Granny Wan's voice responding at the door. Deep within Sang Wan's heart lingered a glimmer of hope. Then she heard Granny Wan's voice calling out, "Xiao Sang." At the staircase, Granny Wan raised her head and shouted, "There's a man named Yang Yan outside.
Claiming to be your colleague, seeking your attention." If she chose to remain inside, Yang Yan would inevitably knock again, disturbing Granny.
If she stayed hidden, on this Friday evening,
Yang Yan would have no choice but to continue his madness with Lu Jinnian.
She had initially believed that as long as she remained indifferent,
Lu Jinnian would not affect her.
Yet at this moment, Sang Wan realized that as long as she cared about her dignity,
Lu Jinnian could devise countless ways to compel her to yield. "Granny, I understand. I apologize for disturbing your rest," Sang Wan responded promptly.
She removed Lu Jinnian from her blacklist and called him.
"Lu Jinnian, are you out of your mind? Come out." Lu Jinnian's voice, tinged with the soft haze of inebriation, replied, "I am waiting for you at the alley's entrance. When will you emerge? When does Yang Yan finish work? Otherwise."
A sharp crack echoed through the air. Sang Wan hung up the phone, took a few deep breaths, and descended the stairs.
"Miss Sang, I apologize," he began.
"It is I who should be apologizing." The rain had diminished to a light drizzle, yet it continued to patter softly.
Yang Yan's hair and suit were both soaked. The anger within Sang Wan dissipated suddenly.
It dawned on her just how vast the chasm between individuals could be, a realization she had only now come to grasp. Lu Yi had instructed the driver to escort her home. The vehicle halted at the entrance of the alley, unable to proceed further.
And the driver swiftly exited to provide her with an umbrella.
She insisted it was unnecessary, stating she could manage with a brisk walk.
Yet, the driver,
with a demeanor both respectful and resolute, insisted, "I will see you to your doorstep." As she approached, he seemed to notice the modest courtyard. And despite having reached the entrance, he still pressed the umbrella into her hands before turning away with remarkable speed.
Meanwhile, Lu Jinnian, as was his custom,
carried himself with an air of entitlement, as if the entire world should yield to him.
But why should it?
The alley lay shrouded in silence. A soft thud resonated as the rear door of the Mercedes swung open, and Lu Jinnian emerged, his gaze fixated on Sang Wan, who was slowly stepping out from the shadows of the alley. His attention inevitably fell upon the pristine,
exquisitely crafted black umbrella she held. Was it a gift from that wild man? Chapter 37. Is it so difficult to be a decent person?
Why must one be a double-standard dog? He felt a surge of indignation upon realizing that someone else had learned of Sang Wan's residence before him.
Lu Jinnian's eyes bore into her as she approached. "What is it? Speak plainly." Ignoring his inquiry, Sang Wan halted before the car, just a few paces away.
It was only then that he could discern her features and attire clearly.
Within him, an unnamed fury ignited, transforming from a mere spark into a flame.
She wore a white chiffon blouse paired with black tailored trousers. The cropped length of her pants revealed a slender, alabaster ankle, exuding the vibrant sophistication of a modern urbanite. In her first year at Lu's, Sang Wan had embodied a similar elegance and poise. Unbeknownst to many, during her marriage,
the single male employees at Lu's had flocked to her.
Even when they were aware of her marital status, they still vied for her attention,
frequently surprising her with coffee or takeout.
If Sang Wan had once resembled a delicate white lotus in a summer pond, she had now blossomed into a striking red rose. Yet, she did not bloom beneath his watchful gaze.
For whom was she flourishing? That wild man? Sang Wan. Is it because someone else has caught your eye that you are so determined to seek a divorce? Lu Jinnian inquired in a low voice.
Sang Wan furrowed her brows. Thus, after you celebrated Lu Xiaomu's birthday with Lin Xiaoqiao, announcing to the neighbors that the Lu family was soon to welcome a new mistress, and afterward took Lin Xiaoqiao to the kindergarten sports day, proclaiming to Lu Xiaomu's teachers and classmates that she would soon have a new mother.
You came to inquire whether there was someone else in my life? Lu Jinnian. Sang Wan coldly remarked, "Is it not sufficient to be a decent person? Must one choose to be a hypocritical dog?" Lu Jinnian's expression darkened.
As Sang Wan turned to leave, her countenance was ashen.
And Lu Jinnian was on the verge of pursuing her.
Yet, contemplating Sang Wan's words, he refrained. Should he chase her today? Tomorrow the paparazzi would undoubtedly be waiting at the gates of the Lu Corporation. With great restraint, he continued walking to the end of the alley. Yet he heard no sound of a departing vehicle.
As Lu Jinnian did not follow, Sang Wan exhaled in relief.
Glancing down, she noticed a message from him, implying that he would no longer intrude upon her life, and in return, she ought not to block him.
The countdown stood at 9 days. Without consulting a calendar,
she was acutely aware that the following Monday marked the day they would obtain their marriage certificate. After enduring such a prolonged period of turmoil,
the 1-month cooling-off period was finally drawing to a close. Sang Wan could not help but greet those experts who suggested a cooling-off period for the nth time.
In the bustling and lively private room, Lu Ye's mobile phone lit up on the coffee table.
He sat up,
and someone beside him had already leaned over to take a glance. With a peculiar expression, the person said, "Brother, Uncle Wang from the wonton shop wants to talk to you." The terms young master of the capital and Uncle Wang from the wonton shop were completely unrelated,
no matter how you twisted them.
Yet, Lu Yi seemed genuinely intrigued, standing up with his phone in hand and heading outside.
"Hello, Uncle Wang? What's the matter?"
"Boss, I just saw Miss Sang talking with a man driving a Mercedes at the alley."
Lu Yi interrupted.
"I am willing to invest in your wonton shop for one reason only: I adore your wontons."
"Do not take matters into your own hands or complicate things, understood?" The other end quickly comprehended. "Boss, I was wrong."
The call abruptly ended, leaving Lu Yi glancing at his phone, chuckling and shaking his head.
Business matters aside,
it was impossible for the Lu family to falter. Even if they did, he couldn't be of any assistance.
Hence, it must pertain to something else.
Other matters typically revolved around people and events. The individuals he desired could be unearthed without fail, and matters he wished to address would be handled swiftly with just a command from him. However, Lu Yi maintained an air of indifference, as if nothing had transpired, which made him feel unervingly inscrutable.
"Do you like money?" Lu Yi countered with a question.
Jiang Huai squinted. "Of course."
"Then buy more shares of the Lu family." Lu Yi's remark left Jiang Huai stunned. "The Lu family? Which Lu family? Lu Jinnian's Lu family? Obviously. How many Lu families do you think there are in the empire?"
Jiang Huai could tell from Lu Ye's gaze that he was being looked down upon,
with confusion etched on his face.
He questioned the merit of investing in Lu family's shares.
By his father's account, under Lu Jinnian's management,
the Lu family was steady and would remain so for the foreseeable future.
"Brother, you're not trying to trick me, are you?"
"My brother hasn't provoked you recently."
"Has he?"
As soon as the words left his mouth, he met Lu Ye's sidelong glance, recalling the exaggerated jest from the phone call. Jiang Huai rubbed the back of his neck, feeling a chill. "Brother, I understand now."
"Thank you. Brother, let me ask one last question. How much should I buy? Do you like money?"
"Of course." "Then roll up your sleeves and dive in."
"When should I take action?" "That's the second question. It requires a fee."
Brother,
Don't call me brother. Why does it sound so off when you call me that?" "Next Wednesday." "Is it that precise?"
Jiang Huai was still in shock. Lu Yi had already opened the door and walked out.
"Brother, no."
"Young Master Lu, if I win, it counts as your share; if I lose,
it's on me."
Lu Yi walked down with his hands in his pockets.
"Hey, handsome, want to go out?"
A tipsy beauty approached him with a flirtatious demeanor. Lu Yi smoothly sidestepped her and made his way through the crowd, exiting the bar. After the heavy rain, the air was crisp. A Ferrari roared to life and came to a halt at the alley's entrance. In the late hours, the wonton shop had already closed. The alley was eerily quiet. Lu Yi remained in the car, quietly dialing Rongjing.
"Tell me, how can we demolish the wonton shop and move the residents to the houses I want them to occupy?"
Rongjing inhaled sharply at the thought of the wonton shop's location. "Please hold." In the silent car, the sound of frantic typing could be distinctly heard. As if one could visualize Rong Jing's calculator overheating. Lu Yi gazed out the side window, his eyes drifting towards the endless horizon. Roughly estimating, the demolition compensation would be in the hundreds of millions, not including reconstruction costs. Rong Jing responded, as long as we deal with the remaining stubborn residents. The relocation should pose no problem. Who wouldn't want a generous demolition fee and a new home? Thus, relocation was not the issue, demolition was of utmost priority. What if they are tenants? A momentary lapse occurred in Rong Jing's mind. He felt certain he must have misheard. His astute and formidable boss could not possibly pose such a naive and foolish question. What did you say? A drop of water fell from the window sill into his palm. Nothing. Lu Yi rolled up the window, started the car, and turned to leave. Get some rest. Have a pleasant weekend. Rong Jing. Chapter 38, Love Becomes a Malady. Sang Wan? Upon encountering Lin Chiyue, Sang Wan was trying on clothes in a women's boutique. As she looked up, she saw Lin Chiyue stepping out from the adjacent fitting room, her immediate superior, who had insisted on hiring her after the interview and had been quite attentive to her since her employment. Sang Wan blossomed into a smile. Manager Lin, what a coincidence. Sister. The moment her voice fell, another familiar voice echoed. A brief silence enveloped the fitting room. Lin Xiao's expression shifted subtly. Had it not been for the absence of patrons upon her arrival, and had Sang Wan not emerged from the fitting room, she would have almost believed that Sang Wan had deliberately sought her out to create trouble. What are you doing here? Do you know each other? The two voices echoed in unison. Lin Xiao glanced at Lin Chiyue, whose features bore a striking resemblance to her own. As the weight of despair settled in Sang Wan's heart, her countenance remained composed. I do not know. Manager Lin, please take your time. I shall take my leave. The desire to purchase the dress faded away. She had no intention of quarreling with Lin Xiao over a man she had already resolved to forsake, nor did she wish to engage in any dispute with her. As for how Lin Xiao would report to Lin Chiyue, and whether Lin Chiyue was also of the same ilk, she preferred not to dwell on such matters before they occurred. In the fitting room, Lin Chiyue glanced at the visibly flustered Lin Xiao. Do you know Sang Wan? After a brief silence, Lin Xiao retorted angrily, she is a shameless woman entangled with my boyfriend. Lin Chiyue hesitated momentarily in her action of zipping up her dress. Sharing the same surname, they were both daughters of the Lin family. Yet they were the true and false scions, respectively. She was the counterfeit. Observing her sister's academic superiority, Lin Xiao was determined to outshine her in matters of marriage. Little did she know that Lin Chiyue held no interest in such pursuits. The good news was that Lin Chiyue had secured the affection of a promising young heir from a prestigious family in the capital, and she was soon to ascend to the status of a wealthy matron. The bad news was that the path to ascendancy was fraught with complications, as her suitor was already committed. Despite her attempts at flattery, Lin Xiao remained ungrateful, accusing her of envy for finding a man of good lineage and status. Consequently, Lin Chiyue had chosen to ignore her for a considerable time. Had it not been for the desire to spare her mother any discomfort, she would not have agreed to accompany Lin Xiao that day. Upon learning that Sang Wan was also entangled with the same scoundrel, Lin Chiyue's ire towards Lin Xiao intensified. What is it that you find so appealing about such a contemptible man, Xiao? Are there truly no worthy men left in this world for you to fawn over? Lin Chiyue, your words are rather harsh, aren't they? I kindly accompany you on a shopping trip, and you. With a furious gesture, Lin Xiao discarded the hanger and stormed off. After completing her purchase and exiting the women's clothing store, Lin Chiyue placed a call to Director Chang Jingran. Director Chang, I propose extending Sang Wan's probationary period to 3 months. Why? Chang Jingran inquired, perplexed. With a sigh of regret, Lin Chiyue explained, as far as I know, Sang Wan is entangled with a married man. I am concerned that this may bring trouble to the Lu family in the future. Though she recognized the distinction between professional conduct and personal morality, Lin Chiyue did not wish her architects to have any moral shortcomings, especially those related to extramarital affairs. Lin Xiao was her half-sister, she could not and did not wish to intervene in her affairs. However, as Sang Wan worked under her supervision, any associated risks were within her control. The dismissal of one Sang Wan would not be detrimental, as there were countless talented architectural designers available in the capital and across Huadhua. Yet, should the Lu family find itself embroiled in a scandal due to Sang Wan's entanglements, the repercussions would be far-reaching and regrettable.
All right, I understand, Chang Jingran responded.
Lin Shiyue, still uneasy, called Director Qin from the HR department, only to discover that her immediate superior was the sister of the mistress.
Sang Wan's foul mood lasted merely for a little over half an hour.
After sharing her grievances with Sui, she managed to digest her feelings completely. Firstly, she was the wronged party in the betrayal, and she was justified in her stance. If Lin Shiyue were to conspire against her in favor of Lin Zhao Zhao, it would merely reflect poorly on her character.
Moreover,
as long as she commits no errors in her work, should Lin Shiyue attempt to undermine her, she would not be defenseless. She would promptly report the matter to Chang Jingran, her dear junior. Indeed, and taking a further step back, there is also Lu Yi, her own junior.
On the other end of the line, Sui stirred the pot gleefully. My dear, we have powerful allies. A department director and a group president, what do we have to fear from her? Sang Wan, as she returned to the office on Monday, her spirits were exceptionally high.
The reason was simple, only 1 week remained until the following Monday. From that moment on, each day would be a delightful one.
With a radiant smile,
she entered the company's doors, her steps light and graceful as she clocked in.
In the elevator, someone called out her name,
and a quick-witted individual by the door promptly pressed the button to open it.
Sang Kuaiji hastened forward, exclaiming joyfully, "Here she comes, thank you."
The beautiful dress she wore flowed gracefully with her movements, creating ripples that heralded her cheerful disposition. Meanwhile, in the lobby, Lu Ye's previously buoyant spirits plummeted to despair.
Was her elation due to her encounter with Lu Jinnian that fateful night?
His mind conjured the image of Sang Wan, tenderly cradling her 2S, exuding maternal concern. Before him stood Sang Wan, radiating an exuberance that was almost palpable.
Lu Yi glanced at his phone, confirming his suspicions. For an entire weekend, Saturday and Sunday,
she had not sent him a single message.
Not even a simple inquiry about the 2S's condition. Had her motherly instincts vanished completely in her happiness? What sweet nothings had Lu Jinnian whispered to her? Was it possible she no longer wished for a divorce? As the elevator ascended,
the dazzling morning sun illuminated the world outside, yet Lu Ye's heart was shrouded in ominous clouds, thunder rumbling within.
A languid voice echoed in his mind, is it not natural for her to reconsider? Lu Jinnian, that seemingly perfect man.
The esteemed CEO of the Lu Corporation, after all they had shared, from school uniforms to wedding gowns, and even a child. It was only human for her to feel reluctant to part ways.
Yet another voice, cold and sinister, interjected, but what if I insist on her leaving? The thrill of action was far more compelling than mere thoughts. As usual, Sang Wan was occupied until 7 o'clock before leaving. Upon stepping out of the company,
she noticed the driver standing with his head bowed on the steps outside. The moment he spotted her, his previously stoic expression transformed into one of despair.
Miss Sang, the 2S has gone on a hunger strike. Sang Wan was taken aback.
The driver added, the young master is also unwell.
In a state of urgency,
Sang Wan hurriedly descended the steps and entered the vehicle through the rear door that the driver had opened.
The car sped towards the mountainside villa.
And through the rearview mirror, the driver cast a fleeting glance at Sang Wan, murmuring, the young master said it is love that has turned to illness.
Chapter 39, Be good. Upon entering, Sang Wan made her way directly to the 3rd floor.
The multimedia room was absent.
The balcony was also nowhere to be found.
Ascending to the 2nd floor terrace, she discovered 2S voraciously consuming a can of rabbit meat.
The can, no taller than a palm,
was being devoured with such fervor that bits of meat were flying about. It certainly did not appear to be in a state of starvation.
Beside it,
the elderly butler maintained a serene demeanor, with not a hint of embarrassment in his expression. After all, last night the young master had coaxed it for hours and even summoned a doctor to administer a nutritional injection.
As the driver set off,
I had informed it of your impending arrival, and perhaps it comprehended my words. Wasn't it said that after the establishment of the nation,
animals were not to attain sentience?
Just look at the solemn old butler, and then at 2S, who was heartily feasting. As Sang Wan settled her mind, she inquired about Lu Yi. The old butler's face, which had been relaxed, instantly contorted with worry. He informed her that Lu Yi was in the bedroom on the first floor, refusing to come out and not permitting anyone to enter. Even the doctor had been driven away in frustration. Sang Wan turned around. "Miss Sang, I apologize for the inconvenience." The old butler sighed and headed towards the kitchen after escorting Sang Wan to the entrance of the master bedroom. "Knock, knock. Luo Yi? Knock, knock. Luo Yi. It is Sang Wan." No one responded. Sang Wan reached for the doorknob. With a slight movement, the lock clicked open. A rich, cold scent of pine enveloped her, as if she had stepped into a frigid, shadowy forest. Lu Yi? As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, Sang Wan made her way to the bedside and tapped the touchscreen, causing the curtains to part slowly. Beneath the deep blue pillow and blanket, Lu Yi lay with a furrowed brow and a pallid complexion. A sheen of sweat had already formed on his forehead. She reached out to touch him, and the heat radiating from his body was alarmingly intense. "Lu Yi? Lu Yi?" She called softly, but there was no response. Sang Wan rose and made her way outside, retrieving the medicine chest from the old steward before carrying it into the bedroom. Having taken care of Lu Jinnian and Lu Xiao Mu for many years, Sang Wan was well versed in handling common ailments such as colds and fevers. Lu Yi had no prior medical history. With the recent unpredictable weather, it was highly probable that he had caught a chill after staying up late last night, resulting in a decline in his immune system and thus, a cold. She administered an ibuprofen and applied a fever-reducing patch. Within a matter of moments, the tension in Lu Ye's brow visibly eased. Sang Wan's expression relaxed slightly. The elderly butler outside the door let out a sigh of relief. "What flavor of porridge does he enjoy? Please have the kitchen prepare a bowl. Once his fever subsides and his appetite returns, let him have a taste." "Very well. Moreover, this evening, you should." "Miss Sang." Sensing Sang Wan's intention to leave, the butler wore a look of earnest pleading. "The young master's rules dictate that no one is permitted to remain here after dinner. A tradition upheld without exception for many years. If you could, would you kindly extend your assistance to the very end?" In a moment of hesitation, Sang Wan found herself alone as the old butler, accompanied by the chef and servants, departed in unison. The vast villa was suddenly enveloped in silence, with only the fragrant aroma of rice wafting from the pot of congee in the kitchen. Upon noticing Sang Wan, 2S appeared to finally realize her presence. It stood up and mewed softly. As Sang Wan sat by the bedside, she gently stroked its head and softly chided, "Why are you so disobedient?" Meow. The little creature, feeling aggrieved, nestled closer to Sang Wan, seeking solace in her embrace. When her hand was grasped by Lui, Sang Wan was momentarily startled and instinctively attempted to pull away, only to find Lui holding on even tighter. "Yi, be good," murmured Lui dreamily, pressing Sang Wan's hand against his cheek. One glance at his expression revealed that he had undoubtedly come to perceive her as a maternal figure. Sang Wan's heart softened, and she decided to accompany him. Before long, Lu Ye's fever subsided. His brows unfurled, and the grip of his hand loosened. He began to emit a steady and prolonged rhythm of breath. After another half-hour of vigil, the fever did not return. Sang Wan stealthily exited the bedroom. The servants had departed, and the old steward tacitly accepted her decision to stay the night. There was no turning back now. Having arrived, she resolved to make herself comfortable. After serving herself a bowl of plain porridge, she stood in the living room gazing up the staircase, a wave of anxiety washing over her. There were no guest rooms. Each chamber was a master suite. So where would she sleep? Surely, she couldn't resort to the sofa. With practiced ease, she ascended the stairs, her eyes lighting up with inspiration. After refreshing herself in the bathroom, Sang Wan made her way to the media room. The system had been updated, and upon activating the large screen, she was greeted by a plethora of newly released films. Among them were numerous classic movies she adored, alongside a few niche art films that had yet to debut domestically and were elusive in high definition online.
Sang Wan felt that this journey was not in vain.
As the lights dimmed, familiar content unfolded on the big screen. In the comforting embrace of a massage chair, Sang Wan drifted into a deep slumber. When Lu Yi opened his eyes, a singular thought consumed him, the desire to perish. His initial intention had been to feign illness,
hoping to entice Sang Wan into his vicinity.
However, entangled in the affairs of others, she had completely severed the possibility of being coaxed by Lu Jinnian. To Lu Ye's dismay, he found himself both enamored and resentful of this body he inhabited, loathing its excessive vitality. He could scarcely recall the last time he had fallen ill, was it in high school or perhaps middle school?
The details eluded him. Yet today, in his sickness,
he felt as if he had lost all the dignity he had maintained for the past 26 years. Seizing the opportunity to grasp Sang Wan's hand was a selfish desire of his own. But how had he uttered those words, "You're the best, I"?
In a dazed state?
He retained no recollection of it. The vivid image of that fleeting moment lingered in his mind, sharp and persistent.
Lu Yi yearned for death. Shame. Utterly mortifying. What does Sang Wan think of him? Surely, she wouldn't regard him as her son, would she?
Covering his eyes with his hand, Lu Yi experienced for the first time the notion that intelligence can often be a double-edged sword.
Could this be considered as him lifting a stone only to crush his own foot?
He rolled over and sat up, feeling utterly drained of energy.
Internally,
he cursed himself for his own folly, thinking he truly deserved this fate. Lu Yi rose and exited the bedroom. As the classic tune played during the credits began to resonate, Sang Wan opened her eyes, only then realizing she had fallen asleep. In her embrace, Tua snored softly, his little belly gently rising and falling.
She wondered how Lu Yi was faring.
As Sang Wan rose and stepped outside, she reached the stairway, only to find Lu Yi seated at the central island.
"You're awake? Feeling any better?"
A gentle voice resonated from above. Lu Yi froze momentarily. Slowly lifting his gaze, he beheld Sang Wan descending the stairs.
Had she not left? Or was he merely imagining this? Was it still possible for him to dig a hole and hide?
Perhaps he should inquire with Zhou Yu if there existed any substances in his laboratory capable of inducing amnesia.
In the blink of an eye, a myriad of thoughts surged through his mind.
As the evening approached, Sang Wan found herself before him.
Chapter 40, was she coaxing him?
He was indulging in cake, a 6-inch cream cake, of which he had devoured more than half.
The remaining corner lay in disarray, rendered unappetizing by his careless prodding.
Lu Yi was at a loss for words. Sweaty and unkempt, he bore an odor that was anything but pleasant. His hair was a tangled mess. He had never anticipated her actual arrival, nor that she would linger. At this moment, the idle persona he once took pride in lay shattered, much like the cake crumbs scattered beneath his fork. Lost in thought, a chill brushed against his forehead.
The fever had subsided.
Sang Wan reached out to touch him, lowering her gaze to meet Lu Ye's eyes as she inquired, "Are you feeling down?" A clear sound resonated within Lu Ye's heart. She recalled that he often sought solace in cake when he was in a melancholic state. Lu Yi replied softly.
Sang Wan hesitated and said, however,
"When one is unwell, it is essential to consume light and nutritious food, as one must replenish some protein."
"Is there anything you would like to eat?" Lu Yi shook his head. Sang Wan furrowed her brow. "How about some porridge?" Lu Yi glanced at the bowl of bland, white congee that held no appeal, shaking his head. "Chicken wontons? Century egg and lean meat porridge?"
There was not a trace of impatience in her expression.
Sang Wan asked with a gentle and patient tone.
In Lu Yi's heart, the irritation he felt just moments ago began to dissipate.
Was she trying to soothe him?
The thought emerged, and he nodded.
Sang Wan let out a sigh of relief. When one is unwell, the greatest fear is the loss of appetite. However, neglecting nourishment only exacerbates the illness. It is a good sign that he still has the desire to eat. "You should take a warm bath while I prepare some congee for you. By the time you finish bathing, it will be ready." Sang Wan spoke as she turned and entered the kitchen.
Lu Yi silently rose and made his way into the bedroom. As the door closed, darkness enveloped him. Leaning against the door, a flicker of light danced in his eyes.
In the kitchen, Sang Wan opened the refrigerator door and was momentarily taken aback. Within the double-door fridge, the chilled section housed 6 exquisite cakes: cream, grape, blueberry, strawberry, and matcha. In the corner, a chocolate cake awaited. She glanced back at the island countertop, where an ice cream cake had already melted into a puddle. Sang Wan couldn't help but glance towards the bedroom. Did he enjoy eating cake? Lu Yi emerged from the bathroom, the gloom in his eyes slightly lifting. 2S, well-fed and energetic, surrounded his feet, its tail held high. A delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. Lu Yi stepped forward and stood by the door. It will be ready shortly. On the countertop, several dishes of freshly prepared appetizers were arranged: cucumber salad, sugar-coated tomatoes, vinegared wood ear mushrooms, and spicy pickled radish. Once the 2 bowls of congee were served, Sang Wan offered him chopsticks, inviting him to taste and see if it suited his palate. Lu Yi nodded and accepted the chopsticks. The cucumber was both cool and crisp. The tomatoes, too, were chilled and sweet, that delightful flavor sinking deep into his heart. His weary body, softened by the hot water, was instantly invigorated as Lu Yi lowered his head to sip the congee. It was fragrant and tender, much like his current mood. A spoonful of congee. A few bites of the dishes. Lu Yi seemed to grow hungrier with each bite, finishing one bowl and requesting a second. The unease within Sang Wan completely dissipated. In truth, she held little confidence. After all, Lu Yi had been accustomed to a life of luxury from a young age. The rice served in the mountainside villa was sourced exclusively from their own estate, and even the water was delivered daily by specialized vehicles. What she prepared could hardly be called gourmet, it was scarcely even home-cooked fare. The only merits were its swift preparation and palatable taste. Dishes she relished but which Jinnian found utterly unappealing. The first time she cooked in this manner, Jinnian's smile faltered upon seeing the spread before him. Yet he uttered no complaints and ate in silence. By the second occasion, a considerable time had elapsed since the last. Jinnian frowned, barely touching his chopsticks. Sang Wan was momentarily stunned. Setting aside the frugal year of their past, she recalled the year when they entered the Lu family and their lives began to flourish together. She accompanied him to work, and after a long day of labor, he would return home, exhausted, and collapse onto the sofa. Meanwhile, she would be ravenous, hastily preparing dinner. Her sole thought was to finish cooking quickly, devour the meal, and then finally rest. Subsequently, as she awaited the arrival of their child, she found fault with the nanny's cooking, deeming it unpalatable. Disliking seafood, she would daily concoct a variety of delectable dishes for him. However, on days when fatigue set in and she opted for quick meals, his expression would darken. Dishes like cucumber salad or sweet tomato salad were utterly unacceptable at the Lu household. In Lu Jinnian's eyes, such offerings were as unforgivable as pickled vegetables, symbolizing a lack of effort in daily meals and a careless attitude towards life itself. What else could Sang Wan do? Simply removing those few dishes from the menu would suffice. It was truly delectable. As Lu Yi pushed aside the utensils, he leaned back in his chair, his expression relaxed, gazing at her with innocent clarity. It had been quite a while since he had enjoyed such a comforting meal. "Senior, thank you. I'm glad you liked it." Sang Wan smiled as she rose to gather the dishes and place them into the dishwasher. With a casual gesture, she wiped down the dining table. Turning her head, she inquired if he desired some fruit. While Lu Yi hesitated, Sang Wan turned to open the refrigerator, revealing an exquisite array of vibrant, multicolored fruits. Sang Wan meticulously selected several fruits, washing them clean in the babbling brook, and arranged them artfully in a fruit bowl. She carried it over and placed it on the central island. In the stillness of the late-night villa, this vibrant assortment of red, yellow, orange, and green fruits suddenly illuminated the space. Lu Yi quietly observed the industrious Sang Wan, akin to a busy little bee. From the fruit bowl, she picked a lime, holding it in her hand. Bringing it close to her nose, she inhaled its delicate fragrance, which wafted gently into her heart, evoking an indescribable sense of comfort. If she persevered to consume a couple more meals, she should be completely well. However, knowing Lu Yi's habits, it was highly unlikely that he would eat. He would merely endure for a few more days. Yet, recovery was still within reach. Sang Wan refrained from any further admonitions, observing Lu Yi take his medicine. she inquired with her gaze. Good night? Lu Ye's expression was far more vibrant than when she had first arrived. He nodded gently in response. Good night.
As she ascended the stairs, Lu Yi called out, Senior, the bedroom on the second floor has not been occupied, the bedding has all been changed.
If you don't mind, you may sleep there. She certainly had no objections.
She proceeded to the third-floor media room to retrieve her phone. Sang Wan descended the stairs and entered the second-floor bedroom, where the air was imbued with the same refreshing lemon fragrance that filled the living room.
The pillows and blankets still exuded a faint scent of sunlight.
She unlocked her phone to check the alarm and noticed several missed calls and messages from Lu Jinnian, 3 missed calls, the most recent one an hour ago.
Upon realizing she had not answered, Lu Jinnian sent a few more messages. Sang Wan, where is the medicine box?
My stomach hurts, I need the stomach medicine.
Sang Wan?
In the bedroom of the Lu family villa, Lu Jinnian was in a state of agitation, akin to a lion in a frenzy.
The drawers of the vanity offered no solace, nor did the storage cabinets in the wardrobe. The living room was in disarray, the TV cabinet a chaotic mess.
He even rummaged through the storage room to no avail. The throbbing at his temples intensified, and his stomach twisted in agony, as if a bulldozer were excavating within him. Yet, the messages indicated they had been read. It was perplexing, she had been unread just moments ago, and given the hour. It was understandable if she had retired for the night. However, she had seen his messages and chosen to ignore them? In that instant, his fury reached its zenith. With overwhelming rage, Lu Jinnian dialed Sang Wan's number. The familiar tone rang out incessantly. After several attempts, Sang Wan still did not pick up. Bent over in pain, he scowled and hung up, opting to call the housekeeper instead. Sir, the medicine box is in the cabinet beneath the island.
However,
your stomach medicine is in the bedside drawer, perhaps you should check there.
Lu Jinnian was taken aback. The stomach medicine, hangover remedy,
and multivitamins, those he regularly consumed, were all within easy reach in the bedside drawer, while he had turned the house inside out in search of them.
The instructions detailed the dosage,
with colorful labels affixed by Sang Wan, 3 times a day, 2 capsules each time, glaringly prominent.
After extracting 2 capsules and consuming them, Lu Jinnian leaned against the headboard,
his taut nerves gradually easing.
Yet, the flame of anger within him did not wane.
She had clearly seen the messages.
How dare she? How could she be so heartless?
In his flustered state, he lost track of when he had fallen asleep.
As dawn's light crept in, Lu Jinnian awoke from a nightmarish slumber.
He had not washed up or changed into sleepwear, nor had he even covered himself with a blanket, he had simply dozed off against the headboard. The reflection in the bathroom mirror revealed his dark, brooding visage, his usual handsome demeanor was nowhere to be found. Lost in thought, a sudden sharp pain pierced his chin.
Observing the crimson hue seeping from the wound, Lu Jinnian's expression darkened further.
At the hillside villa, as Sang Wan descended the stairs, the morning light had already begun to dawn. The atmosphere was heavy, and the people appeared listless, their spirits notably low. With a thick nasal tone, one remarked, "The breakfast is ready, you should eat before the driver takes you."
All right. Sang Wan approached the dining table and took a seat to enjoy her meal. Lu Yi shook his head and said, "You go ahead and eat."
Before leaving, he particularly reminded her to remember to take her medicine after the meal. As Sang Wan changed her shoes and stepped outside, she heard through the closing elevator doors a voice from the corridor inquiring of the chef whether there was any century egg and lean meat congee available.
Sang Wan felt a slight sense of relief.
She was willing to eat well, her recovery was merely a matter of time.
However,
upon leaving the office and encountering the drivers bustling about like ants over a hot pot, her brow furrowed with concern.
What could be the matter? The cat was fine.
It was the young master. The driver explained, this morning, the young master wished to have century egg and lean meat porridge, but the chef prepared several varieties,
none of which appealed to him.
With a recurrent fever, he appears quite frail.
The housekeeper mentioned that he wanted to see you,
as the young master has been rather temperamental.
Let us go and check on him. As Sang Wan descended the stairs, the driver remained motionless. Sang Wan took out her phone and dialed Lu Yi. The phone rang for a considerable time before it was answered.
"Senior," came a soft, feeble voice.
"Lacking in strength.
In Sang Wan's mind, an inexplicable image of 2S, feebly sprawled on the carpet, emerged. Aside from the century egg and lean meat congee.
What else would you desire to eat? Sang Wan's voice was gentle and soft. I've bought some groceries to prepare a meal for you. Senior. Lu Yi called out but trailed off. Lu Yi?
Sang Wan called out, but there was no response from the other end.
Thank you, Miss Sang.
The driver expressed his gratitude, swiftly stepping forward to open the car door. The business vehicle seamlessly merged into the flow of traffic like a phantom.
As Sang Wan entered, a delicate aroma of meat porridge wafted through the air.
On the countertop lay several bowls of congee with preserved egg and lean meat, some generously adorned with preserved eggs. Others with an abundance of lean meat, some enhanced with scallions and ginger, while others remained untouched by such additions.
Each bowl seemed to quiver with life, yet also appeared still.
The elderly steward's furrowed brow had deepened with worry. Throughout the day, apart from a few tentative tastes, he had consumed nothing.
The young master lamented. A lack of appetite. Very well, I understand. Sang Wan nodded and first cast a glance at the slumbering Lu Yi.
She rolled up her sleeves and plunged into the kitchen. The refrigerator was brimming with an abundance of ingredients: birds that soared in the sky, creatures that scurried on land, and those that swam in the water. Everything imaginable was there.
She took half a hen and set it to simmer in the pressure cooker to prepare a nourishing broth. Sang Wan prepared a batch of dough and sliced handmade noodles, crafting a delicate chicken soup noodle dish with an abundant sprinkling of white pepper. Just before serving,
she knocked on the door, calling, "It's time for dinner." This seemingly triggered some hidden mechanism within him, as Lu Yi, previously motionless on the large bed,
turned and sat up.
His gaze shifted from bewilderment to a profound depth as he regarded Sang Wan.
Very well.
When Lu Yi approached the dining table, several small cold dishes were arranged before him, resembling the ones from the previous night but differing in ingredients. In front of him sat a bowl of chicken soup noodles, the noodles thick as chopsticks.
Handing him a pair of chopsticks, Sang Wan nonchalantly poured a generous spoonful of bright red chili oil into his soup, followed by half a spoonful of vinegar. Lu Yi's gaze momentarily faltered.
He contemplated whether she had forgotten his illness, and was about to inquire if she hadn't stated her intention to prepare something light and nutritious. Yet, the combination of spicy oil and vinegar in the rich,
fragrant chicken broth released an enticing aroma that wafted into his nostrils.
Suddenly, an invigorating sensation washed over him. With a single mouthful, the piquant flavors surged through his senses, awakening his languid body and revitalizing his spirit. He savored the noodles and dishes with unrestrained delight. An instinct whispered to Lu Yi that it was Lu Jinnian who had caused this change within him, because Sang Wan had arrived, because she called him I, because she had crafted a soup noodle dish he had never tasted yet instantly adored.
Lu Yi's expression darkened, and he remained silent.
Sang Wan was aware that he had not eaten. She retrieved medication from the cabinet and placed it beside him, reminding him to take it in half an hour. She understood that this signified her intention to depart. The words of entreaty that Lu Yi had at the tip of his tongue were swallowed when her phone rang once more.
Sang Wan gently rubbed 2S and tossed the yarn ball outside. Like a dog, 2S chased after it eagerly.
Sang Wan seized her bag and turned to enter the elevator.
Behind her, a faint voice echoed, "Senior." Sang Wan turned around.
Outside the elevator, Lu Yi, with a somber expression, gazed at her with an unwavering intensity.
"Have you perhaps changed your mind?" Sang Wan was taken aback.
What right did he have to inquire whether she regretted her decision,
or if she intended to abandon her divorce from Lu Jinnian? "It's nothing," Lu Yi replied, shaking his head. The tall and handsome young man, towering over her by a head and a half, appeared almost boyish due to his illness.
An air of melancholy and fragility emanated from him,
and within his gaze lingered a hint of shattered vulnerability. Sang Wan seemed to have come to a realization. Chapter 42, like a dog with its tail between its legs. Rolling out of the imperial capital.
Her heart raced violently. For a fleeting moment, Sang Wan almost believed that Lu Yi was inquiring whether she had changed her mind about the divorce.
But how could that be possible?
Her decision to divorce had nothing to do with him whatsoever. It was precisely the troubles of the past few days that weighed on her.
Having entered the Lu family,
She was already apprehensive, fearing that she owed him a debt of gratitude. He seemed to think that by falling ill and persistently troubling her to cook for him, she would regret her decision to join the Lu family even more. Changing her mind before the probation period concluded? Lu Yi, I will not change my mind. Sang Wan chuckled, I have relinquished my career once before, but this time, I shall cherish it more than anyone else. The previous abandonment of her career was for the sake of Lu Jinnian and Lu Xiao Mu. Yet in the end, she found herself with nothing. While hearts may change, her career remains steadfast. Though balancing work and caregiving may seem arduous, you have not imposed any burden upon me, and thus I have never regretted my decision. Transportation was arranged for her, she enjoyed a sumptuous dinner, prepared with only the finest ingredients. In the past, such arrangements would have been quite troublesome, as she was stretched too thin to attend to him properly. However, now, as a solitary individual, she possesses ample time to squander aside from her work. Not to mention, Lu Yi had rescued her from peril on several occasions and had also assisted in caring for 2S. Consider it a form of compensation for your hospitality toward 2S. Sang Wan smiled, and Lu Yi exhaled in relief. Although Sang Wan had misunderstood his intentions, she provided the answer he sought, and that was sufficient. How reassuring. Lu Yi seemed to relax further. Remember to take your medication later. All right. As the elevator doors closed, tranquility enveloped the villa. Lu Yi stood by the window, watching until the car departed from the underground garage, its taillights fading into the night before he turned away. Just as he reached the bedroom door, a thought struck him. He pivoted, his gaze landing on the few tablets resting on the tissue box on the counter. Behind him, 2S followed with light footsteps. Wishing you sweet dreams. As the alarm rang, Sang Wan arrived at the office, her spirits lifted a notch. It was Wednesday. The office buzzed with activity shortly after 10. Come. It's coffee time. There's also milk tea and little cakes, one for everyone. What joyous occasion are we celebrating today? I have no idea. Assistant Rong didn't mention just that President Lu is treating. Oh no, it can't be, has he called off his engagement again? Little Bai's remark nearly caused Sang Wan to choke. Little Bai wore a look of unbothered certainty, recalling that on the day President Lu called off his engagement, he also treated the entire company to morning tea. As the internal phone rang, Sang Wan answered swiftly. The receptionist's voice was urgent, Sang Wan. Your family is causing a commotion in the lobby, please come and handle it as soon as possible. Family? Her biological father was missing, and her mother remained incarcerated. There was no one left in her home. Was it Su Baohui? Her fingertips tingled as she rose and hurried downstairs. In the lobby on the first floor, Su Baohui was creating a scene. I am here to catch my husband in the act, she exclaimed. A woman with a husband and children, indulged in a life of luxury as a full-time housewife, choosing to work instead? Who would believe such a tale? Surely, it was merely an excuse to frolic with a man outside her marriage. Years ago, Sang Wan had been meek and compliant, afraid to defy her. But after falling ill, she had grown bolder. Divorce? Who would believe it? If it weren't for Lu Jinyan's call to Yan Yan, inquiring about the identity of the man involved, Su Baohui might have thought Sang Wan was merely jealous of Lin Zhao Zhao and making a scene with Lu Jinyan. Little did she realize that Sang Wan had turned the tables, having entangled herself with an outside man, breaking the bonds of her marriage. Divorce was acceptable. After years of living off the Lu family's wealth, she deserved to pay every penny back. The thought of Sang Wan disrupting the birthday banquet, humiliating her in front of friends and family, and dredging up past events sent waves of panic through Su Baohui. She had dreamt of Sun Yuqing seeking her retribution for several nights. Lu Zhangsong had ominously warned her that he would settle the score with her in the afterlife. In recent days, she had been bustling about, burning incense at temples and consulting powerful fortune-tellers for protection from evil spirits. Just when things seemed to calm down, she learned from Lin Zhao Zhao that Sang Wan had joined the Lu family. Not only had she strayed from her marriage, but she had also leveraged her status as Mrs. Lu to secure a position at Lu's company? Absolutely not. She would not allow it. Not only must Sang Wan be prevented from remaining at Lu's, but she also had to be disgraced.
forced to flee the capital like a dog with its tail between its legs. Upon seeing Sang Wan, Su Baohui raised her voice in scorn. You shameless wretch. Since getting married, have you worked a single day or earned a penny? Yet here you are, living off men. Using your husband's time for your own escapades with another man.
When she saw Sang Wan pulling out her phone, Su Baohui assumed she intended to call Lu Jinnian. She lunged forward, knocking the phone from her grasp. It flew through the air, crashing against the wall with a loud thud before falling to the ground. The sound echoed through the room like a gunshot, startling everyone present. So, this was Sang Wan. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. It was rumored she was still on probation and had not yet secured her position. This could spell trouble for her. Not only for our company, but I doubt any firm in the capital would dare to hire her, who would want to work alongside her. Her heart throbbed incessantly, her temples pulsing. The murmurs around her were relentless, and Sang Wan's hands trembled with rage. Please assist me in calling the police. And I request the support of legal counsel from the legal department, she calmly instructed the stunned receptionist. I know not whether divine beings linger 3 feet above, but there surely existed surveillance. Su Baohui instinctively looked up. Several high-definition cameras were trained upon her, their lenses unblinking. Sang Wan continued. Either apologize immediately and shut your filthy mouth, or leave. I shall consider it a momentary lapse of sanity on your part. Otherwise, you are merely indulging in fantasies. Su Baohui forcefully pushed aside the security personnel attempting to restrain her, and shouted defiantly, Apologize? You must be dreaming. It is you who has betrayed, and it is your parents who are the despicable gamblers responsible for murder. Your entire family is nothing but wretched, corrupt beings. Sang Wan, why don't you just end your own life? Sang Wan's mind buzzed with turmoil. She could refute the allegations of infidelity, for she had committed no such act. Other matters were equally defensible. In this world, where truth can be obscured, time often reveals one's true character. Yet, she found herself utterly defenseless regarding the fact that her biological father was a compulsive gambler and her mother had been imprisoned for murder. This point was relentlessly pursued by Su Baohui. With her fists clenched and her body tense, Sang Wan had to grit her teeth to restrain herself from lunging at Su Baohui to tear her apart. Sang Wan turned her gaze towards the front desk, curious about the arrival of the police. The hurried sound of footsteps echoed abruptly, halting just outside the crowd. A cold, nonchalant voice rang out, inquiring about the commotion. Chapter 43, Supporting Her Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu. The crowd parted, creating a pathway. Dressed in a sleek black suit, Lu Yi strode in, his eyes gliding over Sang Wan's pale visage before settling on Su Baohui. Madam Lu, do you have any advice? Madam Lu? From a prominent family? So, Sang Wan. The young boss exuded an imposing presence, standing tall and confident. Those gathered around, whether employees or visitors, exchanged glances filled with speculation. Yet none dared to utter a sound. In the profound silence, Su Baohui's mind momentarily blanked. She was aware of Lu Yi, as the Lu family's status in the capital was well known. His youthful arrogance and extravagant escapades were tales familiar to all in high society. After taking over the Lu enterprise, he soared to remarkable heights, embodying the quintessential prince of the capital. However, Su Baohui never anticipated that Lu Yi would recognize her. Determined to create a scene that would tarnish Sang Wan's reputation and force her out of the Lu family business, she had meticulously planned her actions. Yet, she had not foreseen Lu Yi's appearance. The Lu family could not afford to offend the Lu family, nor could she afford to cross Lu Yi. It would be a classic case of losing more than she gained. In a flash, Su Baohui donned a composed facade. Mr. Lu, this is merely a family matter. If it is a family issue, it should be resolved at home. Is this disturbance at my behest, or is it Mr. Lu's directive? What one fears most often comes to pass. Su Baohui waved her hands dismissively. No, Mr. Lu, I. Her gaze swept over Sang Wan. And she steeled herself. Mr. Lu, I am merely here to provide a gentle reminder to your Human Resources Department regarding this Sang Wan. She. Madam Lu. Lu Yi interrupted sharply. Are the employees of my Human Resources Department merely idling away? Or do you believe that your decades of life experience grants you the authority to advise my Lu family?
Mr. Lu, you.
Su Baohui had initially thought that upon discovering Sang Wan's unfortunate background, Lu Yu would at least call for an investigation into her conduct before the gathered employees and visitors. Not only did he criticize her age, but he also deemed her meddlesome.
Su Baohui was taken aback.
The report has been filed.
The front desk confirmed.
The legal department has been notified.
Lu Ye's expression darkened. When employees seek legal assistance, your first reaction is to gawk instead of taking prompt action? Mr. Lu, we.
Two lawyers hastened to explain, but Lu Yi directed his gaze to the front desk. Summon Gu Qian.
Gu Qian, the head of the legal department at the Lu Group, was also Lu Ye's personal attorney. He arrived simultaneously with the police,
gathering information from his subordinates and the front desk staff who had witnessed the entire incident.
Meanwhile,
the police had taken statements from Sang Wan and retrieved the surveillance footage from the lobby.
Su Baohui, is it? Su Baohui was stunned. I didn't.
Sang Wan, you shameless wretch, I will not let this slide. She shouted as two police officers restrained her to take her away,
continuing to scream even as she was escorted into the police vehicle. The onlookers quickly dispersed, heads bowed. Lu Ye's voice rang out coldly, halt. Though soft-spoken, his tone bore an undeniable authority.
The crowd froze in place. Lu Yi surveyed the remaining individuals, particularly those wearing visitor badges. Non-employees, please leave. Some moved toward the exit, while others headed for the elevators, resulting in a significant reduction of people in the lobby. Lu Ye's gaze fell upon the two legal department employees. During work hours,
when employees seek legal assistance, you choose to spectate instead of act? Mr. Lu, I will never do it again. Mr. Lu, I just arrived.
I received the call and came straight here, and upon arrival, I saw you speaking with that lady.
Mr. Lu, I was merely picking up a takeaway.
A few managed to provide justifications, while many could not articulate their reasons, merely having come to observe the unfolding drama. They had not anticipated encountering their boss so directly. Those with valid reasons, please register at the front desk. Each of you will incur a 2-day performance deduction, Lu Yi coldly declared before turning to the elevator. The lobby fell into a profound silence.
It seemed as though Lu Yi was standing up for Sang Wan. What if the trouble had befallen you instead? Would you wish for your boss to support you as he had her?
The disdain for the legal department had long been simmering, perceived as aloof and self-important. Today, however, justice was served. In the conference room of the legal department,
Sang Wan had just presented her request for assistance when her phone rang.
It was a call from Jinnian.
Chapter 44, You Cannot Escape This Marriage. Sang Wan. What have you done? The fury in Jinnian's voice was palpable even through the phone. You actually called the police on her? Have you lost your mind?
When he received the call from the police informing him that Su Baohui had been detained for instigating trouble and defaming her, he was urged to come quickly to handle the situation.
Jinnian's initial reaction was to suspect it was a scam call. However,
upon hearing Su Baohui's frantic shouts from the other end of the line and subsequently calling home, Jinnian realized the gravity of the situation. He learned that Sang Wan had secured a position at the Lu Corporation and that Su Baohui had gone there to confront her.
The ensuing events were not difficult to deduce.
The car sped towards the police station, and Jinnian shouted at Sang Wan.
I have instructed the driver to pick you up downstairs.
Come to the police station to sign the reconciliation agreement, or else
I will not sign.
Sang Wan spoke up. What I have not done has been widely publicized by her, making it known to all.
Why should I offer her my forgiveness? Jinnian.
I will not step forward, nor will I sign any letter of reconciliation.
You may come to create a scene, I am not afraid of you. Let us see who possesses the greater fortitude.
The barefoot are not afraid of those in shoes.
If it comes to it, I shall lose my position at the Lu Corporation, which is precisely what Su Baohui desires, isn't it? As for Jinnian,
as long as he dares to approach.
The moment Jinnian appears, paparazzi will surely follow. With the Lu Corporation and the land slated for filming, I am eager to discover who will outlast whom.
One job lost could cost Jinnian tens or even hundreds of billions.
Let us see who feels the pinch. Regardless, That money will never fall into her hands. Let anyone do as they please. Beep. Beep beep. The call ended, and attempting to dial again resulted in an unanswered line. Jinnian clenched his phone tightly, wishing it were Sang Wan's neck instead. How dare she? That is her mother-in-law. Could it be that Sang Wan truly intends to divorce him? It was only at that moment he realized Sang Wan was not merely acting or pressuring him to deal with Lin Xiaoqiao. She genuinely wished to separate from him? A fleeting shock coursed through him, soon replaced by irritation. The car came to a halt as Jinnian strode into the police station. The report filed by the Lu Corporation had been escalated to the Urban District Public Security Bureau, rather than the local police station. The director appeared courteous yet troubled. Having extracted the surveillance footage from the Lu Corporation, which revealed that upon entering the lobby, his wife's infidelity was brazenly declared, with the security failing to intervene. Jinnian observed the surveillance footage, which offered a clear view of Su Baohui's face captured by the high-definition camera. Only the silhouette of Sang Wan remained, while Su Baohui's incessant tirades echoed throughout. Derogatory terms such as vile wench and wild man flowed freely, devoid of any semblance of the grace expected from a lady of high society. From the corner of his eye, Jinnian perceived the scrutinizing gazes of the director and surrounding officers, as if they were silently questioning, "Mr. Lu, are you certain this is your mother and not an impostor?" Such behavior bore no distinction from that of an ill-mannered shrew, raised in a harsh and unrefined environment. Jinnian felt the weight of two burdens upon his head. "Mr. Lu, the point of contact from the Lu family is the Legal Affairs Department's lawyer, Gu." Jinnian looked up in astonishment. Gu Qian was the director of the legal department at Lu's firm, renowned in the capital as a top-tier attorney. Having risen to prominence in a single battle years ago, countless magnates had sought Gu Qian's expertise as their defense attorney over the years. The most extravagant cases had escalated to millions, not counting the fees for his personal representation. It was astonishing that someone as illustrious as Gu Qian would deign to handle such a trivial matter of defamation for Sang Wan. Was he truly using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? "Mr. Lu, since this is a family matter, it would be best resolved internally, don't you agree?" Indeed. The crux of the issue lay with Sang Wan. He ground his teeth in frustration, yearning to confront her and demand clarity on her intentions and how far she would escalate before ceasing her antics. Yet, Jinnian could not take that step. Any miscalculation could jeopardize the company and its bid for the land. He could not afford such a risk. Sang Wan must have been confident in this understanding, which is why she dared to confront him so boldly. However, it remains a mystery from where Gu Qian emerged. A mobile phone. Upon exiting the police station, Jinnian used the driver's phone to call Sang Wan, stating, "If you sign the reconciliation agreement, I assure you that neither my mother nor GE will trouble you again from this moment onward." Sang Wan vehemently refused, "I will not sign." On the other end of the line, Jinnian's voice was chilling, "When a rabbit is cornered, it will bite, you can, and so can I. But I am no rabbit. Why are you so eager for a divorce? We both know the answer. Yet as long as I withhold my consent, this marriage shall remain intact." Sang Wan's expression shifted subtly. Jinnian, on the other side, seemed to have noticed his demeanor transitioning from a stance of rigidity to one of gentleness. After all, they were husband and wife, it was only fitting to part amicably, wouldn't you agree? His words bore a threatening undertone. Yet, Sang Wan could not deny that he had struck a nerve. "Very well, I shall sign," Sang Wan responded. And a sinister smile flickered in Jinnian's eyes. She stated, "I will complete the divorce procedures next Monday and will come to sign." At this, Jinnian's expression shifted. Whether it was for provoking trouble or spreading malicious rumors, Su Baohui would face at most a 7-day detention and a fine of a mere 1,000 yuan. What he desired was a swift resolution to the matter. Yet, Sang Wan was not inclined to comply with his wishes. Her eagerness for divorce became her vulnerability, but now it also served as a weapon to leverage against him. As long as Su Baohui had a criminal record, both he and the Lu Corporation would bear a stain. Unless he was indifferent to wealth and had no ambition for the Lu Corporation's growth. Beep. Beep beep. Before Jinnian could utter another word, Sang Wan abruptly terminated the call, adding that number to her blacklist. The already quiet office fell momentarily silent at her entrance, only to be followed by the clattering of keyboards growing louder. Xiao Bai, with a sympathetic gaze, shook his head, signaling her not to dwell on it. Having been delayed by Su Baohui for an hour, Sang Wan neglected to even eat lunch. By the time she finished her tasks, it was nearly 2 o'clock. At this hour, the restaurant offered an abundance of options, but the back and forth would only waste more time. Sang Wan carried a cup of water to the pantry, intending to brew a bowl of oatmeal to make do. As she approached, she overheard a cacophony of voices within. It was said that Director Chang had specifically invited her to join, and who would have thought that she, once a prominent figure at the prestigious Imperial University, would once again be in the limelight upon entering the company. One wonders if Director Chang harbors any regrets. Surely, there must be some remorse. An extramarital affair so scandalous that even the most seasoned gossipers can hardly bear to witness it, becoming common knowledge throughout the office. How extravagant must such a liaison be? I dare say she is unlikely to survive her probation. Were I in her position, I would seize the opportunity to resign before her status was made permanent. The embarrassment would only last a moment. To persist further, however, would lead to... Is there truly nothing better to occupy one's time? A sharp voice sounded from behind. Sang Wan turned around. Lin Chiyue shot her a glare, then stepped past her and stood at the doorway of the tea room. Are you all just standing here idly, having completed your tasks? Your behavior resembles that of a group of market vendors. Men and women alike hurriedly clutched their cups and departed, each one wearing an expression of embarrassment as they passed by Sang Wan. In the blink of an eye, the tea room became desolate. Manager Lin, thank you. You need not thank me. Lin Chiyue replied with a frigid demeanor, completely devoid of her former amiable smile. I have already reported to Director Chang and Director Qin, requesting an extension of your probation period. Sang Wan, do take care of yourself. With that, Lin Chiyue turned and left. Sang Wan was taken aback. Manager Lin. Chapter 45, He doesn't want to leave? Although she was unaware of what Lin Xiaoqiu had said, Lin Chiyue chose not to create difficulties for her at work. Instead, he extended her probationary assessment. Sang Wan soon realized that the situation was far from as dire as she had imagined. Manager Lin. What does that mean? Lin Chiyue was taken aback. Sang Wan chuckled, are you not sisters? What has Lin Xiaoqiu done that you are unaware of? Lin Chiyue shook her head. Sang Wan was taken aback. So, Lin Xiaoqiu is in a relationship, are you aware of this? Lin Chiyue nodded, indeed. She even mentioned that you are entangled with her boyfriend. It seems she was not mistaken after all. The gentle smile of Sang Wan, does Lin Zhao Zhao fail to inform you that her boyfriend is my soon-to-be ex-husband? The information is rather scant, yet Lin Xiyu still took some time to digest it. She learned that chaos erupted in the lobby on the first floor, with reports claiming that Sang Wan's mother-in-law was causing a scene, accusing Sang Wan of infidelity. Upon receiving this news, Lin Xiyu felt a surge of 3 kinds of resentment. First, she despised her own blindness. Realizing she had asked nothing, and Han Ti even reviewed the background check report from the HR department before hastily bringing Sang Wan into the design team. Next, she loathed Sang Wan as shamelessness. Despite her talent and beauty, she chose to engage in such disgraceful acts. Lastly, she resented Sang Wan for tarnishing the reputation of the design department. The sin of being married and unfaithful is one grave offense. Entangled with Lin Zhao Zhao's boyfriend is another. The scandal had become so notorious that it was common knowledge within the company, further embarrassing the female colleagues in the design department. A single rotten apple spoiled the whole barrel. However, Lin Qiyu could hardly have anticipated that when Sang Wan spoke, it would unveil such a significant revelation. Are you suggesting that Lin Zhao Zhao is the mistress? Succinct and to the point, Lin Qiyu struck at the heart of the matter. Sang Wan nodded, asserting that if one were to doubt her words, they could summon Lin Zhao Zhao to confront her. Lin Qiyu remained silent. Sang Wan turned and entered the tea room. When Lin Xiaoqiu received a call from Lin Chiyue, she was admiring her freshly manicured nails in the expansive office of the CEO of the Lu Corporation. Aside from Yang Yan, she was the only one privileged enough to have her own independent office. although others often whispered about her, accusing her of lacking professional ethics and seducing her boss, further tarnishing the already besmirched reputation of secretaries. Lin Xiaoqiao remained unfazed. Such is the nature of the world. The process is inconsequential, while the outcome is of utmost importance. Before long, she would be able to stand openly beside Lu Jinnian and eventually marry him. At that moment, not only would Yang Yan, who looked down upon her, have to show her respect, but even others would have to address her as Madam President. As for her past indiscretions, who cared? Who would even remember? The joy on her face vanished in an instant upon seeing the name on the screen. Lin Xiaoqiao answered the call. Sister? Lin Xiaoqiao, you should count yourself fortunate to have encountered Sang Wan. Had it been anyone else, you would be disfigured at best. Or dead at worst. Please, do not drag the Lin family down with you, do not involve our parents. Lin Qiyue's voice on the other end was calm, filled with admonition. Lin Xiaoqiao, unable to contain her anger, retorted, "It is the unloved who play the mistress." Lin Qiyue? Do you even remember your surname? Whose side are you on, anyway? As the countdown to the calm period unfolded, Sang Wan found herself in a state of serene anticipation. Similarly, Lin Xiaoqiao was also counting down the days. The thought of only 6 days remaining until Lu Jinnian regained his single status filled her with excitement. In just a week, she would be able to proudly embrace her role as Lu Jinnian's girlfriend. In the not-so-distant future, she envisioned herself walking arm in arm with him at the bidding conference, where, under the spotlight of public attention, they would secure the third plot of land, heralding another triumph for the Lu family. Regardless of the title, be it new girlfriend or fiancée, she knew that it was she who would stand beside Lu Jinnian. Sang Wan spent many years nurturing a heart that remained cold, yet within just half a year, it melted away. One day, she would make Sang Wan, Lin Qiyue, and her oblivious biological parents face a harsh reality. They would come to understand that Lin Xiaoqiao did not require a prestigious overseas education or their insincere affection to become someone of significance. Even if her eventual success hinged upon Lu Jinnian, the mere fact that she could captivate a man of his caliber was a testament to her own capabilities. Was it not so? The only flaw in her endeavor was that Lu Jinnian had a son, compelling her to assume the role of a stepmother. Nonetheless, the experience of being a pain-free mother was rather delightful. The thought of Lu Xiaomu's affection towards her made Sang Wan feign calmness while her heart ached. Tears flowing like a river, filling Lin Xiaoqiao with a sense of secret satisfaction. She deserved this. Lin Qiyue, mind your own business. I am fully aware of my actions and do not require your pretense of moral superiority. With a huff, Lin Xiaoqiao ended the call. Regardless of how events ultimately unfolded, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. Lin Xiaoqiao rose to the dining room to prepare a meal, also brewing his favorite coffee. When Lu Jinnian entered, the table was set with delicious dishes, and the air was filled with the delicate aroma of coffee. His anger somewhat subsided, Lu Jinnian reclined against the sofa, allowing Lin Xiaoqiao to gently wipe his face and massage him. The steam rose, and the throbbing of his temples eased. Lu Jinnian let out a contented sigh. Whether Sang Wan signs the letter of understanding or not is of little consequence. Yet, the thought of her unprecedented assertiveness during their phone conversation, even going so far as to threaten him with her mother, fills Lu Jinnian with an overwhelming desire to eliminate her. To bring about one's ruin, one must first drive them to madness. The source of suffering, ultimately, lies in unfulfilled desires and an inability to let go. Sang Wan's inability to let go stemmed from a past that revolved solely around him and her son. Yet now, whether feigned or genuine, she wore an expression of indifference, as if she had truly moved on. Alas, it seemed that only unfulfilled desires remained. She longed for a divorce, but as long as he remained steadfast, the torment would be hers alone to bear. Zhao Zhao. Lost in thought, Lu Jinnian grasped Lin Zhao Zhao's hand as she massaged him, pondering whether, should he choose not to divorce, she would still wish to remain by his side. Did he not want to part ways? A surge of anxiety coursed through him, though his face betrayed none of it. Lin Zhao Zhao nestled into Lu Jinnian's embrace and nodded, affirming her unwavering commitment. The young and beautiful girl, her eyes red from unshed tears, bore her grievances for the sake of love, openly and sincerely offering her heart to him. Foolish girl. Lu Jinnian gently caressed Lin Zhao Zhao's crimson lips with his thumb and planted a kiss upon them.
pondering how a man who truly loved her could ever allow her to endure such suffering.
Just teasing you. Lu Jinnian, you are incorrigible.
Lin Zhao Zhao scolded him playfully,
tears cascading down her cheeks. Lu Jinnian's gaze momentarily faltered. On one hand was Sang Wan, as obstinate as a stubborn dog bone, refusing to relent.
On the other was Lin Zhao Zhao, as gentle as flowing water, who took every jest to heart. He reached out to wipe the tears from Lin Zhao Zhao's face. And with that gesture, his own anger dissipated. Turning his attention to the distant, towering buildings outside the window, Lu Jinnian questioned the reality of it all.
Really?
Lin Zhao Zhao exclaimed, her tears momentarily halted on her cheeks.
Yet through her astonished and clear eyes, Lu Jinnian perceived another visage entirely. Sang Wan. What you do not desire is sought after by many.
One day, I shall have you kneeling at my feet, begging for my favor.
Chapter 46, Do you miss your mother? Sang Wan, I apologize.
It seems that I have sought validation, upon encountering Lin Qiyue after work that evening. The latter resumed her previous amiability. Her face bore an abundance of remorse as she said, I misunderstood you based on Lin Zhao Zhao's words, and I sincerely apologize.
Are you free this weekend? I would like to treat you to dinner as a gesture of my contrition. She wanted to decline. Yet,
this was a gesture of goodwill from her superior. Not to mention, on the day of the interview, before she had even met with the Human Resources Director, Lin Qiyue had already begun to vie for her. The competition between her and manager Wang indirectly attested to her competence and worth, allowing her to negotiate her ideal salary and subsequently secure a position at the Lu family enterprise.
Sang Wan chuckled, Manager Lin, allow me to treat you. Lin Qiyue smiled and retorted, or shall we go Dutch? All right then. Sang Wan nodded with a smile. As the elevator descended,
Lin Qiyue gazed at the elegant and beautiful profile of Sang Wan reflected on the wall, her emotions swirling in complexity.
Sang Wan detonated a bomb,
and Lin Qiao ignited it. Throughout an entire afternoon, Lin Qiyue endured the torment of silence and impending eruption. Lin Qiao, clinging to their mother's arm, boasted about her relationship with an accomplished young man, all the while slyly mocking her for being an unattractive woman no one desires. Lin Qiyue had never felt anger or gloom over this, but today, she was genuinely upset.
She was enraged by Lin Qiao's lack of self-respect and dignity.
Flaunting her role as a mistress while provoking the legitimate partner, taking pride in what should be shameful. She was also troubled by the uncertain future that loomed ahead.
If she could ultimately be with Lu Jinnian, it would be a testament to Lin Qiao's abilities. However, what if that did not come to pass?
People are drawn to their kind, and though they had only worked together for a mere week, the strength and charisma Sang Wan displayed during the interview attested to her capabilities, which indirectly reflected the competence of Mr. Lu of the Lu Corporation. He may be a scoundrel, but he was undoubtedly proficient in various respects. Otherwise, Sang Wan would never have set her sights on him, married him, and borne his children. It is conceivable that capable individuals might, for a fleeting moment, be blinded by the allure of youthful beauty.
But what of the long term? With the limited depth of knowledge Lin Qiao possesses, could she truly captivate Lu Jinnian for a lifetime?
Whether she ends up facing a fate similar to Sang Wan's, married and then divorced, or finds herself abandoned before ever reaching marriage, neither outcome is one Lin Qiao could bear. Lin Qiyue was indifferent to the consequences awaiting Lin Qiao. She did not concern herself with whether she could withstand the repercussions. Her worry lay with their mother, who had been in poor health and had suffered greatly over the years due to Lin Qiao's antics. If anything were to happen to Lin Qiao,
what would become of them?
Of course.
Sang Wan chuckled, I will be obtaining my divorce certificate next Monday, so I will arrive an hour late.
I will work overtime on Friday to complete the drawings and send them to you. If you need to reach me on Monday,
please wait until I arrive at the office at 10. Lin Qiyue, having held back for quite some time, finally couldn't restrain herself any longer. What do you think? Will your ex-husband marry Lin Zhao Zhao?
Sang Wan paused for a moment, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she shook her head. I don't know.
At 18,
she believed she would grow old with Lu Jinnian. Yet, in just a decade, everything had changed. The man who once proclaimed his everlasting love for her had,
without warning, transformed into a stranger.
She could not even secure her own happiness, so how could she guarantee Lin Zhao Zhao's?
Wishing her well, Sang Wan exited the elevator. In the dining room of the Lu family's villa, Lu Jinnian sat across from Lu Xiao Mu. The cacophony of Ultraman battling monsters filled the air, childish and loud. While Lu Xiaomu fixated on the tablet screen, occasionally opening his mouth like a puppet to let the nanny feed him. After a mere 10 minutes, Lu Jinnian could no longer tolerate it and turned it off. Noticing his irritation, the nanny swiftly switched off the device and handed the spoon to Lu Xiaomu before leaving the room. "I don't want to eat. I want to watch Dijia." Lu Xiaomu protested, throwing down the spoon and kicking his chair in frustration. "I want to watch Dijia. Lu Xiaomu." Lu Jinnian's expression remained stern.
Lu Xiaomu pouted and murmured, "Grandma said I could watch, and Auntie and Zhao Zhao agreed too."
"Why can't I? During mealtimes, you must eat properly. You can watch the iPad later with full attention. One cannot be half-hearted in their endeavors."
The word slipped out, reminiscent of Sang Wan's own admonitions.
Lu Jinnian paused. Taken aback, Lu Xiaomu's face fell. Did he wish for her embrace? Just a smidgen.
His mother's warm hug was comforting. The red bean buns she made, shaped like monsters, were delectable. He could devour several at once. However, she could be quite fierce.
"Xiaomu, no iPad during meals. After playing, you must tidy up your toys.
Do not throw things around, or they may harm the flowers.
It's almost bedtime, no candy."
Zhao Zhao was nothing like her.
Always nagging.
Zhao Zhao was gentle, smiling at him and calling him Brother Mu every time they met.
Lu Xiaomu shook his head. "I don't want to." Then, "If Mama and Papa divorce, would you be willing for Zhao Zhao to live with us?" Lu Jinnian inquired.
Since witnessing Lu Zhengsong force Su Baohui's head against the wall at the tender age of 3, Lu Jinnian felt he had matured. Lu Xiaomu was now 5, 2 years older than Lu Jinnian had been at that age.
He should grow up and understand. Rather than concealing the family upheaval, it was better to speak of it openly. It was Sang Wan who did not want him. If there was to be hatred, it should be directed toward her. Observing Lu Xiaomu's stunned silence, Lu Jinnian repeated his question, "Would you be willing?" Lu Xiaomu stood there, lost in thought, recalling events from kindergarten. Mischievous boys teased him, "Lu Xiaomu, your mama doesn't want you anymore." Quiet girls wrinkled their noses, "We don't want to play with bad kids." Lu Xiaomu,
your mama bore you with great difficulty. If you anger her, you let another woman be your new mama.
My mama said you're a leaky wallet, a white-eyed wolf. He was not a leaky wallet, nor a white-eyed wolf. It was her who had rejected him. At home,
she would often scold him and even deceived him into thinking she was on a business trip, frightening him with a tube up her nose disguised as a ghost. He did not have such an ugly mother.
"Daddy, will Zhao Zhao come to pick me up from kindergarten every day?" "Yes, she will." "Then, will Zhao Zhao make me monster red bean buns?" "She will."
Zhao Zhao would fold paper airplanes that could fly far and find many Ultraman cartoons he had never seen before, allowing him to watch and eat simultaneously. She would bring countless delightful activities. The thought of no longer being nagged, of watching as long as he liked and sleeping as late as he desired, made Lu Xiaomu suppress the strange, inexplicable feelings within him. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Lu Jinnian. "Daddy, I am willing."
Chapter 47, What is troubling him? This weekend was quite fulfilling for Sang Wan.
On Saturday, she indulged in a leisurely slumber, and upon opening her eyes,
she could still hear Granny Wan downstairs in the courtyard, beating the blankets. Sang Wan opened the window. In the small courtyard, Granny Wan looked up with a beaming smile and said, "Little Sang, the weather is splendid today.
You can hang your blankets and pillows out on the roof to dry."
"All right,"
Sang Wan responded, her sleepy eyes barely open as she clutched her blanket and ascended the stairs. Unbeknownst to her, a flock of doves, likely from a nearby home, soared overhead, gracefully traversing the azure sky. The weather was astonishingly pleasant. She had made plans to dine with Lin Chiyue at noon, during which she learned of the connection between her and Lin Xiaoqiao.
Sang Wan once again confirmed that Lin Chiyue and Lin Xiaoqiao were not on the same wavelength.
Just as she stepped out of the elevator after bidding farewell to Lin Chiyue, she received a call from Sui. The voice on the other end was enigmatic. "Come to D University, I'll be waiting for you at the subway entrance." No matter how much Sang Wan pressed for details, Sui merely replied,
you'll find out soon enough. After transferring trains twice, Sang Wan emerged at the subway exit and immediately spotted Sui. Sui was beaming with joy, exclaiming, "Guess what wonderful news has come our way? Did we win 5 million? But Sui never bought lottery tickets, claiming she did not believe in such good fortune. Have you been promoted? But that held no relevance for her. As her gaze swept over Sui's sparkling eyes, Sang Wan ventured, "Did the department allocate you an apartment?" The surprise quickly turned into disappointment as Sui grumbled, "You're too spot on. It's a pity you're not out there selling on the overpass." Lacking connections and a background, Sui had arrived at this point solely through her own merit. Colleagues of similar age had been promoted to associate professors or professors years ago, while she remained merely a lecturer, struggling alongside the newly appointed female teachers in cramped faculty singles that resembled pigeon coops. "Thanks to you, our esteemed graduate and successful entrepreneur, President Liu caught a glimpse of me in the crowd." Laughing as she linked arms with Sang Wan, Sui continued, "And then, I was destined for greatness. Isn't that a remarkable coincidence?" The brightness in Sui's eyes conveyed 5 bold words, accompanied by a large, bold, and shimmering question mark. Sang Wan recalled the news alert that had popped up on her phone, stating that Liu Yi had made an appearance at D University, once again donating 200 million to the university's research laboratory. Sang Wan looked incredulous, "Merely a coincidence." "Ha!" Sui pushed the door open. "Do you believe it? A 2-bedroom apartment, a privilege reserved for professors. Yet here I am, still just a lecturer after all this time." Director Foam from the logistics department personally approached me, stating that it wasn't until someone made a report that Aunt Wan conducted an inspection, leading him to belatedly realize that I had been residing in a single apartment for 6 years, an oversight on his part. Although my rank may not suffice, my experience certainly does. Sui continued in an exaggerated tone, "Isn't it most amusing that all the 1-bedroom apartments are fully occupied? The remaining options are 2 or 3 bedrooms, which is why I was allocated a 2-bedroom. Who knows, perhaps one day I might suddenly end my single status, right? It's all about being prepared. My dear." Sui playfully cast a flirtatious glance at Sang Wan, "And a woman's intuition told me that this year my promotion to associate professor is all but assured." Sang Wan. Sui continued to speak extravagantly, stating that on the day I received my professional title, "My dear sister, I will surely indulge extravagantly, giving you a stunning model to demonstrate that sisters are 1,000 times more reliable than men." Firstly, she has long been aware of this. Secondly, what on earth is the connection between the reliability of sisters and a stunning model? Sang Wan chuckled helplessly. The single apartment was not far from the staff housing. Sui's belongings were minimal. After receiving the keys at noon yesterday, she tidied up and moved in. By evening, the first meal in the new home commenced amidst the clattering of their utensils. Perhaps it was due to waking up late in the morning, feeling well rested. Or perhaps the matters weighing on her mind had caused her insomnia. Gazing at the fireflies flickering on the vines by the window, Sang Wan's thoughts wandered chaotically, leaving her unaware of when she finally drifted into slumber. A night devoid of dreams. As the alarm rang, Sang Wan opened her eyes, instantly awakening. In the office of the president of the Liu Group, Jinnian gazed out at the blue sky and white clouds, feeling inexplicably restless. Even he could not articulate what exactly troubled him. The company was steadily progressing, and life was smooth sailing. Yet, for reasons unknown, a series of disconcerting events had begun to plague him. At that moment, his agitation peaked. Overlooking the bustling thoroughfare below, his irritation gradually cooled. It dawned on him. It all began when Sang Wan broached the subject of divorce. First, she had caused a scene at his mother's birthday banquet in front of numerous friends and family. Then, she showed up at the kindergarten, subjecting him and Zhao Zhao, along with their son, to public scrutiny. Most infuriating of all was her application to work at the Liu Group, leveraging her position as an employee to confront Su Baohui. One incident after another, each starkly contrasting the gentle and virtuous woman she once was. Liu Jinnian despised this feeling of losing control. Voices clamored in his head. One voice restrained itself, "Why bother? In the end, isn't it the Liu Group that suffers? For the sake of the company, for the greater good, a real man should concede, allowing for broader horizons."
He busied himself with the company, while she, as before, could assume the role of a devoted wife and mother. He would manage the external affairs. She would handle the domestic realm, ensuring a harmonious family and a flourishing business. Was that not ideal? Setting aside the fact that nothing had transpired between him and Lin Zhao Zhao, even if something had, within the vast elite circles of the capital. Which wealthy executive was not equally indulgent? He had not cheated or kept a mistress, only engaged in a mild flirtation with Lin Zhao Zhao. What could she possibly find intolerable? Have the driver pick up my wife in 10 minutes at the alley, he instructed. As Yang Yan knocked and entered, Lu Jinnian seemed to have made up his mind. She adored the dim sum at Furong Garden. So he arranged for a reservation and instructed the driver to take her there. Yang Yan glanced up as Lu Jinnian's phone rang. Upon seeing Sang Wan's name on the screen, a flicker of delight crossed his eyes. He knew it would be like this. Aside from the years spent pursuing her and the 2 years following his confession, when he had been the one to indulge her, it had since shifted to her comforting him. Aware of his picky eating habits, she would personally cook his favorite dishes, even while pregnant. Knowing he had stomach issues, she placed his medication within easy reach on his bedside. Throughout the years, after each quarrel and period of coldness, it was always she who extended the olive branch first, seeking reconciliation or finding a way to ease the tension. This time would be no different. The pent-up frustration that had accumulated for months began to dissipate in that instant. Lan Lan, he answered, his expression shifting abruptly. Chapter 48, Sang Wan, your defeat is without suspense. Lu Jinnian, at 9 o'clock sharp. In the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Dreading that the esteemed president might be preoccupied and forget that today marked the end of their cooling-off period to obtain their marriage certificate, Sang Wan had called Yang Yan yesterday evening to ensure he reminded Lu Jinnian. She paid no mind to Lu Jinnian's reaction on the other end. After Sang Wan concluded the call, she hung up. On the other end, Lu Jinnian wore a somber expression. Before him lay the day's itinerary, freshly delivered by Yang Yan, which he had yet to examine. The hours from 9 to 10 were conspicuously marked for the Civil Affairs Bureau. The chilling notification from Sang Wan echoed in his ears, tinged with a hint of light-hearted relief, as if she were finally liberating herself. The thought that his goodwill might have been misinterpreted as unwarranted affection made Lu Jinnian wish to hurl the tablet and the desk out the floor-to-ceiling window. With a cold glance at Yang Yan, he commanded, "You may leave." Understood. Yang Yan responded and turned to exit. However, before the door could fully close, it swung open again, revealing Lin Zhao Zhao, clad in a charming champagne-pink dress, her face alight with a radiant smile as she rushed in. After shutting the door, she flung herself into Lu Jinnian's embrace. "What's the matter? Are you feeling down?" Despite Lu Jinnian's earlier declaration that she could move into the villa with him and Lu Xiao Mu on Monday, she had attempted to reach him over the weekend, only to be met with silence or his disinterested replies before he hung up. Recalling a certain question he had posed, even if he claimed it was in jest, Lin Zhao Zhao felt an unsettling uncertainty. "Jinnian, do you not wish to divorce anymore?" Observing the gloom on Lu Jinnian's face, she altered her inquiry, "Is it that Sang Wan does not wish to part ways?" Lu Jinnian lifted his gaze. Lin Zhao Zhao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "It's all right. I've thought it through, staying married would actually be more beneficial for you and the Lu Corporation." Rising from Lu Jinnian's embrace, she fought against the tears welling up in her eyes. "I'm fine." "Foolish girl." Lu Jinnian stood, gently ruffling her hair. "A man of honor must stand by his word, he cannot simply change his mind based on what you say. Stay at the company and wait for me. After work, we shall enjoy a lavish dinner." He donned his suit jacket and adjusted his bow tie before turning to leave. Once the door closed behind him, Lin Zhao Zhao exhaled softly. "Sang Wan, behold, your defeat was utterly predictable. I had foretold that it is the unloved who assume the role of the mistress." Sang Wan took a number and waited for more than 10 minutes in the lobby before Lu Jinnian finally arrived, with a hefty stack of documents. His hand grew weary from signing. The staff, following their routine, inquired, "Are you certain?" Sang Wan nodded in affirmation. Over the years, the social engagements associated with business, The numerous dining gatherings within the company, and the myriad interpersonal connections in high society have been abundant. She had been fed red wine mouth to mouth by the princess of a club and had received tempting photographs from small celebrities at cocktail parties, which had stirred her thoughts momentarily. However, such distractions remained purely mental. Even with Lin Xiaoqiao, after 6 months, their interactions had only extended to ambiguous embraces and kisses. He had never crossed that line. Lu Jinnian could not comprehend why Sang Wan clung so tenaciously to Lin Xiaoqiao, insisting on divorce. Sang Wan was taken aback, a mocking expression crossing her face. Lu Jinnian. Do you still believe that I am merely pretending, that I am envious of Lin Zhao Zhao? Is that not the case? The meaning in Lu Jinnian's eyes was unmistakably evident. Sang Wan smiled, please sign. Lu Jinnian's expression darkened slightly. They had met at the age of 16. And during their initial encounter, Sang Wan exuded a frosty elegance, akin to the resilient foxtail grass that thrives in the sunlight by the roadside. Neither rain nor wind could bend her will. At 18, he confessed his feelings, and they became a couple. Sang Wan transformed from an icy figure into a warm embrace. Forever understanding and gently captivating. Lu Jinnian had never witnessed Sang Wan display such a scornful and disdainful expression as she did today. As if she had been blinded and misjudged the character of those around her. Infuriated by Sang Wan's gaze, Lu Jinnian lowered his head. As he inscribed the final letter of his signature, the sharp tip of the pen nearly tore through the paper. The staff, adhering to routine, inquired, "Are you certain?" Their eyes met Lu Jinnian's cold, dark countenance, and the staff comprehended the gravity of the moment. With a soft exhale, Sang Wan could not contain herself upon holding the divorce certificate in her hand. Finally, upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, the tumult within Lu Jinnian's heart dissipated entirely. Whether it was for better or worse, this farce had finally reached its conclusion. He scrutinized Sang Wan's appearance, which was as ordinary as that of an office worker. Devoid of the former elegance and grandeur of Mrs. Lu. Reflecting on her application to the Lu Corporation, he surmised she was likely still within her probationary period. A slight smirk tugged at Lu Jinnian's lips. After all, we were once husband and wife. With an air of aloofness, Lu Jinnian regarded Sang Wan. Thinking that for the sake of little Mu, he could not simply turn a blind eye. Did she seek his favor? During the year he graduated and sought employment. It was she who refined and polished his resume. In the Lu Corporation's project department, it was she who crafted his blueprints. Even during departmental meetings, it was she who had prepared his presentations in advance. Yet, he had never perceived her brilliance in her professional endeavors. From the very beginning, all he desired was a devoted wife and mother. Sang Wan chuckled, Lu Jinnian, your only requirement for a partner is to have a young and beautiful woman. I'm sorry, but I don't fit that description. Lu Jinnian's expression darkened with anger. He discerned the underlying message. Sang Wan clung to Lin Xiaoqiao, intent on asserting that he was nothing but a scoundrel. Yet, she failed to consider that without him, given her humble familial background, even with a degree from the Imperial University, she would likely have settled for a mundane, unremarkable man, living an ordinary life. How could she have attained the status of Mrs. Lu, traversing in luxury vehicles and indulging in opulence? Now that the marriage was dissolved, it was high time to recognize the reality. Suppressing her anger, Lu Jinnian wore a face of counsel, reminding her of the challenges faced by a woman in her second marriage. Sang Wan. A voice, languid yet bright, called out, accompanied by the roar of an accelerating engine. A sleek black Maybach approached, halting gracefully at the steps. As the tinted window descended, Lu Yi, seated at the wheel, cast a glance at Sang Wan. Though the reason for Lu Yi's presence eluded her, Sang Wan found herself unwilling to endure another moment in the company of Lu Jinnian. Take good care of Xiao Mu. I wish you happiness. As Sang Wan concluded her words, she turned and entered the vehicle. Her gaze fell upon the vibrant bouquet of crimson roses resting on the passenger seat. She also noticed the unwavering attention that Lu Yi had directed solely towards her from the beginning. A fleeting thought danced through her mind. Yet it slipped away before she could grasp it. Lu Jinnian's expression shifted subtly. Chapter 49, the mother of the child. The Maybach halted at the traffic light, and Lu Yi seized the bouquet of red roses from the passenger seat, presenting it to Sang Wan with a heartfelt congratulations on your rebirth.
Thank you. Sang Wan expressed her gratitude, feeling an indescribable sense of relief and lightness.
Reflecting on the fact that she had not seen him at the company since that day,
she raised her gaze to assess Lu Yi, asking, "Are you feeling better?"
"Much better, just a minor cold," he replied, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. Yet that seemingly trivial cold had now become a part of his past he preferred to forget. The phone chimed softly.
Sang Wan lowered her head and noticed the sneaky emoji sent by Sui. Breaking news. Are you leaving? Are you leaving? Sang Wan sent her a photograph of the divorce certificate.
The next moment, Sui's voice message arrived. Anticipating it to be nothing more than an exuberant expression of joy, congratulating her on the successful dissolution of her marriage,
followed by an offer to treat her to an exquisite Japanese meal to celebrate. Sang Wan opened the voice message. Sang Wan swiftly pressed the stop button.
When she raised her gaze again, she found herself locking eyes with Lu Ye's smiling reflection in the rearview mirror.
It was clearly Sui who was embarrassed.
Yet Sang Wan felt her cheeks flush with warmth. In a huff, she sent a message, "Congratulations. Your enchanting voice has garnered Lu Ye's admiration."
Sang Wan immediately regretted sending it. However, it was too late. The dialogue box was flooded with messages in an instant. Did you just obtain a marriage certificate right after the divorce? Lu Yi, your efficiency is impressive. Wait. When did he propose, and when did you accept? Why was I completely unaware? Sang Wan, confess honestly, how many things have you done behind my back? I even entrusted you with the key to my apartment. Did you ever consider me a sister? Nonetheless, I am someone who can endure and adapt. Dear lady, how may I assist you? Sang Wan invited her to dinner in the evening to celebrate. Sui displayed a look of hesitation, saying, "There is a meeting in the department." Sang Wan, Senior, do you have plans for tonight? No. Then,
I have invited a few friends over to my house for a gathering.
Would you like to join us? Sang Wan hesitated for a moment,
and the words of refusal had yet to escape her lips. Lu Yi added, "My friends are all related to architecture and interior design, this is not mere idle chatter."
Sang Wan felt a stir within her.
Whether it be insider information or the latest news, such matters are typically disseminated after being exchanged within private circles. Much like how numerous business dealings often hinge on a single remark made at a gathering of magnates, only to later surface in the public eye. To outsiders, these gatherings appear as mere banquets or social obligations. Yet, only those in the know comprehend the true value they hold.
It is a perfect opportunity to observe the 2S. Excellent. Sang Wan nodded.
On the table rested a palm-sized succulent, its vibrant green hue reminiscent of emerald, glistening with a translucent quality.
Xiao Bai wore an expression of disbelief,
as manager Lin had brought it, declaring it to be a gift for you. Lin Shiyue was the sole individual in the department privy to her divorce that day. This robust succulent symbolized both rebirth and the promise of a hopeful future. Sang Wan expressed her gratitude and logged into WeChat on her computer to thank Lin Shiyue. To befriend the half-sister of one's lover is indeed a rather novel experience. As the front desk became lively, the office staff peered out in unison,
wondering if there was yet another morning tea.
In small companies, one learns the art of doing things; in large corporations, one learns the art of being.
The tea room at the Lu family company is replete with coffee, tea, and an assortment of snacks.
Nevertheless, during festive occasions,
it is customary for someone to order takeout to treat others.
Today, it is a birthday celebration, tomorrow, a wedding.
This month, morning teas have been particularly frequent. Just yesterday, an enigmatic morning tea was graciously bestowed by the big boss. At this moment, the front desk is overflowing with offerings.
One of the treats comes from Rongjing,
as the CEO proclaims that today is an auspicious day for all, inviting everyone to partake in morning tea. A cup of coffee, a cup of milk tea, each person receives 2 cups. The boss has been hosting gatherings with increasing frequency. Could it be that we are soon to welcome a new matriarch? In the elite circles of the capital, who could possibly rival the illustrious background of the Zhao family? How superficial. Why could it not be a pursuit of true love? Given the boss's status, would there really be a need for a strategic marriage? Can he not seek someone he genuinely cherishes? Perhaps. Does the boss indeed have a romantic interest? Who knows? No one knows.
Sang Wan was oblivious, her heart inexplicably racing with urgency. The crimson roses before her were dazzling in their fervor, and the coffee in her hand was excessively rich and aromatic. Sang Wan went to the restroom to wash her face. As the end of the workday approached, individuals began to depart one after another.
Sang Wan picked up her phone,
intending to send a WeChat message to Lu Yi, urging him not to wait for her. In this tumultuous season, she wished to avoid becoming the target of public scrutiny. Before she could compose her message, the screen of her phone illuminated.
Sang Wan let out a sigh of relief.
As Sang Wan descended the stairs, she immediately spotted a sleek black business vehicle waiting at the bottom. In the living room of the hillside villa, a group of individuals and a solitary cat exchanged glances. Jian Hui was the first to speak, his expression filled with disdain. "Brother, take a look at your house, the crystal chandelier, the sofa, the wine cabinet. And then glance at this cat.
Don't you think there's a considerable disparity in their style and temperament?"
"Indeed, Lu Xiao," someone chimed in with a chuckle. "If you fancy cats, you should have mentioned it earlier.
Whether it's a majestic Maine Coon, an imposing Bengal, or a ragdoll with an ethereal beauty,
I could procure a few purebred champions for you. But this cat..." Their words trailed off as they caught a cold glare from Lu Yi, who was ascending the stairs. The speaker halted, giving a thumbs up. "What a fine cat!" Regardless of it being merely an orange tabby, Lu Yi insisted it was a cat, and thus it must be regarded as one. Sensing Lu Yi's seriousness, the others in the living room refrained from further teasing about the incongruity of 2S in the luxurious abode. They began to entertain the feline instead.
"Hiss! How dare you!" One dared to challenge, reaching out to restrain it.
Jian Hui barely touched the nape of 2S when a sharp pain shot through his hand, revealing 3 crimson scratches. He suppressed an expletive as he caught sight of the amused glint in Lu Yi's eyes. Before he could finish his sentence, the elevator doors opened with a buzz, revealing Sang Wan standing at the entrance. It was evident that she had not anticipated everyone's arrival, leaving her as the sole absence. As Sang Wan surveyed her surroundings, her gaze flickered with uncertainty. "I hope I'm not late," she murmured, somewhat embarrassed.
"What on earth is happening here?"
She observed the playful 2S, mewing delicately as it darted around her ankles. Then, her eyes fell upon Lu Yi, whose warm demeanor reassured her that she was, indeed, not tardy. A collective thought arose among the onlookers, each exchanging glances. Could she possibly be the child's mother? Chapter 50. Do not frighten her away.
Sang Wan. Sang Wan bent down to change her shoes.
Lu Yi spoke up, introducing her. "This is my senior.
An outstanding designer with a promising future in the architecture industry.
I exerted considerable effort to recruit her to my company and bring her here. You all."
One by one.
Lu Yi's gaze lightly skimmed over each person's face, warning, "Don't frighten her away."
Was this an introduction?
It was clearly a threat.
"Sister. Miss Sang, right? Hello, I am Jian Hui."
Sang Wan, having changed into her shoes, stepped into the living room. Jian Hui had already taken the initiative to approach her, extending his hands for a handshake, expressing his long-standing admiration and requesting her guidance in the future.
"Sister-in-law. Miss Sang. Sister Sang, each step is a leap forward. Do you want a dog, or is it your dog?" A multitude of individuals rose to their feet. "Hello, Miss Sang. Hello, Miss Sang, I am. Hello, Miss Sang, I am Tanbuchwan from Dingley. Is he not the one who, during the interview, was offered an olive branch but failed to extend even a courteous greeting in his refusal?" Sang Wan's gaze faltered, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. "Mr. Qin, I."
"Miss Sang, there is no need to feel bashful," Qin Baichuan replied with a smile, exuding indifference. "People naturally aspire to ascend. Were I in your position, I would undoubtedly make the same choice as you, Miss Sang."
A lively group exchanged warm greetings, each finding their seats.
The little creature, 2S,
nimbly leaped into Sang Wan's embrace, nuzzling affectionately against her. Sang Wan's heart raced.
When she lifted her gaze again, she noticed a group of individuals seated on the sofa. leaning against the wine cabinet, and some lost in thought by the floor-to-ceiling windows, idly twirling their lighters. It was evident that they all shared a close relationship with Lu Yi.
Sang Wan felt a sense of relief.
Jiang Huai was eyeing the bottle of Roman e Conti in the liquor cabinet of the loft, and before he could finish his sentence about the exquisite wine, someone interjected.
Indeed.
It was Norman. That was the green utopia in the desert. The conversation effortlessly drifted towards the topic of architecture.
Jiang Huai. Sang Wan. Sister Sang.
Jiang Huai leaned in closer, lowering his voice to whisper to Sang Wan, "This cat, is it yours?"
Sang Wan was taken aback.
Jiang Huai seemed to already know the answer, swiftly extending his hand. "You must take responsibility for this, right?" The pampered young master, with his fair complexion, displayed 3 distinct red marks on the back of his hand. It was evident at a glance that they were freshly inflicted. There was no possibility other than the 2S. The 2S in his arms glared intently at Jiang Huai, emitting a low, warning growl from its throat.
Sang Wan turned the cat's head towards Jiang Huai and nodded, acknowledging her responsibility.
"Jiang Shao, you see, I can accompany you to the hospital later, or
I can transfer the vaccination fee to you. Just send me the money."
Jiang Huai maintained a composed expression as he took out his phone and opened the WeChat QR code.
Ding.
Jiang Huai looked at him with a smug grin,
his demeanor exuding arrogance and pride. "Brother, I have successfully entered sister-in-law's circle of friends." Sang Wan sent a transfer of 19.99, saying, "Jiang Shao, this is for the vaccine.
When you have some free time, I shall treat you to a meal."
That sounds splendid. Yet, the true intent behind it was to add him on WeChat. Sister-in-law's red envelope?
He wouldn't dare accept it even if he had 2 lives. When the chef announced that dinner was ready,
Lu Yi nodded and beckoned the group to enter the dining room.
The table, capable of accommodating over 10 guests, was only graced by 6 individuals, with her being the sole woman present.
The peculiar feelings within Sang Wan had just begun to surface. Sang Wan quietly exhaled in relief.
The meal had lasted for over an hour. It was not until every individual's phone chimed in unison that the atmosphere shifted.
Some inquired about the commencement of the banquet, urging each other about their whereabouts.
A soft, childish voice bid goodnight to a father.
A group of people rose to their feet in unison at the opportune moment. Sang Wan gently stroked the head of 2S and followed the group out.
"Senior, allow me to have the driver take you."
"Thank you." Was she being called sister again?
A crowd of onlookers turned their gaze towards Jiang Huai, their eyes brimming with unabashed curiosity. Only Qin Baichuan seemed to have deciphered the situation. He cast a discerning glance at Lu Yi before addressing Jiang Huai. "How many glasses of Romani did you have?"
"Just 2, Jiang Huai faltered. Then smiled at Lu Yi. "Brother, would it be possible for the driver to drop me off along with my sister?"
The crowd fell silent.
"Let me take Miss Sang,"
Qin Baichuan offered, suggesting that the driver take Jiang Huai as well.
The Qin family villa was not far from the Lu Corporation building, making it the nearest drop-off point to Sang Wan's residence in the old city alley. Lu Yi inquired of Sang Wan, "Is that all right?"
"Of course," she replied, her mind still echoing with the sound of Qin Baichuan's phone call on speaker, where a crisp voice bid a goodnight to Daddy.
Before hanging up, another gentle voice advised, "Drink less." Qin Baichuan's tone was soft as he reassured, "I haven't drunk much. We'll be home shortly."
Some men wear their marital status as a shield, only to reveal their true selves when they are old and framed on the wall. Yet, for others, being married only serves to instill a greater sense of security. Sang Wan spoke, "Then, I must trouble you, General Qin." As the car exited the underground garage, Qin Baichuan began, "Regarding the forest bay you just mentioned,
have the design blueprints been completed?"
Sang Wan was taken aback, then laughed, explaining to Mr. Qin that it was merely a whimsical thought that had suddenly crossed her mind. Something said in the spirit of the moment, and she had yet to put it on paper. Qin Baichuan shook his head with a smile, saying that if, in the future, it truly came to fruition, Miss Sang must remember to show it to him. Forest Bay, a playground nestled within the woods.
A fairy tale realm that seemed almost unattainable.
Although she felt a touch of childishness in their exuberant conversation, Sang Wan still shared her vision. Yet, none present deemed it foolish, nor did anyone consider it beyond the realm of possibility.
Just by observing Qin Baichuan's expression, one could tell he was deeply intrigued.
And the object of his fascination was undoubtedly the little girl who sweetly whispered goodnight to her father.
Sang Wan nodded, certainly. The car halted at the alley's entrance.
Qin Baichuan remarked that the alley was too dim and offered to escort her to the door.
Sang Wan smiled gently in refusal. No longer insistent.
Qin Baichuan turned directly around and came to a halt.
The bright headlights illuminated the dark alley as if it were midday.
It was only when Sang Wan waved to signal and pushed the door open that Qin Baichuan drove away.
Lo Yi, your friends are truly kind.
Please convey my gratitude to Mr. Qin. Upon returning to her room, Sang Wan sent a WeChat message to Lo Yi.
Soon after, she received a message from Jiang Wei, sister, didn't you say you would treat me to a meal? When shall it be?
I'll make sure to clear my schedule in advance. At the same time, Lu Yi was receiving a call from Qin Baichuan.
The elder brother,
who was usually gentle, composed, and not very talkative, spoke with a piercing sharpness at this moment, as if he were a presiding judge.
Lu Yi, are you serious? Chapter 51, you have done this before, haven't you?
Of course, Lu Yi replied lazily.
Isn't my demeanor sufficiently indicative?
On the other end, Qin Baichuan fell silent for a moment before responding, all right, understood. Then came the sound of the line disconnecting.
Lu Yi was taken aback.
Lowering his phone and confirming that the other party had hung up without asking anything further. He had mentally prepared himself for any inquiries regarding whether he had taken the wrong medication,
and had even formulated responses should someone attempt to persuade him by invoking family background or various nonsensical notions of incompatibility.
Yet, none of that occurred. It was as if, once he had made up his mind, that was all that mattered. Gazing quietly at the dark night outside, Lu Yi couldn't help but smile.
Indeed.
I also find them quite agreeable. Sang Wan found herself somewhat overwhelmed. Sui was lamenting about the excessively long and tedious meeting in the department, while simultaneously expressing her disdain for a relentless suitor who clung to her like a stubborn adhesive. Lin Chiyue inquired about her feelings regarding marriage and sought to understand her sentiments on the first day of her divorce. As for Jiang Hui, she merely remarked that weekdays after work were fine, as well as weekends, depending on his availability.
Sang Wan
was eager to inquire of Lu Yi whether the Jiangxia was so familiar with everyone, or if it was simply due to being inadvertently harmed by 2S, which had afforded the young master a novel experience. She wondered if he was harboring any nefarious schemes. With such thoughts in mind, she posed her question. She also took care to remind him, do remember to collect your red envelope and to get vaccinated. Jiang Hui readily agreed. However, more than an hour passed, and despite Sang Wan finishing her evening routine, he had yet to accept her transfer. Exiting the chat window, Sang Wan found herself in a prolonged stupor.
In previous evenings,
from the moment she began to coax herself to sleep, her phone had been on silent. Having remained at home for so long, devoid of friends or colleagues,
her phone lay quiet like an ornament.
Occasionally, it would ring during the day, either from property management or food deliveries, accompanied by various alarms. It was rare for her to experience the incessant notifications of WeChat, as she did today, where a casual moment of distraction led to over an hour of conversation.
Indeed,
it seemed that a woman must engage in work. Setting her phone aside, Sang Wan found herself still wide awake. She turned off the main light and switched on a small orange lamp. Retrieving a large sheet of white paper from her drawer, she took out her toolkit and began to sketch and write at her desk. The night breeze tousled her fringe, revealing a pair of tranquil eyes that sparkled like stars. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom of the Lu family's villa, Lin Zhao Zhao felt a twinge of anxiety. It had taken her over half a year, from her employment in the Lu family's secretarial office to being noticed by Lu Jinnian. Her close friend had urged her to abandon hope, asserting that in the affluent circles of the capital, the wealthier the man, the more cunning he became, marriages were invariably intertwined with interests.
Sang Wan and Lu Jinnian had been together since their university days. Even as their affection waned, Lu Jinnian continued to afford Sang Wan the most fundamental respect,
allowing her to remain his wife for life. Their love had transformed into familial bonds, becoming an indestructible fortress. Even if she ascended to a higher status, it would ultimately amount to being maintained, she might as well seek a new target to avoid an empty endeavor.
When Sang Wan donated a kidney to Jinnian,
even Lin Zhao Zhao began to waver. The sound of running water ceased, and the anticipation of what was to come made Lin Zhao Zhao's heart race.
After tonight, she would be legitimized.
Starting tomorrow, she could appear alongside Jinnian at the office, and the dismissive Yang Yan would no longer dare to issue her orders.
Others would be silenced from their baseless gossip. She wanted her parents to see that she,
emerging from a small city without the halo of prestigious schools or experience from large corporations, could still carve out a place for herself among the elite. As the bathroom door swung open, Lin Zhao Zhao instinctively shut her eyes.
"Zhao Zhao, don't be afraid."
She sensed the girl's slight tremors,
which inexplicably brought Jinnian a sense of relief.
Had he known of Sang Wan's profound misunderstanding and how unjustly she had judged him, he might have preferred to confront it head-on, allowing everything to unfold sooner rather than enduring it for so long.
Yet, she remained ungrateful.
He treated Lin Zhao Zhao to a lavish dinner at the rooftop restaurant of the Jinping building, where the view showcased the most beautiful nightscape of the capital. Before him was the radiant smile of Lin Zhao Zhao, a sight that should have belonged to Sang Wan, who failed to cherish it. The atmosphere thickened with emotion as Lin Zhao Zhao's sobs began to rise, igniting a fire within him.
Jinnian, ever the patient hunter, guided her gently as everything concluded.
And he retreated to the bathroom. Lin Zhao Zhao stood frozen. The fervor he had just displayed was now replaced by an icy demeanor.
She almost questioned if something was amiss, yet nothing seemed wrong.
Reflecting on his exhausting day, from rushing to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce in the morning, meeting partners in the afternoon, to accompanying her for shopping and a candlelit dinner that evening, he must have been utterly fatigued.
Furthermore, this was home.
He could be as wild or as distant as he pleased.
This was the essence of home, was it not? They had a long future ahead. In a fleeting moment,
Lin Zhao Zhao managed to soothe herself. As the water ceased, she donned her sleeping gown. The door opened, and they brushed past each other.
"Zhao Zhao." As Jinnian raised his hand to block the door, he looked up at her. "It's not your first time, is it?"
Lin Zhao Zhao's gaze flickered with surprise.
Jinnian already knew the answer.
Releasing his grip, the door closed behind him, and he silently moved forward.
The darkened room was filled with a lingering, intoxicating fragrance, and before him were Lin Zhao Zhao's flustered eyes.
In his mind echoed Sang Wan's trembling voice,
Jinnian.
That had been Sang Wan's first time, as well as his own. At that moment, they had nothing but each other.
Su Baohui had opposed their union,
forbidding him from working at the Lu Corporation and cutting off his credit cards, even denying him the right to claim association with the family.
Yet,
love alone was enough to quench their thirst. That night, Sang Wan had trembled in pain, her tear-filled eyes shining like the stars outside. Their dinner had been a simple fast food meal, yet they felt unparalleled happiness. Now, as he shared a lavish dinner with Lin Zhao Zhao, overlooking the capital's stunning nightscape, his heart ached. It felt as if a needle had pierced through. Jinnian found it unfathomable how they had once loved each other so deeply,
only to arrive at this juncture.
The water ceased once more, and he turned, closing his eyes.
In the darkness, observing Jinnian's silhouette,
Lin Zhao Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance.
Chapter 52, Leave. Immediately leave. The next morning, Jinnian resumed his usual profound demeanor.
Facing Lin Zhao Zhao, he spoke gently. "I spoke with Xiao Mu last week. He knows you've moved in. He will be thrilled when you pick him up after school." Although it was Monday, Su Baohui had already taken Xiao Mu away, anticipating Lin Zhao Zhao's date with Jinnian.
Jinnian summoned the housekeeper, Wang Jia,
instructing her to communicate directly with Zhao Zhao regarding any matters concerning the kindergarten. "Understood," she replied promptly. Lin Zhao Zhao felt a surge of delight. "Wang Jia,
I prefer a fried egg with my Americano in the morning. The egg should be cooked on one side, medium. And please add 3 ice cubes to the Americano." Jinnian frowned, and Lin Zhao Zhao sensed the tension. "Jinnian, what's wrong?" He disliked having outsiders in his home.
Wang Jia was only responsible for grocery shopping, gardening,
and cleaning.
For years, Sang Wan had prepared his breakfast and dinner. Now that they were divorced, it would be Lin Zhao Zhao who took over those duties. However, the most pressing matter was the upcoming bidding conference.
Other matters could wait. Lu Jinnian shook his head. It's nothing. Yet. He felt something was off with the coffee's flavor lately. After tasting it, he glanced at Wang Jia. Did you change the beans? President Lu, I'm not sure. She replied. The coffee has always been made by Madam. I don't know what kind of beans she used. I just took a random pack of ground coffee. Should I ask? Never mind. Lu Jinnian's expression hardened. Change the beans tomorrow.
Also, no need to consult her about household matters anymore.
Understood. Wang Jia responded.
Having drunk the previous night, Lu Jinnian felt discomfort in his stomach, and Wang Jia's breakfast failed to appeal to him. Lin Zhao Zhao assisted him with his tie, which eased his expression slightly.
They left together for the company.
Indeed, when Lin Zhao Zhao appeared behind Lu Jinnian,
the atmosphere in the secretary's office shifted dramatically. They had seen Lin Zhao Zhao's social media posts the previous night, the breathtaking night view, the romantic candlelit dinner. And most importantly, the central figure, Lu Jinnian. Her caption was succinct yet powerful. Finally, I waited for you.
Though it was not a wedding proposal.
The fact that Lu Jinnian was divorcing Sang Wan and that Lin Zhao Zhao boldly shared such a post spoke volumes about her capabilities.
The group that had once gossiped about her now fell silent, their expressions betraying a mix of envy and apprehension. Lin Zhao Zhao reveled in her triumph.
As she observed Yang Yan enter Lu Jinnian's office, a smirk of disdain crept onto her lips.
Among the secretary staff, Yang Yan had always been the most formidable,
constantly assigning her tasks. Everyone knew he was the president's special assistant.
Unbeknownst to him, one might have mistaken him for a president.
Now, circumstances have shifted. Once dismissive of her, he is now bound to behave as obediently as a lapdog, otherwise, she would not hesitate to dismiss him in an instant.
She had already devised a plan to command Yang Yan to brew 2 cups of coffee for herself and Lu Jinnian. Lin Zhao Zhao glanced at her phone, eagerly awaiting Yang Yan's completion of his work before she would make her entrance.
Within the office, Lu Jinnian wore a brooding expression as he scrutinized Yang Yan.
What did you say? This is my resignation letter, Yang Yan replied, presenting his letter of resignation. I have already submitted the resignation request via email in accordance with company protocol, with a copy sent to the Human Resources Department. Please review the candidates in the secretary's office that you prefer. If none suffice, I will proceed with the handover in the order of seniority,
aiming to complete the transition by the end of this month. Is that acceptable to you?
Why?
He inquired,
barely glancing at the resignation letter Yang Yan had placed beside him.
Lu Jinnian leaned back in his leather chair, his demeanor icy as he regarded Yang Yan. Do you understand the implications of your actions? The position of chief executive assistant at Lu's group is coveted by many.
You have diligently served by my side for 4 to 5 years now.
In other words, with just a single opportunity, you could ascend to a managerial role at a branch office.
Alternatively, with a few more years of experience, you could become my right-hand man,
ultimately rising to the position of vice president, the true core of the company. This role is commensurate with a substantial annual salary and lucrative company shares. Unexpectedly,
an image flashed in his mind of the note he had seen in Yang Yan's phone, the one he had saved for Sang Wan.
Miss Sang. Lu Jinnian felt an absurdity wash over him as he inquired, could it be because of Sang Wan?
Yang Yan fell silent for a moment before candidly admitting.
Your interpretation is not unfounded.
Lu Jinnian abruptly raised his gaze. Yang Yan elaborated, during my first year at Lushur, I served as a design assistant in the project department. Year after year, I remained entangled in trivial tasks, lacking any noteworthy project designs or accomplishments. Just as I was disheartened and considering resignation, it was Sang Wan who suggested I transfer departments. She observed, after a year of collaboration, that my aspirations and abilities lay not in architectural design but were more suited for secretarial work. It was she who recommended me to you, leading me to your side.
Lu Jinnian recalled the moment.
He remembered how, unexpectedly, everything fell into place.
Sang Wan handled the professional matters, while Yang Yan managed the mundane details. With unwavering focus, he completed the handover of Lushur's affairs to the professional manager and subsequently ascended to the role of CEO. He had assumed Yang Yan was someone he had personally nurtured, a part of his own team. Yet, Yang Yan regarded himself as belonging to Sang Wan? Yang Yan, have you lost your senses? Lu Jinnian chuckled in disbelief, thinking that loyalty should be directed towards the right person.
Sang Wan was no longer the first lady of Lushur. Currently, she was not even a senior architect at Lushur.
If you are to flatter someone, at least direct it towards the appropriate individual, right? Yang Yan remained silent, presenting an air of resolute determination,
as if he had made up his mind with no room for reconsideration.
Lu Jinnian tapped the table, asserting, "Indeed, it was Sang Wan who initially recommended you to me.
But make no mistake, it was I who truly elevated you from the project department to the presidential office.
Do you truly believe that by pledging your loyalty, Sang Wan would offer you greater opportunities? What a fanciful dream you are indulging in." It was true that he had promoted Yang Yan. But was it not the result of his diligent work over the years that brought him to this point? With differing worldviews, there was no need for forced integration. Paths diverging meant they should not conspire together.
Yang Yan bowed his head, apologizing, "I regret disappointing your kind intentions, General Manager Lu."
As he fixed his gaze upon the obstinate Yang Yan, Lu Jinyan's inner agitation surged once more. Sang Wan and Yang Yan.
One is his closest confidant, the other his most trusted ally. Remarkably, these two individuals, who have scarcely crossed paths apart from occasional phone calls over the years, have simultaneously betrayed him.
Since you are determined to leave, I shall not attempt to dissuade you.
There is no need to squander a month on a handover.
The Secretariat is brimming with capable individuals, are they merely idling?
Grasping the signature pen, he swiftly scrawls his name. Lu Jinnian closes the resignation letter and tosses it at Yang Yan, commanding, "Get out."
Immediately. Chapter 53, Senior, am I not being sufficiently clear? You have resigned? During the break in the coffee area of the Lu Corporation, Sang Wan gazes at Yang Yan in astonishment.
You have worked so hard to reach this position.
Why would you resign? Lu Jinnian is not an authoritarian figure. He recognizes Yang Yan's abilities and is undoubtedly aware of them.
With Yang Yan's talents, he deserves to hold the position of vice president within the Lu Corporation. Even in a subsidiary, he would undoubtedly excel as a general manager.
How can you resign? Is there something troubling you at home?
Sang Wan wore a look of concern, and Yang Yan became increasingly convinced that his decision to resign was indeed the right one.
As a subordinate, he found himself powerless to challenge Lu Jinnian's choices.
Yet, as a man, he felt a deep sense of disdain for Lu Jinnian's actions.
Moreover,
Lin Xiaoqiao had consistently harbored animosity towards him, creating numerous difficulties for him over the past 6 months. Rather than waiting for Lin Xiaoqiao to ascend to a position of power and openly undermine him, it seemed wiser to depart early. The vastness of the imperial capital led him to believe there must be a place for him somewhere.
No. Yang Yan thanks Sang Wan.
He merely sought a change of scenery.
Perhaps that would suffice. Sang Wan smiled, for with your capabilities, there are no challenges insurmountable. Not far away.
In a French restaurant, Lu Yi absent-mindedly poked at the salad on his plate, while casting glances at Sang Wan, who was gracefully smiling in the coffee area. Seated directly across from Sang Wan was a man in a tailored suit, his identity obscured by his silhouette.
However,
the familiarity in Sang Wan's demeanor suggested a bond cultivated over many years.
On one hand,
it is evident that inviting someone to the employee lounge of the Lu family signifies a commendable transparency, yet, on the other hand, an insatiable curiosity lingers regarding the visitor's intentions.
Sang Wan just finalized her divorce yesterday. Today, there are those who cannot contain their impatience, rushing to the Lu family even before the workday has concluded. Ding!
Casting aside the fork from her grasp,
Lu Yi rose abruptly from the dining table and exited the restaurant. The barista at the counter, spotting Lu Yi from afar, swiftly prepared a cup of coffee.
Lu Yi accepted the cup, turned, and paused. With a look of mild surprise, she remarked, "Senior, what a coincidence."
Sang Wan also found it rather coincidental.
Yet, upon reflecting that this was the territory of the Lu family, it seemed almost inevitable.
In the blink of an eye, Lu Yi had approached and taken a seat. As the moment was opportune, Sang Wan introduced, "This is." "Hello, Mr. Lu." Yang Yan stood up, respectfully nodding. "I am Yang Yan, a former subordinate of Miss Sang." Mr. Lu raised an eyebrow. Have you left Lu's? Yang Yan responded affirmatively. Mr. Lu continued. What was your role at Lu's? Why did you depart? Yang Yan couldn't help but glance at Sang Wan.
Logic dictated that it was merely a coincidence to encounter Mr.
Lu at this juncture. Yet, his intuition hinted that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. If you were the employer, would you casually engage in friendly banter with a subordinate's acquaintance during a lunch break, even if that subordinate was your senior? He resolutely shook his head inwardly.
Yang Yan straightened his posture, adopting a serious demeanor. I served as the executive assistant to President Lu, responsible for coordinating the entire secretarial department, managing the daily affairs across departments, and arranging President Lu's schedule. Mr. Lu raised his eyebrows. What mistake did you make? The position of executive assistant is not one that just anyone can hold. Firstly, one's professional competence is indisputable. Secondly, one must have the utmost trust of the president. Individuals of such caliber are not easily found in the market. Even the most elite headhunters might struggle to uncover talents like Yang Yan. Unless, of course, a grievous error was committed, or a line was crossed with Lu Jinnian, resulting in dismissal.
It was my decision to resign, Yang Yan stated candidly. President Lu has approved it. Resigning and then promptly meeting Sang Wan could either imply a personal motive or a demonstration of loyalty. The former must be nipped in the bud. If it was the latter, the Lu family is in dire need of talents like you, Mr. Yang. Would you be interested in a conversation?
Mr. Lu extended an olive branch.
Yang Yan was taken aback. Sang Wan was also taken aback. A few minutes later,
Rong Jing hurriedly arrived, escorting Yang Yan to the adjacent seat for an in-depth conversation.
Lu Yi. Sang Wan's emotions were rather intricate. Your actions make me feel as though you are intentionally targeting Lu Jinnian. Lu Yi chuckled. Senior, am I not being sufficiently apparent? Sang Wan was taken aback.
Lu Yi curled his lips, declaring that those who betray trust deserve to be punished by all.
I merely accomplished what any ordinary person would aspire to do. And I happen to possess the ability to do so. As the sun shone brightly overhead, Yang Yan emerged from the Lu Corporation building,
enveloped in a surreal sense of still being in a dream. Just 2 hours prior, he had parted ways with the Lu family firm, stepping into an uncertain future. In a fleeting moment, he had received an offer from the Lu Corporation, poised to become one of its employees. Rong Jing had acknowledged his professional capabilities, providing him with two distinct pathways.
One option was to commence as a mid-level administrative secretary in the office of the president, where the prospects for advancement were unmistakably clear. Rong Jing's present would mirror his own future. In a similar vein, Rong Jing's aspirations would also align with his own.
Alternatively, he could choose from one of the subsidiary companies of the Lu Corporation located in C City, Rong City, or Lin City, starting as a deputy general manager in a city of his preference. The trajectory for advancement remained equally transparent, rising from deputy to general manager, excelling to the utmost, and eventually transitioning from a subsidiary to the headquarters, beginning anew as a deputy at the main office. In essence, both pathways potentially converged on the same ultimate destination. Rong Jing had granted him 3 days for contemplation, yet Yang Yan required merely 3 seconds to reach his decision.
Sang Wan chose Lu Jinnian and recommended him,
transforming him from a design assistant burdened with hardships into the esteemed executive assistant to the president of the Lu Corporation, second only to the president himself.
Sang Wan has chosen the Lu family.
Therefore, he has also opted for the Lu family. He believes in his own abilities, but even more so in Sang Wan's discernment. Miss Sang made a call to Sang Wan, and Yang Yan's voice was invigorated, dispelling the lethargy of the morning.
Starting tomorrow, we shall be colleagues.
I look forward to your guidance in our future endeavors.
Sang Wan. Sang Wan.
A voice called from the doorway.
Very well. Sang Wan responded affirmatively.
For this project, their department had been diligently preparing for the past few months. Although she was merely there to observe and would not influence the outcome in the slightest, Sang Wan felt that both the magnitude of the Lu Corporation and the dedication of her colleagues to this project spoke volumes. It was evident that Lu Corporation was determined to secure this land. Consequently, the fate of other companies that also coveted this parcel of land, such as the Lu Corporation,
was all too clear. Sang Wan opened her stock trading account.
Though her funds were modest, totaling just over 500,000. This amount was meticulously saved from the household allowance given by Jinnian, from which she had managed to set aside a few thousand to invest.
Over the years,
during market downturns, she would purchase shares, driven by a singular conviction: difficulties are transient, and they will surely be overcome.
She aspired to stand by Jinnian, to jointly elevate the Lu Corporation to new heights.
Little did she anticipate arriving at this juncture.
Fortunately, despite Jinnian's betrayal,
her investment in Lu Corporation stocks has proven beneficial. After several years, her initial investment had multiplied nearly tenfold. Although the stock market had closed for the day, rendering any trades at this moment inconsequential, the future trajectory of Lu Corporation stocks remained shrouded in uncertainty.
Yet for her, following the divorce,
her connection with Jinnian and everything related to Lu Corporation has come to a definitive end.
Sang Wan delicately clicked the mouse, all items sold out.
Chapter 54, His treasure in the palm of his hand. From 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., there was a municipal bidding conference.
At 12:30, she had lunch with Director Chin at the Rongyue restaurant near the municipal office.
At 2 p.m., the car sped towards the municipal building.
In the back seat,
Aunt Zhao Zhao reported today's itinerary to Jinnian, her mood a pool of bitterness.
The sense of relief she felt yesterday morning was overshadowed by her frustration today.
From this moment forward, they would sing in harmony and soar together.
However,
Aunt Zhao Zhao never anticipated that the price of their unity would be so steep. Just as it had begun, she was already feeling overwhelmed.
Previously,
she believed that Yang Yan maneuvered effortlessly, merely using his words to command the entire secretariat.
Yet now, it seemed as if everyone awaited her direction like walnuts waiting to be cracked.
She had to grasp the project dynamics of various departments, reasonably allocate tasks to each member of the secretariat, and follow up promptly, consolidating the information for Jinnian.
Yet, after an entire afternoon of frenetic activity,
Aunt Zhao Zhao felt as though she were spinning like a top, her efforts beginning to wane.
To make matters worse,
she needed to rush to the kindergarten by 5 to pick up Xiao Mu. After a day spent in high heels, her feet ached, and her back and legs throbbed painfully. After barely managing to lull Xiao Mu to sleep, Aunt Zhao Zhao took a quick shower, her head barely touching the pillow before she fell into a deep slumber.
The next moment, Jinnian leaned over from behind.
If the previous night had been tumultuous,
last night could only be described as perfunctory.
After hastily finishing, Jinnian released her and went to the bathroom. The sound of running water filled the air, a soothing white noise that lulled Aunt Zhao Zhao into deeper sleep. It felt as though she had just closed her eyes when the alarm clock rang.
Over the years, yesterday had been the most exhausting, most overwhelming day for Aunt Zhao Zhao.
Yet this was merely the beginning. As she reported, she fought off sleepiness,
only to meet Jinnian's gaze.
Feeling aggrieved, her eyes instantly brimmed with tears.
Jinnian spoke. Yang Yan has ranked the secretariat personnel based on work capability and seniority. If you find it overwhelming, then I can handle it.
Aunt Zhao Zhao hurriedly interrupted him.
Yang Yan's handover list was thick and remarkably clear.
Each project liaison was meticulously detailed, along with who was responsible.
The list even included evaluations of each person's capabilities,
whether it was an oversight by Yang Yan or a deliberate act. Aunt Zhao Zhao did not appear on that list. Ranking first in the capability assessment was Tang Jiayi, a graduate of a prestigious overseas institution, fluent in 4 foreign languages, and having served in the secretariat for 2 years. Young, beautiful, and highly competent, yet she was Aunt Zhao Zhao's sworn rival in the secretariat. No matter how exhausted she felt, she could not allow that seductively cunning woman to gain any advantage.
Jinnian, I mean, Mr. Lu.
She promptly corrected herself,
nodding earnestly. Mr. Lu, I can do this.
Jinnian furrowed his brow and lowered his head once more, focusing on the stock chart on the tablet. At 9 a.m., when the market opened, Lu's stock experienced a slight decline, which was completely illogical. With the bidding conference taking place today, Lu's firm was determined to secure that piece of land.
How could there possibly be significant sell-offs so early in the morning? It was utterly unfathomable.
As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the car gradually came to a halt at their destination. Lu Jinnian stepped out and his gaze froze, his expression darkening in an instant. Among the group from the Luo firm, he not only spotted Sang Wan but also Yang Yan. Had these two conspired against him? Visiting the Luo firm in succession? Or had they perhaps colluded long before? Sang Wan! Lu Jinnian roared in fury. As Sang Wan paused in her steps, Lin Chaoqiu swiftly grasped Lu Jinnian's arm. Glancing back, it was as if she beheld a stranger. The Eastern District's Plot Number 3 drew numerous prestigious real estate companies, including the Lu family, to participate in the bidding. The competition was fierce, as if the stakes were not in the billions, but rather in the millions. The starting price was 1.5 billion. Over the course of an hour, nearly 100 rounds of bidding ensued, ultimately surpassing 3 billion. At which point Lu Jinnian set down his paddle. In the end, the Lu family successfully acquired the land for 3.6 billion. As the conference drew to a close, approaching noon, the atmosphere in the venue was lively. Municipal leaders arrived, and Lu Yi exchanged nods and handshakes. Colleagues approached, prompting Lu Yi to introduce them to each other and to Sang Wan. To an observer, it might seem that Sang Wan was somehow affiliated with Lu Yi. Lu Jinnian, holding his wine glass, made his way over. "Congratulations, General Lu," he proclaimed, raising his glass in a toast, his gaze sweeping over Sang Wan and Yang Yan. When Lu Jinnian turned his attention back to Lu Yi, a hint of a cold smile flickered in his eyes. For he had not anticipated that the esteemed General Lu would also have a penchant for scavenging. The smile that adorned Sang Wan's face vanished the moment she spotted Lu Jinnian approaching. Beside her, Yang Yan maintained an expression of detached indifference, observing the scene with a discerning gaze, as if to say he had wronged no one, and thus, felt no embarrassment despite the awkwardness enveloping the gathering. Ding! Lu Yi clinked glasses with Lu Jinnian, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. "So, Mr. Lu, are you certain that what I picked up is merely refuse?" Lu Jinnian was momentarily taken aback. Lu Yi continued with a nonchalant air. "Perhaps what others deem as trash in their hands could one day transform into a treasure within mine. Not everyone possesses the ability to turn the mundane into the extraordinary. Nor does anyone embody the essence of Mr. Lu quite like this." He paused, contemplating the most fitting term. With a leisurely tone, he finally remarked, "Blind to the gems in front of them. What do you think, Mr. Lu?" The words landed on Lu Jinnian like a merciless slap. Yet, he was Lu Yi, a figure who could speak freely within the vast aristocratic circles of the capital. Lu Jinnian's expression darkened, but Lu Yi paid him no further heed. He tilted his head back and drained his glass of champagne, offering a fleeting gesture towards Lu Jinnian. "Let us go." The two words floated lightly in the air, prompting Sang Wan, Yang Yan, Lin Qiyu, Zheng Jingran, and Rong Jing to follow suit. Before them, a considerable space lay empty. Someone called out to Lu Yi, pursuing him. Others gathered around Lu Jinnian, eager to discern what had transpired between him and Lu Yi, sensing that he might have offended Lu Yi in some manner. Upon exiting the municipal building, a throng of microphones thrust forward, clamoring with inquiries. Questions ranged from his thoughts on the unsuccessful bidding to the veracity of rumors surrounding his marital troubles. With a cold, piercing gaze, Lu Jinnian surveyed his surroundings before turning on his heel and departing. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu." He walked straight to the parking lot and entered his vehicle. Behind him, Lin Zhao Zhao hurriedly clacked her high heels in pursuit. The car sped away from the municipal building. With a pale face, Lin Zhao presented her tablet, exclaiming, "Mr. Lu, we're in serious trouble." Chapter 55. Do you truly not remember me? If the stock of Lu Corporation had merely displayed a downward trend at the opening bell, it now plummeted with relentless force. Within mere hours, such a drastic decline could not be attributed to retail investors alone. It was undoubtedly the result of a significant shareholder liquidating their assets, causing this severe turbulence. But how could this be? Was it solely due to Lu Corporation's failure to secure that parcel of land? Or was it because of his impending divorce? While he had anticipated some fallout, Lu Jinnian did not foresee the reality being far worse than he had imagined. His lunch appointment with Director Qin now seemed trivial. His appetite entirely diminished.
Without hesitation, Lu Jinnian instructed his driver to head straight for Lu Corporation. As they passed the towering Lu Corporation building, his gaze faltered,
and a shadow of gloom descended upon his countenance. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lu Yi appeared unexpectedly.
Just prior to entering the venue,
Lu Yi had cast a fleeting glance in his direction, and now, the turmoil surrounding Lu Corporation's stock weighed heavily on his mind. All these elements converged in his thoughts, morphing into the image of a senior student on the campus of Imperial University, once blurred but now distinctly clear.
Lu Jinnian's expression grew increasingly grim. Sang Wan's spirits were exceptionally high.
To be precise, they were quite splendid. The stocks she sold last night, through a fortunate twist of fate, were divested at their peak. Once the funds were fully credited to her account, she would no longer possess that pitiful sum of mere tens of thousands.
With a full stomach for one, the entire family would not suffer from hunger.
With hundreds of thousands at her disposal, she could indeed be regarded as a modestly affluent woman.
Sang Wan let out a gentle sigh.
The call of Sang Wan resonated. Sang Wan looked up and realized that everyone was raising their glasses in unison, simply awaiting her. Securing this piece of land was nearly a trivial matter for the Lu family.
Sang Wan rose to her feet and joined everyone in toasting. Suddenly,
her phone rang with a sharp trill, displaying an unfamiliar landline number.
As Sang Wan connected the call, she greeted, "Hello? Miss Sang. This is the nephrology department of Jinnian Hospital.
It is time for your postoperative checkup.
Do you have time to come in for an examination soon?"
She recalled that a month had passed since her discharge, during which a follow-up was scheduled. Everything had appeared normal, yet in a blink, another month had slipped away.
An appointment was made for the following morning at 8 o'clock.
Early the next day, Sang Wan made her way to the hospital.
After more than an hour,
she received her examination report, leaving her rooted to the spot.
The conclusions of the renal CT report were unmistakable. Both kidneys exhibit a regular outline with clear margins. Both kidneys? How could this be?
Her mind echoed with the pained expression of the doctor as he informed her of her late-stage renal failure. While major hospitals in the capital had failed to find a matching kidney source for her, she could hear the urgent call in her ears.
Yet, in this moment, Sang Wan felt a dawning realization.
At the precipice of life and death, someone had descended like a savior, offering her 2 pristine kidneys for transplantation. She sought out the head nurse and inquired with her attending physician. The responses were consistent: a matching kidney source had been found in a critical situation.
But who was this person?
They all claimed ignorance regarding the identity Sang Wan was referring to. If not for the examination report firmly in her hands,
Sang Wan would have almost thought herself to be hallucinating. Or perhaps it was Lu Yi?
After all, the only significant male figures in her life,
apart from Lu Jinnian, were Lu Yi. Sang Wan took out her phone to call Lu Yi. Beep. Beep. Sang Wan? A puzzled voice emerged from behind. Dr. Ku. Sang Wan hung up the phone.
Ku Yifan was a highly esteemed chief physician in the oncology department,
having been lured from a prestigious hospital in the metropolis with a generous salary.
It was often remarked upon how young and accomplished Dr. Ku was,
with numerous publications and a wealth of surgical experience to his name. How is the recovery progressing? Quite well, indeed.
Ku Yifan took the examination report from Sang Wan's hands,
scrutinizing each page meticulously, confirming that the recovery was indeed satisfactory. With regular care, a follow-up in 6 months would suffice.
Sang Wan expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Ku. Indeed, I must thank myself." Ku Yifan smiled. "For your surgery, I rushed from the airport at 3 in the morning and worked tirelessly throughout the night.
Fortunately,
the kidney source arrived on time, and the operation was a success. Had it failed, you would have been finished, and so would I."
Sang Wan was taken aback. Since her hospitalization, her attending physician had always been Dr. Luo.
She never expected that the surgery was not performed by Dr. Luo. The memory of the urgent cry she heard in her dying moments resurfaced, along with the thought of her kidneys within her body.
Sang Wan has finally found the answer. "Dr. Ku, I am truly grateful to you. Could you kindly leave your phone number for me? Whenever you are free, I would like to invite you to dinner." Sang Wan. Ke Yifan chuckled, "You truly do not remember me?" Sang Wan was taken aback.
Ke Yifan chuckled, "It's me, Ke Yifan."
"Have you forgotten?" After a brief moment of confusion, Sang Wan's face lit up with a sudden realization. "Brother Fan?"
Ke Yifan was a student of Sun Yuqing, and they attended the same school, with Ke Yifan being a grade above her. During their junior high years, he had even come to her home for tutoring. Later, when Sun Yuqing lost her teaching position and her home life became chaotic, she introduced Ke Yifan to other teachers.
Throughout their time at school,
Ke Yifan would occasionally bring her small snacks and inquire about how teacher Sun had been lately.
During her final year of high school, Sang Wan witnessed Ke Yifan gain admission to a medical university in the bustling metropolis.
Before his departure, he visited their rented apartment to see her and her mother, earnestly advising Sun Yuqing to take good care of her health. He entrusted Sang Wan with meticulously organized study notes and a compilation of mock examination papers, urging her to study diligently in hopes of achieving excellent results in the upcoming college entrance examination. Aware that her aspiration was to attend the prestigious Imperial University, Ke Yifan promised that once she received her acceptance letter, he would certainly come to congratulate her. A decade passed, and Sang Wan nearly forgot him.
Last month,
Ke Yifan sighed, revealing that the hospital had sent him your medical report, and though his transfer order had yet to be finalized, he rushed over.
Throughout the journey,
he pondered that it must be a mere coincidence, sharing the same name.
To his astonishment, it truly was you. How is teacher Sun doing? Has she been well lately? As the evening wore on, Ke Yifan glanced at his watch and inquired, "Are you in a hurry? If not, shall we sit in my office for a while?"
They were old friends, and he had once saved her life.
Sang Wan nodded and followed Ke Yifan to his office.
Meanwhile, in the living room of the hillside villa,
Lu Yi was toying with his phone. The voice of Sang Wan, vibrant and assertive, echoed in his ears, a remnant of their recent conversation.
She had something to discuss with him, yet the moment she appeared, she abruptly hung up.
Who could that person be? Moreover, what was she feeling guilty about?
He glanced at the lively 2S, bouncing around after a satisfying meal, then caught a glimpse of his own refreshed reflection in the glass window.
Furrowing his brow, Lu Yi seized his car keys and stepped outside. Chapter 56, Old Flame or First Love. Just as he settled in,
before he had the chance to power up his computer, Xiao Bai approached with a message. The president's office had called, requesting your presence.
Sang Wan took a sip of water and hurried upstairs. She knocked gently. "Come in."
Upon entering, Sang Wan turned to Lu Yi, who sat behind the desk.
"Mr. Lu, did you need to see me?"
Lu Yi lifted his gaze, momentarily pausing. She had called him, yet now she inquired what he needed.
"Ah. Regarding the design proposal for site number 3. Excellent." Little did she anticipate that upon entering the company, she would encounter such an opportunity. The excitement on Sang Wan's face was palpable. "Thank you, General Manager Lu." Lu Ye's gaze faltered momentarily.
He sensed something amiss with Sang Wan today.
Her mood seemed unusually buoyant. Was it because she had finally divorced?
Yet, she had appeared remarkably composed just days prior. Her reflexes couldn't have developed to such an extent.
Or perhaps, was it due to this design? His intuition told him otherwise. As twilight descended at the end of the workday, Lu Yi understood. The sun dipped low,
casting a golden glow upon a young man clad in a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, as if he were enveloped in gilded light.
With a radiant smile,
Sang Wan seemed unable to contain her enthusiasm as she hurried forward.
"Fan Gu." The familiarity of their acquaintance was evident. An old flame? Surely not.
When he had first met her, she was already entwined with Jinnian. Subsequently, they married, and she had distanced herself from all men, including him.
The notion of an old flame was implausible. This meant the man had to be from before Jinnian, perhaps a first love? Just as she had discarded one husband, another from her past had resurfaced?
Lu Yi felt a sudden pang of discomfort.
His phone chimed, and he watched as Sang Wan followed Ku Yifan to the parking lot and entered his car. He answered the call without diverting his gaze. "Hello?
Brother. The Lu Corporation stock sold off this morning made Zhang Hui a hefty sum, enough for him to indulge for quite some time."
Zhang Huai's excitement was evident on the other end. Let's dine at Huaxian. I won't go. Don't. Brother, if you don't come, you'll definitely regret it, believe it or not. I do not believe it. My sister-in-law made a reservation for 2. Since you're not invited, it must be with some man. My insider brother has already informed you, if you don't come, don't. I'm coming.
The words of regret barely escaped his lips as he heard Zhang Huai's sharp retort. Zhang Huai was satisfied as he hung up,
instructing the staff to reserve the adjacent private room for Sang Wan.
The 2 brothers arrived in quick succession. As Lu Yi stepped inside,
his expression was a mix of disbelief and annoyance. How did you know she booked here? Huaxian was a private restaurant owned by Zhang Huai,
known for its exquisite cuisine and elegant ambience. It had been perpetually packed since its opening. Without a prior relationship, one could scarcely secure a reservation.
Zhang Huai smirked like a fox. Didn't my sister-in-law say she would treat me?
I suggested several restaurants we frequent.
This afternoon, the manager called,
stating a Miss Sang had made a reservation, and I guessed it was her. No sooner had he spoken than the polite voice of a server chimed from outside.
This way, please. Beyond the bamboo curtain, Sang Wan led the way, followed by the man. With a mere glance, Lu Yi identified Sang Wan's shoes.
His gaze deepened. Fangu, this is my first time at this restaurant, I hope it suits your taste. From behind a screen, Sang Wan's voice was soft,
while the man's tone was steady.
In such a prime location, the ambience is splendid, the food must be exquisite. Xiao Wan, after all these years, you haven't changed much since our school days.
Really? I feel like I've aged significantly. Aged? Ha! The man chuckled warmly. If you've aged, then I must be an old man too. Old man.
A familiar bond was evident, and Lu Ye's expression soured further. He glared at Zhang Huai and stood to leave.
Brother.
Zhang Huai hurried after him.
In the adjacent private room, Ku Yifan poured a cup of tea and handed it to Sang Wan. Xiao Wan. Do you remember what I promised you back in the day? What? Sang Wan was taken aback. Sang Wan remained silent. Fan Gu.
Interrupting Ku Yifan's words,
Sang Wan tightly grasped the cup in her hand. Let us not speak of the past, shall we? All right, we won't mention it. Ku Yifan replied,
his expression filled with regret. Sang Wan softly continued, Fan Gu, among the students my mother has taught, you are the most accomplished.
In her childhood,
she had often fantasized about how wonderful it would be if he were truly her brother.
As she matured,
she realized he was indeed the epitome of what her mother had praised, a child of others, a genuine prodigy.
In the vast capital city, aside from her mother and Sui Yi, Sang Wan had no other relatives.
Ku Yifan was her childhood Fan Gu, and now he had saved her life.
Yet, that was where it ended.
Fan Gu, this meal today is my way of welcoming you and expressing my gratitude for your life-saving kindness.
A bittersweet sensation filled Ku Yifan's heart.
However, by that time, Sang Wan was already with Lu Jinnian, a strikingly handsome man, a radiant beauty. They were a match made in heaven. He could only gather his wounded heart and return to the bustling city, hoping that one day, he would have his chance. Little did he expect that Sang Wan and Lu Jinnian would transition from school uniforms to wedding attire, achieving a happy ending. His heart was solely devoted to his patients. He never anticipated that the next news he would receive about her would come from an emergency transfer order at the hospital. The 2.5-hour journey from the bustling city to the capital was filled with countless prayers, hoping it was merely a coincidence of names. To his dismay, it was indeed her. At that moment, when she addressed him as brother-in-law, Sang Wan had unmistakably rejected him. The meal had drawn to a close, nearing 8 o'clock. Sang Wan summoned the waiter to settle the bill, but Ku Yifan interjected with a smile, I've already called for the bill, how could I let you pay?
That won't do, a debt is a debt.
The waiter entered, bowing respectfully, Miss Sang, your table has already settled the payment.
Already paid? Sang Wan wore a perplexed expression, questioning who made the purchase. Jiang Xiao. Jiang Huai. Indeed. Sang Wan.
It was agreed that I would treat Zhang Huai to a meal on Saturday afternoon.
Yet Saturday has yet to arrive, and I have already let him incur an expense. As I made my way outside, I called Jiang Huai. The word sister echoed both in my ear and from a distance. As Sang Wan lifted her gaze, she beheld Jiang Huai standing beside the column in the corridor. Chapter 57. Between Lu Yi and him, Sang Wan chose Lu Yi. Did we not agree that I would treat you to a meal? How could I possibly let you bear the expense? The funds for the vaccine she had intended to transfer to Jiang Huai had already expired several times, and he had yet to receive them. Now, with this meal added to the mix, the waiter cast furtive glances at Jiang Huai before swiftly retreating. Jiang Huai approached, saying, "Sister, this is our territory, how could I allow you to pay the bill? If word got out, what would become of my pride as your brother?" It dawned on her that this was indeed Jiang Huai's restaurant. Sang Wan felt increasingly embarrassed. The restaurant we visited on Saturday, it couldn't possibly be. No. It isn't. Jiang Huai shook his head. Sang Wan let out a sigh of relief. You mustn't compete with me this Saturday. Jiang Huai nodded in agreement. No longer insisting. Sang Wan bid farewell and prepared to leave. Just then, she heard Jiang Huai, visibly dissatisfied, urging, "Is the chef done yet? What's taking so long for a bowl of century egg and lean pork congee? Is he off searching for a chicken to lay eggs or raising pigs?" Century egg and lean pork congee. Not quite. But it could be. With thoughts of Lu Yi fuming, she stormed off. Her pace akin to a Maybach racing through the cosmos. Jiang Huai, seizing the moment, changed his stance. Indeed. What is his issue? As the warmth enveloped Sang Wan's heart, she reflected on the extent of Lu Yi's picky nature, which she had witnessed firsthand. Have you asked the chef if the food is ready? If not, I shall accompany you to check, she said, addressing Jiang Huai. After speaking with Jiang Huai, Ke Yifan glanced at him before his gaze settled upon Sang Wan's face. Earlier in the office, in just a few brief exchanges, he had gleaned the tumultuous changes that had transpired in Sang Wan and Sun Yueqing's lives over the years. A gambling father, an imprisoned mother, an unfaithful husband, and a shattered self. Initially, he had perceived Sang Wan as a sunflower fallen into the mud, believing that with careful nurturing, she would eventually bloom as vibrantly as before. However, Jiang Huai's presence shattered Ke Yifan's understanding. To operate such a private restaurant in the capital, where every inch of land is precious, requires more than mere wealth. Yet this individual not only appeared to be well acquainted with Sang Wan but also maintained a remarkably humble demeanor. If he were connected to Lu Jinnian, it would seem illogical for him to treat Sang Wan in such a manner post-divorce. Furthermore, there was the mention of brother Lu Yi, a person whom Sang Wan showed considerable concern for upon hearing the name. What troubled Ke Yifan most was that Sang Wan had chosen Lu Yi over him. The curiosity sparked by that surname briefly surfaced, only to be suppressed deep within his heart. All right, Ke Yifan nodded, turning with decisive ease. The wayward young master wore a look of helplessness, realizing that the congee was still simmering in the pot, as the chef had insisted it needed to be cooked on low heat for 2 hours. Sang Wan, the Cullinan roared out, effortlessly traversing the distance. And within half an hour, it arrived at the mountainside villa. As Sang Wan and Jiang Huai entered, they caught sight of Lu Yi's silhouette. Lu Yi sat on the floor by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out into the enveloping night. Tuas nestled in his arms, emitting a soothing purr. On the floor beside him lay a milky white cake, only partially devoured, as if it had been mindlessly stabbed countless times, leaving a chaotic mess. The impatience in his eyes abruptly halted upon noticing Sang Wan behind Jiang Huai. The eager Tuas darted forward ahead of him. Lu Yi rose slowly, inquiring, "What brings you here?" "We were worried you might starve at home, and the capital would lose another promising young entrepreneur," Jiang Huai replied. As he approached, leaning closer to Lu Yi, he whispered, "Is the century egg and lean meat porridge a secret code between you and my sister-in-law? Why is it that I merely mentioned it, and she rushed over to see you?" Century egg and lean meat porridge. Rushed over. He instinctively glanced towards the bathroom. Amidst the sound of running water, the depths of his heart, shrouded in darkness, rustled softly, blooming with delicate flowers. Lu Yi raised his hand and patted Jiang Huai's shoulder, saying, "At last, your father's care was not in vain." Just then, as Sang Wan emerged from the bathroom, Jiang Huai's exclamation was caught in his throat. Lu Yi? Are you feeling unwell?
As Sang Wan made her way to the kitchen, she inquired of Lu Yi, who remained silent.
Sang Wan seemed disinclined to delve into details and made her way directly into the kitchen. Jiang Xiao had packed an abundance of dishes. He encouraged her to take a few bites while the congee was nearing completion. The restaurant's chef prepared century egg and lean pork congee, which required several hours of gentle simmering to achieve the perfect base. However, for Sang Wan, century egg and lean pork congee was a fortified version of plain congee, one of her signature quick meals. Indeed, Jiang Hui meticulously arranged the packed dishes, and the delightful aroma of the congee began to permeate the restaurant. Sang Wan had already dined, having served 2 bowls upon taking the dish off the stove. 1 bowl was handed to Lu Yi, while the other was placed before Jiang Hui. Just as she was about to say, "Make do with it, don't be picky," Jiang Hui's phone suddenly rang. "Hello? Have you all arrived? Get lost. Even with my old, cold legs, I will still hobble over with a cane for the gathering." Whatever was said on the other end seemed to provoke him further, as Jiang Hui, with an air of arrogance, concluded his statement and stood up. "Brother, sister. I have matters to attend to, I must take my leave." In the midst of his speech, Jiang Hui's phone rang once more. Sang Wan hardly had a chance to greet anyone. She could only watch as Jiang Hui bantered with the person on the other end of the line while changing his shoes and stepping into the elevator. In the blink of an eye, the villa fell silent. The spoon stirred the congee in the bowl, releasing a familiar aroma in the rising steam. Lu Yi glanced at Sang Wan and asked, "Are you in a hurry? If so, I can have the driver take you." The delicate flowers in the grass under the night sky drooped helplessly. Lu Yi watched Sang Wan, his mind filled with the image of her laughing and running towards Kuyifan under the setting sun. The man stood tall, and though his face was hidden, one could sense his mature composure, reminiscent of another Lu Jinnian. He could call her Xiao Wan and jest with her in response to her playful teasing. The effortless, almost instinctive ease between them was something he had never possessed. They were merely 2 years apart. Yet it felt as if a vast chasm like the Mariana Trench separated them. A wave of frustration washed over Lu Yi, as the drooping flowers seemed to bend their branches in defeat. Just then, Sang Wan naturally took a seat across from him. "You're not in a rush, are you? I'll keep you company." The night faded away, and dawn broke. The flowers, once drooping, were awakened by the glistening morning dew. Lu Yi lifted his head, and the darkness in his eyes dissipated in an instant. Chapter 58, What If? I were to insist. Senior, thank you. For what? Thank you for having dinner with me. There's no need to thank me, it was merely a small gesture. As the words left her lips, Sang Wan abruptly halted. The meal had been reheated time and again, yet he never arrived. Eventually, she no longer waited for him but for her mother. Even though her mother always insisted she eat first and not wait, Sang Wan couldn't bear to do so. Watching her mother tirelessly explain problems to her students, hardly pausing even for a sip of water, how could she bring herself to eat first? Later on, she went to university, graduated, and got married. Once again, she found herself waiting for Lu Jinnian. The final outcomes were only 2, either she waited until the meticulously prepared meals had lost their flavor, or she waited in vain, leaving behind nothing but a pile of kitchen scraps. Sang Wan detested that feeling immensely. It was precisely this sentiment that compelled her to remain and share a meal with Lu Yi. However, as the words escaped her lips, she once again realized the extent of her past foolishness. Her anticipation was indeed rooted in love, yet time and again, Lu Jinnian had let her down once, twice, thrice. How difficult could it be to simply return home for dinner? In her former self, she was naively willing, blissfully ignorant of the truth. Senior. Lu Yi's voice broke through the silence. All right. Sang Wan nodded, observing Lu Yi eating with both elegance and satisfaction. It was as though a gentle breeze swept through the sandy landscape of her cratered heart, slightly filling in the numerous voids. Feeling a warmth within, Sang Wan softly said, "You enjoy porridge, don't you? Then I shall prepare seafood porridge for you next time." Next time. Lu Yi raised his gaze, wondering if it would be too much trouble. Her hands, they ought to be used for crafting art,
or perhaps caressing the resplendent jewels and luxurious silks. Rather than being buried in the kitchen, allowing those damp vegetables and fruits to squander her time.
Otherwise, how was he any different from that scoundrel Lu Jinnian? How could that be?
Sang Wan's gentle smile and warm eyes bring me immense joy, especially when I prepare meals for those she cherishes. Witnessing the weariness on my mother's face transform into surprise fills my heart with delight as I affectionately tell her, "My little Wan is the best."
Observing Lu Jinnian's contentment while dining evokes a sense of gratitude. With a wife like her, what more could a man desire?
Those were the moments of her utmost happiness.
Alas, time has passed, and circumstances have changed. Nevertheless, the emptiness within me is filled, and so too is my heart.
My mood has greatly improved upon leaving work today.
I spotted you. That, is he your boyfriend? Sang Wan was taken aback, letting out a soft laugh.
No, he is a student of my mother.
And we haven't seen each other in many years. Is he pursuing you? Lu Yi countered. Shaking her head, she replied, "It's impossible between us."
Why is that?
Lu Yi pressed on. Sang Wan smiled, "For I do not desire it.
For he and I are incompatible. For I harbor no affection for him." I articulated numerous reasons in one breath, each reason delivered with utmost sincerity.
Sang Wan sighed softly, "Lu Yi,
I currently lack the capacity to attend to anyone or anything beyond my career." She would no longer easily invest her emotions in others.
Emotions cannot be coerced, and I
do not even wish to endure the notion of letting things unfold naturally any longer. Sang Wan chuckled softly as she rose to gather the bowls. As the sound of clattering filled the air, both individuals lifted their gaze, only to behold the rain cascading down outside the window. In their hearts, they silently wished for this downpour to persist until the end of time. However, when Lu Yi spoke, he reassured Sang Wan that it would likely cease shortly.
Sang Wan nodded, leisurely placing the dishes into the dishwasher.
She then opened the refrigerator and retrieved a plethora of fruits, red, yellow, purple, and green, washing them carefully before arranging them on a platter, which she set upon the kitchen island. Luo Yi was nowhere to be seen. As Sang Wan gazed out the window at the relentless downpour, she clutched a ball of yarn and made her way to the third floor. After spending some time playing with 2S, she settled into a massage chair and began watching an old film. Luo Yi, having finished his shower and changed into comfortable loungewear, emerged to find the living room suffused with a subtle fruity aroma. His eyes were immediately drawn to the vibrant fruit platter on the coffee table,
a reflection of his restored good spirits.
Turning, Luo Yi ascended the stairs to the media room. As he called out softly, he caught sight of Sang Wan's head tilted to the side, with the cat rising from her lap. Luo Yi fell silent.
2S stood up, stretching lazily on Sang Wan's legs before leaping down onto the carpet. Sang Wan remained in a deep slumber, while Lu Yi approached slowly. The large screen flickered intermittently, casting shifting shadows on Sang Wan's tranquil visage. He crouched down, quietly observing her face. In Lu Yi's heart, her gentle voice echoed, "I am currently unable to attend to anything else." She had said, emotions cannot be forced. Yet, Senior. His fingertips traced the delicate strands of hair at her forehead, lightly gliding over her cheek before resting upon her lips. Lu Yi's thumb caressed her soft petals. What if I were to insist? The concealed affections entwined like creeping tendrils, unfurling endlessly in the darkness, twisting and turning. Lu Yi leaned closer, his lips nearly brushing against hers, the softness so tantalizingly near, within reach. He could even hear the fierce pounding of his own heart. Suddenly, Lu Yi recoiled, rising to depart. A cheerful chime rang out, startling Sang Wan awake from her dream. Only then did she realize she had fallen asleep. Glancing at her phone, she noted that it was already 11 o'clock. Sang Wan hastily rose and descended the stairs. In the living room on the first floor, Lu Yi was engrossed in a video game. With both hands gripping the controller, he was intently focused on the racing cars displayed on the large screen. Beside him, the cat, a round ball of fur named 2S, nestled closely against his leg. The scene was strikingly harmonious, one person and one cat. The rain had ceased, and the hour was still relatively early. "Has the driver arrived to pick you up, Sang Wan? I will see you off." Lu Yi picked up the 2S and followed closely behind Sang Wan into the elevator. The night was smooth and unimpeded, and they reached the alleyway in less than half an hour. Sang Wan unfastened her seatbelt, and Lu Yi reached over to snatch 2S away. He waved a cat paw at her, bidding farewell to his mother. 2S looked utterly bewildered. Sang Wan reached out to gently stroke the cat's head before stepping out of the car. She waved goodbye and turned to enter the house. At the same moment, the Maybach departed from the old city alley while a Mercedes-Benz slowly came to a halt at the entrance of the Lu family's villa. Pushing open the rear door, Lu Jinnian staggered out, his steps unsteady. Raising his gaze, he noticed the lights illuminating the living room. Leaning against the car door, he waited for a considerable time without seeing the villa door open or the hurried figure he anticipated. Frowning, Lu Jinnian instructed the driver to come back for him the next evening. He swayed slightly as he entered the house. Upon pushing the door open, he caught sight of a figure sprawled on the sofa, sound asleep. Letting out a sigh, Lu Jinnian felt a sense of relief wash over him. Wan Wan. Chapter 59, This Life is Unbearable. Lin Zhao Zhao awoke to find Lu Jinnian standing in the doorway. She hurried over to support him, her expression filled with reproach. Why are you so late? As she recognized Lin Zhao Zhao, the scene pulled away from his memory. The haze of drunkenness that had clouded Lu Jinnian's mind dissipated instantly. Realizing that he had mistakenly thought the person on the sofa was Sang Wan, a shadow passed over his face. Is there any hangover soup? No. Not at the moment. Wait a moment, I'll get you some hangover medicine. In a flurry, Lin Zhao Zhao rummaged through the medicine cabinet and retrieved the remedy. She poured a glass of water and helped Lu Jinnian take it. It's quite late, you should get some rest. Lin Zhao Zhao reached out to pull Lu Jinnian, but he remained immovable. He then inquired, is there anything to eat? Such gatherings typically revolved around drinking, with conversation as a mere accompaniment. He had barely touched his food. Lin Zhao Zhao hesitated. No. How about I make you a bowl of instant noodles? Lu Jinnian frowned, wanting to refuse as he never ate instant noodles. Yet, facing Lin Zhao Zhao's anxious expression and the rumbling of his own stomach, he nodded. Raising his gaze, he saw Lin Zhao Zhao rummaging through the cupboard for a box of instant noodles. The stove remained unlit, but Lin Zhao Zhao boiled water to prepare the noodles for him. A wave of discomfort surged anew within Lu Jinnian. He had failed to secure that piece of land, and news of the marital discord had been leaked by the paparazzi. The Lu family's stock price had plummeted for 2 consecutive days. He was busy facilitating new partnerships and navigating the delicate relations with municipal leaders he had only recently managed to connect with. Last night and tonight, he had been engaged in social gatherings back to back. It had been like this before, yet at this moment, an inexplicable irritation gnawed at him. This annoyance reached its zenith upon seeing the bowl of instant noodles in Lin Zhao Zhao's hands. Sang Wan had never allowed him to indulge in instant noodles. Lu Zhangsong and Su Baohui had a troubled marriage, and during his growing years, when hunger struck at night, instant noodles became his most frequent meal. Consequently, he suffered from stomach issues and developed a deep aversion to them. During his school years, there was a cafeteria. After graduation, upon marrying Sang Wan, she delighted in preparing various delectable dishes for him. On nights when he returned late, he would find a perfectly warm hangover soup waiting at the door. Its sweet and sour flavor rejuvenated his weary spirit with a single cup. The bathroom was prepared with a warm bath ready for him, and all the necessary towels and clothes were conveniently within reach. By the time he finished his bath, a sumptuous meal would be laid out on the dining table, small dishes with noodle soup or congee. One bowl would warm his belly, sweeping away the fatigue of the day. Those small dishes and a bowl of soup provided a comforting solace for his soul. At that moment, the tangy aroma wafted up, filling his nostrils. The first bite was bearable, the second, a struggle. Just as he barely managed the third bite, Lu Jinnian set down his fork. The scraping of the chair caught Lin Zhao Zhao's attention as she looked up to see Lu Jinnian retreating upstairs. The bowl of noodles remained largely untouched. Stunned, Lin Zhao Zhao hurried after him. After dozing off on the couch while scrolling through her phone, she found herself wide awake now. The sound of running water ceased. In the darkness, Lin Zhao Zhao bit her lip, watching Lu Jinnian approach. She observed him slide under the covers and lie down. After waiting for what felt like an eternity for him to make a move, she gathered her courage and snuggled closer. Within moments, the air in the bedroom grew charged with warmth. Jinnian. Lin Zhao Zhao realized she loved the night version of Lu Jinnian even more. Devoid of the day's cold detachment. It was as if he, too, loved her deeply, just as she loved him. Her anxious heart was swiftly filled. In the depths of night, the man held her tightly. His tender, magnetic voice pulled her almost out of her body. Wan Wan. Lin Zhao Zhao froze, feeling as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Time passed, and the rhythmic sound of his breathing indicated that Lu Jinnian had fallen asleep. In the darkness, Lin Zhao Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. Just moments ago, she had lamented how well Sang Wan had lived over the years. And now all that goodness had finally reached her, Lin Zhao Zhao. At that moment, a single utterance of Wan Wan shattered all her dignity. Wah! Mommy! I want mommy! A faint cry echoed from downstairs, prompting Lin Zhao Zhao to impatiently pull the blanket over her ears. However, Lu Jinnian's movement felt like a warning bell ringing in her ears. Forgetting to put on her shoes, she dashed downstairs. In the children's room on the first floor, Xiao Mu was crying inconsolably after waking from a nightmare. Don't cry, Muge, Aunt Zhao Zhao is here. Be good, don't cry. She attempted to lift Xiao Mu. But the 5-year-old boy flailed and kicked, making it impossible for her to hold him. Lin Zhao Zhao was flustered trying to calm him down amidst the piercing cries. Kicks landed painfully on her thighs and abdomen. Stop crying! She shouted in frustration. The crying abruptly ceased. Lin Zhao Zhao Henti even caught her breath before the shrill wailing resumed, louder than before. Mommy, mommy, I want mommy. The unfamiliar scent wafted through the air. And the heart embrace felt even more foreign. Half awake, Xiao Mu only knew that the woman before him was undoubtedly not his mother. Mommy, mommy, I want mommy. Xiao Mu cried with a heart-wrenching intensity. Lin Zhao Zhao, seated on the carpet, felt utterly desolate. Let it all be destroyed. Who cares anymore? I can't live like this. She slumped on the floor, wishing for the universe to end. After crying for too long, exhausted, Xiao Mu finally collapsed onto his pillow, sobbing himself to sleep. Lin Zhao Zhao waited until he was sound asleep before dragging her weary self upstairs. She glanced at her phone. It was 3 in the morning. In 3.5 hours, her alarm would ring. Without time to freshen up, she hurriedly changed into new clothes and rushed downstairs to wake Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu was notoriously grumpy in the morning, taking over half an hour from waking up to getting dressed and out the door. His every action would gradually wear down her good mood, leaving only fatigue in its wake. As the car pulled away from the villa, she hadn't even caught her breath before it was time to wake Lu Jinnian and prepare his breakfast. For a brief moment, Lin Zhao Zhao felt an urge to ask Sang Wan, is this how you've lived all these years? But as soon as the thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it with a roll of her eyes. How could that be possible? At the dining table, Lin Zhao Zhao cautiously spoke up, Jinnian. I'd like to hire a chef for the house and a nanny specifically to care for Xiao Mu, if that is alright? Ding. No, Jinnian, I just want to focus more on my work. Balancing both work and family was proving to be a daunting task. Just as the words were on the tip of her tongue, Lin Zhao Zhao abruptly halted. For the past 6 months, she had invested so much effort into winning Lu Jinnian's affection and gaining Xiao Mu's favor. She had finally managed for Lu Jinnian and Sang Wan to divorce smoothly. Yet, she had not yet succeeded in establishing herself as the rightful Mrs. Lu. Only a fool would let go at this juncture. With a smile, Lin Zhao Zhao wrapped her arm around Lu Jinnian's, declaring, I can manage. Sang Wan is capable, and she will certainly succeed. Chapter 60, The Treasured Gem of the Garden. Offering flowers to the Buddha. It was arranged for Saturday noon to treat Jiang Hui to a meal, with the restaurant chosen by him, a place called Sang Wan. Sang Wan had spent numerous years in the capital, yet she had neither visited nor even heard of this place. After a prolonged search guided by her navigation, she finally arrived at the entrance. Gazing upon the ancient, quaint gates resembling a traditional courtyard,
She opened the dialogue box with Jiang Huai and rechecked the navigation to ensure she had not erred. She mentioned her intention to dine. But the elegantly attired woman in a cheapao at the entrance smiled apologetically, stating that they were not open to the public. Upon mentioning her reservation at Zizhu Pavilion, the cheapao-clad lady realized, "You must be Miss Sang." After confirming her identity, the woman graciously led Sang Wan through the courtyard. As they traversed the path adorned with pavilions, towers, and the gentle flow of a brook, passing through the moon gate, the view before her suddenly opened up in splendid clarity. Sang Wan confirmed that this was her first visit to this place. As she stepped into the small courtyard of the Zizhu Pavilion, she gazed out at the lush, verdant bamboo forest beyond the window. Sang Wan came to a halt, finally realizing the source of this haunting familiarity. During her freshman year, she had participated in a literary society for a year, and had published numerous prose poems in the school magazine. There was a time when Haizi's modern poetry was all the rage, with lines such as, "I have a house facing the sea," or "Spring blossoms and warmth." Sang Wan yearned for a courtyard adorned with pavilions and towers, where small bridges arch gracefully over flowing waters, amidst bamboo groves and flower fields. She penned a delicate poem, submitted it, and then forgot about it. Subsequently, when Sun Yuqing faced a calamity, she withdrew from the literary society. The romantic moments of that year have now faded into mere memories. Sang Wan never imagined, even in her dreams, that the quaint courtyard she longed for truly existed. And that someone was indeed living the life she yearned for. "Sister, come inside. What are you daydreaming about?" Jiang Huai called out to her from the wide-open window. Upon entering, Sang Wan could not help but exclaim in genuine admiration, "Such a picturesque and romantic place, only someone like Jiang Shao could discover it. Do you like it, sister?" "Indeed, I do." Sang Wan nodded, accepting the tea handed to her by Jiang Huai, unable to suppress her curiosity. "This restaurant. It wouldn't happen to be one of your acquaintances, would it?" "Indeed. Once one arrives, there is no longer any reason to persist in the previous fabrications." Jiang Huai's admission was nonchalant. "It was not a familiar place, nor could I attribute it to you, wouldn't you agree?" The waiter began serving the dishes. Jiang Huai lowered his head, swiftly sending a WeChat message, "Bro, where are you?" He cast aside his phone and introduced each dish as it arrived. The meal felt less like Sang Wan inviting him, but rather as if he were hosting an extravagant banquet for her. "Jiang Shao, have you received your vaccine?" "Not yet. My brother mentioned that the doctor will come next week to administer the vaccine for 2S, and I plan to go along to get mine as well. It seems rather tedious to make a trip to the hospital for such a trivial matter." Until the meal concluded. The expected individual had yet to appear. Jiang Huai expressed his frustration silently. When his phone chimed, Sang Wan glanced down and saw a WeChat message from Ku Yifan. "Xiao Wan, are you free this afternoon? I need a favor." "What kind of favor?" "It's my mother's birthday next week, and I plan to select a gift at the counter. Could you assist me in making a decision?" "Sure. Shall we go to the World Trade Center?" "Great. I'm setting off now, I'll arrive in half an hour." "Alright, see you soon." As she lifted her gaze, she noticed Jiang Huai was also engrossed in his phone. Sang Wan chuckled, "Jiang Shao, may I take care of the bill?" Although she wished to convey a sense of urgency, it was evident that Sang Wan intended to leave. On the other end of the phone, after a brief promise of immediately, Lu Yi fell silent. It was clear that some obstacle had hindered him, otherwise, knowing Sang Wan was present, he would have rushed over with the speed of a rocket. Jiang Huai rose and remarked, "Of course." A few minutes later, Sang Wan found herself speechless as the waiter handed her a handwritten bill. Even if it were only 199, it was still a familiar territory, a gathering of acquaintances. Thanks to Jiang Huai, she benefited from a significantly discounted friendship rate. Yet, what was the meaning of 19.9? Jiang Huai flashed a broad smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. His expression implying that her favor towards him was, in turn, a favor to him. With a resigned sigh, Sang Wan expressed her gratitude once more, realizing that her hopes of treating Jiang Shao to a meal outside were rather futile. "Well then, perhaps another day, I shall cook for you." The unexpected delight clearly took Jiang Huai by surprise, as he beamed, "Sister, when will that be?" Sang Wan. "Of course, it is most appropriate. If Jianhui insists further, dear sister, I shall be quite disheartened by your reluctance. Moreover, it is not an extravagant gift.
Upon opening the box,
a string of agarwood prayer beads is revealed, exuding a subtle, woody fragrance.
At first glance, Sang Wan was captivated. Without further hesitation, out of respect,
she even adorned her wrist with a bracelet. Indeed, Jianhui wore a smug expression, as if to say that her fondness for him was a favor to his younger brother. As the time drew near, Sang Wan refrained from lingering any longer. She bid farewell to Jianhui and departed directly from the mulberry garden. As the taxi pulled away, a sleek Maybach roared into the alley, following closely behind. When he set off, he had already lost hope. However, upon hearing Jianhui mention that Sang Wan had just left, Lu Ye's already foul mood deteriorated further.
Jianhui,
with a proud demeanor, proclaimed, "Brother, I have gifted your prized possession to sister-in-law.
You won't hold it against me, will you?"
Lu Yi abruptly lifted his gaze. Jianhui reclined on the sofa with an air of superiority. "Just admit it, younger brother has done a splendid job." Lu Yi shot him a cold glance, though it was evident that his mood had improved significantly. "As you said, that is my prized possession.
Would I not deliver it myself? Do you need to borrow flowers to present to the Buddha? Then why don't you deliver it?"
Jianhui dismissed his retort, basking in his own triumph. Sister-in-law wore it on the spot and even said she would prepare a grand meal for me someday.
Lu Yi. At the first floor of the World Trade Mall, when Sang Wan arrived, Ku Yifan was already there.
However, a gift was essential.
"Do you have any ideas?" "Nothing specific."
"The sentiment matters, just let her know I haven't forgotten her birthday."
"Then, what about the budget?"
"Approximately 200,000. After inquiring about Mrs. K's general preferences,
Sang Wan had a clear idea in mind.
She and Ku Yifan headed straight to the jewelry counter on the 6th floor. Ultimately, she settled on a flawless,
round Australian white pearl necklace.
Under the bright lights of the counter, the lustrous pearls emitted a soft, captivating glow. The price was also reasonable.
Ku Yifan turned to Sang Wan. "Could you help me try it on?" Sang Wan nodded. The clerk, adorned in black gloves, lifted the necklace.
As sharp insults rang out from behind her, Sang Wan kept her head lowered, allowing the clerk to fasten the necklace around her neck.
"Sang Wan, you little wretch."
Her hair was seized, and a resounding slap followed.
Chapter 61, it seemed he finally knew who he was. Another slap landed, leaving Sang Wan dazed. Ku Yifan and the clerk were equally bewildered. The pearl necklace fell to the ground, scattering in disarray.
Su Baohui swung her hand again, but Ku Yifan caught her wrist,
shielding Sang Wan.
"You shameless creature, how dare you claim there are no illicit affairs?"
Lu Zi pointed accusingly at Sang Wan, demanding, "Who is he?" Su Baohui, with her eyes narrowed like a venomous serpent, glared at Ku Yifan. "You must be Sang Wan's lover, right? What do you do? Are you aware she has a man?"
"Oh, right, she is divorced now, so you two can frolic freely without shame."
"Madame Lu, I implore you to maintain your composure."
The manager's words had barely left his mouth when security guards surged through the crowd outside. They formed a wall between Su Baohui, Lu Zi, and Sang Wan.
"Don't touch me."
The haunting memory of her previous encounter with the police lingered in Su Baohui's mind. Seeing the guards block her path offered her a modicum of relief. She then turned to the throngs gathered outside the counter and began to shout, "Come and witness this pair of shameless lovers."
Had it not been for Lu Jinnian's intervention,
urging her to avoid escalating the situation for the sake of the Lu family's reputation, Su Baohui would have sought out Sang Wan the moment she was released from the police station. Unexpectedly, she had swallowed her anger and kept the matter under wraps. The Lu family had not benefited, they had lost a prime piece of land to municipal development and had even trended on social media due to Lu Jinnian's marital troubles. Their stock prices plummeted for several consecutive days. Now, upon seeing Sang Wan and Ku Yifan together, old grudges and new resentments surged within her.
Su Baohui screamed furiously. "This wretch is my former daughter-in-law. While my husband toils to provide for our family, she does nothing but indulge in leisure, seducing other men. Now
she has abandoned her husband and child, and brazenly flaunts her affair in front of me. One look at her is enough to tell she is no good.
She is following in the footsteps of Pan Jinnian, what a disgrace. To know a person's face but not their heart. She forsakes her husband. And her son too? I have never seen such a heartless woman. Half of Sang Wan's face was swollen. She glanced at the camera mounted in the corner of the counter. Pulling out her phone, she pressed a single digit, and the manager approached her. Madam. We have already called the police, they will arrive shortly. Thank you. No need, I will assist you in handling this. Ku Yifan shook his head, indicating that he was unbothered. Outside, the onlookers exchanged glances, all eyes trained on Su Baohui. She repeated her accusations. Her former daughter-in-law had seduced another man and abandoned her family. The public spectacle of infidelity was nothing new. It usually ended with a physical altercation or a cacophony of shouts and explanations, expecting bystanders to mediate the chaos. However, the scene before them was starkly different. One side erupted in a frenzy of insults, while the other remained composed and unflustered. Disperse, disperse. Echoed from the periphery as a team of police officers pushed through the crowd, inquiring who had called for assistance. It was I. Sang Wan stepped forward. Hello. Could you please check the police report from the Qingzhou District Public Security Bureau, number 14? Su Baohui has caused a disturbance at my company and has previously been taken away for engaging in public disorder and defamation. The young and beautiful woman, with half of her face swollen, maintained her composure, presenting her case with poise and substantiation. In stark contrast, the disparity was evident. The onlookers seemed to have gained some insight. They glanced at Su Baohui and Lu Zi, then at Sang Wan. Although they continued to murmur, their earlier fervor had diminished significantly. Inside the establishment were police officers, while outside stood security personnel. The crowd of onlookers swiftly dispersed. Sang Wan adopted a resolute stance, rejecting any attempts at mediation. Should any issues arise, she instructed Su Baohui to contact her attorney. As Su Baohui was taken away, she continued to shout, Sang Wan, you ungrateful wretch! I should have known you were unworthy of my care. However, the officer nearby uttered something that abruptly silenced her vitriol. In a flurry, Lu Zi placed a hurried call to Lu Jinnian. As she attempted to slip away discreetly, a staff member intercepted her, stating, Excuse me, miss. Could you please settle your bill? On what grounds? Lu Zi retorted, gesturing at the scattered pearls. The necklace was purchased by her. Why should I be responsible for the payment? The manager, smiling, presented a tablet. The image captured by the high-definition camera was strikingly clear, revealing the necklace adorning Sang Wan's neck. The staff member's gloved hands had already loosened their grip. Su Baohui lunged forward, forcefully severing the pearl necklace, leading to its disintegration. This exquisite piece, classified as top-tier Australian white pearls, was valued at 280,000. Either you settle the bill, considering it a destruction of your own property, or we could regard this as your mother publicly damaging someone else's belongings, which could result in a prison sentence of 3 to 7 years, depending on the circumstances. Were it not for the fact that this boutique belonged to a prestigious brand, Lu Zi would have suspected the manager was conspiring with Sang Wan to orchestrate a trap for Su Baohui. Reflecting on Su Baohui's predicament, still in custody, and the police car that had yet to depart, Lu Zi gritted her teeth and reluctantly paid the bill, departing the mall with the disheveled box of pearls in hand. In the VIP lounge of the boutique, Sang Wan only noticed the slender cut on her swollen face when she glanced in the mirror, likely inflicted by Su Baohui's ring. Are you all right? She was asked as a white towel wrapped around an ice pack was handed to her. She instinctively shook her head, dismissing any concern. However, upon raising her gaze, she was taken aback. What are you doing here? Luoya's expression was grim, his jawline taut. Qer called and informed me that you were being troubled, so I came over. Gu Qian has already gone to the police station, you can leave the rest to him. All right. Sang Wan nodded, her gaze filled with remorse. Luo Yi, I'm truly sorry for causing you trouble again. Luo Yi remained silent, his eyes fixated on Sang Wan's swollen and bruised face, his anger intensifying with each glance. Let's take care of this, he declared, grasping Sang Wan's wrist and leading her outside. They encountered Ku Yifan, who was hurrying over from the infirmary with a medical kit. Xiao Wan, he began.
noticing Luoya's stern and brooding expression, as well as the grip he had on Sang Wan's wrist. Throughout the entire exchange, the young and handsome man did not spare him a glance, yet the palpable tension surrounding him was unmistakable. Ku Yifan felt as though he had finally discerned the identity of this formidable presence. Chapter 62, You Love-Struck Fools. The Maybach roared to life, swiftly arriving at a secluded courtyard in just a few minutes. Upon observing the golden plaque at the entrance, clarity washed over him.
Sang Wan, the 9th Medical Research Institute of the Imperial Capital. Indeed, there is no need for that. Yet, facing the dark and formidable countenance of Shan Lui, it feels as though even breathing is a misstep. Sang Wan dared not utter a single word, quietly following him upstairs into one of the offices. Hello, Miss Sang. I am Zhou Yu. As if he had been anticipating her arrival, Zhou Yu greeted Sang Wan and promptly made a phone call. He also took the time to reassure her, rest assured, even if it were merely a slight scratch, or even a disfigurement, it would still be but a trifling matter in my hands. Sang Wan nodded in gratitude, expressing her appreciation for the concern shown. The office door was knocked upon, and a female doctor clad in a white coat entered, leading Sang Wan into the inner room. Upon entering, one was met with a plethora of medical equipment, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of medicinal solutions. As the evening wore on, Sang Wan felt a slight easing in her heart. In the adjacent office, Zhou Yu observed the brooding expression on Luya's face and handed him a cup of tea. What troubles you? It's merely a scratch, in no more than 3 days. It shall heal entirely. Luya's cold gaze swept over him, and Zhou Yu understood that the concern was not for the wound on Sang Wan's face. Luya's mind was consumed with images of Sang Wan, pale and trembling yet striving to maintain her composure. This was the second time such a situation had arisen. What must I do to ensure she can boldly leverage my influence to confront those who dare to disrespect her? In the silence that followed, Luya's voice cut through, icy and resolute. Zhou Yu, taken aback, found himself perplexed by the question. Haven't you publicly proclaimed her to be your woman? With you, young Master Lu, shielding her, what could possibly go awry? Not just in the capital, but throughout the entire galaxy, no one would dare to trouble her. Zhou Yu met Luya's exasperated expression, realizing he had overlooked a significant detail. Indeed, after all these years of knowing you, this is the first time you have resorted to such an extravagant display for a mere scratch. Not to mention, even the most modest clinic could handle it in a heartbeat. Yet here you are, making a grand spectacle of it at my research institute. When I received your call to prepare, I nearly feared for a life lost. Lu Yi remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. She just divorced Lu Jinnian on Monday. Announcing it to the world at this juncture, regardless of the appropriateness, she would be the first to object. Lu Jinnian from the Lu family? Zhou Yu met Lu Ye's previously exasperated expression with newfound clarity. Now I see where the issue lies, the information is overwhelming. He contemplated the Lu family's inability to accept Sang Wan's identity and the Xiao family's similar rejection in Port City. Yet, he had not anticipated that Lu Yi had considered none of this, only worrying about Sang Wan's potential refusal. I truly cannot comprehend the minds of those in love, Zhou Yu remarked helplessly, preferring the clarity of his experimental projects over matters of the heart. Things are either feasible or they are not, all data speaks for itself. And what do you intend to do? Zhou Yu countered. Lu Yi shook his head, his frustration deepening. When Sang Wan emerged after tending to her wounds, she noticed that the atmosphere in the office had grown even more somber. Reflecting on the moment when Lu Yi appeared with a grim expression, it seemed highly likely that his demeanor was not due to her predicament. A sigh of relief escaped Sang Wan's lips. After expressing her gratitude to Zhou Yu, she cautiously thanked Lu Yi as she exited the research institute. I'm sorry for troubling you on a weekend. However, the moment the words left her mouth, she could sense that Lu Ye's mood had deteriorated even further. As the vehicle departed from the institute, the atmosphere within the car grew heavy and oppressive. The thought of suggesting to pull over lingered on her tongue, yet she found no opportunity to voice it. Observing Lu Ye's brooding profile, Sang Wan realized for the first time that he was no longer the Lu Yi she had known back in the Imperial University days.
He had transformed from a youthful and shrewd individual, brimming with decisiveness, into a man of profound gravitas and intimidating presence. The Maybach came to a halt in the underground parking lot of a hillside villa. As soon as the hesitation on Sang Wan's face surfaced, she heard Lu Yi unlocking the car. "You go up and keep us company, I'll step out for a while." Sang Wan exhaled with relief. "Good." Upon entering, she changed her shoes, and just as she was about to speak, her cat, Meow, let out a soft mew from the third-floor stairwell, responding to the sound. Tuas scampered down, meowing in delight. The warm, furry creature nestled in her arms gradually eased the tension that had been gripping Sang Wan. As her phone rang with a cheerful chime, she was engaged in play with Tuas using a cat teaser. A strange number flashed on the screen, and without a moment's hesitation, she surmised it was Lu Jinnian. Sang Wan silenced her phone, choosing to disregard it. In the next moment, WeChat chimed. "Sui, what have you done to that bastard? He's gone mad, changing numbers to harass me." "I'm fine, you needn't worry about him." "Yang Yen, Miss Sang, Mr. Lu is in a frenzy, you may wish to configure your phone to block unknown calls." Little did they expect that even after the divorce, Lu Jinnian would continue to haunt them relentlessly. Sang Wan's gaze was filled with indignation. When yet another unfamiliar call came in, she answered it. However, contrary to her expectations, there was no furious outburst on the other end. Lu Jinnian spoke with a calm demeanor, expressing, "I apologize for my mother's actions towards you." Sang Wan, "What must I do for you to accept our reconciliation?" Sang Wan fell silent for a moment. In a mere week, Lu Jinnian's demeanor had transformed drastically. It was as if the man who had furiously demanded she sign the mediation agreement just a week prior was an entirely different person. Lu Jinnian. "It is not about what I desire." Sang Wan coldly remarked, "It should be I who asks, what must you do to release me?" On the other end, Lu Jinnian appeared to be smoking, the sound of his exhalation distinctly audible. After a prolonged silence, he spoke in a muffled tone, "I assure you, my mother and GE will no longer trouble you in the future." Would that suffice? Through the phone, Lu Jinnian seemed unnaturally composed, almost unrecognizable. A strange sensation surged within Sang Wan's heart once more. "Lu Jinnian, there is truly no need for you to make this call," Sang Wan coldly remarked. "One learns wisdom through adversity. A few days of confinement will teach her the realities of life. If she chooses to provoke me with her reckless words, she must bear the consequences of her actions. I was overly indulgent when I greeted Gu Qian, and once again, I spared Su Baohui. I await the moment when Lu Jinnian loses his composure and questions whether I have lost my mind, especially since that is the woman I have called mother for so many years." Yet, Lu Jinnian remained silent. After a brief pause, he quietly ended the call. Sang Wan set aside her phone and continued to indulge in her affection for the cat. Sang Wan rose and headed straight for the kitchen. When Lu Yi entered, a faint aroma lingered in the air. Following the scent, he walked into the kitchen, where he found Sang Wan donning an apron, rolling up her sleeves, and skillfully stir-frying vegetables with a spatula. Her long, dark hair was casually pinned up, held in place by a chopstick that resembled an elegant hairpin carved from white jade, an effortless beauty. She appeared like a devoted wife awaiting her husband's timely return. Instantly, the knot in Lu Ye's heart unraveled, a comforting thought emerged, his dear friend Zhang Kora's helplessness echoed in his mind. "Brother, please don't rush." With sincerity, all obstacles can be overcome. The little figure of hope in Lu Ye's mind gently reassured the mischievous spirit within, "No need to hurry, no need to hurry. Be good, ah ye." Chapter 63, Sang Wan has a boyfriend. Sang Wan seemed to be a harbinger of misfortune. Had I known this would be the case, I should have. While grumbling, she lifted her gaze, only to meet the reflection of Lu Jinnian's grim expression in the rearview mirror. For a fleeting moment, she thought she saw Lu Zhengsong. Su Baohui shuddered internally and instinctively fell silent. The journey was devoid of conversation. As they finally stepped inside, Su Baohui felt deflated, and when she turned to Lu Jinnian, her expression was one of remorse. "Jinnian, it's all my fault. Seeing Sang Wan with that wild man, I couldn't help but lose my temper, thinking of all the trouble she has brought upon us." "Do you know who that lawyer was today?" Lu Jinnian inquired of Su Baohui. She shook her head.
His name is Gu Qian, the most formidable lawyer in the capital. He was the one who handled the case of the second son of the Feng family. With that single statement, Su Bao Hui's face paled. That case had caused a nationwide sensation. The second son of the Feng family, initially a suspect, had been transformed into an unwitting victim due to the family's machinations. After the first trial, the victim's family was dissatisfied. They sold their house and car, depleting their resources to hire Gu Qian. A few months later, the results turned the case on its head. The already renowned Gu Qian gained even more fame. Consequently, the Feng family fell from grace, vanishing from the high society of the capital in just a few short years. How could, she wondered, questioning why such a distinguished figure as Gu Qian would involve himself in a trivial case of public disturbance. Moreover, considering that Sang Wan was now associated with the Lu family, and Gu Qian was part of the Lu family's legal department, Su Baohui paused. Lu Jinnian coldly remarked, "If you don't want the Lu family to become the next Feng family, go ahead and make a scene." With that, he turned and walked away. As the car pulled away, a cacophony of noise filled the air. Su Baohui was scolding, while Lu Jiyi was shouting. Yet, Lu Jinnian focused solely on one crucial point. Sang Wan had entered a new relationship, yet her mood was inexplicably fraught with agitation. Her foot pressing the accelerator as she sped along. When she finally came to a halt, she found herself at the entrance of an old alley. It was late into the night, yet the modest wonton shop remained illuminated. Compelled by an unseen force, Lu Jinnian exited his vehicle and stepped inside. "Boss, what would you like to have?" he inquired. "One bowl of wontons, please." "Certainly." The wontons arrived swiftly. Nestled in a clear broth dotted with a handful of wontons, seaweed, shrimp, and cilantro floating gracefully atop. This was Sang Wan's favorite dish, and he recalled how he had only accompanied her here a few times before losing interest. Lu Jinnian picked up the spoon and began to eat slowly. After taking a few steps outside, his phone rang unexpectedly, its crisp tone piercing the tranquil silence of the alley. He turned his luxurious car around and sped away. Before long, a Maybach glided to a stop at the alley's entrance. "Oh dear," Sang Wan confessed, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. "I just remembered that I left the vegetables out of the fridge. I made sweet and sour ribs for dinner, but there are leftovers on the table." The house was empty, yet there was a curious 2S, endlessly intrigued by human food. Her mind conjured the image of the 2S leaping from the dining table, landing on the cream-colored carpet, gnawing on the ribs. The sweet and sour ribs were now off-limits, and she feared for the preservation of the expensive carpet in the living room. Luo Yi raised an eyebrow, perhaps because they had just shared another delightful evening together. It felt as if he belonged to her world, reminiscent of that brother Fan. It was akin to the sultry days of June, where a preserved plum lingered in the mouth, and the sweet and sour essence seeped into the heart. An inexplicable sense of joy enveloped her. Luo Yi nodded affirmatively. "All right." Sang Wan alighted from the vehicle and activated the flashlight on her phone. Lu Yi slowly turned the car around. As Sang Wan pushed open the door, darkness enveloped the small courtyard. She recalled that Granny Wan had gone to stay with her daughter. Just as a creaking sound broke the silence, Sang Wan emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed. It felt as if a mouse had been caught by its tail in the shadowy corners, or perhaps someone had stepped back. A shiver ran down her spine, and she took a few steps forward. With a sudden motion, she flung the door open, revealing a dark figure before her. Little Sang. Wan Jianya's face bore no trace of embarrassment as his gaze roamed over Sang Wan's face, then her neck, and further down. Having just bathed, she wore a knee-length nightgown. The overhead light cast a warm glow from behind her, accentuating her enchanting beauty in the amber hue. "Little Sang, may I assist you?" Unable to suppress a swallow, Wan Jianya reached out to grasp the basin of water that Sang Wan held in her hands. The basin contained the undergarments she had casually washed after her bath. Lacking the power of X-ray vision, he could not discern whether she was clothed beneath her nightgown. The mere thought of the greater possibility of her being unclothed sent a rush of excitement coursing through him. "Little Sang, I." Wan Jianya's hand had yet to graze the edge of the basin. As Sang Wan raised her hand, she forcefully pushed his hand away from the edge of the basin, declaring, "I don't need your assistance." Leave at once. Old Lady Wan had gone to her daughter's home. Yet, Wan Jianya feigned an empty house, concealing himself in the darkened first floor for an indeterminate period. The thought of him lingering at the door while she bathed just moments ago sent a shiver through her guest's body, trembled uncontrollably. Get out! Leave now! She forcefully pushed him away, striving to maintain her composure. After securely locking the door, she quickly changed her clothes. She could leave this place within a minute. No matter what, she had to move out tomorrow. Suddenly, a clang echoed as the basin slipped from her grasp, crashing to the floor. Wan Jianya lunged forward, seizing her wrist and dragging her towards the bed. Xiao Sang, I liked you the moment I first saw you. You beast, help! She struggled, desperately trying to stifle her cries, but Wan Jianya clamped his hand over her mouth, his fingers probing downward. The fragrance enveloped him, intoxicating. Wan Jianya stammered, You're divorced. I have no wife. After so long without a man, don't you desire it? Just give me one chance, and... A muffled groan escaped her lips, as if her very life force were at stake. Wan Jianya nearly crushed his wrist in his grip. As hand crept beneath the pillow, Wan Jianya swiftly snatched her phone. He noticed the call had already been dialed. With a casual flick, he ended the call, throwing the device aside with a sharp snap. Help, woo-woo. Filthy whore. What are you pretending for? Seeking your men one after another, they can have you, why can't I? Don't push your luck. Her mouth was covered, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Sang Wan struggled desperately, throwing punches and kicks. However, the disparity in physical strength between men and women was evident. Her feeble resistance was merely a source of amusement for Wan Jianya. With an air of excitement, Wan Jianya pressed down with renewed vigor. A resounding crash echoed through the night. Chapter 64, Which Hand Moved? The Maybach sped along the main road in the dead of night. Suddenly, a notification chimed on the phone. Just from the sound, it was clear that it was a call from Sang Wan. Lu Yi directly tapped the screen to answer. Beep. Beep. The call was abruptly terminated. Had it been dialed incorrectly? We apologize, the number you have dialed is no longer in service. Sorry. A cold female voice announced. Lu Yi furrowed his brow, hung up the phone, and continued driving forward. In the attic room, the sound of labored breathing lingered in the air. Sang Wan's heart raced like a drum. The hand gripping the desk lamp transitioned from rigidity to trembling as she realized that Wan Jianya had lost his breath. With a sharp exhale, she forcefully pushed him away. The moment before, he had been an immovable giant, but now he lay on the floor like a soft cotton ball. Her hand, reaching out to check for signs of life, trembled uncontrollably. The attic was shrouded in an eerie silence. Sang Wan? Sang Wan? An anxious voice called from downstairs, accompanied by the faint sound of distant sirens. Sang Wan leaned against the edge of the bed, striving to rise, yet she found herself unable to stand. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as someone downstairs, seemingly unable to wait any longer, kicked open the courtyard door and rushed inside. The sound of hurried footsteps resonated like the rapid beating of a drum, eventually halting at the entrance. Sang Wan lifted her gaze. In the dim, golden light, Lu Yi descended like a deity from the heavens. It seemed that only at this moment did she realize she had done nothing at all. She was still clad in her nightgown, freshly washed. Earlier, when confronting Wan Jianya, she had felt no embarrassment, only a courageous resolve to press on. Yet, in this moment, facing Lu Yi, Sang Wan felt nothing but awkwardness. She tightly clasped her arms around herself, caught in a dilemma of whether to rise or remain seated. Sang Wan gazed intently at Lu Yi, anxious for any hint of disdain or trouble in his eyes. Yet, there was nothing. The young man's gaze remained composed and tranquil, akin to the unruffled depths of the ocean. It's all right now. Lu Yi removed his suit jacket and draped it over Sang Wan, gently embracing her as he fastened the buttons, reassuring her with a soft, I am here. The crisp scent of cedar filled her nostrils, gradually sinking into her heart with each hurried breath. Outside, footsteps echoed in rapid succession. A few police officers ascended the stairs directly. Who reported the incident? I did. Sang Wan emerged from behind Lu Yi. After more than half an hour,
A group of individuals arrived at the police station.
Wan Jianya had regained consciousness, the prominent purplish bruise on the back of his head was evident.
Enough to provoke an instinctive touch to one's own occiput.
It was clear how much force Sang Wan had exerted. Yet, Wan Jianya insisted vehemently that Sang Wan had seduced him. "Officer, there is surveillance in the alleyway outside my home. If you don't believe me, you can check.
She moved into my house less than a month ago, and several men have already come looking for her. Flies don't buzz around a seamless egg.
If she hadn't tempted me, would I have done such a thing?
My properties are worth millions upon demolition. I have ample opportunities to pursue young and beautiful women without needing to force a woman who has been discarded by another man."
On the other side of the wall, Sang Wan's eyes brimmed with anger. "Lu Yi, be good."
Lu Yi, as if soothing a child,
grasped Sang Wan's wrist and escorted her out of the police station.
At the foot of the steps, in front of a Ferrari, Jiang Kor eagerly approached.
Calling out, "Sister Sang." She swiftly helped Sang Wan into the passenger seat and flashed an OK sign at Lu Yi. Jiang Kor jumped into the driver's seat and sped away. As the night deepened, Lu Ye's gaze turned ominously fierce. Upon opening the door,
he addressed the interrogating officers with a gentle demeanor, stating, "It was merely a misunderstanding, we shall not pursue it further."
"See, I told you it was a misunderstanding."
Wan Jianya exclaimed joyfully, "Officer, since she has chosen not to pursue this, I too shall be magnanimous and not press charges for the injury she inflicted upon me."
"This should be considered an amicable resolution, correct?"
The report mentioned an allegation of assault, yet aside from signs of a struggle, no substantial harm had been inflicted.
With the complainant unwilling to pursue the matter, it was deemed a false alarm. All parties left in satisfaction. The police presented the interrogation records for Lu Yi and Wan Jianya to sign. Wan Jianya rubbed his aching head as he exited the station, attempting to hail a cab. But none arrived.
A van halted beside him, its door swinging open as two muscular men with tattooed arms emerged.
"You?"
Wan Jianya could barely utter his question before excruciating pain surged from the back of his head, and darkness enveloped him. The two men seized him and thrust him into the vehicle, which sped off into the night. With a splash of icy water dousing him, Wan Jianya groggily regained consciousness, only to find Lu Yi lounging lazily on a sofa before him. The surroundings were pitch black, devoid of any windows. His hands and feet were shackled by iron chains. Hanging in a star position, even the slightest movement produced a clattering sound. A solitary light hung above Lu Yi's head, casting a dim glow. The young man seated quietly on the sofa appeared akin to the ruler of the underworld. The hulking figures near the wall were so silent they seemed to vanish from existence. It dawned on Wan Jianya that Lu Yi's earlier statement about not pursuing the matter was a request for law enforcement to drop their investigation. It was only then that he realized he had provoked someone he should not have.
"Who are you?"
he stuttered. But the words faltered as he met Lu Yi's piercing gaze, feeling as if he were pinned against the wall, unable to escape. His lips trembled, and he could not utter another word. Lu Yi stood up leisurely, wielding a baseball bat in his hand.
He approached Wan Jianya deliberately and stood before him. Which hand moved?
His voice was light, like a cool breeze on a summer night. Yet only Lu Yi knew that each word was forced through clenched teeth.
I didn't.
Despite the presence of so many, Wan Jianya felt an overwhelming sense of isolation, as if he would perish here tonight without anyone knowing.
"No.
Bang! A paralyzing pain shot through his right wrist, as if it were severed from his arm, leaving only a layer of skin connecting them.
Wan Jianya discovered for the first time that when one is in extreme agony, they cannot produce a single sound.
No murmurs escaped his throat, and he could not even draw a breath. He looked at Lu Yi with pleading eyes, only to see Lu Yi stretch his neck.
Bang!
Another wave of excruciating pain resonated from the opposite side of his body.
Like a kite severed from its string, Wan Jianya slumped down helplessly.
In the profound silence, the sound of something dropping to the floor rang out sharply, as if something had fallen. Chapter 65, Protecting Brothers Love. The cup in hand was warm, just slightly hot to the touch. The rich aroma of milk tea wafted into her nostrils. In her arms, the fluffy 2S licked her, while a cheerful little lark chirped nearby.
"Sister Sang, do you know where my brother's snacks are?"
"In the storage cabinet."
"Are there any fruits?" There are cherries in the fridge. Perfect. Like a diligent little bee, Jiang Ko dashed barefoot, scurrying back and forth. She brought out the snacks and washed the fruits, placing them all on the carpet before sitting against the sofa. Sang Wan was still pondering how to elucidate the events of the evening to Jiang Ko. Suddenly, the television blared to life. Jiang Ko selected an animated feature, casually tearing open a bag of potato chips. The cheerful melody intertwined with the rustling sounds of the snack. Before her, the beautiful girl's eyes sparkled with vivacity, expressing joy and laughter in response to the unfolding narrative. It seemed, indeed, that this was merely an ordinary night. Nothing extraordinary had transpired. She had simply come to stay at the Luyi residence for a night, seeking companionship. That was all. As Sang Wan exhaled the breath that had been caught in her throat, a sense of relief washed over her. When Luyi entered, Jiang Ko was nestled in her seat, clutching a bag of potato chips while a platter of fruit lay beside her, engrossed in an animated show. On the sofa, Sang Wan had already succumbed to slumber, her expression serene and tranquil. "Brother, I." Jiang Ko began to speak, but was swiftly silenced by Luyi's piercing gaze. With the task accomplished, Jiang Ko departed with remarkable decisiveness. Before she had even exited the elevator, she received a substantial bank transfer from Luyi. "Brother, you are being excessively generous. Next time, I'll give you a 20% discount." "Thank you, brother. As long as I can safeguard your love, I am duty-bound to do so." Luyi cast aside his phone and approached the sofa, kneeling before it. Sang Wan slept uneasily, her brow furrowed even in slumber. Yet, whenever the characters in the animation spoke, her features would soften. Luyi seized the remote, increasing the volume by 2 notches. Upon his return, it appeared he had yet to wash. Sang Wan remained clad in her nightgown, draped in his suit jacket. A subtle hint of mint lingered in the air with each breath. The shadows of gloom in Luyi's eyes gradually dissipated as his gaze fell upon the crimson mark on her neck. A tempest of agitation swirled within him, and he realized he had been too gentle earlier. He ought to have broken his neck instead. Turning to survey the surroundings, he noticed the wet wipes on the counter. He had even applied ointment to her facial wounds. His thumb brushed over Sang Wan's lips, and the regret from that night surged within him. Luyi inched closer, lowering his head to kiss her. Sang Wan experienced a delightful dream, one that featured the animated film that Jiang Ko had watched the previous night. In this reverie, she transformed into a fluffy character from the animation, nestled upon her owner's shoulder and cradled in their embrace, treated as a precious treasure. The dream was so vivid that when her owner affectionately kissed her, she could even feel the cool softness of their lips. Upon awakening, she was greeted by the sight of a crystal chandelier overhead. Sang Wan found it somewhat amusing. "So, this is how it feels when she kisses 2S?" She lay on the sofa in the living room of Luyi's house. Luyi was seated on the carpet with his back against the sofa, asleep. In her hand, she delicately held one of his hands. A sudden warmth flooded her body, and a gentle heat spread around her ears. Sang Wan held her breath, cautiously extracting her hand with the delicacy akin to defusing a bomb. Seeing that Luyi remained asleep, she let out a long sigh of relief. The morning light was faint, and the lush greenery outside the window was enveloped in a subtle misty blue hue. Sang Wan ascended the stairs with utmost stealth. And as soon as she closed the bedroom door, she raised her hand to cover her face. First, she was seen by Luyi in such a disheveled state. Then, he had held onto her hand without letting go. When she eventually descended the stairs, how was she to confront Luyi? Would he perceive her as ungrateful, seizing the opportunity to exploit his kindness? In her current predicament, how was she any different from Wan Jianye? She felt utterly ashamed to face anyone. Sang Wan entered the bathroom, concealing her face. Moments later, with a heart full of trepidation and a sense of what if, she found herself standing at the doorway of the dressing room. The space was overflowing with garments, categorized by the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter, all in her size. Yet, she distinctly recalled that during her previous stay, the dressing room had been entirely vacant. Or perhaps it had been filled with Jiang Ko's belongings? After all, it was a guest room. Moreover, Luyi had mentioned that Jiang Ko was quite the cunning individual. She sent a WeChat message to Jiang Ko, inquiring if she could possibly borrow an outfit, automatically interpreting Zhang Kor's response as a question regarding which ensemble she wished to borrow. Sang Wan sent over a photograph.
Sang Wan expressed her gratitude repeatedly.
As Sang Wan descended the stairs once more, the living room was devoid of any trace of Lu Yi.
The dawn had arrived, and everything before her was laid bare. On the cream-colored carpet, earthy strokes marred by the sweet and sour ribs could be discerned. Fragments of potato chips, remnants left by Zhang Kor, were scattered about, alongside dark red stains from cherries punctured by 2's claws. It was evident that this carpet was utterly beyond redemption.
Sang Wan rolled up her sleeves and discarded the carpet at the elevator entrance. Lu Ye's obsession had not changed significantly since their university days. He possessed several identical handcrafted carpets worth 7 figures in the storage room. Upon emerging from the master bedroom,
Lu Yi found the living room transformed. The once disheveled carpet bore no traces of having been trampled. Raising his gaze, he noticed the old roll at the elevator entrance. He recalled how Sang Wan, with an air of familiarity, had retrieved a replacement from the storage room. Glancing out the window at the sun gradually rising, Lu Yi felt his spirits lift considerably. In the kitchen, Sang Wan was preparing breakfast. His eyes swept over her casual outfit, which fit her perfectly. Lu Ye's gaze softened slightly. Lu Yi, did anything happen last night? Sang Wan began to speak, only to be interrupted by Lu Ye's counter-question. Sang Wan was taken aback. Was it because he had already resolved matters at the police station and wished for her to forget? Or was it due to the fact that she had taken his hand, and he wanted to spare her any embarrassment? Regardless of the reason, it struck a chord within her. Sang Wan shook her head, dismissing any concerns. Lu Yi nodded, lowering his gaze to take a bite of the plump, white glutinous rice ball in his spoon, filled with sweet sesame paste. It was both sweet and tender, reminiscent of her lips. In the past, she had detested eating rice balls, finding them overly sweet and sticky, often getting stuck in her teeth. This morning, however, Lu Yi had finally discovered the delightful taste of the rice ball. Just as Sang Wan was about to leave, her phone chimed. She had important matters to attend to today, starting with returning the rental to Grandma Wan, followed by finding a hotel for a few days while searching for a new place. As she answered the call, Lu Jinnian's urgent voice resonated from the other end. Sang Wan, where are you? Are you all right? Is there something wrong? Sang Wan's response was a question in itself, leaving Lu Jinnian momentarily stunned. At this juncture, it seemed he lacked the standing to inquire about her whereabouts. However, she remained the mother of his child, and it was only natural for him to express concern for her well-being. He began, but the connection was abruptly severed. He had never wished for Sang Wan to be harmed. Even in the moment he had shouted for her to leave with nothing, he had never intended to inflict pain upon her. All he hoped was for her to soften, as she once did, and offer him a bridge to cross. Upon receiving the divorce certificate, he had even eagerly wished for time to hasten even more, until Sang Wan found herself homeless, kneeling at his feet, pleading, Jinnian, I was wrong. In that moment, even amidst disdain, he believed he would feel a sense of joy. Finally, they would be a family again, just as they once were. With Xiao Mu. Yet now, gazing at the cramped room, with its weathered, antiquated desk and wardrobe seemingly salvaged from a bygone era, not to mention the bed that appeared both rigid and thin, a sense of unease washed over him at the thought of Sang Wan residing in such a place after their separation. Instead of feeling vindicated, he felt an inexplicable turmoil within. This environment was far less inviting than the years she had spent as Mrs. Lu, or even the rental they had shared with Sun Yuqing, which had been much more comfortable. Yet, Sang Wan had not even bothered to call him. Simply settling into this place. The company is yours, the villa is yours, the apartment in the east belongs to me. A vague echo of her voice resonated in his mind, but he had no recollection of when she had uttered those words. Ultimately, he had been ruthless enough to deny her even that apartment, allowing her to fall into such dire straits. The room bore the marks of a struggle. The bed was in disarray, and the lamp's cord had been yanked loose. The wardrobe stood empty, the drawers barren, devoid of any of Sang Wan's belongings. Had she moved out? What had transpired last night? Lawyer Yen, he hurriedly dialed a number, turning to descend the stairs.
He attempted to call Sang Wan again. The phone rang, only to be hung up.
It rang again, and before he could block her number, it rang once more.
Sang Wan's patience dissipated amidst Lu Jinnian's relentless entanglement. Lu Jinnian, are you ever going to stop?
We are already divorced, my affairs are no longer your concern.
Please. Have a sense of boundaries, can you?
On the other end of the line, Lu Jinnian's voice remained calm and composed.
I will give you the apartment in the east of the city.
It is conveniently located near your workplace, making your commute easier.
Just from the tone of his voice, she could tell he was already aware of what transpired last night. Sang Wan fell into silence. A calm voice interjected, he offers it to you, accept it. For it rightfully belongs to you.
Another voice sneered, when one hesitates to make a decision, chaos ensues.
Have you forgotten that gown? Today, in a good mood, he has allowed you to move into the house.
Yet tomorrow, should he change his mind, the butler will cast you out, leaving you like a mouse clutched by its tail, forced to endure each day by reading his expressions.
Is this amusing? How does this differ from the past? No. Thank you.
Sang Wan coldly declined, stating that there was no need for Mr. Lu to worry. She hung up the phone, blocking and deleting the contact. Sang Wan lowered her gaze to the lush greenery outside, seeking solace for her troubled heart. The fluffy creature meandered around her legs, and as she looked down, she saw 2S nuzzling her calf with its forehead, as if sensing her discontent.
Grasping the car keys, she declared, "Let us go, I'll take you somewhere." Where to?
She wanted to say she was occupied today, overwhelmed by a myriad of tasks.
She also wished to suggest postponing their outing. Yet,
upon meeting the striking profile of Lu Yi, she felt a striking resemblance to the scene that greeted her upon waking that morning. The warmth of their intertwined hands lingered,
igniting an inexplicable sensation. Sang Wan averted her gaze, feeling an inexplicable reluctance to speak. The Maybach roared away,
navigating the winding mountain roads and passing through the old city alleys.
After half an hour, the vehicle traversed the CBD and entered a district adorned with towering commercial and residential edifices. The elevator ascended steadily, halting on the 19th floor.
As she pushed open the door, a look of bewilderment crossed Sang Wan's face.
Her gaze froze.
A 150 square meter exquisitely decorated flat with floor-to-ceiling windows unfolded before her.
In the distance, she could even glimpse the imposing Lu's building.
Lowering her gaze, she noticed her suitcase and handbag at the entrance. And even the small pothouse plant she had placed on her desk had been packed and set on the storage rack by the foyer.
Sang Wan stood in a daze, contemplating. Luo Yi.
I don't wish to deceive you by claiming this is a friend's vacant residence or perhaps a company-provided accommodation.
Luo Yi, however,
was preoccupied with examining the keypad on the door, pulling Sang Wan's hand to input her fingerprint and facial recognition.
Consider this a loan from me.
Whether you choose to pay rent or, in the future, buy it outright when you are financially able, I am amenable to either. The door lock emitted a series of beeps, indicating successful registration.
Only then did Luo Yi lift his gaze to Sang Wan and inquire, "Senior, may I enter?" The house is immaculate, as if it has never been inhabited.
However, it has been meticulously cleaned, and the air is infused with the potent fragrance of an air freshener. It features a layout of 3 bedrooms and a living room. In addition to the master and guest bedrooms, there is an additional vacant room, which could serve as a study or a yoga space.
Yet, Sang Wan harbored doubts about the existence of unmerited kindness in this world. To her,
she regarded Lu Yi as a younger brother. He was the junior who, amidst the campus of Imperial University, incessantly called her senior and posed an endless array of questions. However, the inexplicable handholding at dawn stirred a multitude of unease within her. She swiftly replayed the words she wished to express in her mind.
Sang Wan stepped forward. Lu Yi.
Sang Wan spoke candidly, expressing uncertainty about whether she had been overly sentimental lately, as their recent interactions seemed to have become rather intimate.
Lu Yi abruptly turned away. Sang Wan clenched her hand and continued, "If you don't mind, can we return to how things were before? You know I've always regarded you as my younger brother." She wanted to say, "Is this what you call abandoning the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness? Once you've had your fill, you hastily sever ties, is that it?"
Yet, the words echoing in her mind about how love cannot be forced lingered stubbornly. If he disagreed, she would take her suitcase and leave, distancing herself from him forever. When their gazes met, Sang Wan's calmness seemed to erect an impenetrable wall between them. Lu Yi smirked. You consider me a brother, do you? That's fine. He stepped closer to Sang Wan, leaning down to meet her gaze directly. Does this mean I no longer need to call you senior? Sang Wan was momentarily taken aback. Lu Ye's face broke into a radiant smile. Sister. Suddenly, a sound echoed, as if something had been knocked over. It resembled the gentle caress of raindrops swept by a soft breeze under the eaves after a rain shower. Mingling with the chime of wind bells, a crisp sound resonated within Sang Wan's heart. Chapter 67. If one is to gamble, let it be a grand wager. Wow. The retort that lingered on the tip of her tongue was abruptly silenced the moment she stepped through the door. Sui's gaze was filled with awe as she walked, praising the expansive hall and the floor-to-ceiling windows. In stark contrast, the employee dormitory she had just vacated seemed utterly insignificant. After exploring the master bedroom and the guest room, Sui re-emerged, tilting her chin to interrogate Sang Wan about the guest room. Sang Wan nodded with a sense of assurance, declaring, Then I shall stay here tonight, as I have no classes tomorrow morning. Sui was exceedingly pleased with Sang Wan's response. Reflecting on the fact that this house belonged to Lu Yi, she lowered her voice and inquired, So, what about you and Lu Yi? I have made my feelings clear to him. What exactly did you clarify? I told him I regard him as a brother. And what was his reaction? Images of Lu Yi's intense, dark gaze flashed in her mind, those eyes shimmering with a bright light as if attempting to peer into her very soul. The mere recollection left Sang Wan feeling an inexplicable discomfort. She diverted her eyes in feigned nonchalance, saying, He agreed and even started calling me sister. Sui's expression twisted in confusion. Ever since their university days, she had sensed that Lu Yi harbored ulterior motives towards Sang Wan, even when Sang Wan was in a relationship with Lu Jinnian. Despite Lu Ye's lack of inappropriate words or actions at that time, his intentions remained suspect. After Sang Wan's divorce, Lu Yi re-emerged in her life with renewed fervor. Even she and Yan Yan, akin to mere bystanders, found themselves swept along in this unfolding drama. She could not bring herself to believe that Lu Yi had no ulterior motives regarding Sang Wan. Are you certain you didn't mishear? He actually called you sister? Sui queried, her gaze filled with skepticism. Sang Wan's gaze flickered slightly. Sister. Sister. Though there is but a single character's difference, the meaning remains the same. Does it not? Sang Wan nodded in affirmation. Sui exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps she had truly misjudged the situation? Was it merely that Lu Yi was na-ve and wealthy? Regardless, it mattered little. With a grand gesture, Sui dismissed her thoughts. In any case, we were growing closer. Today could indeed be considered a double blessing. Look over here. Sui said cheerfully. The department head called me at noon, asking me to submit an additional document. If all goes as planned, my professional title will be evaluated next week. So soon? Sang Wan wore a look of astonishment. Sui, brimming with pride, shook her head with delight, declaring that once the results were revealed, she would ensure her friend indulged in the exquisite service of a top-notch model. Sang Wan, the phone chimed, and Sui answered the call. Moments later, with a peculiar expression, she handed the phone over. Having been together for many years, she well understood that Lu Jinnian was the kind of person who would not rest until he achieved his goal. Sang Wan answered the phone with a displeased expression. Hello? Sang Wan. Lu Jinnian spoke in a deep voice. The apartment in the East City has been cleaned by the housekeeper. The access code is your birthday, and you may move in at any time. I've instructed the lawyer to transfer the property into your name. He will handle it tomorrow, Monday. When she initially sought nothing but a place to call home, he had refused to provide it. Now, he was eager to offer it to her. But she no longer desired it. Lu Jinnian, I am uncertain of your intentions or how you plan to manipulate me this time. However, I will not be deceived again. Sang Wan stated solemnly, I reiterate my point, we are divorced now, and I implore you to maintain a sense of boundaries and self-awareness befitting that of strangers. Henceforth, I request that you refrain from contacting me or my friends.
Sui let out a cold laugh. Initially, it was you and Lu Jinnian who led me to believe in the existence of enduring love between childhood sweethearts.
I retain his number solely to witness the depths of his shamelessness, and to see whether, in the not-so-distant future, he will come to regret his actions.
Although, up until now, there has been no indication of Lu Jinnian feeling any remorse. In the mere span of a week, he has already returned to his apartment and summoned the housekeeper.
Sui feels that regret may not be far off. With a determined expression, she encourages herself, hoping that one day she will witness you, arm in arm with a wealthy and handsome suitor, standing atop the pinnacle of life, while that scoundrel ex-husband kneels at your feet,
weeping inconsolably. Sang Wan,
if you could lend a hand, I wouldn't have to move my belongings home like an ant carrying a heavy load. The two of them visited the supermarket to purchase some daily necessities.
For the inaugural meal in their new home, they once again prepared their favorite hot pot.
As they savored their meal, they engaged in lively conversation, prolonging the dining experience for quite some time.
After clearing the table,
they each took a bath to wash away the lingering scent of the hot pot.
When Sang Wan entered the living room and beheld its vast emptiness,
a significant realization dawned upon her belatedly, she had moved. Glancing at the clock, she noted that it was only 9 o'clock.
It was still early. Sang Wan sent a WeChat message to Lu Yi.
Lu Yi,
could you please ask the driver to bring over the 2S tomorrow? No, I cannot.
Why not?
I have grown attached to it. But, the 2S is my cat.
As Sang Wan was consumed with concern,
Lu Yi sent another message. Just teasing you. Sister, small animals can experience stress when introduced to a new environment.
If I take it over tomorrow and it becomes stressed while you are at work, can you bear the consequences if something unfortunate happens?
How about Friday?
I could bring it over after work on Friday, allowing it to acclimate over the weekend while you are at home.
What do you think? Sang Wan felt that Lu Ye's considerations were exceedingly thoughtful.
All right, it's settled. The feeding station was placed by the floor-to-ceiling window, allowing the cats to enjoy their meals while gazing at the azure sky, fluffy clouds, and the evening glow.
The litter box was positioned on the balcony,
ensuring the freshness of the indoor air remained undisturbed.
Cat toys could be borrowed from Lu Ye's collection, and in due course, a small cat tree could be added. It should be nearly sufficient.
Sui pulled open the door to the guest room and caught sight of Sang Wan lost in thought in the corner.
Amused, she inquired, what are you mumbling about all by yourself? Sang Wan gestured towards the corner of the room. Aunt, would you consider sponsoring a cat tree for your nephew? It was not out of the question.
However, her mind was inundated with the photos Sang Wan had previously sent her.
Sui vividly recalled the expansive, semi-open balcony of over 200 square meters at 2S. As for Lu Ye's intentions towards Sang Wan, that remained to be seen. Yet, it was abundantly clear that Lu Yi treated 2S as if it were his own. Sang Wan illuminated the dialogue box before Sui, 50 cents, will you wager? If we're to gamble, then let us gamble. Sang Wan, dare you to be a little bolder? Chapter 68, Disappearing from his life. As night fell,
the lights of the capital twinkled like stars. Each held a can of beer, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, they chatted until slumber overtook them. She rested her head on a pillow, a blanket draped over her. Beyond the window lay the misty blue of the community-esque greenery, with the imposing Lu's building silhouetted against the pale dawn in the distance. She prepared soy milk and crafted sandwiches, leaving one for Sui. After finishing her meal, Sang Wan quietly stepped out. It took a mere 15 minutes to walk from her apartment to the Lusher building.
In the bright morning light, everything appeared as if it were a dream. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Sang Wan received a call from the Human Resources Department, requesting her presence. Upon entering,
Director Chin greeted her with a smile and handed her a contract, saying, Sang Wan, congratulations. You have successfully transitioned to a permanent position.
Sang Wan was momentarily taken aback. Since it was merely a misunderstanding, they would proceed according to the regulations. In the labor contract, Sang Wan's salary was once again elevated, and all benefits were correspondingly enhanced.
The receptionist knocked on the door, gesturing in astonishment towards the desk, indicating that there were 3 servings of morning tea for everyone to claim.
3 servings? One came from the president's office, the reason unspecified. Another from Chang Jingran, extending congratulations for her formal employment. The last one was from Lin Chiyue,
offering similar congratulations to Sang Wan for her confirmation in the position.
Sang Wan expressed her gratitude sincerely. The following day, she ordered afternoon tea again to entertain her guests.
The cheerful atmosphere persisted for several days, leaving Sang Wan with a radiant smile as she departed from work each day.
On this particular day,
she finished work early and had just stepped out of the Lu building when someone called out to her.
Turning around, she beheld a middle-aged woman a few steps away.
Appearing to be in her 40s or 50s, adorned in a champagne white qipao. The gentle demeanor of the lady exuded an unmistakable elegance.
"Excuse me, are you calling for me?" Such a transformation.
Sang Wan, it has been so many years since we last met, and you have become more beautiful than ever.
You probably do not remember me.
I am Yifan's mother, the woman introduced herself.
Sang Wan was taken aback, but quickly greeted with a smile. "Hello, Auntie. Are you free? Shall we find a place to sit and chat?" suggested Ku's mother. Sang Wan nodded and gestured towards the CAF across the street, suggesting they go there.
The sudden appearance of Ku's mother was unexpected. However, as they made their way, Sang Wan sensed that she had already surmised the purpose of Ku's mother's visit.
Indeed.
Once they were seated and had placed their orders, Ku's mother spoke directly, stating that she had come for Yifan. As she spoke,
Ku's mother opened her phone and pushed it towards Sang Wan.
The chaotic scene displayed was teeming with people, unmistakably captured on a Saturday afternoon at the pearl counter. Su Baohui was in a frenzy, with Ku Yifan standing protectively in front of her.
The former daughter-in-law and the illicit man.
Accompanied by the sensational title from the poster that depicted a mother-in-law publicly confronting a rival. In just a few days, the post had garnered over 10,000 shares. The barrage of comments was unbearable, insinuating that she and Ku Yifan were involved in an illicit affair, while Su Baohui was portrayed as the righteous avenger.
"Auntie, you have misunderstood."
Sang Wan politely began, earnestly explaining that Fan Gu had mentioned your upcoming birthday and requested her assistance in selecting a gift for you.
"I understand." Kumu interjected, interrupting Sang Wan's words. "Yifan has already clarified this to me. Moreover, he also mentioned that you are divorced and currently single?" Sang Wan was taken aback.
Mother Ku smiled gently and said, "Sang Wan, I shall speak plainly. Although both you and Yifan are currently single,
you are not well suited for each other. Both Yifan's father and I share this sentiment, and we hope you will consider this matter closed."
The Ku family is renowned for their scholarly pursuits. Yifan's father is a university professor, and his mother is a physician.
In their youth,
whenever Yifan attended tutoring sessions at home, it was always Mother Ku who came to escort him afterward. Over a decade has passed. Yet Sang Wan vividly recalls the disdain on Mother Ku's face and the skepticism in her eyes during her first visit to assess the environment.
Their modest rental apartment, with its simple surroundings, provided little comfort.
The closed bedroom served as a private sanctuary for mother and daughter, while the living room was transformed into a classroom. Furnished solely with a desk, benches, and a large blackboard sticker. Had it not been for the illustrious reputation of Sun Yuqing at that time,
Sang Wan was certain that Mother Ku would never have permitted Yifan to attend tutoring in their home. As it turned out,
Sun Yuqing was indeed deserving of her accolades, which ultimately assuaged Mother Ku's concerns, allowing Yifan to study there.
Yet, apart from that initial encounter, Mother Ku never set foot in their home again.
The car would stop at a distance, picking up Yifan without so much as a fleeting glance exchanged. As if a mere smile from her or her mother might lead to an unwarranted entanglement. After many years apart, Mother Ku's cautious demeanor remained unchanged.
"Auntie, you truly misunderstand." Sang Wan stated solemnly, "It has been over a decade since I last met Brother Fan.
I only discovered last week during a hospital checkup that the doctor who performed my surgery was him. The day we exchanged gifts marked our third encounter.
Merely a friendly gesture between acquaintances. Our relationship is nothing more than that of ordinary friends." "Sang Wan, do you truly believe in these words of yours?" It seems merely a ruse to placate Yifan, that naive and emotionally inexperienced simpleton.
Mrs. Ku maintained her gentle smile. Yet her gaze upon Sang Wan bore an unsettling intensity, as if she could see through her pretense. It was as though she had encountered many such deceitful women and had grown weary of their insipid justifications.
Sang Wan stood in stunned silence. After a moment, she spoke in a cool tone, "Aunt, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit?"
To vanish from his life.
Ku's mother stated bluntly.
Whether in the past or in the future, you and Yifan are from entirely different circles.
You young folks have a saying, don't you?
Different circles need not forcibly merge. Given Yifan's current circumstances, he is capable of finding a far more suitable partner.
By the way, do you know the caliber of the women he was introduced to while in the metropolis? Female PhDs returning from abroad. The daughter of a department head at the same hospital, and affluent heiresses from prestigious families in the city.
Each word was articulated with striking clarity as Ku's mother gazed at Sang Wan. Yifan is a sentimental young man, and it is not uncommon for him to become entangled in the complexities of emotions.
However, Sang Wan, you have experienced marriage once before, you understand, do you not?
Therefore, you ought to refrain from.
Mom!
The urgent voice, accompanied by hurried footsteps, interrupted Ku's mother's unfinished sentence.
Ko Yifan appeared, breathless and anxious, casting a disapproving glance at his mother. Ku's mother wore an expression of displeasure.
Although it is never too late to mend one's ways, some mistakes, if seen clearly by parents who have walked the path, should be avoided early on to prevent calamity.
Mom, please stop. Where are we going?
Upon hearing the suggestion to leave for another day, Ku's mother grew anxious. Turning her gaze to Sang Wan, her earlier demeanor vanished. Today,
nothing would be resolved until the matter was made unequivocally clear. As Sang Wan prepared to depart, Kumu circumvented her son Ku Yifan, seizing her wrist.
Oh,
is it so lively here? A cool voice resonated from behind Sang Wan.
With a chilling touch, a finger gripped her wrist.
Lu Yi raised his gaze towards Kumu, commanding, "Release her." Chapter 69, Was my brother's earlier performance satisfactory?
Dressed in a black suit and shirt, the suddenly appearing man was exceedingly young and strikingly handsome. Most disconcerting was his formidable aura, as if he had long held a position of power, with an unyielding demeanor.
Upon meeting his indifferent glance, Kumu felt a surge of trepidation and instinctively loosened her grip.
As Sang Wan struggled to free her wrist, it fell naturally into Lu Yi's palm.
Have you finished talking? Lu Yi inquired. Not yet. Both Sang Wan and Kumu spoke in unison. Lu Yi's piercing gaze, sharp as a hawk, fell once more upon Kumu's face.
Kumu, though somewhat embarrassed, maintained a resolute demeanor, insisting that today's matter must reach a conclusion. As the only child in the family, Kumu viewed her son as impeccably outstanding. The foundations of the Ku family were deeply rooted in the capital, bolstered by familial connections and her son's own diligence. Within a few years, he was destined to emerge as a rising star in the medical community of the capital.
However, just 2 months ago, he finally relented. Abnormal occurrences often herald ominous signs. Kumu couldn't suppress a surge of anxiety.
Given Sang Wan's circumstances, even in her unmarried
single state, she was deemed unworthy of Ku Yifan, let alone in her current divorced status.
Kumu was determined not to stand idly by, allowing her exceptionally talented son to become entangled with Sang Wan.
A mere ordinary friendship? Ha! Who would believe that?
I will speak my piece and then take my leave,
Kumu declared, fixing her gaze upon Sang Wan.
As I mentioned earlier, I do not wish for Yifan to have a friend like you. So I hope you will vanish from his life and cease all contact.
Mom! You! Silence! Ku Yifan interjected urgently. As for matters of career, your father and I can remain uninvolved.
But when it comes to the significant issue of marriage, it is not for you to dictate.
Finding a divorced partner, have you considered how others might perceive you? Mom, you! Kumu's imposing presence left Ku Yifan's complexion pale.
The two stood facing each other,
the atmosphere thick with tension.
Yet, with a light-hearted remark, Lu Yi shattered the surrounding tension like fragile bubbles.
What of a second marriage? Kumu's expression shifted slightly. Lu Yi continued, let me be clear. Whether Sang Wan is divorced or married 20 times, it is not for your son to decide. One must first assess one's own worth before looking down upon others. You. Kumu was rendered speechless by the indignation. The Ku family, known for their scholarly lineage, had never before been insulted in such a manner, let alone with the accusation of looking down on others. Mom! His arm was grasped tightly, his son's strength almost crushing her arm. The once obedient child now wore an unprecedentedly grim countenance. Have you had enough of this? Can we leave now? Are you sincerely trying to drive me to despair? Very well, I shall see how you explain this to your father. With the scrutiny of guests and her son's defiance, Kumu's face turned ashen. She shot a fierce glare at Sang Wan, snatched up her handbag from the table, and turned to leave. A glance at Sang Wan, then another at her son, whose lips were tinged with a hint of blue from anger. Ke Yifan hurriedly pursued her. As the door swung shut, the cacophony faded away, leaving only the light, lively strains of a piano piece lingering in the air. Sang Wan exhaled deeply, retreating a step to settle into the sofa. Turning her gaze towards the darkening sky outside, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, if one were to speak of fortune, all her disarray had been laid bare before Lu Yi. What if it had been someone else? Would they have been angered? Lu Yi leisurely took a seat across from her, tilting his head to regard her. A mother, concealed in the depths of her own well, whose vision was limited to her son, why would one harbor anger towards her? A mother in the depths of a well? Sang Wan's facade crumbled, leaving a mix of laughter and tears. I felt no anger, merely a tinge of embarrassment. Lu Ye's gaze inquired further. Sang Wan let out a soft sigh. Having been cast out by her ex-husband, and there you were, witnessing her humiliation firsthand. The company, the shopping mall, and that evening in the attic. Each encounter brought you closer. Lu Yi, struggling to suppress the flush of anger and embarrassment threatening to consume her. Sang Wan lifted her gaze to Lu Yi and inquired, do you think, in my past life, I must have wronged you? Which is why I am subjected to such disgraceful moments before you so many times in this life? There was no laughter, nor any denial. Lu Yi seemed to ponder her words with utmost seriousness. After a moment, he provided an answer. Is it not possible that in your previous life, you did not offend me, but rather owed me something, which is why you have come to repay it in this life? What have I ever owed you? Sang Wan blurted out, the crimson pearl grass owes the divine attendant 3,000 dewdrops, repaid with a lifetime of tears. But what does Lu Yi owe him? Perhaps only heaven, earth, and the passing celestial beings above are privy to that knowledge. Lu Yi raised his hand to signal the waiter to bring the menu, ordering a meal suited to both his and Sang Wan's tastes, and casually remarked, regardless of what is owed, with a lifetime so long, one can repay it slowly. Sang Wan, the steak is exquisitely tender, and the cream soup is rich and fragrant. The piano melodies that linger in the air are both melodious and ethereal. As I gaze upon the nonchalant manner in which he cuts the steak, I am captivated by the effortless elegance that radiates from Lu Yi with every gesture. Sang Wan had to admit that the negative emotions brought by Ku's mother had dissipated entirely. It dawned on her that at this hour, Lu Yi should be in the underground parking lot, rather than here. Sang Wan raised her eyes and inquired, what brings you here? Lu Yi glanced outside, where a Maybach was parked by the roadside. Aunt? The memory of Ku's mother's suddenly grim expression from just moments ago flashed through her mind. Sang Wan could not help but chuckle. She then noticed Lu Yi looking at her, inquiring, so, how was my brother's performance just now? Brother. Sang Wan's heart skipped a beat. She remarked, you performed exceptionally well, yet it felt peculiar. She then added, it was acceptable, but there lingered an air of discontent, as if subtly urging him to strive for even greater heights. It seemed that no matter how she expressed herself, it never quite felt right. After a brief pause, Sang Wan awkwardly shifted the topic, inquiring, so, have you spoken with the driver? He will deliver the to us tomorrow evening, correct? Indeed, Lu Yi nodded in affirmation. Sang Wan let out a long sigh. After finishing her meal and stepping out of the CAF, the sky had already darkened. Lu Yi nodded. But before he could utter a word of greeting, he spotted Ke Yifan emerging from the shadows of a nearby tree. Xiao Wan, Ke Yifan approached her, his expression steeped in regret. I'm so sorry. I had no idea my mother had come to the capital, nor did I expect her to seek you out. His thoughts were in disarray, unsure of what to say or how to articulate his feelings. Since his early middle school years, he had harbored affections for Sang Wan. Initially, it was merely the warm sensation of companionship he observed between her and Sun Yuqing that captivated him. His father was a scholar, and his mother a doctor, leaving him with little opportunity to share a meal together as a family. He dreaded the ringing of the telephone at home, as it signified yet another urgent matter demanding their immediate departure. Their opulent house felt like a frigid cage, devoid of warmth. As time passed, the looming high school entrance examination approached. Given his academic performance, gaining admission to a reputable high school seemed a daunting task. The options were either to attend a private institution, which required boarding, or to study abroad, both of which felt like entering another cage, with the only distinction being the proximity to his familial confinement. Thus, it led to his mother's relentless inquiries, which ultimately brought her to Sun Yuqing. Sun Yuqing was adept at tutoring in every subject, and that cramped, modest rental was the place where Ku Yifan experienced the most warmth over the past decade. In class, Sun Yuqing was strict. Students were punished for not grasping a concept after 3 explanations. Yet, outside of class, she was the gentlest and kindest mother in the world. She would slice apples for him, whip up the most delicious tomato and egg noodles in mere minutes, and engage him in soothing conversations that alleviated the frustrations and restlessness of his teenage years. There was also Sang Wan, whose serene profile he admired as she quietly worked on her assignments, subtly slipping a thermos filled with tea towards Sun Yuqing while offering him insights into problem solving. Everything about that small abode radiated warmth and happiness to him. To the Ku family, he was merely a student receiving tutoring, but for Ku Yifan, it was a sanctuary for healing and solace. To this day, he recalls the first year he spent in the bustling metropolis, feeling despondent on a rainy day and calling Sun Yuqing. The joy in her voice upon answering was palpable. "Yifan, my dear, how have you been lately?" Despite the years apart, she still remembered him, gently reminding him to take care of himself. He initially fell for the quiet beauty of Sang Wan, but grew fond of Sun Yuqing's gentle patience and the comfort of that rental. This was the dream Ku Yifan aspired to attain. Yet, he was not the only one with discerning eyes. Jinnian was also keenly aware of the situation, and his actions were far swifter than Ku Yifan's. Finally, after Sang Wan's divorce, a glimmer of hope emerged. However, her indirect rejections followed by the assertive presence of his mother left him wishing for a divine intervention to grant him another chance, to prevent his exclusion from her life. "Xiao Wan, I'm so sorry." He could think of nothing beyond apologies as despair washed over him. "I will convince my parents, just give me some time, alright? I implore you, please don't vanish from my life." "Can you?" If Sang Wan heeded his mother's words and distanced herself from him, he would truly be left with no opportunity whatsoever. "Fangu, who do you think you are to ask for time?" As soon as Sang Wan opened her mouth, she was forcefully interrupted by Lu Yi. "Calling you brother Fan is merely a courtesy due to our acquaintance. She has shown you respect. Did your mother extend the same courtesy to her?" Lu Yi pulled Sang Wan closer with a firm demeanor, commanding, "Get in the car." He opened the passenger door and firmly placed Sang Wan inside. As he rounded the front of the vehicle, he noticed Ku Yifan still standing in place. Ku Yifan's expression shifted slightly. Lu Yi coldly remarked, "If you lack the ability to protect her, do not provoke her." He turned and began to walk away. Just as Lu Yi took a step, he heard Ku Yifan retort, "Then what are you doing? You must be Lu Xiao, right?" Ku Yifan glared at Lu Yi's retreating figure, filled with animosity. "You may protect her, but since you cannot marry her, it is merely a dalliance. How does your current behavior surpass mine? Do not presume that power and influence grant you the right. Who told you I cannot marry her?" Lu Yi spun around, confronting Ku Yifan's astonishment. "Sang Wan is divorced, after all." With those words, he caught the glimmer of a smile in Lu Yi's eyes. Ku Yifan immediately felt he had overstepped. Lu Yi approached him, seemingly well aware of his identity. His demeanor softened as he said, "Let it go. You do not deserve Sang Wan. I stand by my words, whether she is married twice or 20 times, in my heart, she remains a treasure. As for my relationship with her, you may keep this matter in mind. you will receive an invitation when we wed. Patting Ku Yifan on the shoulder, Lu Yi turned to leave. Remembering something, he turned back to remind Ku Yifan, listen to your mother, disappear from her life. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to lend a hand. With the gentlest expression, he delivered the harshest words. After finishing, Lu Yi departed. The car door locked, and the Maybach glided into the night. Sang Wan, perplexed, inquired of Lu Yi, what did you tell him? Just some encouraging words. Lu Yi replied. And noticing Sang Wan's disbelief, he nodded earnestly, indeed. I told him that if you are well, then he shall have sunny days. I also urged him to listen to his mother and be a good child. Sang Wan wore a skeptical expression, while Lu Yi remained composed. As the car halted before the crosswalk, Lu Yi extended his hand, requesting her phone. Uncertain of his intentions, Sang Wan nonetheless handed it over. Lu Yi seized the phone, simultaneously grasping her hand to unlock it. He proceeded to access the contacts and WeChat, blocking Ku Yifan, expressing his disdain for that insufferable presence reappearing in their workplace. Sang Wan was taken aback. Sang Wan wore an expression of utter bewilderment. She thought to herself, when have I ever provoked him? However, Lu Yi seemed to have misinterpreted her sentiment. As the traffic lights shifted from red to green, Lu Yi gradually accelerated the vehicle, glancing at her through the rearview mirror. Remarking, all you need to do is to entice my younger brother. A sudden jolt coursed through Sang Wan's heart. Lu Yi chuckled, saying, my father pays me no heed. And I have no mother. Sister, had you not provoked me, we would not find ourselves entangled in such troubles today. Wouldn't that be splendid? All attention was drawn away by his words about his indifferent father and absent mother. Sang Wan finally comprehended why he resided alone in the spacious villa on the hillside. He understood why, during moments of melancholy, he sought solace in cake. For other children, cake represented the celebratory essence of birthdays. Yet, he deliberately transformed cake into a staple of his existence. In doing so, the absence of birthdays rendered the need for parental companionship inconsequential. On one side, there was Lu Xiao Mu making wishes before a cake, surrounded by the joyful company of Lu Jinnian and Lin Chao Chao. On the other side, there was Lu Yi, solitary and still, quietly indulging in cake at the center island, enveloped in loneliness. As Sang Wan's heart softened, she blurted out, I will celebrate your next birthday with you. Creak. The Maybach came to a halt by the roadside. Chapter 71, Driving Away a Rival and Gaining a Tender Heart. Lu Yi felt that he had merely uttered a commonplace remark. Yet, Sang Wan appeared as though she had committed a grave mistake, her eyes brimming with unease and compassion. As if he were a forsaken child abandoned by his parents. However, Lu Yi was aware that she was a deity of tenderness. In that fleeting moment, his resentment towards his parents deepened. If they did not love him, why bring him into this world? If they chose to give him life, why not do so sooner? Ideally, today would be his birthday. I still have several months until my own. A sense of regret inexplicably arose. Lu Yi inquired of Sang Wan. Do you remember when my birthday is? Vaguely, she recalled that he was a Leo born in July. The handsome young man was accompanied by a cake and a gift box. It must be towards the end of July, right? Sang Wan softly inquired. Her expression filled with trepidation, fearing that Lu Yi might be upset with her for forgetting his birthday. Indeed, Lu Yi replied, his eyes sparkling, July 29th, remember? I remember. Sang Wan nodded, stating that come July next year, she would enlist Jiang Shao and Heir to organize a lively birthday celebration for him. The mulberry orchard Jiang Shao had taken her to last time was splendid. If that did not suit his taste, they could retreat to the hillside villa, where she would prepare a grand feast of his favorite dishes and bake him a cake. How does that sound? In the past, he felt as though each day blended seamlessly into the next, indistinguishable from yesterday or tomorrow. For the first time, Lu Yi found himself filled with anticipation for the future. Previously indifferent to birthdays, even when surrounded by exuberance and cheer, where everyone seemed to revel more than he, there had never been a moment quite like this one. Now, he found himself eagerly looking forward to his birthday. Lu Yi nodded, affirming, all right, I shall await it. Then, suddenly drawing closer, he gazed into Sang Wan's eyes and said, you must keep your promise. The unexpected proximity took him by surprise. Sang Wan's breath came to a halt. It was only upon hearing the click of the seatbelt releasing that she realized the car had already come to a stop beneath the apartment building. All right. It must be. Sang Wan nodded, her figure retreating through the door betraying a hint of disarray. Behind her, Lu Yi smirked. Having successfully warded off a rival while acquiring a tender heart. Indeed, the evening breeze felt refreshingly cool. As the Maybach turned away, a part of her considered the dynamic between siblings to be entirely normal. After all, whether during their time at Imperial University or in the recent month, Lu Yi had consistently appeared before her like a docile golden retriever, lively, endearing, and strikingly handsome, occasionally displaying a touch of adorability. Yet, another part of her sensed an oddity in the air. Just then, Sui initiated a video call. After exchanging pleasantries, Sang Wan casually inquired, "How do you interact with your brother at home?" "My brother?" Sui grimaced at the thought of their chaotic household. "It's either me subduing him or him annihilating me. In that home, it's either me present or him, never both at the same time." "Sang Wan," Sui retorted, "what's the matter?" She then recalled how Lu Yi no longer referred to her as senior but rather as sister. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Sui speculated, "Have you two had some minor sibling squabble?" "Not at all." The look on Sang Wan's face clearly indicated that Sui was overthinking. With a serious demeanor, she stated, "I promised to celebrate his birthday next year." "Is it that simple?" Sui expressed her disbelief. However, the arrival of Kumu quickly diverted the conversation as they began to critique Ku Yifan and his mother. Fridays always seemed to pass the quickest. Just like every previous Friday, once the clock struck 4, her colleagues started to leave early. Glancing at her overtime hours for the week, she realized she had ample time to leave ahead of schedule. Sang Wan sent a message to Lu Yi, "I have finished work. Could you ask the driver to come a bit earlier?" "Are you leaving early?" "I have accrued 7 hours of overtime this week." In the president's office, Lu Yi was engrossed in his tasks. His ears were attuned to the overseas video conference playing on the computer, while his eyes swiftly scanned through a thick stack of documents in his hands. He reviewed and signed one after another. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it had only just passed 4 o'clock. A twinge of imbalance stirred within him. The boss hasn't left yet, as a mere cog in the machine. "Do you really think it's appropriate?" "With that said, I feel even more justified. As a mere laborer, how could I ever empathize with the capitalist who exploits me?" Sang Wan's mood was evidently delightful. "All right, work hard. I'm off now. Please convey my message to the driver and ask him to expedite his arrival." "Thank you, sister." A mere word's difference could lead to a vast misunderstanding, wouldn't you agree? As the video conference concluded, Lu Yi seized his phone to call Sang Wan. "Hello? Has the driver arrived?" Even through the phone, one could discern Sang Wan's cheerful disposition. After signing the final document, Lu Yi tossed aside his pen and playfully teased her, "Not yet. The driver mentioned he's stuck in traffic. It might take another 2 or 3 hours. Is the evening rush hour already starting this early?" Sang Wan approached the window, and indeed, the main thoroughfare of the city was bustling with a torrent of vehicles, as if every creature in the capital was hurrying home at this very hour. Well, as expected, Sang Wan's previously exuberant tone had now calmed. "Have you finished working overtime?" she inquired, glancing at his computer. The butler messaged to inform her that the household items had been moved, and cleaning was in progress, with an estimated completion time of 2 more hours. Lu Yi responded, "Not yet, it will take another 2 hours." "What?" Sang Wan, on the other end, spoke softly with sympathy. How pitiable. It was as if one could envision the tender and gentle expression that adorned Sang Wan's face when her heart softened. Lu Yi raised his gaze, observing the mischievous reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window. Indeed, how pitiable. What should be done? Let us embrace a delightful weekend. Before Sang Wan could utter a word, on the other end of the line, Lu Yi jested softly, "Sister, then you coax me, will you? Sister, coax me." His deep voice resonated like a voice actor's broadcast accidentally drifting in at the stroke of midnight. In a fleeting moment of mental blankness, Sang Wan perceived the sound of the doorbell ringing, a melodious chime that resonated like a lifeline descending from the heavens. As Sang Wan opened her mouth to speak, she realized her voice was somewhat hoarse. "Lu Yi, I won't talk to you any longer, I shall go and answer the door." Beep. Beep beep. Ding dong. Ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang incessantly. Sang Wan rose and approached, believing that the driver had skillfully navigated the evening rush hour to arrive early. As she opened the door, a radiant smile illuminated her face. Gradually, however, the smile faded. "Why are you here?" In Chapter 72, it is revealed that it was not her decision to let go of him, was it? Jinnian could not recall the last time he had seen Sang Wan display such a brilliant and dazzling smile. It seemed like over 6 months had passed. Upon receiving his medical report, she had instantly welled up with tears. Subsequently, she frantically rushed to hospitals in search of a kidney donor. Burdened with the weight of despair, she had no idea how many times she had cried in solitude. Even the young nurse who tended to his dressings had quietly informed him that she had seen Mrs. Lu hiding in the restroom, weeping. The nurse had gently advised him, "Mr. Lu, when you recover and are discharged, you must treat your wife with greater kindness and love. She cares for you deeply and is truly heartbroken for you." Eventually, she donated a kidney to him. Even as they prepared to enter the operating room together, a smile graced her face, an expression of gentle determination that could soothe the heart. Yet, Jinnian understood that this was merely her faade of strength. She was more terrified than anyone of the possibility of surgical failure. Fortunately, the operation was a success, but it proved to be nothing more than a fleeting illusion. He gradually improved, while she... "Who told you I was staying here?" Jinnian, have you been following me?" Jinnian spoke, "Wan Wan, Xiao Mu misses you." Sang Wan paused, lowering her gaze to observe Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu clutched Jinnian's arm tightly, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, yet she refused to lift her head. As the workday came to a close, the elevator chimed intermittently, with passers-by casting fleeting glances in their direction. As Sang Wan stepped aside, she invited them in. Jinnian's gaze softened as he led Xiao Mu through the door. The apartment was bright and immaculate. Although it could not rival the spacious opulence of the Lu family villa, it far surpassed the modest attic in the old city. A lightweight, soft blanket lay draped over the sofa, while a few books on architecture rested in the corner. In the vase on the dining table, champagne-colored roses were bathed in the orange glow of the evening sky. At a glance, the rich ambience of life was palpable, infused with Sang Wan's essence. Wan Wan's Xiao Mu's kindergarten assigned a task to take a family portrait while doing crafts. Jinnian explained the purpose of their visit. Sang Wan furrowed her brows. "Where is Lin Zhao Zhao?" "Wan Wan." Jinnian's voice carried a note of severity. "Even though we have parted ways, you are still Xiao Mu's mother." As he spoke, it seemed he feared that Sang Wan might become upset and dismiss them, thereby jeopardizing any future visits. Jinnian softened his tone. "Wan Wan. Regarding the incident from last time, I failed to consider the implications thoroughly. Because of that matter, Xiao Mu has been ostracized by the other children in the kindergarten." Sang Wan raised her gaze and beheld Xiao Mu, who appeared even more aggrieved. She cast her eyes upon her repeatedly, as if on the verge of bursting into tears at any moment. Sang Wan yearned to resolutely declare, "Isn't this your choice? Having chosen Lin Chao Chao, do not harbor regrets." Yet, confronted with the rabbit like Xiao Mu, she ultimately could not bear to utter those words. Instead, she inquired, "What assignment? How should it be captured? Please be quick. I have numerous matters to attend to." Jinnian exhaled in relief, gently ruffling Xiao Mu's hair as he said, "Did you not mention wanting to draw with mommy?" Xiao Mu slowly removed her backpack, painstakingly unzipping it, and laid out the drawing paper and brushes upon the table. She had already completed a significant portion, with vibrant colors splashed across the canvas. A blue sky, white clouds, and little birds. On the green grass stood a father clad in red and green, holding onto the string of a kite with one hand while grasping the hand of a small boy with the other. The boy's other hand clasped that of his mother, who wore a skirt that remained uncolored, her long hair dancing in the wind, painted in shades of black. "Shall I assist you in coloring? Or would you prefer to do it yourself? Sang Wan inquired of Lu Xiaomu.
Lu Xiaomu cast a glance at Sang Wan's white attire and black trousers, and replied softly.
I will apply it myself.
Sang Wan turned the drawing paper to face him.
Lu Xiaomu chose a shade of pink and began to paint vigorously. Nearby, Lu Jinnian took out his phone and captured a few photos of the mother and child. Remembering that the kindergarten required a family portrait, Lu Jinnian inquired of Sang Wan. Do you have a phone stand? Sang Wan shook her head, rising to retrieve several books.
She adjusted the angle and placed her phone accordingly.
While Lu Jinnian settled into a seat behind Lu Xiaomu, offering him a crayon. As the familiar click of the camera echoed, Sang Wan quietly departed.
Lu Xiaomu gazed eagerly at Lu Jinnian, who merely shook his head, signaling that all was well and encouraging him to continue his drawing. When the doorbell chimed,
Sang Wan approached to answer it. Miss Sang.
The driver, balancing a suitcase in one hand and miscellaneous items in the other, announced, I have brought your cat.
Thank you, thank you. Is there anything else? Yes, I will go down and fetch it. Sang Wan took the aviation box, and the previously lethargic 2S,
which had been languidly resting in its cage, instantly perked up, mewing and displaying its affectionate charm.
Lu Jinnian nodded. Sang Wan gestured towards the door, signaling that they could leave. With an expression of disbelief, Lu Xiaomu glanced at Sang Wan and then at Lu Jinnian.
Her gaze finally settled on the cage, where an orange cat was playfully pawing at Sang Wan's pant leg.
In an instant,
she recognized it as the little orange cat that had hidden behind her mother in the villa area, refusing to acknowledge her.
Lu Xiaomu's eyes widened in shock.
Her father had once said that there were no mothers who did not love their children. He had also mentioned that if she behaved, her mother would surely accompany her in drawing, and perhaps even allow her to stay for dinner. Yet, none of that had come to pass. The memories of her peers in kindergarten who had teased her surged back, and all the grievances she had endured over the past few days erupted forth.
Wah!
Lu Xiaomu cried out and rushed out. Behind her, Lu Jinnian hurriedly packed his backpack and chased after her.
After just a few steps,
he turned to Sang Wan and said, Wan Wan, divorce is a matter for us adults, please do not involve our son in it, alright?
After all,
he is the flesh of your flesh, born from your 10 months of pregnancy.
Is that not so? Sang Wan retorted, I conceived him when he was still naive. Yet he chose Lin Zhao Zhao when he became aware, did he not? Lu Jinnian was rendered speechless. Sang Wan closed the door with a swift motion. Meow, meow. The orange cat seemed to long for its mother as well, didn't it? Look, this is our new home. Sounds from inside the room seeped through. Lu Jinnian turned around, only to find Lu Xiaomu with tears glistening on her cheeks, asking, Daddy, Mommy doesn't want me anymore, does she?
The chaos of the company, the disarray at home, and the stark contrast of Sang Wan's expression as she opened the door, once bright but now cold, all coalesced into a tempest of anxiety within his heart. Lu Jinnian lowered his gaze upon Lu Xiaomu and replied coldly, It was you who first forsook her.
Was it not?
Her eyes widened in disbelief, as if recalling her own words, struggling to fathom that her father would utter such a thing.
Tears cascaded down Lu Xiaomu's cheeks.
As the elevator came to a halt on the first floor, Lu Jinnian held Lu Xiaomu's hand and led her outside, where they encountered the driver and several individuals carrying cat food, toys, and a cat tree into the elevator. The palm tree atop the cat tree already bore the marks of little claws. The driver's call of Miss Sang echoed in his mind, and he recalled the cat that seemed vaguely familiar at first glance. Suddenly, Lu Jinnian halted in his tracks. There were none of these items in the attic. In a flash, he turned, just as the elevator doors were closing. He rushed forward in haste. Chapter 73, What does she have to feel guilty about?
Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Believing Lu Jinnian had returned, Sang Wan opened the door with a lingering trace of suppressed anger on her face.
She was met with the lazy gaze of Lu Yi.
Their eyes locked, both momentarily taken aback.
You, sister, they spoke in unison. Lu Yi's smile faded, his brows knitting together with concern.
What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Sang Wan let out a sigh of relief and stepped aside.
Have you finished your tasks? Meichem, Lu Yi replied, his gaze filled with suspicion as he entered.
Almost instantly. He caught a whiff of an unusual scent, a faint trace of tobacco. It was fleeting, dissipating in an instant.
Upon closer inspection, the scent had vanished entirely.
Sang Wan does not smoke. The driver delivered the cat, and it is inconceivable that even a fleeting moment could leave behind the scent of tobacco. So, could it be a visitor?
No, that is not the case. In the corner of the carpet lies a pink crayon.
At the edge of the sofa cover, a corner of red is visible. Lu Ye's gaze flickers slightly as he steps forward to retrieve the red item. With a raised eyebrow, he muses. Has Lu Jinnian been here?
Lu Yi raises the red book in his hand.
Sang Wan stepped forward to take the property deed of the apartment in the eastern part of the city, now bearing her name. In the brief span of a little over 10 minutes since she entered, Lu Jinnian did not mention a word about it. He had discreetly placed it down without fanfare. When she lifted her gaze again, she found Lu Yi looking at her with an expression of accusation, as if to say, "Sister, how could you deceive me with such a lie?" Sang Wan chuckled softly, "I did not deceive you. They do not qualify as guests." Has the little rascal arrived as well?
Lu Yi narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within them.
What brings them here? It is for the parent-child assignment from kindergarten.
As Sang Wan spoke, she replenished the cat food and water, opening a can of cat food. Today, her feline's favorite delicacy held no allure whatsoever.
The cat,
with its tail raised, sauntered gracefully from the master bedroom to the guest room, peering curiously into the vacant study. Then, with a light leap, it landed on the sofa, striking a charming pose as it began to groom itself.
Stress? Not a trace of it.
Just behold the vibrant atmosphere of the home, and observe the cat's contented demeanor. Luo Yi stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, feeling an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction with everything around him. Today, under the guise of assisting with parental homework, he pondered what tomorrow might bring.
Would it lead to unwelcome visits? How was the tidying up progressing? He made a phone call, his tone sharp and fierce.
The housekeeper on the other end seemed to furrow his brow in distress. "It's coming along, but young master, the house is rather small."
"Will you be able to adapt?" "Adapt? Then find a way to get used to it."
Luo Yi hung up, seething with frustration. He paused momentarily, reflecting on that teasing remark about Ai having had a meal, or perhaps it was the way she called him brother. She seemed to be growing increasingly at ease, shedding her previous shyness and reluctance to impose. Luo Yi stepped forward, the pent-up breath within him dissipating with each step he took.
What was there to consider? Standing behind Sang Wan, he lowered his gaze to inspect the refrigerator, turning to her with a question, "Are you willing to cook? If not, shall we dine out? It's merely a matter of preparing a meal, what could possibly deter you?"
Sang Wan was unaware of the source of her anxiety, yet her heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Before her stood the refrigerator, while the subtle brush of his suit's edge grazed her back. There was no need for a considerable step.
A mere slight retreat would bring her into the warmth of his embrace.
Sang Wan remained utterly still, leaning slightly forward, her hands busily sifting through the vegetables as she inquired, "Shall we have stir-fried dishes with rice, or cold dishes with noodle soup?"
"Let's go with cold dishes and noodle soup," Lu Yi decided, turning leisurely. His gaze settled upon the stack of cans on the refrigerator's shelf, and he asked, "Is this what you drank?" "We had this last week when EE came over for hot pot," she replied.
Sang Wan swiftly completed her task and emphatically shut the refrigerator door with a resounding thud.
Amidst the cascading sounds of water,
she busied herself washing vegetables while murmuring to herself. She was an adult, after all. It was hardly a transgression to indulge in a can of beer. Even the consumption of red or white wine was not beyond reproach, especially in the comfort of her own home. Why should she feel any twinge of guilt? Outside the window, the fading glow of the evening sky cast a languid silhouette, exuding an alluring depth and striking handsomeness.
Sang Wan let out a sigh and earnestly prepared the meal.
The dinner was simple: cucumber salad, spicy shredded chicken, accompanied by a generous bowl of chicken noodle soup. Sang Wan was utterly fond of such soupy noodles. With just one bowl, her entire being felt at ease.
However,
as she set the dish on the dining table and observed Lu Yi sauntering over leisurely, an unexpected wave of anxiety washed over her. The opulent apartment with its floor-to-ceiling windows and the dapperly attired Lu Yi made even the cat tree in the corner exude an air of sophistication. The bowl of noodle soup she held resembled a humble dish of scallions and tofu one might find in a five-star restaurant, simple yet jarringly out of place.
"What's the matter?"
Lu Yi inquired as he took the bowl from Sang Wan and placed it on the table, gently moving her hand aside to take a glance. Noticing that it had not scalded her, his expression turned perplexed.
"Who put you here?" "Oh, no one."
Her peripheral gaze inadvertently fell upon Lu Ye's face, which bore an expression of curiosity, as if it were his first encounter with such a soup. He took a sip of the broth, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Then scooped up some noodles, tasting them one bite after another, displaying no signs of disdain or aversion.
"Hey!" Lu Ye's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "What happened to the chef?" "All right, I understand. What is wrong?" Sang Wan cautiously inquired.
Lu Yi shook his head to indicate that there was no cause for concern. The villa was undergoing cleaning, and the chef had been hospitalized due to a cat hair allergy.
Ah!
In her mind, a vivid image emerged of the villa filled with cat fur, and the chef, beset by allergies, was pitifully sneezing and weeping uncontrollably.
Sang Wan wore a look of anxiety. "Is it serious?" "Fortunately, it's not," Lu Yi replied. "However,
the consequences are rather grave."
"Consequences? What consequences?"
As Sang Wan's perplexity met Lu Ye's gaze, he sighed softly. "I have grown accustomed to the dishes he prepares." Memories of those 4 bowls of exquisitely varied century egg and lean pork congee flooded his mind, along with the image of Jiang Hui lamenting skyward before urging the chef with a sense of helplessness.
Sang Wan gazed with sympathy, as if she could already envision the despondent figure of Lu Yi, unable to swallow his food.
The once cheerful golden retriever, joyfully savoring soup and noodles, had swiftly transformed into a sorrowful Shiba Inu with drooping eyes and a downcast expression. Sang Wan hesitated before speaking. "How about
you come over for dinner at my place sometime? Is that all right?"
Lu Ye's expression brightened instantly, his previously furrowed brows now lifted. "Sister, you are truly wonderful."
Yet,
a sense of unease lingered within her. However, she could not pinpoint what felt amiss, even after they finished their meal. Just as Sang Wan saw Lu Yi off at the door, her phone chimed. It was a message from Jiang Hui. "Sister,
didn't you say you would prepare a grand feast for me someday? You haven't forgotten, have you?" Just as the elevator doors closed, they reopened. Lu Yi looked up. Sang Wan appeared at the door.
"I promised to treat Jiang Xiao to a meal of my cooking, if not, perhaps tomorrow."
"Are you free then?" "Certainly," Lu Yi nodded.
Sang Wan released her grip, urging him to drive carefully. The sound of the door closing and the buzzing of the keypad lock lingered in the air.
Lu Yi closed the elevator door and pressed the button for the 20th floor. The elevator ascended steadily. In Chapter 74, of overt flirtation or subtle allure, the mobile phone on the console rang incessantly.
On the screen, Lin Chaochao's name illuminated for a prolonged moment before the call was terminated,
only to ring again after a brief interval. This cycle continued unabated.
Lu Jinnian persistently refrained from answering, his thoughts inevitably drifting back to Sang Wan. Over the past few years, returning home late had become a commonplace occurrence for him.
Yet, Sang Wan would only call once before falling silent.
As Sang Wan gently coaxed her son while serving soup and handing him chopsticks, the routine had remained unchanged for years. She had once playfully questioned him.
"Are you truly so at ease with me?"
The memory of Sang Wan's tender and composed smile lingered in her mind. "Of course.
You are my husband. If I cannot trust you, who else could I trust?"
The warmth of those bygone days remained vivid in her memory. Yet, in a fleeting moment, during mealtime, she did not even inquire whether they would stay for a simple meal, unceremoniously urging them to leave.
Glancing back, she noticed that Xiao Mu, unusually,
was not engrossed in his tablet. The young lad hung his head, drooping like a frostbitten eggplant.
"What's the matter?" Lu Jinnian inquired. Xiao Mu shook his head, remaining silent.
Earlier that afternoon, the kindergarten had called, reporting that Xiao Mu was feeling unwell.
With nothing pressing at hand, Lu Jinnian volunteered to pick him up.
He had imagined that, having left work early on a Friday, he would take them both out for a lavish meal and perhaps a movie.
However, that was not to be. Lu Jinnian simply stated that there was no need for her to fetch Xiao Mu and walked away. With no legitimate excuse to cling to,
Lin Zhao Zhao found herself working until 6, the usual end of her day.
Her calls went unanswered. Her mind consumed by visions of Lu Jinnian taking Xiao Mu to find Sang Wan. Panic set in as she scrutinized Lu Jinnian's expression, but it revealed nothing.
Lin Zhao Zhao opened the back door to grasp Xiao Mu's hand. "Mugo, what's wrong?" Typically quick to address her as Aunt Zhao Zhao. Xiao Mu today was uncharacteristically silent, darting into the house and refusing to respond to her knocks.
In the living room, Lu Jinnian halted abruptly. "You didn't cook?" The dining table lay bare, save for a faint aroma of food wafting from a takeout box in the trash. She had opted for takeout instead. Lu Jinnian's expression darkened,
a surge of anger boiling within him.
Returning home to find no warm meal awaiting him was infuriating.
Wonderful.
Is this what you call living well, Lin Zhao Zhao?
Opening the refrigerator revealed an abundance of fresh produce, yet the fruit bowl was empty.
Homemade meals had become a rarity.
A wave of anxiety washed over Lin Zhao Zhao as she feared Lu Jinnian might cast her aside.
"Perhaps," he suggested, "you could delegate your work responsibilities to someone else and become a full-time homemaker."
Pausing briefly, Lin Zhao Zhao felt a rush of elation. This past week had been the most chaotic and overwhelming of her life.
Each morning, she awoke to rouse Xiao Mu and prepare breakfast for Lu Jinnian.
Once breakfast was finished, they would set off to work, or the chaos only intensified. It was only then that Lin Zhao Zhao realized how much Yang Yan had previously managed.
Despite her utmost efforts, mistakes abounded. In the break room, restroom, and cafeteria.
She had already endured countless complaints about her inadequacies, with many claiming she lacked the skills for such demanding tasks.
Exhausted,
Lin Zhao Zhao had not enjoyed a single good night's sleep.
Unexpectedly, hope appeared on the horizon.
With her work obligations alleviated, she could embrace the leisurely lifestyle that Sang Wan had once enjoyed daily. With Xiao Mu in kindergarten, she would have ample time during the day to sleep, binge-watch her favorite shows, or even indulge in spa days with friends.
Life could hardly be more delightful. As for Lu Jinnian,
he would have plenty of time during the day, and should she desire, she could always check in on him. Her immediate priority was to soothe him and secure their marriage license, making her the rightful Mrs. Lu.
"Jinnian, is this truly possible?"
Lin Zhao Zhao asked as she linked her arm through his.
"I wish to assist you at work while also caring for you and Xiao Mu at home. But I simply feel overwhelmed.
Let us finalize your handover at the office next Monday, and you can stay home thereafter."
Recognizing Lin Zhao Zhao's eagerness, Lu Jinnian decisively affirmed, then sighed, "Is there anything to eat? Xiao Mu and I haven't had our meals yet." Yes, Lin Zhao Zhao nodded. "Then you go and call Xiao Mu over for dinner." Lu Jinnian turned toward the children's room.
A few minutes later, he returned to the dining table,
presenting 2 bowls of instant noodles.
His brow furrowed as if he could crush a mosquito with it. They had arranged to meet the following day at noon.
And she sent the address to Sang Wan, as well as WeChat messages to Sui and John Kor. Sang Wan. That was close. A little over 10 minutes later, in the living room of the villa on the hillside, John Kor was left in a state of disbelief. The empty villa appeared immaculate, as if it had never been inhabited.
The air was saturated with a strong scent of air freshener.
Where is everyone? Where is the cat?
Had she not visited this place just last night to play with the cat, John Kor would have almost thought she was hallucinating.
She dialed a number for Lu Yi.
After a prolonged ring, the call connected, and the voice on the other end was indifferent.
"Hello? Brother, did you move? May I hazard a guess? You haven't moved downstairs to Sister Sang's place, have you?" "No." "Oh. Upstairs then. Tomorrow at 11:30, come to my house first. Just tell them I'm driving you over. And if you blow my cover." A shiver inexplicably ran down Zhang Kor's neck through the phone. She quickly responded, "I want tea." "I promise, absolutely not." "All right."
The voice on the other end was languid, "See you tomorrow."
After hanging up, she noticed the address Sang Wan had sent, 1901.
So, brother lives above Sister Sang.
That would mean 2001? 1920. Are you being discreet or overt? You sure know how to have fun. Little sister admires you. Chapter 75, The Playful One and the Goody Two-Shoes. The following day, just past noon, the doorbell rang. It was as if they had coordinated their arrival. A group entered when she opened the door. Zhang Huai and Zhang Ke were laden with gifts. Flowers. A fruit basket. A beautifully wrapped box tied with a ribbon. Behind Zhang Ke were two bodyguards who were bringing in a massive potted plant. It looked oddly familiar. Like the one by the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room of the hillside villa. Was it imported from Brazil?
As Sang Wan gazed towards the building in the morning light, Lu Yi maintained an unruffled demeanor. The admiration was mutual, thus, it was bestowed upon him.
Sang Wan.
This is Jiang Xiao, and this is Heir.
Jiang Xiao, Heir, allow me to introduce my dear friend, Su Yi.
After completing the introductions, I instructed Su Yi to serve tea, pour water, and present the fruit platter.
Sang Wan turned and entered the kitchen. Su Yi followed closely behind, asking, "Why didn't you introduce Lu Yi? Don't you know Lu Yi?" Sang Wan wore a perplexed expression. Su Yi cast a teasing glance at Sang Wan before turning and leaving. Amidst the sizzling sounds of cooking, Sang Wan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. Why had she not introduced Lu Yi? It was as though she had implicitly assumed that Lu Yi and Su Yi were already acquainted. In the living room, Lu Yi was in high spirits. He was aware of Su Yi due to their shared connection with Sang Wan during their 2 years at the university. Where apart from Lu Jinnian, Su Yi was the only one he knew. Yet, just moments ago, Sang Wan had only introduced Zhang Huai and Zhang Ke, omitting him entirely. Did this imply that she had already discussed him with Su Yi privately, thereby presuming their mutual familiarity? What had she said about him? President Lu. I am Su Yi. Greetings, Senior Su. President Lu, thank you for your assistance regarding matters at the university. Not at all. A favor among friends. I am pleased that you appreciate it. Gratitude is indeed in order. He pondered what these two were playing at. Zhang Huai circled the living room, teasing the two S. No. It certainly isn't. Su Yi's objection was abruptly halted by Zhang Huai by the floor-to-ceiling window. It was clear that this name had been self-assigned. Zhang Ke looked at Su Yi. Su Yi nodded, explaining, "Originally, my name was Su Shiri. I found it unappealing, so I changed it on my 18th birthday." Zhang Ke appeared baffled, questioning how any parents could name their child 11. Zhang Huai remained silent. Su Yi softly added, "Because I am the 11th child in my family." A brief silence enveloped the living room. Su Yi's tone was light-hearted. "Oh, don't think too much of it. My mother only had my sister, my brother, and me. I am simply the 11th child of the Su family." The 11th girl, perhaps? Zhang Huai inquired softly. Su Yi nodded. After a moment of silence, Zhang Ke gently apologized. "I'm sorry, Yijie. What is there to apologize for? My struggles were resolved the moment I entered the university. Come, have a chocolate to sweeten things up." Su Yi busied herself with lightening the mood. In the kitchen, Li stood at the doorway, conversing with the busy and organized Sang Wan. "Sister, what did you tell Senior Su about me?" "I didn't mention you at all." "Then why didn't you introduce me to her?" "I thought you were already acquainted. Back in school, you referred to her as Senior Su." "Face blindness, I've completely forgotten." The pan was frying fish, occasionally splattering a few drops of oil. Even though Lu Yi was not causing any disruption, his relaxed presence was undeniably pronounced, making it impossible to overlook him. Sang Wan turned away, urging, "You should leave quickly, otherwise, you'll soon be reeking of smoke and oil." As the kitchen door closed, the diminishing figure of Lu Yi became increasingly distant. Sang Wan let out a quiet sigh. For 5 people, she prepared 6 dishes and a soup. As soon as the braised pork knuckle was served, Zhang Huai and Zhang Ke were drawn to the table by its enticing aroma, each taking their place. When the squirrel fish arrived, both of them clapped in unison. "Sister, you are amazing. Were you a Michelin 5-star chef in your past life?" "No, in this life too." "Sister Sang, you are truly remarkable. We are in for a treat today." The meal stretched from the afternoon into the evening. And Sang Wan felt as if she were enveloped in a flurry of compliments from Jiang Huai, Jiang Kur, and Sui. Akin to being surrounded by a vibrant rainbow of praise. As dusk fell, Lu Yi and his companions rose at an opportune moment. They reminded Lu Yi to drive slowly and invited Jiang Huai and Jiang Kur to visit often when they had the chance. Once the door closed, Sang Wan had barely settled onto the sofa when Sui tugged her up and pushed her into the bedroom, insisting she change clothes quickly as time was running short. "What time is it?" Sang Wan wore a perplexed expression. Sui cast a flirtatious glance her way, reminding her that she had previously promised, upon receiving her professional title, to treat her to the exquisite services of a stunning model. Indeed, the moment to fulfill that promise has arrived. So soon? I mean, did your title come through that quickly? Naturally. With Director Lu's backing, even if the school disregards his influence, it must still acknowledge the power of currency. Such is the enchantment of monetary prowess. Sang Wan was pulled into a bar named Nightshade at the end of the bar street by Sui after more than half an hour. This was their first visit. And Sui had conducted thorough research beforehand. First, never venture to the restroom alone. Second, do not accept drinks from strangers. Third, my salary this month, after deductions for social insurance and housing fund, amounts to 15,000. If you have your eye on any handsome gentleman, be sure to inquire about the price first. 2 hours is hardly sufficient, the main event has yet to commence. She had specifically sought information about the evening's entertainment. At midnight, there would be a captivating beauty performing on the tightrope, accompanied by dashing male models in suits showcasing their charms. Opportunities like this are fleeting, miss it now, and there may not be another chance. Sui playfully threatened, reminding her that this would be the only time she would treat. Sang Wan shook her head with a faint smile, her eardrums nearly overwhelmed by the pulsating sound. Yet, the atmosphere remained far from vulgar or unpleasant. A glance around revealed a dance floor teeming with handsome men and beautiful women. Waitstaff deftly navigated through the crowd with trays in hand, occasionally reminding tipsy patrons to be mindful of their mobile devices and belongings on the tables. Amidst the orderly chaos, there was an exhilarating element that quickened the heartbeat and ignited the blood. Opening the menu, one was greeted not by familiar brands like Martell or Hennessy, but by alluring terms such as Black Ace and slightly tipsy Florence, evoking an abstract allure. Sang Wan was utterly oblivious to her surroundings. The two novices murmured for a while, one ordering a Long Island iced tea and the other a daydream. Shortly thereafter, the server presented them with their drinks. The Long Island iced tea resembled diluted cola, a light brown hue, while the daydream was visually striking, transitioning from pale white and blue to a deep blue. After taking a small sip, Sang Wan's eyes sparkled. It was delightful. Unable to dance, lacking familiar faces, and finding conversation too taxing, Sui gazed at the pitch-black stage. Unable to stifle a sigh, with 2.5 hours until midnight. My anticipation sob was silenced by Sang Wan covering her mouth. Bored, Sui lowered her gaze to her phone. The darkness was pierced by a cacophony of a small video that she hastily posted. Almost immediately, comments began to flood in. Lugo, Sui, where are you? Who are you with? Sang Wan? Sui, suddenly sober, quickly deleted the post. In the apartment on the 20th floor. Lu Yi held his phone, his eyes narrowing. This obedient girl had ventured out to a bar? This was outrageous. His bathrobe fell to the floor as he swiftly changed his attire and departed, his Maybach roaring away. Chapter 76, Counting Abs. Beep. Beep beep. The phone rang incessantly. Yet Sui remained unresponsive. Lu Jinnian opened Sui's moments. In the evening's 9-square grid, there were dongpa pork, squirrel fish, sweet and sour ribs, steamed pork, and a visually pleasing array of celery with lily and cold spinach. At a glance, it was a feast for the senses. He did not need to guess. He knew it was Sang Wan's culinary prowess. The final photo depicted the sunset outside the floor-to-ceiling window. The angle suggested it was taken from Sang Wan's dining table. Upon examining the central photo of the culinary spread, even without chopsticks set, the sheer number of dishes and the meticulously arranged cans bespoke a gathering of 5 or 6 individuals. Who besides Sui could it be? Colleagues? Or perhaps newly made friends?
It had only been a little over a month since she moved out of the Lu family villa. Yet she had already befriended so many who could dine at her home. All in their 20s, indulging in food and chatter, venturing out to a bar as night fell.
It seemed almost inevitable.
Yet, a flutter of anxiety gripped Lu Jinnian's heart, as though after tonight, something would irrevocably change.
He seized his car keys and departed. Jinnian.
The bathroom door swung open, and Lin Chaochao's smile faltered. Just the thought of no longer enduring the rigors of the office starting next week, and instead luxuriating at home as a pampered lady of the house, filled her with joy.
Resolutely, she decided to treat Lu Jinnian well that evening,
adding rose essential oil to her bath for a soothing soak.
She even donned an entire lace lingerie set. Jinnian, where are you going?
Lin Chaochao called after him. The man's voice was as cold as the night breeze. You should sleep, you don't need to wait for me.
As he spoke, the Mercedes sped away. Left standing on the steps, Lin Chaochao's eyes flickered with a momentary panic.
It was already 11 o'clock, and the atmosphere in the bar grew increasingly electrifying.
Each beat reverberated against the eardrum, striking at the heart. The alcohol-infused nerves felt like ballet dancers poised on tiptoe upon a tightrope, timid yet eagerly awaiting the next beat's arrival. Sang Wan's gaze was fixed upon Sui, who was immersed in the revelry of the dance floor.
Though it was their first visit, Sui exuded a carefree spirit far surpassing Sang Wan's. After a few sips of her drink, when a handsome gentleman approached to invite her to dance, she boldly accepted the offer. Initially, she moved with a certain awkwardness, as if her limbs were foreign to her. Yet, after just a few songs, she transformed into a seasoned socialite, effortlessly mingling with the array of charming men and women around her. When someone seized her wrist,
Sang Wan instinctively tried to shake it off, but to no avail.
Turning her head in irritation, she found herself locked in a gaze with Lu Yi, who was smiling at her.
Sang Wan's eyes sparkled, and Yi, with her twinkling gaze and languid, enchanting voice, slightly intoxicated.
Lu Yi paused, though the surrounding clamor seemed to awaken every cell within him, urging them to sway in wild abandon. Yet, within Lu Ye's heart, there was an abiding tranquility.
Shall we leave? Depart?
No, I wish to witness the performance. Sang Wan shook her head, revealing a smitten smile that Lu Yi had never seen before.
Soon,
there would be handsome men showcasing their physiques, and one could count their abdominal muscles.
Count their abdominal muscles? Lu Ye's gaze deepened, pondering how one would accomplish such a task. Sang Wan blinked, of course counting with her eyes, otherwise, how else could one count?
Lu Yi smiled widely, his enchanting demeanor captivating all. Beneath the dazzling array of colorful lights, he exuded an irresistible charm.
A nearby alluring beauty, dressed in a deep V neckline, approached with a WeChat QR code, ready to utter, "Handsome, let us add each other on WeChat." However,
Lu Yi swiftly seized Sang Wan's wrist with one hand and wrapped the other around her waist, pulling her into his embrace.
As another beam of light illuminated them,
the beauty caught sight of Sang Wan's face, pouted in regret, and turned away.
Departing, where could she be going? Let us count abs. And someone is watching. While holding Sang Wan, Lu Yi glanced up and spotted Lu Jinnian entering through the door. Amidst the bustling crowd, Lu Jinnian frowned, scanning the surroundings with the intent of locating someone.
Upon noticing Sang Wan, who leaned unsteadily against Lu Yi, he decisively turned and led her to a private room on the other side. The crowd was overwhelming, and the lighting dim.
Lu Jinnian pressed forward,
inciting a barrage of curses, yet he failed to find Sang Wan.
As a vigorous song concluded, the lights shifted back to a warm white. Lu Jinnian's eyes immediately found Sui on the dance floor.
He reached out to pull her, but before his arm could reach her, he was restrained by two burly men beside her.
"Do you know him?" one of the hulking figures inquired of Sui. With that,
the two men formed a protective barrier in front of her.
Lu Jinnian felt as if his lungs might explode from frustration. "Sui, where is Sang Wan?"
The pulsating music drowned out his shouts, mingled with whistles and cheers as patrons from the booths rose to join the dance floor.
The lights swayed and beams twirled, illuminating faces brimming with excitement and joy. Lu Jinnian shot a furious glare at the two bodyguards and continued his search amidst the cacophony. Sang Wan was nowhere on the dance floor, nor in the booths. If she had gotten drunk, if someone had taken advantage. He dared not contemplate further and dashed toward the private room. Sang Wan. Sang Wan? Upon pushing open the door, he found couples intimately feeding each other drinks and playing truth or dare, while others nestled in dim corners, lost in their own worlds. Jinnian finally arrived at the last booth, where the lights were off. He knocked urgently. Sang Wan? Sang Wan? His knocking echoed, accompanied by his anxious calls. Behind the wall, Sang Wan's breath hitched. Her head swam, as if she were on a trampoline at an amusement park, swaying unsteadily. Sang Wan instinctively grasped the fabric of Luya's shirt. In the enveloping darkness, visibility was non-existent. Her sense of hearing was heightened to an extraordinary degree. The rhythmic thumping of a heartbeat resonated, leaving her uncertain whether it belonged to her or to him. The atmosphere was so tense that Sang Wan barely dared to breathe. "Sir, I apologize, but this is our boss's office. Unauthorized presence is not permitted," a waiter approached to remind her. Jinnian glanced at the pitch-black office, hesitated for a moment, and then turned to descend the stairs. Inside, Sang Wan exhaled deeply. Her taut body began to relax as she leaned softly against the wall. A chill swept over her back, and for a fleeting moment, clarity pierced through her foggy mind. She was divorced now, single. Besides, she was merely at a bar to drink and dance. There was nothing scandalous about it. What was there to hide? "Luo Yi," she spoke softly, tilting her head to gaze at him in the darkness. The delightful scent of fur suddenly enveloped her as Luo Yi leaned down to kiss her. Chapter 77, When you wake up tomorrow, will you remember me? Just a kiss. Sang Wan seemed to have been drained of all her strength, her body relentlessly descending. Lu Yi embraced her waist, drawing her into his arms, and gently pressed his lips against hers, his voice husky as he inquired, "How much have you had to drink?" "Just a little," she replied, her breath infused with the subtle fragrance of intoxication. Before Sang Wan could finish her words, she was once again captured by Lu Ye's kiss. If the previous kiss at the hillside villa was a stolen moment, daring only to graze the surface, then this time it was boldly seized. He claimed her lips, entwining his tongue with hers. Lu Yi kissed her fervently, as if he sought to transform all the ephemeral experiences of his dreams into reality. At first, there were soft whimpers, but her body, like a drifting piece of wood, began to sink. When Lu Yi finally released her, breathing heavily, as Sang Wan tilted her head, softly resting against his embrace, he wondered if she had fallen asleep. He called her name gently, but she remained unresponsive. Lu Yi chuckled softly to himself. The office lacked even a bed, making it impossible for her to rest there. He swept her into his arms and made his way downstairs. Upon reaching the staircase, he spotted Jinnian a short distance away, scanning the area. For a fleeting moment, Lu Yi contemplated walking straight past him, imagining the shock that would etch itself upon Jinnian's face, perhaps wide-eyed and frozen in disbelief, or even rushing forward in a frenzy. But the thought of Sang Wan's likely disapproval filled him with regret, prompting him to hold her tighter and drape his suit jacket over her upper body. As Lu Yi made his way outside, the lobby was bustling with activity, and Jinnian flitted about like a headless fly, having failed to locate Sang Wan upstairs. Descending further, he discovered that Sui had also vanished. It was reasonable to suspect that they had employed a diversion, slipping away while he busied himself searching for them. The woman he cradled in his arms, her face obscured by the suit jacket, seemed either shy or inebriated, nestling obediently against him like a cat. His gaze lingered for just a moment before an overwhelming sense of being hunted washed over him. Jinnian glanced up, locking eyes with Lu Ye's icy stare, which seemed to covet his woman. It was an affront, a blatant rudeness. Jinnian intended to greet Lu Yi. Yet it appeared that Lu Yi either did not recognize him or, perhaps, chose to ignore him entirely. The three of them brushed past one another, the pointed tip of the woman's high heels grazing the fabric of Jinnian's shirt. As the light swept over them, Jinnian discerned with a single glance that she was not Sang Wan. The woman in Lu Ye's arms donned a little black dress that skimmed just above her thighs, interwoven with silver threads that sparkled enticingly. Beneath her delicate black stockings, she wore a pair of high heels, exuding allure and charm. Sang Wan had never dressed this way before. Amused, he felt an impulsive urge to rush forward and tear open the suit jacket to see if it truly was Sang Wan. Simultaneously, he was relieved that it was not. Stepping out of the bar, Lu Jinnian exhaled a long sigh of relief.
In the next moment, his gaze froze.
What are you doing here?
A few paces away stood Lin Zhao Zhao, who had just alighted from a taxi.
Lu Jinnian furrowed his brow. Who allowed you to come? Did you leave Xiao Mu alone at home?
I checked before I left. He was fast asleep and wouldn't be in any trouble. Lin Zhao Zhao's unfinished sentence was stifled by Lu Jinnian's nearly murderous glare.
Boom!
The Mercedes roared away, running 2 red lights before coming to a halt. Through the villa gates, the sound of heart-wrenching cries could be heard from within.
Lin Zhao Zhao's complexion changed dramatically.
She didn't even dare to look at Lu Jinnian's expression as she hurriedly exited the car and dashed into the villa.
Bang!
Lu Jinnian slammed the car door and followed her inside.
The living room was engulfed in darkness. Barefoot and standing before the coffee table,
Xiao Mu cried with tears streaming down his face, "Mommy, I want mommy." His voice had grown hoarse. He did not know how long he had been crying.
Don't cry, Mu Ge, Aunt Zhao Zhao is here.
Lin Zhao Zhao reached out to pull Xiao Mu closer, but he forcefully shrugged her off. I don't want you, I want mommy, I want mommy. The pent-up anger that had been on the verge of eruption suddenly extinguished.
Lu Jinnian stepped forward, scooped Xiao Mu into his arms,
and strode straight into the children's room, shutting the door with a loud bang behind him. The living room fell silent. Lin Zhao Zhao stood there, dazed.
Why? Why was everything so different from what she had envisioned? Lu Jinnian loved her.
Xiao Mu depended on her.
She was here to replace Sang Wan as Mrs. Lu.
Yet, after all this time, Lu Jinnian's concern and affection for her had not even surpassed what it had been before his divorce.
The same went for Xiao Mu.
Just the other day, he had said he hoped she would become his new mother.
How could so much change in such a short period? No.
She could not remain passive.
Lu Jinnian was hers.
Mrs. Lu must also belong to her. With a gaze full of resentment directed towards the children's room, Lin Zhao Zhao stood frozen for a long moment before finally turning and heading upstairs.
In the children's room, Xiao Mu had already fallen asleep.
Curled up against him, he clutched the corner of Lu Jinnian's shirt.
A pounding headache throbbed. Yet Lu Jinnian's heart was enveloped in tranquility. It had not always been this way.
The air was infused with a faint scent of fruit. The surroundings were impeccably clean and tidy. Even Xiao Mu had always been the lively, cheerful child he remembered. He had scarcely heard such a wailing cry as he had tonight.
No.
He had heard it before. But that cry had been fleeting, before he could fully awaken. It had vanished. The villa felt like a serene ocean, allowing him to drift into a dreamless slumber at the depths of its deep blue waters until dawn.
The home remained.
He and his son were still there. Nothing had changed. The only thing that had changed was Sang Wan.
She no longer wanted them, nor this home.
As the clamor faded, his mind gradually quieted.
Images of Sang Wan, cold and distant as she opened the door, echoed in his thoughts. You may leave now. Gently, he patted Xiao Mu. Lu Jinnian fell into a deep sleep, filled with resentment and unwillingness. Buzz. The key padlock clicked open.
And as Lu Yi ushered Sang Wan through the door, the woman in his arms was already lost in a deep slumber. She had entrusted him with all her weight. Even so, she felt as light as a feather. Effortlessly, he carried her into the master bedroom and laid her on the bed. As he stood upright, Lu Yi felt as though his feet were glued to the floor, unable to take that step away.
Sang Wan? The neon light streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows cast a flickering glow on Sang Wan's face.
She appeared somewhat dazed. Lu Yi sat at the edge of the bed, his thumb brushing over her lips. When you wake up tomorrow, will you remember me?
Sang Wan nodded, her eyes remaining shut.
She lifted her hand, her index finger and thumb creating a minuscule gap. I only drank a mere sip, she thought, filled with resentment. As Lu Yi stood up to leave. Yet, the faint, lingering fragrance seemed to ensnare his heart like a hook. Just as he reached the doorway, Lu Yi abruptly turned. The air felt thin, and yet, the fierce and fervent kiss stirred a warmth deep within him. One hand grasped at his collar.
Chapter 78, A Magnificent Sea Dream.
Sang Wan found herself enveloped in an intense heat, reminiscent of stepping into a cave freshly washed by rain.
The air was both humid and stifling, suffocating in its depth. Trapped within that endless darkness, an irresistible urge compelled her to seek refuge in the cooler depths. Sister! The hoarse call echoed as if it were drifting from a distant horizon, eventually reaching her ears. Sang Wan abruptly awoke. The sound of sister resonating clearly as if whispered right beside her. Although she did not glimpse the visage that had appeared in her dream, she was certain it belonged to Lu Yi. She had experienced a magnificent spring dream, and the male protagonist of this reverie was none other than Lu Yi. Startled, she rose to a brilliantly illuminated room. Beneath the covers, she found herself clad in a silky camisole nightgown, one strap seemingly ravaged, hanging loosely off her shoulder. Sang Wan found herself completely frozen. Who could possibly enlighten her about what transpired last night? The final image etched in her memory was of Sui urging her to join the dance floor, a request she had declined. With an expression of helplessness, Sui had reminded her not to wander off before turning to immerse herself in the pulsating rhythm of the music. In that wild atmosphere, Sui moved with abandon. Reminiscent of seaweed swaying in the depths of the ocean, embodying freedom and exuberance. And then, the smiling visage of Lu Yi materialized. After that, there was nothing more to recall. Grasping her phone, she noted the time, 11:19 a.m. Her body felt languid and at ease. As though the fatigue accumulated over the past days had dissipated in the wake of last night's dream. The lips she had encountered in the dream were cool. Yet her palms burned with an intense heat. Sang Wan raised her hand, feeling the firmness beneath her fingertips. A languid, husky voice echoed in her ears, urging her to count the abdominal muscles. Beyond that, nothing else came to mind. It became difficult for Sang Wan to discern whether something truly occurred or if it was merely an unspeakable dream. She stepped outside, turned the corner, and knocked on the door. As Sang Wan pushed the door open, she beheld Sui, who had just awakened, her hair a disheveled mess resembling a bird's nest. I can't remember. Sui murmured from beneath the covers, it certainly isn't midnight yet. My chiseled abs beauty, my goddess of steel, ah. All of this is undoubtedly Lu Yi's fault. Is there truly something involving Lu Yi? The spirit of Sang Wan has already departed. What connection does it have with Lu Yi? It is not as if he is prohibiting you from admiring the chiseled abs of handsome men. Who else could it be if not him? Sang Wan wore a look of perplexity. How could she not recall anything at all? It was evident from her expression what thoughts occupied her mind. Sui suddenly became alert. My dear, she inquired, do you think he might be incapable? Sang Wan was caught off guard. Sui lifted her chin and remarked that he was inadequate, implying he understood the notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Conversely, if he were deemed capable, it would suggest a complete lack of tenderness. When I entered the room, you were sprawled on the bed like an octopus, nearly suffocating yourself. TSK, TSK, TSK. Recalling the scene from last night and the sudden disappearance of Lu Yi, Sui murmured. I am beginning to believe that what you said might actually be true. What? Siblings, perhaps? In response to Sang Wan's confusion, Sui sighed, as you mentioned. It is possible he genuinely regards you as a sister. Lu Yi sees her as a sister. Yet, in her dreams, she had been with him. Oh heavens! She dared not linger for even a moment, fearing that Sui might discern something amiss. Sang Wan turned and walked away. Warm water gushed from the showerhead, and the steam began to envelop the space. Sang Wan exhaled deeply. The good news was that it had merely been a dream. The bad news was that the dream had felt all too real. Consequently, whenever she heard the name of Lu Yi, vivid images from the dream would uncontrollably flood her mind, followed by a warm flush of crimson. Sang Wan truly cannot fathom how she will confront Lu Yi at the office tomorrow, which happens to be Monday. The most exasperating part is that she has invited him over for dinner every evening. She spent the entire afternoon in a daze, and whenever her phone buzzed, she would startle as if jolted by electricity, dreading a message from Lu Yi questioning her, Sister, how could you treat me that way? Fortunately, such messages did not come. The anxious anticipation of Sang Wan came to an end on Monday morning. At 9 o'clock, a departmental meeting commenced. The monthly execution tasks displayed on the large screen prominently featured several land survey projects that had recently received approval. Among these 3 projects,
One had successfully won the bid and would soon commence construction, while the other two awaited the drafting of their designs.
Cheng Jingran surveyed the room.
As the design department deliberated on who would take charge, with the expectation that sketches and preliminary ideas would be presented at next week's meeting. Of the two projects pending design, one was located in Sicily and the other in Licheng, indicating that travel would be necessary.
Some were eager to embark on the journey, as the company's travel allowances were notably generous.
However, many were hesitant, given that this was merely an initial survey and design phase, and the quality of the design, as well as the likelihood of securing the land, remained uncertain.
Manager Lin, may I take the Sicily project?
Sang Wan volunteered herself, while Lin Chiu suggested taking some time to ponder the decision. The department group chat buzzed incessantly for over half an hour before a final decision was reached.
Sang Wan and Shen Gong traveled to Sicily, while two other architects proceeded to Licity.
They had arranged to meet in the lobby of the Sicily Grand Hotel at 9 a.m. the following morning. The business trip was expected to last at least 3 days. Ample time for her to forget that dream. Perfect. As the airplane jostled through the golden clouds, Sang Wan lowered her eye mask and succumbed to a deep slumber.
In the top-floor office of the Liu family, Liu Yi listened to the monotonous tone of a shut-off phone. He picked up the landline to dial internally. After a prolonged wait, a crisp yet unfamiliar voice answered, "Hello? Who is this? Is Sang Wan there? Sister Sang is on a business trip." "A business trip? She slipped away?" He had anticipated her avoidance, yet the swiftness of her retreat caught him off guard. For a fleeting moment, Liu Yi felt an intense urge to appear before Sang Wan, to gaze into her eyes and ask, "Do you remember anything? Do you recall his kiss? Or perhaps, do you remember how he held your hand while counting 8 abdominal muscles? Moreover, did she realize that the muscles she counted belonged to him?" Outside the window, the azure sky was adorned with white clouds, while tumultuous thoughts clashed within him. Liu Yi could not bear to wait another minute. Rong Jing. He called for Rong Jing to come in and review the itinerary. Liu Yi raised his gaze. "Tomorrow, we head to Sicily." The Sicily project was of paramount importance for the fourth quarter. Liu Yi's presence, or absence, would yield drastically different outcomes. Rong Jing reacted promptly, "All right. I will make the arrangements." As he turned to leave, Liu Yi called him back, "You proceed as usual, I will take Yang Yan." "Yes. I will take him along." The sudden alteration of plans, an unforeseen shift. In that moment, a thought surged through Rong Jing's mind. It seemed he had stumbled upon a remarkable secret. Chapter 79, sending him into another woman's embrace. The plane landed in Sicily by evening. Exiting the airport terminal, Sang Wan beheld the sun sinking beyond the horizon, soon plunging the earth into darkness. Sang Wan felt an exquisite sense of ease permeating every cell of her body. A sensation not solely attributed to Liu Yi. It was also due to the fact that this marked her first solitary departure from the capital in 6 years. For others, this journey might be deemed a business trip. However, for Sang Wan, it resembled a personal odyssey. As the taxi whisked her towards the hotel, she mustered the courage to reach out to Liu Yi. "Liu Yi, I apologize. I'm on a business trip, so you'll have to manage dinner on your own for the next few days. So sorry." Uncertain if Liu Yi was preoccupied or perhaps doubting her sincerity, she received no response. Even as she alighted from the vehicle, her phone remained silent. Under the evening sky, Sang Wan strolled leisurely along the riverside. A night of sweet dreams ensued. When the alarm rang, she completed her morning rituals and descended to the second-floor dining hall, where she encountered the already arrived engineer Chen. As they dined, they engaged in conversation, breaking down the tasks for their upcoming site inspection. Upon returning downstairs, the vehicle dispatched by the branch office awaited her arrival. However, the overly enthusiastic general manager Zhang from the branch office was insistent. To put it grandly, they were esteemed envoys sent by headquarters. To put it plainly, they were colleagues. And it was only fitting to offer a warm welcome to those who had traveled such a distance from the capital. Unable to decline, Sang Wan acquiesced. After refreshing herself and changing into more casual attire, she was whisked away by the car arranged by General Manager Zhang to a restaurant. Upon entering, Sang Wan was momentarily taken aback.
The man lounging comfortably on the sofa, engaged in conversation with the branch office's general manager, was none other than Lu Yi. Throughout the meal, Sang Wan found it difficult to concentrate, her thoughts adrift. She only recalled the spirited exchanges and toasts among the men. Meanwhile, the public relations manager, Mr. Nia, who had been so familiar in addressing her as Sister Sang during their daytime meeting, had promised to showcase the hospitality of Sching, eager to provide her with an opportunity to enjoy the local warmth. Yet, throughout the evening, Mr. Nia's gaze, infused with adoration, remained fixated on Lu Yi. Is there anything else that Sang Wan does not comprehend? Everyone is preoccupied with drinking, which has inadvertently benefited her with a feast of dishes. The cuisine of Xiqing is characterized by its bold flavors, a delightful combination of sourness and spiciness, stimulating the appetite and perfectly complementing rice.
Sang Wan savored each dish,
indulging her senses without a hint of restraint, particularly relishing the plate of spicy and sour chicken giblets.
In the chief's seat, Lu Yi seemed on the verge of biting down hard. She indeed had completely forgotten.
Yet he mistakenly believed she remembered, feeling embarrassed, hence he deliberately retreated to see Chang. With the effects of alcohol taking hold, whether on his lips or in his throat, he felt compelled to leave some mark upon her. She would not be able to eat so heartily and carefreely as she did now if only she had retained a trace of memory.
It was getting late.
It was time to disperse after all, being a weekday. The big boss had spoken, and amidst the exchange of pleasantries, the group swiftly concluded their gathering.
President Lu Yi was caught off guard by Nia Ruoyuan. Miss Sang, I would like to inquire about something.
Despite their mere daytime interactions,
Nia Ruoyuan had seemingly begun to consider Sang Wan as one of her own. Does President Lu have a girlfriend? With a pause in her gaze, Sang Wan instantly comprehended.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure. She could have simply stated that he did not, yet Nia Ruoyuan's intentions were too overtly revealed.
Sang Wan inexplicably harbored a dislike for her.
Her gaze swept across Sang Wan's strikingly cold and exquisite visage, even more impactful than during the day.
Nia Ruoyuan was acutely aware of this. Sang Wan and Lu Yi do not share the kind of relationship she had presumed. A person of high status, upon entering a new environment, would not casually seek companionship in nightclubs or similar venues. The uncertainties are simply too great, and there is also the concern of unsavory encounters. Therefore, the presence of a female companion, particularly one who is young and beautiful, is likely indicative of his purpose for the visit. For someone as distinguished as Lu Yi,
a pinnacle figure in the capital, it is believable that he is without a wife. After all, even a broken engagement can dominate trending topics for days.
Should he truly marry, the buzz would undoubtedly be explosive. However, to assert that he lacks a girlfriend is something Nia Ruoyuan would never accept.
Nia Ruoyuan does not concern herself with whether the esteemed boss has a girlfriend.
Yet, upon arriving in Sea City, the absence of other women in his room is sufficient reassurance for her.
With her objectives accomplished, Nia Ruoyuan cast a flirtatious glance at Sang Wan and remarked, Sister Sang. Today marks our initial encounter, tonight's welcoming banquet is merely a prelude, while tomorrow evening promises the main event. If there are no pressing matters, do ensure you rest early. Tomorrow night, I shall introduce you to something uniquely delightful.
With that, Nia Ruoyuan gracefully exited the room. Sang Wan wore a playful smile. Sister, is there any delectable takeout nearby?
Being new to the city of Xiqing, Sang Wan was unfamiliar with her surroundings. As she opened the delivery app, the restaurants within a kilometer radius appeared to be merely a facade of ratings. After just a few minutes, she decided to abandon her search. Among the locals,
Sang Wan was only acquainted with Mr. Wu and Nia Ruoyuan.
It was already late at night, and calling her male superior from afar felt rather delicate. Despite her indifference towards Nia Ruoyuan, she opted to reach out to her.
Beep. The phone rang once before connecting. Sister Sang, what is the matter? Manager Nia. Do you know of any light and tasty takeout near the hotel? Are you hungry? Then change your clothes, I'll come pick you up.
No takeout can compare to dining in at a restaurant.
That's not it. Sang Wan denied it.
On the other end, Nia Ruoyuan fell silent for a moment.
Seemingly having guessed the situation, is President Lu dining?
Almost instantaneously, a note of delight seeped into Nia Ruoyuan's voice. Oh, in that case, you need not worry.
I shall arrange for my secretary to deliver it. Beep. Beep beep. I am unfamiliar with Xiqing, I consulted manager Nya. And she mentioned she would arrange for the secretary to deliver the meal. Please wait a moment. In the penthouse suite. Lu Yi gazed at the WeChat message that popped up on his screen, his expression a mixture of amusement and ire. She refused his overtures. Even pushing him into the arms of another woman? Splendid. Absolutely splendid. Casting aside his phone, Lu Yi loosened his tie, discarding it onto the sofa before retreating into the bathroom. The doorbell chimed incessantly, yet no one came to answer. Outside the suite's door, Nia Ruyuan, clad in a form-fitting black dress with a plunging neckline, was on the phone. Lu Yi did not answer. Yang Yan also ignored her calls. She tried contacting Sang Wan, but Sang Wan too was unresponsive, balancing a glass of red wine in one hand and a takeout box in the other. Nia Ruyuan stood at the entrance of the executive suite, her ears and shoulder wedged with her phone. She felt the lecherous gazes of those passing by, as if she were merely a delivery girl for companionship. Her patience was wearing thin, and her pleasant demeanor was about to crack. Finally, the call connected. Sang Wan's voice resonated from the other end, Manager Nye? Simultaneously, the door before her swung open, revealing Lu Yi in a bathrobe, towel in hand. President Lu. Nya Ruyuan hung up the phone. The sound of the door creaking open mingled with her sweetly delighted call of President Lu. Shortly after, the call ended. In the dimly lit room, Sang Wan was taken aback. Chapter 80, The Male Escort of Xiqing, a Night Devoid of Dreams. The following morning, Sang Wan organized her materials and, with her bag slung over her shoulder, made her way to the restaurant. Just as she finished breakfast and prepared to depart, she encountered Lu Yi emerging from the elevator. President Lu. Chen Gong, standing nearby, greeted them with a smile while subtly nudging Sang Wan. Although she was unsure why the big boss was present, his arrival was undoubtedly the best news. It at least indicated that the Xiqing project had captured his interest. Regardless of whether this design opportunity would eventually fall to her and Sang Wan, their presence before the big boss was an opportunity in itself. Sang Wan understood immediately and greeted, "Good morning, Director Lu." Lu Yi nodded, his mood evidently gloomy. His gaze swept over Sang Wan's refreshed face, which clearly indicated a good night's sleep. Lu Yi then turned and walked away. Sang Wan wore an expression of perplexity. Was it unfulfilled desires? Or perhaps a restless night filled with busyness? Miss Sang. Yang Yan greeted her with a smile. Behind him, a cheerful chatter resonated. Yang Yan mentioned that he hailed from Xiqing and proceeded to introduce Sang Wan to the delightful attractions and delectable delicacies found along the streets of Xiqing. Sang Wan smiled and mentioned that she would visit when she had time. Reflecting on her dismissive demeanor, she pretended to be unfamiliar with him in public. Lu Yi paused and turned. After she spoke, Sang Wan entered the elevator. Lu Yi thought to himself, is he truly a monster? Or perhaps too intimidating? Had he known, he should have indulged in her that very night, scaring her to death in the process. In the morning, he attended a meeting at the branch office, followed by an inspection of a particular site in the afternoon. He had not seen Sang Wan all day. The thought that she had spent the entire night he had been hungry, yet boldly declared that she would take charge of his dinners, only to push him toward another woman, infuriated him further. The words of Zhang Wuji echoed in his mind, the more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she tends to be. The head of the branch office was on edge all day. The previous night during the welcoming banquet, the big boss had exuded warmth and charm, effortlessly engaging in conversation. There was no hint of the enigmatic depth he was rumored to possess. But overnight, his demeanor changed. He now radiated a chilling aura, as if he were ready to devour anyone who dared to cross him. Fortunately, the day of tension was coming to an end. Manager Lu, there's a private restaurant on Old River Street in Xiqing that serves exquisite food. After dining, you could take a stroll downstairs or enjoy a boat ride to admire the night view, suggested the branch manager. He reiterated the same remarks he had made to Sang Wan, adding, the private restaurant mentioned by Manager Yu is a renowned establishment in Xiqing. Dining there and exploring the old street or the river is quite delightful. Very well, let us go there. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. Manager Yu visibly relaxed. casting a grateful smile toward Yang Yin. Was he granting him a day off? Before their departure, Yang Yan had wondered why Lu Yi hadn't brought along his assistant, but now he understood, and his appreciation for Lu Yi intensified. Thank you, Manager Lu. Please feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. Yang Yan expressed his gratitude before departing, his mind preoccupied with how he would confront Sang Wan about her broken promise regarding dinner. Yet, there was no sign of Sang Wan in the private room. Among the four present, besides him, the other three were executives from the Xiqing branch, engaged in a veiled business dinner. After the meal concluded, Lu Yi excused himself to the restroom. Upon returning and opening the door, he overheard Manager Yu speaking on the phone, instructing his subordinates to ensure that Engineer Chen and Engineer Sang were well taken care of. Hai Shang Renjian? Xiaonya, make sure to look after them. Hai Shang Renjian? That name certainly doesn't sound reputable, Lu Yi mused. He closed the door and called Yang Yan, inquiring about this mysterious place. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Lu Yi sensed he already knew the answer. Speak. Manager Lu. And it is home to the most handsome and beautiful public relations professionals. So, that individual surnamed Nia failed to entice him and instead took Sang Wan to Hai Shang Renjian to enjoy the company of Xiqing's most attractive male public relations staff? Excellent. In the capital, one might visit bars to admire handsome men strutting their stuff. In Xiqing, one would encounter the local male public relations scene. The post-divorce life of Sang Wan is rather vibrant. As the car departed from the private dining establishment, Lu Yi instructed the driver to head towards the Sea of Humanity. In a private room on the second floor of the establishment, Sang Wan found herself pressed into the sofa, feeling restless. Sister Sang, consider this a private gathering. It won't go on the official account. Allow me to treat you. Nearby, Nya Yuan, seemingly irregular, deftly selected wine and a fruit platter with her elegantly manicured fingers on the touchscreen. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a group of tall, handsome men swept in, all clad in crisp white shirts and black trousers. Examining their features, each one was strikingly handsome. Sister Sang, which one do you fancy? None of them appeal to me. Oh, don't be anxious. After all, earning money is meant for enjoyment. I'm merely here to chat and help you unwind with a massage. While men indulge in mistresses and keep concubines, we're only opting for a massage, so in a way, we are at a loss here. Sang Wan felt that she was indeed correct. However, Sang Wan dared not respond. On the other end, Nya Yuan surveyed the room, pointing at you, and you. It seemed as though those three individuals had undergone training. Of the three called upon, two approached Sang Wan while one gravitated towards Nya Yuan. The remaining guests averted their gazes, quietly exiting the scene. Two handsome gentlemen approached from either side, one extended a glass of wine, offering to feed her, while the other initiated a massage on her shoulders and neck. As Sang Wan rose to leave, her words faltered. Manager Nya Yuan was engaged in a hushed conversation with the male attendant beside her, their lips nearly brushing against one another. The male attendant smiled, his profile perfectly aligned to capture Nya Yuan's lips. Sang Wan swiftly averted her gaze. Neither departing nor remaining seemed feasible. Sister, then you should accompany her. Sang Wan gestured towards Nya Yuan. The handsome gentleman obediently rose and moved to the adjacent sofa. Just a step away, one offered wine while the other provided a massage. Together with Nya Yuan, who reveled in the moment, the trio had evidently taken shape, leaving no room for any further additions. Outside the bright window, the festivities on the first floor had commenced. The pulsating music echoed the exuberance of that evening shrouded in twilight. As Sang Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement, she proposed, then. Would you accompany me for a drink? Chapter 81, he was utterly at a loss with her. Sang Wan had not anticipated that the performance she missed in the capital would be compensated for in Sea City. The pole dance and swimsuit show unfolded before her eyes, with the exuberant cheers from below rising like waves, one after another. Peering out, she noticed the increasing number of guests. The runway showcased stunning figures, both male and female, each more captivating than the last. At a glance, one could see the chiseled six-pack abs on display, to the rhythm of vibrant music.
The models on stage exchanged glances with the audience that were imbued with deep emotion, as if they were not merely performing, but reveling in the spotlight and applause. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. "You carry on with your tasks," she said. The young man, looking rather pitiful, replied. "We have a rule, I only need to serve one guest well for the night. If you dislike my massage, I can keep you company over drinks. I shall leave promptly at midnight, not lingering for a second longer." "Does that sound agreeable?" Sang Wan hesitated. The young man's voice became even more pitiful as he said, "I am here for work study, tonight is my final evening. If the supervisor finds out, I will lose my wages for this month." "Work study? A male adult?" Sang Wan was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress the memories of her own arduous journey while pursuing her studies through hard work. Glancing at her phone. It was only 10 o'clock. The young gentleman beamed with a bright smile, exclaiming, "Sister, you are truly kind." The two engaged in a spirited conversation. Unbeknownst to her, the young man discreetly switched the drinks. Elders often remarked that such young and attractive female patrons, who refrained from inappropriate advances, typically fell into one of two categories: either they were successful career women who deemed romantic pursuits a frivolous distraction, or they were full-time housewives facing discord in their marital lives. In either case, they represented high-quality clientele. Once a connection was established, it could translate into a long-term source of income. Sang Wan engaged in conversation with an air of discretion, refraining from mentioning work or family. Yet the innate elegance she exuded was unmistakable. Moreover, the faint imprint left by her long-worn wedding ring was an undeniable testament to her past. The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became, prompting the charming young man to generously offer her numerous glasses of wine. The light, fruity elixir was a delightful blend of sweetness and tartness, intoxicating her with each sip. Sang Wan sipped a few glasses, cautiously lifting the bottle to check its alcohol content. 3.8 degrees. Relieved, she continued to indulge in her drink while enjoying the performance, occasionally glancing down to show off to Sui. "Sister! Sister!" The persistent call of sister echoed in her ears, somewhat grating compared to the deep, melodious voice of the sister that lingered in the recesses of her mind. It lacked the profound resonance that she found so enchanting. Sang Wan, in a daze, waved her hand dismissively, "Do not disturb. Sister, there are rooms upstairs. Allow me to assist you to rest, if you please." The handsome young man took the nearly dropped wineglass from Sang Wan's hand. As Lu Yi entered, a fashion show was unfolding on stage. Over a dozen young men clad in white shirts and black trousers strutted about, casting self-indulgent, beguiling glances toward the female patrons below. A gaggle of naive women erupted into uncontrollable shrieks. Above, heavy rain cascaded down, precisely drenching the men on stage. In the blink of an eye, the drenched handsome men commenced their wet show, their shirts clinging in a tantalizing manner. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged with innuendo. At last, as the garments fell to the ground, the audience, both men and women, erupted into a cacophony of screams, nearly lifting the roof off. The very thought that this was the spectacle Sang Wan wished to witness darkened Lu Ye's expression further. Fortunately, Sang Wan was not among the throng below. Recalling the branch manager's explicit instructions to ensure proper hospitality, Lu Ye ascended directly to the elegant suite. With each door he pushed open, startled couples scattered like wild ducks. Lu Ye's countenance darkened with each passing moment. At last, he opened the final door, only to witness a male attendant leaning in, seemingly poised to kiss someone. The occupant of the single sofa remained hidden from view. Yet a delicate bracelet adorned with treasured charms hung lazily over the armrest, Sang Yuan's prized possession. Bang! Lu Yi burst in. The young man straightened up. "You out." The strikingly handsome intruder exuded an intimidating aura, leaving ambiguity as to whether he was there to catch someone in the act or if he was the newly arrived male attendant. In the brief moment of hesitation, Lu Yi loosened his tie, as if preparing for a confrontation. With his plan thwarted by Lu Ye's entrance, the young man seized the opportunity to make a hasty exit. Lu Yi moved closer, only to find Sang Wan utterly incapacitated by intoxication. A glance at the empty bottles on the table elicited an involuntary clench of his jaw. "Sang Wan? Sang Wan." He pinched her cheek gently and shook his head in disbelief. Sang Wan awoke, her vision blurred, yet she could discern a faint glimmer of white.
Sang Wan smiled brightly, and i.e. Lu Yi. Lu Yi realized he was utterly powerless against her. Despite having been angry for a full day and night, and fully aware that she was intoxicated at that moment, all his frustration dissipated the instant he met her radiant smile and the alluring call of i.e. With a soft exhale, all his anger vanished entirely. Was the performance captivating? Yes, it was indeed captivating. Had he seen enough? Enough. He barely managed to articulate the word before a fierce kiss descended upon her. Sang Wan's struggle swiftly succumbed to defeat. The rich aroma of sweet and sour permeated the air, accompanied by a kiss imbued with fruity essence. Yet, it was soon diluted by the mist wafting into the hall. Turning to glance back, the performance below had reached its zenith, with screams and cheers seemingly coursing through one's veins. It required every ounce of restraint to compel oneself to halt. Lu Yi lifted Sang Wan out of the private room. "Do you know who I am?" he inquired. As the inebriated Sang Wan languished in his arms like a puddle of soft water, while the elevator ascended. Sang Wan opened her hazy, intoxicated eyes and shook her head. You didn't tell me," she murmured, "sister." Lu Yi lowered his head and gently nibbled on her earlobe. "Now, do you understand?" As if awakening from a reverie, Sang Wan recalled Lu Yi. The door swung open with a chime. A crisp, cool scent of lemon enveloped her. The moment the room card was inserted, bang! The room, along with the corridor, was plunged into darkness. An eerie silence pervaded. As though the world were on the brink of annihilation. A chill crept in, prompting Sang Wan to instinctively lean towards the warmth emanating from his embrace. Soft and fragrant. It was a comfort. Lu Yi's blood momentarily froze. In a trembling voice, he murmured, "I.e. let it be destruction. Let love be damned." He turned and pressed Sang Wan against the door, leaning down to kiss her. The familiar scent, the familiar sensation, everything felt as if it had been rehearsed beforehand. Just as this thought began to surface, Sang Wan found herself unable to dwell on it. A wave of heat surged anew, as that resplendent dream returned once more. Sang Wan tilted her head, embracing the intoxicating and frenzied night as it unfurled before her. Chapter 82, She Knows Nothing at All. Sang Wan awoke in a state of sweltering heat, as if a furnace were pressed against her back, leaving her parched and thirsty. She reached out to grasp the cup of water on the bedside table, only to feel the chilling touch of the cold edge of the cabinet beneath her fingertips. Sang Wan abruptly regained consciousness. The furnace? Her body felt as rigid as wood. Sang Wan could almost sense the cool air. As a dense layer of goosebumps rose on her arms and back, she dared not move an inch. Nyeru Yuan's indulgence, the male escort's repeated calls of sister, and the incessantly offered drinks. Soon, Sang Wan became acutely aware of a grave predicament. She had committed a blunder that men across the globe are prone to make, a night of indiscretion fueled by alcohol. She had succumbed to the charms of a diligent male university student. While intoxicated, her body, however, betrayed her. What was meant to transpire had transpired. He knew nothing of her, just as she knew nothing of him, and here they were in Sea City, far removed from the capital. Tomorrow, she would depart. In a flash, a myriad of thoughts coursed through her mind. The steady, rhythmic breaths behind her brushed gently against her shoulder as Sang Wan painstakingly extricated his arm from her waist and carefully slipped out of bed. The room felt foreign. The night breeze stirred the sheer white curtains. The hazy moonlight spilled across the sofa and coffee table by the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting shadows on the darkened bed, particularly over the silhouette of a figure lying on its side. Even though she could not discern the details, Sang Wan instinctively averted her gaze, feeling the heat rise within her. The carpet lay in disarray, her high heels scattered haphazardly, one here and one there. A piece of black lace hung from the corner of the bed. Disparate garments trailed from the bedside to the door, revealing the intensity of the preceding encounter, almost too much to bear. In the dim light, Sang Wan covered her face, hastily dressing herself. Subsequently, she retrieved an envelope from her bag, a travel advance given to her by the finance department before her departure. At the time, she had joked with Xiao that the company, evidently prosperous, had no fear of employees absconding with travel funds. Now,
She was merely grateful that the considerate finance officer had safeguarded her from becoming a callous woman fleeing with her skirt raised. Unfamiliar with the local market in Sea City, she mused that 5,000 yuan should suffice. She placed the money on the pillow, in a spot where he would see it upon awakening. Sang Wan picked up her high heels and stealthily slipped out the door. The transaction was complete, marking her conclusion to this absurd affair. At 3 in the morning, the city of Xiqing lay enveloped in profound darkness, yet the bustling nightlife by the sea was a stark contrast. The entrance was lined with satisfied private cars and taxis arriving to pick up passengers. After a shower, as she lay on the bed, her head barely touched the pillow before she fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Yi turned over, reaching out only to grasp at emptiness, jolting awake in an instant. He flicked on the light, revealing an empty bed. A stack of brand new pink bills slipped off the pillow, a considerable sum.
Do you know who I am? Lu Yi. She knows nothing. Lu Yi was both amused and exasperated by Sang Wan's audacious antics.
Had she remained asleep, she could have dreamt until dawn. But now that she was awake, the air was thick with their intertwined scents, rendering him unable to find rest.
Gu Qianwang showed signs of revival.
Yet he found himself bereft of the companion with whom he could share his descent.
Lu Yi rose and entered the bathroom. Upon returning, his gaze fell upon the wad of cash, and he squinted. Surely, she could not believe that this money could absolve the chaos of their affair? He retrieved his phone and snapped a few pictures, then opened WeChat.
The alarm rang, rousing Sang Wan from her slumber, leaving her feeling refreshed.
However,
when she attempted to rise, she found herself unable to do so. The lightness of her steps from the night before seemed but an illusion.
At that moment,
her waist ached, her legs throbbed, and even her throat was sore, as if she had been one of the ecstatic spectators at a performance. Rubbing her waist and kneading her legs, Sang Wan grimaced before finally managing to get out of bed. Upon entering the bathroom, she let out a silent scream. Dark red strawberry marks adorned her neck, glaringly vivid, and a nearly faded bite mark lingered at her side.
Was he a dog? The bite mark could easily be concealed by clothing, but the strawberry marks required nearly 2 layers of concealer.
Stepping out, Sang Wan slightly curled her lips,
transforming once more into the elegant and poised Sang Gong. As Sang Wan entered the restaurant, she noticed Lu Yi and Yang Yan seated at their usual spot by the window.
If Lu Yi had not looked her way, she could have pretended to casually carry her tray to another table. However, upon catching his gaze, she could no longer feign ignorance.
Good morning, Mr. Lu, good morning. Assistant Yang. Good morning. She greeted.
Yang Yan stood up to offer his seat to Sang Wan before turning to leave. As Sang Wan took her seat, she noticed Lu Ye's gaze fixated on her neck, leading her to believe that she had inadvertently revealed something she intended to conceal. As Sang Wan's heart began to race, she heard Lu Yi exclaim, "What a splendid necklace!" Bang! Sang Wan nodded with a smile, expressing her gratitude. A piece of purple cabbage was crushed between Lu Ye's teeth. Who, after all, was the ingenious mind behind the invention of concealer? Is the performance in the world of maritime life captivating? Lu Yi uttered a single phrase. Sang Wan nearly choked. Accepting the napkin he offered, she nodded repeatedly, indicating her gratitude. At that moment, her gaze met Lu Ye's, which seemed to convey a silent message, "Sister, I never imagined you to be this kind of person." Sang Wan changed her tone, saying, "Well, it's not bad. I didn't pay much attention, as I was preoccupied with drinking." She feared that the next question from Lu Yi would be, "Are the male escorts handsome?" The gaze of Sang Wan faltered as she caught sight of Engineer Chen entering the dining hall. Engineer Chen. Sang Wan raised her voice. Upon seeing her, Engineer Chen approached. "Good morning, Director Lu." After spending 2 consecutive days on construction sites, she had finally spent the last half-day in the conference room of the Cicity branch. Perhaps her prayers during the journey had borne fruit, for she did not encounter Nyaru Yuan in the conference room. Considering her role in the public relations department, it was indeed normal for her absence from the project meeting. Sang Wan let out a sigh of relief in her heart. It was not until Sang Wan boarded the plane that she discovered both her and Engineer Chen's tickets had been upgraded. "Miss Sang." Upon seeing Sang Wan, Yang Yan immediately stood up. "Would it be possible to exchange seats with you?"
I happen to have 2 questions I would like to consult Engineer Chen about.
This coincided perfectly with the gaze that came from upstairs. Sang Wan felt a rush of tension, yet she hesitated to utter the words that lingered uncomfortably on her lips.
As the airplane ascended, the curtain was drawn, enclosing the two in a cocoon of solitude. Sister, did you sleep well last night?
The voice of Lu Yi resonated in her ear, sending an electric jolt through her as she reclined in her seat. The sensation akin to a current coursing down her spine. In her mind, the faces of Nanda and Lu Yi flickered in and out of focus. Nanda's bright smile surfaced. Sister, when we meet again, will you still remember me? Lu Yi's voice was tantalizing. Sister. It was quite good. She stammered, her inner self wailing in despair as she shielded her eyes.
This trip had been utterly wasted. Chapter 83, We Are Even. Sang Wan enjoyed a restful slumber, devoid of any dreams.
Upon opening her eyes, she was struck by an eerie silence enveloping the cabin. Even the hum of the engines was absent. Drawing back the small window shade, she was greeted by an expanse of utter darkness outside. A glance at her phone revealed it was 8:30. The aircraft had landed at 8 o'clock.
Sang Wan. Are you awake?
I am eager to forget the experience of last night,
along with that unforgettable dream.
However, I find myself craving food. Lu Yi refrains from further inquiries and instructs the driver to head to the old city alley. As the delicate and refreshing old wontons are served, a wave of hunger washes over Sang Wan.
With each sip of soup and each bite of wonton,
the weariness from her travels dissipates, banished by this bowl of comfort.
That night was undoubtedly just a dream.
Heaven knows, earth knows, but only she is truly aware. As for last night, that fleeting encounter, only the heavens and the earth are privy to it, she knows, and the man knows. Yet, the man knows nothing of her. It could merely be regarded as a brief diversion during a work trip, nothing more. In the span of a bowl of wontons,
Sang Wan comes to a self-understanding. Upon exiting the old city alley, she accepts Lu Yi's insistence on accompanying her with calm composure.
Very well. Lu Yi responds affirmatively.
Sang Wan waved goodbye and ascended the stairs.
As she watched Sang Wan's silhouette vanish into the elevator, Lu Yi drove forward, heading straight into the underground parking garage. He sent a WeChat message to Sui, informing her that he had arrived home and that she need not make the arduous journey to feed the cat starting tomorrow. In the next moment, a video call chimed insistently. The moment he answered, Sui squinted her eyes, scrutinizing him. You must confess honestly. Please don't let me wander off in my thoughts, or else.
Just a second ago,
she had been eagerly sharing the exhilarating spectacle of a handsome man soaking wet. In the blink of an eye, silence enveloped the call.
With no response, Sui realized something was amiss. She understood everything was under control. Yet,
she remained uncertain whether the male lead was the person she had in mind or one of the chiseled young men from the previous night's video. At least wait for me to step inside, I just arrived home to report my safety to you.
The elevator doors opened. As Sang Wan stepped outside,
she halted momentarily, turning her gaze. At the entrance, Jinnian stood tall, leaning casually against the window. It was unclear how long he had been there.
Upon hearing her,
he turned his attention towards her, his eyes momentarily pausing. Yet, there was not a hint of fatigue from his business trip, his gaze sparkled with brightness, and his cheeks bore a rosy hue.
Standing there, she epitomized a singular phrase, radiant beauty.
This version of Sang Wan was one Jinnian knew all too well. Each time he opened his eyes the following day, this was the visage he beheld. It was the very essence of intimacy shared between a couple. A harmonious existence as natural as fish in water.
Sang Wan, has she engaged in a liaison with a man? The very next moment, Jinnian's conjecture was confirmed. Sang Wan approached, and Jinnian noticed the uneven purple mark on her neck.
She had attempted to conceal it with makeup. But after a day filled with activity, the coverage had become patchy. The mark had shifted from red to purple, contrasting starkly with her fair complexion,
rendering it even more ambiguous. What was even more striking was the change in Sang Wan's expression.
As her smile faded and was replaced by a clear display of displeasure and impatience.
Jinnian, what do you want now? Wan Wan, let us have a conversation. About what? Our son. The action of Sang Wan opening the door halted. Wan Wan.
I understand that you harbor intense hatred towards me at this moment and wish to avoid him. Nevertheless, he is the child you carried for 10 months.
You are his mother. Even though we are divorced, this fact remains unchanged. So, what is it that you seek by coming to me?
If he is in a poor state of mind, as his father, you should take him out more often, spend time with him, right?
Haven't I always done that over the past few years? If I can manage it, why can't you? I merely hope that we.
Lu Jinnian was at a loss for words, his emotions frayed to the utmost.
Rationality reminded him that after the divorce, Sang Wan dating someone else and engaging with men was her prerogative, unrelated to him.
Yet emotionally, he found it utterly unacceptable. The mere thought of another man drawing near to her, envisioning the myriad expressions of affection shared, one day to be with someone else, was unbearable for Lu Jinnian. Lu Xiao was merely an excuse. Lu Jinnian realized that these past few days, only during the brief moments spent outside Sang Wan's door,
did he experience a semblance of tranquility? Confronted by Lin Chaochao's lingering sorrow and Lu Xiaomu's silence, an unnameable fire ignited within him.
Yet, he found himself at a loss as to whom he could confide his feelings.
Lu Jinnian spoke in a low voice, I know you are reluctant to see me. So, during this week while I am away from the capital, could you take him to the kindergarten? No. Sang Wan resolutely declined. If he wished, he could have Sister Wang call me, and we could meet at the amusement park, KFC, or some other place, perhaps the kindergarten or the Lu family villa. Lu Jinnian let out a sigh of relief. All right. You may leave,
he said coldly before Sang Wan turned to open the door.
However, Lu Jinnian raised his hand to block the closed door.
Their eyes locked in mutual fury, and before Sang Wan could unleash her wrath,
Lu Jinnian spoke in a low voice, Wan Wan, we are even now. Even? Confused, Sang Wan paused for a moment. She then noticed the darkness in Lu Jinnian's gaze. Following the direction of his eyes, she looked down to see the emerging red mark beneath the necklace. Sang Wan suddenly grasped the situation. He intended to convey that he felt remorse for Lin Zhao Zhao.
Now, she had reciprocated his actions, thus leveling their grievances and turning the page.
Lu Jinnian. Are you out of your mind? With a vehement outburst, Sang Wan forcefully slammed the door shut. Outside, Lu Jinnian's expression darkened. Yet an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him.
Perhaps it was due to her agreement to meet their son, or perhaps
the lingering guilt in his heart could finally be assuaged. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, uniquely belonging to Sang Wan. After a moment of silence, Lu Jinnian turned and departed.
Upon returning to the Lu family's villa, he was immediately enveloped by Lin Zhao Zhao.
Instinctively, he pushed her away and strode towards the children's room. I'll go check on Xiao Mu.
Lin Zhao Zhao stood frozen in place.
Chapter 84, I Wish.
To us, it was unclear when Lu Jinnian had begun to grow distant from her, devoid of the previous flirtatious affection.
Unwilling to concede,
Lin Zhao Zhao hastily followed. I read to Xiao Mu for a while and told him stories. He quickly fell asleep.
In the children's room, the bedside lamp emitted a dim orange glow, soothing yet not harsh.
On the small bed, Lu Xiaomu slept soundly, cradling his beloved Abebe.
Lu Jinnian let out a sigh of relief.
Lin Zhao Zhao's heart sank.
Had he gone to see Sang Wan again? When did that happen? Did they dine together? Or had they shared a bed? Countless thoughts surged uncontrollably in her mind. Lin Zhao Zhao nodded. Jinnian, I want tea. You can rest assured.
She reached out to take his hand. Lu Jinnian, however, opened the bathroom door, evading her grasp. Amidst the sound of rushing water, Lin Zhao Zhao's heart raced like wild grass. After finishing his shower, Lu Jinnian opened the door to find the master bedroom enveloped in darkness. The hazy moonlight spilled in from outside, filling the air with a subtle fruity aroma.
It resembled citrus, perhaps lemon, refreshing to the senses.
His body, relaxed from the warm water,
felt utterly at ease. I have a business trip tomorrow. Jinnian.
Lin Zhao Zhao tilted her head to kiss Lu Jinnian's lips. But he turned away to evade her.
Her lips landed on his Adam's apple, trailing down to his neck. Lu Jinnian's breath hitched. In his mind,
The image of the crimson mark on Sang Wan's fair neck flashed before him.
What kind of intimacy and frenzy could leave such a profound imprint? In that moment,
he exerted all his restraint to avoid seizing Sang Wan's wrist, pulling aside her clothing and necklace to examine that kiss mark thoroughly.
He refrained from gripping Sang Wan's throat and demanding, "Who is he?"
When Lin Zhao Zhao attempted to kiss him once more, Jinnian was ignited. A kiss, almost punitive, traversed from lips to neck, lingering for a long while.
The agitation and gloom of recent days dissipated into the night. Breathing paused for an extended moment. He exhaled deeply.
Jinnian's voice brimmed with endless tenderness, "Wan Wan." The ethereal soul floating in the air seemed to be grasped by a vengeful spirit. In the darkness, Lin Zhao Zhao's gaze burned with fury.
On the evening of the second day, Sang Wan received a call from Sister Wang.
She glanced at the clock, it was 5:30.
Sang Wan spoke, then. "Let us meet at Grandpa Ken's house in the World Trade Center." Over half an hour later, Sang Wan entered the door and immediately spotted Xiao Mu and Sister Wang in the corner. "Madam." Upon seeing Sang Wan, Sister Wang was even more excited than Xiao Mu. "Before the evening of the mulberry, where is Lin Chao Chao?"
Sang Wan, having left with nothing,
relinquished the custody of Xiao Mu to Jinnian.
According to their agreement, Sang Wan was permitted visitation rights once a month.
With Jinnian away on business,
Lin Chao Chao was appointed as his designated guardian.
However, Sang Wan remained skeptical, despite Lin Chao Chao's willingness to facilitate a meeting between her and Xiao Mu.
Sister Wang wore an expression of indecision, torn between speaking up or remaining silent. Freed from her corporate obligations, Lin Chao Chao fully embraced her newfound liberty.
After sending Xiao Mu and Jinnian off in the morning, she would often sleep until the sun was high in the sky.
Her afternoons were filled with outings with friends or indulging in shopping and spa treatments. Within less than a week, she had delegated the responsibilities of evening pickups to others. Unbeknownst to Lin Chao Chao, she had arranged for Xiao Mu to meet Sang Wan. "I understand now," murmured Xiao Mu, who had been gazing down in silence. As he lifted his head to meet Sang Wan's eyes, which were clouded with sorrow. "Dad said you've been unhappy these past few days.
Is it because of me?" Sang Wan inquired of Xiao Mu, who merely shook her head in response. Sang Wan inquired again, "Is it because of Dad?"
Xiao Mu shook her head once more. It was neither due to her nor to Jinnian, thus, the answer became quite evident. However, Sang Wan did not wish to press further. Regardless of whether it was related to Lin Chao Chao, it was not something she had instigated.
And in the future, as long as Jinnian did not change his girlfriend, Xiao Mu would have to coexist with Lin Chao Chao for many years to come. "Would you like some ice cream?" Sang Wan inquired of Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu hesitated.
Aunt Zhao Zhao forbade him from consuming anything icy, even cold water. She claimed it would cause him stomachaches. He clearly observed his father sipping iced coffee and saw Aunt Zhao Zhao enjoying popsicles. Yet, Aunt Zhao Zhao insisted that children must refrain from such indulgences until they grow older.
When his mother was still present, he could eat anything he desired. Xiao Mu hesitantly nodded in agreement. Sang Wan glanced at the hamburger and chicken leg before him. After savoring the hamburger and feeling satisfied, he declared, "I will go buy more." Xiao Mu nodded appreciatively, "Thank you, Mom." Sang Wan's heart felt heavy.
The child she had raised, Xiao Mu, was a lively and adorable little rascal, prone to mischief and trouble, often leaving toys scattered all around. Yet, after they had tidied up together, he would embrace her neck and profess his love for his mother.
But in the blink of an eye,
the mother and son became as formal and polite as if they were engaged in a business meeting. Nevertheless, this was far better than the heart-wrenching moments of the past. As Sang Wan endeavored to console herself, the ice cream remained unfinished when Wang Jia's phone rang. On the other end, Lin Chao Chao's voice pierced through sharply, "Wang Jia.
Where have you taken Xiao Mu? Just look at the time.
If you're unwilling to work, you might as well resign." Wang Jia's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and red, contrasting starkly with Sang Wan's gentle demeanor. Unexpectedly, Lin Chao Chao, in her hands, first criticized her for doing too little and slashed her wages in half, followed by incessant nitpicking over this and that. She was quick to bark orders, scrutinizing every detail. Wang Jia took Xiao Mu's hand and departed. When the doorbell rang, Sang Wan glanced at her phone. It was 11 o'clock. Sui had mentioned that this week, in her efforts to care for the cats, she had been overly burdened and planned to stay in for the weekend, so she would not be coming. Who else could it be? Lowering her gaze to assess her nightgown, Sang Wan slipped on a coat before stepping forward to open the door. What brings you here at such a late hour? Outside stood Lu Yi, draped in a suit, his demeanor languid yet composed. I want 2S. Lu Yi said in a deep tone. At the feet of Sang Wan, 2S gracefully leaped up, being securely caught by Lu Yi. She averted her gaze, yet could not resist being captivated by her strikingly fair and radiant swan-like neck. In just one day, the kiss marks had already faded considerably. By the end of the weekend, it is likely that not a trace would remain. Her mind was filled with memories of that chaotic and fervent night. Consumed with thoughts of preserving those few imprints, akin to tattoos etched upon her neck, never to fade away. Lu Yi gazed at Sang Wan, his eyes darkened. Sister? I am hungry. Chapter 85, The unexpected revelation dinner consisted of KFC, as Sang Wan had not prepared any meal. Yet, the young master had traveled a considerable distance, pitifully expressing his hunger. What could she do? After all, she had referred to him as her brother. A brother must be cherished. Come in. As Sang Wan swiftly moved, Lo Ye's gaze darkened as he watched her retreating figure heading towards the kitchen. It is often said that there are two types of men who have indulged in carnal pleasures. One is the insatiable wolf, forever hungry. The other is the malevolent wolf that transforms under the full moon. In that moment, Lo Yi felt he embodied both. Sang Wan donned an adorable cartoon nightgown, layered with a loose-knit cardigan. She was devoid of any association with sensuality, allure, or enchantment. It was merely a silhouette. Yet, he felt an inexplicable urge to tear apart the whimsical nightgown she wore. Is wonton acceptable? Sang Wan opened the refrigerator door for a fleeting glance and peeked out to inquire of Lu Yi, is it still the clear broth noodles? His dim gaze lingered heavily upon Sang Wan's face, which appeared even more ethereal under the light. Lu Yi suppressed the whimsical thoughts within and longed for the same kind of noodle soup as that day. Noodle soup slices? Sang Wan inquired, and Lu Yi nodded. Almost instantaneously, he sensed the resentment emanating from Sang Wan's brows and eyes. Lu Yi understood that the intricacy of the soup noodles far surpassed that of wontons and clear broth noodles. He had yet to utter the words never mind. Sang Wan nodded, acknowledging the moment. She opened the cabinet above her head to retrieve a bag of flour, revealing her slender calves. As she rolled up her sleeves to knead the dough, her bare forearms came into view. Lu Yi felt as though he were on the brink of madness. Meow. 2S leapt from his embrace to the floor, its elongated claws grazing his shirt. Strangely, he was not hungry at all. Yet, as night fell, his mind was consumed by thoughts of her. It was his body that yearned, his heart that ached. By the time he finished a bowl of noodle soup, it was already midnight. If he lingered any longer, even he would find it difficult to justify his presence. His phone chimed, and on the other end, Jiang Hui exclaimed. Brother, we're one short. Hurry over, if you don't come soon, my pants will be lost. Almost gone, wasn't that an indication they were still in the game? He walked into the kitchen to inform Sang Wan of his departure, and she nodded in understanding. Lu Yi snatched his suit jacket and strode out the door. He opened the door, closed it behind him, and the sound of conversation faded, leaving the living room enveloped in silence. Sang Wan extinguished all the lights and turned to enter the bedroom. In the elevator, Lu Yi refused to budge, too lethargic to move, and succumbed to slumber. Brother, you are merely 26, not 62. The nightlife has only just begun, and you wish to sleep already? What, is your sister-in-law beside you? Knowing full well that Sang Wan could not be present, Jiang Hui continued to feign enthusiasm, shouting from the other end, Sister-in-law, why not join my brother? Get lost. The password lock lit up in response, automatically unlocking upon facial recognition. Lu Yi stepped inside, heading straight for the bathroom, dismissing the others with a wave. Do make an effort for Dad's sake, don't truly lose your pants. Jiang Hui, filled with exasperation, hastily ended the call to seek someone else. The hot water grew tepid. Yet the fantasies in his mind showed no sign of fading. Lu Yi's cold shower lasted an eternity before concluding. He did not bother to dry his hair. Merely toweled off and collapsed onto the large bed. In the pitch-black room, a familiar, light weight leapt up and down, landing upon the quilt beside his arm. He reached out to touch it, the soft fur feeling delightful beneath his fingertips. Once. And again. Like the finest of companions, Lu Yi drifted into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, he was roused by the insistent ringing of his phone. The call from Sang Wan dispelled the hazy remnants of sleep, vanishing in an instant due to the hour and the identity of the caller. A surge of concern gripped him, as he feared something had befallen her. As he answered the phone and stepped outside, he heard the frantic voice on the other end, "Luo Yi, the 2S is missing." The tone was fraught with anxiety and punctuated by shallow breaths. Luo Yi exhaled in relief. Given its affinity for home, it was likely merely hiding somewhere. "Do not fret, I will join you in the search." "All right." Sang Wan responded, and Lu Yi hung up the phone. He turned to take a step, only to suddenly halt. Gradually raising his hand, the soft sensation from the moment before sleep resurfaced in his palm. An improbable conjecture emerged in his mind. Lu Yi advanced slowly. As he pushed open the bedroom door, he immediately spotted 2S lounging by his bed, leisurely grooming herself. Lu Yi thought, this was never much of a secret, she would inevitably find out. Yet, he never anticipated that the revelation would come so abruptly. For a moment, Lu Yi's mind froze. Oh, the audacity! Was it still possible to erase all traces? At 11:59, Lu Yi stepped out, talking on the phone while heading toward the elevator. Behind him, 2S followed with a light, graceful gait, casually accompanying him. They entered the elevator together. The scene shifted to inside the elevator, where Lu Yi pressed the button for the 20th floor. What business did he have on the 20th floor? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lu Yi found himself at the door of 2001. The same door. The same keypad lock. He didn't even notice the act of knocking, the door opened in response. Lu Yi stepped inside, and 2S naturally followed him in, as if returning home. The property staff spoke with subtlety, yet the teasing glimmer in their eyes was unmistakable. This couple is quite amusing. One living above and the other below, who are they trying to deceive? The phone rang with a melodious chime, it was a call from Lu Yi. Sang Wan hung up the phone. The elevator came to a halt on the 20th floor, and the doorbell rang for a considerable time without anyone answering. Sang Wan dialed Lu Yi's number, announcing her presence at his doorstep. As the elevator doors opened, Lu Yi emerged, cradling a 2S in his arms. His expression a blend of embarrassment and mischief, as if caught red-handed in a clandestine act. It seemed he had no intention of feigning innocence any longer. For he had not changed his attire. He wore a cream-colored loungewear, paired with slippers. The 2S in his embrace gazed up with wide, sparkling eyes, contentedly mewing, meow. When did you move in? The day you moved. A peculiar feeling stirred within Sang Wan as she observed Lu Yi's handsome face, which shifted from awkwardness to excitement in an instant. The question why lingered on her lips, yet it remained unvoiced. The two little figures were embroiled in a playful skirmish. Little Sui crossed her arms with a mischievous grin. Hee, I knew it. It must be exactly as I imagined. Little Sang Wan swiftly slapped her awake, exclaiming, "You're overthinking it. If he dares to say that, would you believe him? After already stumbling once, does he lack memory, eager to leap into another pit?" She lifted her gaze to the familiar floor-to-ceiling windows, the well-known living room, where even the sofa and carpet resembled those in the hillside villa, creating an illusion of a miniature version of that very place. No. Sang Wan shook her head, took the 2S, and said, "It's quite late. You should rest early. Good night." Her retreating figure revealed a hint of anxiety, as if she feared he might disclose the reason for moving into the apartment above hers. Lu Yi smirked, thinking he should have been more forthright. On the 49th day of their divorce, he found himself regretting his choices. Jinnian's business trip had proceeded remarkably well, devoid of the anticipated difficult negotiations. The other party's willingness to cooperate was entirely unexpected. Yet, Jinnian's mood did not reflect the anticipated satisfaction. Without Yang Yan by his side at work, he found himself repeating his words multiple times, while the newly appointed assistant struggled to grasp his intentions. In contrast, Yang Yan had once understood him with just a glance. His personal life was equally chaotic. His suitcase had been packed by Lin Xiao Zhao, utilizing a checklist he had provided her, which was originally compiled by Sang Wan. The meticulous list detailed how many shirts and pairs of socks to prepare for the week-long trip, which tie matched each suit, and which cufflinks to use. Upon arrival at the hotel, Yang Yan would have organized everything according to Sang Wan's list, making it all quite clear. Now, however, chaos reigned. In just a few days, he was forced to become a fashion consultant, worrying not only about business meetings but also about how to present himself formally yet amiably, tasks that had once required no effort on his part. Adding to his frustration, every call from Lin Xiao Zhao began with "Honey, did you have a smooth day?" followed by subtle probing about his evening plans, whether he had a date, or if he had time to help her choose a desired handbag. Sang Wan had never behaved in such a manner. Her only concern was whether his meetings went well, if he ate his meals on time, or if his stomach was bothering him. Beyond that, she would simply hold their child's little hand and say, "Daddy, I miss you." Her innocent voice and gentle gaze were filled with her longing and care, reassuring him that all his efforts and struggles were worthwhile. Yet this time, Jinnian found himself questioning the purpose of his toil. Clearly, the deputy general manager could have secured the cooperation as well. He could have managed it remotely with the same outcome. Yet, as if evading something, he had come without hesitation. Ironically, the more he tried to escape, the more agitated he became. After more than 10 hours of travel, Jinnian intermittently dozed off. The airplane jolted as it landed, revealing the bright sky of the capital outside. His phone buzzed incessantly. Su Baohui's voice was cheerful. "Jinnian, I'm playing cards, transfer some money to me." Lin Xiaochao's voice was tender. "Honey, what time will you be home?" As the car pulled away from the airport, Jinnian instructed the driver to head straight to the office. By the time he finished his work, it was past 8. While leaving, he encountered Tang Jiayi in the elevator. In the ranking of secretarial abilities submitted by Yang Yan, Tang Jiayi was at the top. However, Lin Xiaochao had voiced significant objections, insisting that Yang Yan had done so intentionally. She playfully asked if he no longer liked her, implying that he wished for Tang Jiayi to replace her. Reluctantly, he had reassigned the position to the second-ranked male assistant. Yet, the reality proved that, despite being male, the new assistant was leagues apart from Yang Yan. President Lu. As the exclusive elevator arrived, Tang Jiayi watched Jinnian enter without any intention of following him, wishing him a happy birthday. Jinnian was momentarily taken aback, replying, "Thank you." The elevator descended steadily. He pulled out his phone, his gaze pausing. Indeed, today was his birthday, yet he had forgotten Su Baohui, Lu Ziyi, and Lin Xiaochao. Everyone had overlooked it, as if it were just an ordinary day. But it had never been like this in previous years. Just as the clock struck midnight, Sang Wan's phone on the bedside table lit up, whether awake or in a haze of sleep. As Sang Wan nestled into his embrace and kissed his lips, she whispered, "Happy birthday, my love." The warmth of their affection elevated the atmosphere within the bedroom. Upon waking with the dawn, however, he found discomfort in both body and spirit. A delightful bowl of longevity noodles, lovingly prepared by Sang Wan, awaited him, alongside the sweet voice of Xiao Mu wishing his father a happy birthday. Throughout the day, the office buzzed with festive cheer, as colleagues showered him with unique well wishes. Dinner was planned at Su Baohui's, orchestrated by Sang Wan, featuring a sumptuous feast, a cake, and the melodious strains of the birthday song. Surrounded by those he cherished most, he felt truly celebrated. After the meal, he would join friends, basking in their compliments and elevating the joy of his birthday to its pinnacle. At not yet 30, with a flourishing Lu Corporation and a flourishing career, he enjoyed the company of a beautiful and virtuous wife, and a delightful son. His life appeared enviable to others. Yet, in an instant, he transformed from a man of success to one of solitude. How many days had it been since his divorce from Sang Wan? 40? 50? He thought he had forgotten. But from the moment she departed the Lu family villa with her suitcase, it had been 49 days. Gazing out at the myriad of lights twinkling in the night, Jinnian realized, perhaps, he felt a tinge of regret. The creak of the door signaled his arrival home. Exhaling, he suppressed the inexplicable emotions that had surfaced.
Upon entering, he was greeted by silence in the living room. The children's room was tidy, but Xiao Mu was absent. The dining table lay empty, illuminated only by the stairway light, seemingly guiding him to the master bedroom. He pressed a hand against his aching stomach, loosened his tie, and ascended the stairs. In the master bedroom, Lin Zhao Zhao, adorned in a delicate white lace ensemble, lay gracefully on the large bed like a flower fairy. They may not yet be newlyweds, but she was determined to provide him with an enchanting experience reminiscent of a wedding night. As he approached, however, the anticipated surprise was absent from Jinnian's eyes. "Darling." Their gazes met, yet the fervor of passion was replaced by an awkward tension. After a brief moment, Lin Zhao Zhao rose and stepped forward. "You must be exhausted, let me help you." Before she could finish her sentence, Jinnian grasped her wrist and pulled her away. "Where's Xiao Mu?" "It's Friday, and I figured your mother would want to see her grandson, so I sent him there with Aunt Wang." "Have you eaten?" "I have," she replied, hesitating. "I haven't eaten, and do you remember what day it is today?" After a fleeting moment of confusion, Lin Zhao Zhao's eyes flickered with realization, a hint of panic crossing her face. Jinnian noticed it distinctly, and his anger flared. She stood on tiptoe to kiss him, saying, "That's why I prepared a surprise for you." "Darling," she whispered, blowing softly into his ear as she reached for his suit jacket. But Jinnian forcefully pushed her away. The bedroom was dim, candles flickering on the windowsill, the coffee table, and the nightstand, casting a dreamy, ethereal glow. Lin Zhao Zhao, dressed in white lace, sat forlornly on the carpet, her expression one of pitiable despair. Jinnian, however, remained indifferent. "Jinnian," she called out anxiously. But he turned and walked away. As he drove out of the villa area, he gazed into the enveloping darkness and instructed the driver to head to the Wanxin apartment. Chapter 87, Is this a rekindling of old flames? Ding dong. Ding dong ding dong. He has arrived. Ilo Yuyi had messaged half an hour ago, stating he was on his way, yet the cake had nearly collapsed while waiting for his arrival. As Sang Wan responded promptly and moved to open the door, she was taken aback. Standing outside was not Lu Yi, but Jinnian. His lead gray suit was unbuttoned, and his tie hung loosely across his chest. Jinnian appeared weary and disheveled, his expression tinged with a sense of loss, as if he had borne a great injustice. "You, Wan Wan." As the door swung open, the familiar aroma of noodle soup enveloped her. The furrow in Jinnian's brow softened, and he said with relief, "Wan Wan, I knew you would remember that today is my birthday. I just knew it." Sang Wan was momentarily taken aback. Jinnian had already strode through the door, his silhouette vanishing as the door closed behind him. Upon exiting the elevator, Lu Yi halted in his tracks. At the dining table, Jinnian gazed at the longevity noodles before him, his expression one of surprise. "Wan Wan, you've been waiting for quite some time, haven't you?" The long strands of chicken soup noodles were adorned with a crescent-shaped arrangement of greens at the edge of the bowl. It appeared that the noodles had been waiting too long, as they had become somewhat clumped together. Accompanying dishes of cold cucumber, spicy beef, aged vinegar with ear mushrooms, and sour and spicy chicken giblets were presented, each vibrant and refreshing, instantly tantalizing the appetite. The neglect felt throughout the day found solace in that very moment. Jinnian reached for the chopsticks, only to be intercepted by Sang Wan. "Jinnian, I am uncertain who bestowed upon you such confidence, believing that post-divorce your ex-wife should still remember your birthday and prepare longevity noodles for you. However, I must responsibly inform you that this is not meant for you." "If it is not for me, then for whom is it intended?" Jinnian retorted. Sang Wan remained silent. Next, Jinnian stepped forward, close enough that when he lowered his head, his chin nearly brushed against the tip of her nose. Sang Wan instinctively took a step back. Jinnian spoke softly, "Wan Wan, I know you're still upset with me. I have realized my mistakes, we are even now, are we not? Wan Wan, today is my birthday. You once said that on this day, no matter the circumstances, we must celebrate joyfully. I do not ask for you to placate me, but please, do not let your anger linger any longer, alright?" His tone was imbued with a gentle humility. Jinnian gazed at Sang Wan with a pitiful expression and added,
I will leave after finishing my longevity noodles, if that pleases you. At that moment, a notification chimed from his phone.
Sang Wan lowered her head. It was a message from Lu Yi, exclaiming, "Just give up." Prior to that, she had sent him a photo of her dinner laid out on the table. She could not fathom what whim had overtaken Lu Yi this time. As Sang Wan momentarily lost her focus, Lu Jinnian had already pulled out a chair and seated himself, indulging in his meal. The chicken noodle soup, still warm, boasted a rich broth.
The once chewy noodles now softened, glided effortlessly down, soothing all irritations.
The hardships and frustrations of recent days seemed to dissipate with each bite of the soup. Just as Lu Jinnian was nearing the end of his bowl,
his phone chimed insistently.
"All right, you all enjoy. I'll join you shortly." After ending the call, Lu Jinnian lifted his gaze to Sang Wan and said, "Wan Wan. Lao Zhou and the others have invited me over for drinks." Sang Wan appeared utterly speechless, remarking, "This has nothing to do with me. Can you leave now?" Lu Jinnian swiftly finished the noodles in his bowl, rose, and approached Sang Wan, extending his hand to take hers. "I brought you a gift. Placed in the trunk of the car. Would you accompany me to retrieve it?" he inquired. "It's a crocodile leather bag from the Toronto boutique. Lin Xiaoqiao sent him a monochromatic photograph, asking which color suited her better.
He replied that white was preferable.
However,
upon seeing the actual black item while picking it up from the boutique, he was suddenly reminded of Sang Wan.
After acquiring several multiples of the merchandise,
he finally secured both the black and white variations. Lu Jinnian had resolved to let Sang Wan choose for herself, whichever color she favored would be hers. The other would be claimed as a gift for Lu Ji. If Sang Wan desired both.
No need. Sang Wan's refusal abruptly interrupted Lu Jinnian's musings.
Lu Jinnian, having shared a marital bond, believed in parting amicably. This meal served as a compensation for their farewell dinner.
Henceforth, please refrain from coming to my home to pester me. Grasping her 2S, Sang Wan stepped forward to open the door. Please, go ahead. Lu Jinnian remained unfazed. He understood Sang Wan. Sang Wan possesses a fiercely independent spirit, coupled with an exceptionally high sense of self-esteem.
Their bond, rooted in childhood companionship, has traversed the journey from school uniforms to wedding gowns, filled with countless tender moments. However, in the past 6 months, she has endured significant emotional pain inflicted by him. She recalls his birthday, and her willingness to prepare longevity noodles for him was a considerable concession on her part. Did he expect her to revert to her former self? Gently calling him husband and reminding him to drive cautiously and drink sparingly? Such a notion is utterly implausible, at least not in this moment.
Very well. Lu Jinnian declared to himself, then I shall have the driver bring it to you. Lu Jinnian, can you not comprehend human language? Sang Wan seethed with indignation, hurling curses. Lu Jinnian's phone rang incessantly.
As he passed by the door, he even reached out to caress her face, yearning to kiss her goodbye as he used to in the past. Sang Wan retreated with a look of disdain, clutching the furry 2S in her arms.
Bang!
The door slammed shut, and silence enveloped the house. After smoothing the fur of 2S, she set it down on the floor and, expressionless, approached the table. Several dishes had each been touched once, while another bowl of noodles remained untouched. Yet, Sang Wan had lost her appetite and disposed of the food in the kitchen's trash bin. In the living room on the 20th floor, Lu Yi stood by the window, his face shrouded in gloom. 19 minutes had passed, and the dialogue box remained silent. Was Lu Jinnian still there? Or was Sang Wan too preoccupied to acknowledge him? His mind was filled with images of Sang Wan and Lu Jinnian seated across from each other, Lu Jinnian eating noodles, with 2S curled at his feet, while Sang Wan laughed and chatted nearby. Lu Yi felt regret. The moment Lu Jinnian entered, he should have followed him. Facial recognition had unlocked the door. He could have sat at the dining table in front of Lu Jinnian and started eating, demonstrating through action that the dishes were his, the cat was his, and the woman who prepared the meal was also his. A fleeting thought had caused him to miss the perfect opportunity. He could only watch helplessly as Lu Jinnian enjoyed the noodles that rightfully belonged to him, played with his cat, and conversed with his woman. As time passed, Lu Yi could no longer sit still.
Lacking even the patience to wait for the elevator, he took the emergency staircase straight down to the 19th floor. Ding dong.
The doorbell rang for a long time, but no one answered. His mind was a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts.
The keypad was only 20 centimeters away. He knew the code.
Had recorded his fingerprint, and had passed facial recognition.
If he wished, he could easily open the door. But... ding-a-ling.
The sudden sound of his phone startled Lu Yi, making him feel as if he had been caught in the act. He quickly stepped aside. As he reached the elevator, the doors opened, revealing a man in a black suit and white gloves carrying 2 gift boxes from H directly towards Sang Wan's door.
The doorbell rang, and after a brief wait, it opened.
With a face as dark as the night outside, Lu Yi stepped straight into the elevator.
Minutes later, he watched the driver exit empty-handed and saw the black Mercedes disappear from view.
Lu Yi gazed at the soft orange light emanating from the 19th floor bedroom, his expression darkening.
What did this mean? Was there to be a rekindling of old flames?
Chapter 88. Lu Xiao's girlfriend Jian Hui felt as though the sun had risen in the west today.
Ever since Lu Yi called off his engagement,
he had seemingly entered a monastic life. Not only had he forsaken indulgences like eating, drinking, racing, and partying, but even arranging a simple meal had become an arduous task. To Jian Hui's surprise, on this splendid Friday, Lu Yi himself had made the effort to reach out.
Bro, what's going on?
He pushed open the door to the private room, which was lively with noise. Jian Hui squeezed his way to Lu Yi's side and scrutinized his expression.
I thought you had successfully confessed your feelings and couldn't sleep out of excitement. But now it seems not so much?
He received a cold glare from Lu Yi. Jian Hui quickly deduced that either Lu Yi's confession had failed or had been obstructed.
Either way,
it was evident that Lu Xiao was furious, and the consequences would be severe.
Brothers and sisters, let's liven things up. With drinks flowing, he rallied the group of friends to create a festive atmosphere.
Jian Hui instantly transformed into the caring younger brother. Bro, you need to charm the girl.
Especially if she's the kind of gentle and graceful beauty that could topple kingdoms.
If you don't woo her, surely another man will seize the opportunity.
Wouldn't you agree?
Before he could finish, yet another icy glare from Lu Yi silenced him. However, it was apparent that this glare lacked the previous intensity.
So, perhaps his speculation was correct? A good woman fears a persistent man.
Jian Hui, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned romantic, mused, during the day at the office. And during the evening at dinner, you've already occupied half of her time.
With a bit more effort, you could fill every hour of her day. Then, not even a stray mosquito would dare intrude. While his words were somewhat crude, they did contain a semblance of truth, didn't they? If only he had arrived a few minutes earlier, before Lu Jinnian, would Sang Wan have allowed Lu Jinnian to enter, eat his noodles, and play with his cat? Ultimately, it wasn't Sang Wan's fault.
It was those red lights that had obstructed his path. In the blink of an eye, the pent-up frustration within him began to dissipate. Lu Yi took a sip of his drink and patted Jian Hui's shoulder. Your father didn't raise you in vain.
Just then,
he caught sight of Lu Yi rising and leaving his drink behind.
Jian Hui thought, is it too late to shout a curse at him now? As Lu Yi descended the stairs, he heard Lu Jinnian's voice.
Lu Jinnian had just secured a significant project, basking in the accolades of those around him. Exuding the aura of a successful man.
Lu Ge, why didn't you bring your little sister-in-law along? What little sister-in-law? Having divorced, Lu Jinnian's true heart belonged to his ex-wife. There was no longer any distinction between big and small.
A crowd of sycophants showered him with compliments.
Lu Jinnian promptly interjected, please, don't speak carelessly. Although Wan Wan and I are divorced, we shared many years of marital affection. Besides, there's little Mu to consider. She is always in my heart.
The gathering exchanged knowing glances, as if they all detected a hint of regret in Lu Jinnian's words. In an instant, the conversation shifted.
That's why Lu Ge is so sentimental.
The sister-in-law just has a bit of a temper, she hasn't come around yet.
Just wait and see. It won't be long before she regrets it immensely.
It was a birthday celebration, and with the atmosphere cheery, people continued to chatter, insinuating that by morning,
Sang Wan would inevitably feel remorse. Lu Jinnian's spirits were high, and he readily agreed, of course, everything is fine.
Just then, the private room door swung open,
and a waiter in white gloves entered with a bottle of Lafite. It was from the vintage of '82.
This meal was courtesy of a group of friends treating Lu Jinnian.
Yet none had ordered this particular wine.
No one dared to utter the question of whether it was delivered to the wrong room, all eyes turning to Lu Jinnian instead. The waiter, with utmost respect, announced, "Mr. Lu, this is a gift from Lu Xiao."
Lu Xiao? Indeed.
With those words,
Lu Jinnian felt that today's birthday celebration was truly remarkable. That was Lu Yi.
The friends who had previously been flattering him now looked on in astonishment and envy.
Lu Jinnian excitedly stood up, attempting to maintain his composure. "You all enjoy, I'll go thank Lu Xiao."
As he pushed the door open,
he spotted Lu Yi in the corridor. Lu Jinnian, taken aback, extended his hand. "Lu Xiao." Lu Yi, hands tucked into his pockets, showed no intention of shaking hands.
"I heard that Mr. Lu secured the DM Group project."
"Congratulations." The DM Group had initially approached the Lu family.
The CEO had even traveled a long distance to meet Lu Yi in the capital for discussions.
Lu Jinnian had pursued the opportunity and ultimately secured the collaboration with DM.
Although he felt somewhat uneasy, thinking he had taken something Lu Yi no longer desired, he quickly reminded himself that money outweighed pride. After thanking Lu Yi for the bottle of Lafite, a vivid image of Lu Yi leaving a bar with a woman flashed in Lu Jinnian's mind.
Did Lu Xiao not bring his girlfriend along? Luo Yi was momentarily taken aback. Lu Jinnian felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Indeed.
That night was not a case of Luo Yi ignoring him, it was simply that he had not seen him at all.
On that very night, amidst the darkness, Lu Jinnian reminded, "Luo, you cherish her like a precious gem." "Oh." Luo Yi seemed to recollect, gazing into Lu Jinnian's eyes, he affirmed, "Yes.
She is my girlfriend."
"Luo, you are indeed fortunate." Lu Jinnian complimented with a smile.
"The sixth young lady of the Xiao family possesses extraordinary beauty. Yet from my fleeting glance that day, I dare say your wife surpasses even her."
"You have an exquisite taste and great fortune, Luo." The mere mention of girlfriend was sufficient to elevate Luo Ye's spirits. The subsequent reference to wife, especially when uttered by Lu Jinnian, alleviated the gloom that had plagued him throughout the night. What a splendid weekend this is, not to delay President Lu. Luo Yi cast a glance at the group peering curiously from the private room and offered his final blessing. "I wish President Lu and the new Mrs. Luo a lifetime of happiness together." He contemplated clarifying that he and Lin Xiaoqiao were not serious but felt no need to explain himself to Luo Yi. He also wished to express that he hoped Luo would find happiness with Sang Wan. Yet, Luo Yi did not afford him the chance to speak, simply lifting his foot to depart. It was as if his sole purpose in coming was to deliver that bottle of wine, congratulating him on securing the collaboration with DM. His conversation with Sang Wan that evening had ended with her dismissive remark. On one hand, he felt her indifference was stark. She knew he had mentioned a late arrival yet didn't he bother to inquire why he was late or if he had dined. On the other hand, he feared inciting her anger. Had she prepared only to pour it out? His heart oscillated between indignation and anxiety. Luo Yi felt a profound unease. Most crucially, it seemed Lu Jinnian regretted his divorce. As for Sang Wan, unless he clarified this matter tonight, sleep would elude him. The elevator ascended to the 19th floor. The doorbell chimed, and Luo Yi's eyes lit up. It appeared he had found a reason, though it felt somewhat underhanded. Chapter 89, he is here to add insult to injury. Ding dong. Ding dong, ding dong. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the doorbell rang incessantly. It couldn't possibly be Sui. She would have arrived right after work, there was no way she would disturb him at this hour. Nor could it be Luo Yi, he was always discreet and would never intrude at such an ungodly hour. Hence, it must be Lu Jinnian. Lu Jinnian. Are you out of your mind? What madness brings you here at this late hour? As the door swung open, he was met with a barrage of expletives from Sang Wan. Luo Yi felt quite pleased. Upon catching sight of the figure outside the door, Sang Wan's expression momentarily froze. Luo Yi, I apologize, I thought it was. It's quite all right, Luo Yi replied with a magnanimous smile, after all.
You weren't directing your ire towards me, dear sister, I bear no resentment. He ruffled his hair, uncertain if it was disheveled.
No. Luoyi shook his head.
Indignation brimming in his voice, sister, I have come to lodge a complaint.
Sang Wan was taken aback. What was there to report? I encountered Lu Jinnian at the bar.
Lu Yi spoke in a low voice. In their private room, there was a large group of people who had summoned numerous female attendants. I overheard his friends referring to her as little sister-in-law, inquiring why Lu Jinnian hadn't brought his girlfriend along.
So what? Sang Wan has become increasingly perplexing.
What relevance does this hold for me?
Lu Yi was taken aback.
Indeed, he had come to add insult to injury.
He had initially prepared a plethora of embellishments and incendiary remarks.
With a retort from Sang Wan, Lu Yi suddenly felt that words were unnecessary.
A weight bore down upon him.
A small figure was stomping its feet in a frenzy, exclaiming, "She touched my head."
Another little figure wore a puzzled expression, questioning. Does she really consider me a 2S? Or has she genuinely taken me for her younger brother? Lu Ye's countenance became inscrutable. Good night, he muttered, realizing that the frustration of the past few hours had been in vain.
With his spirits lifted, Lu Yi's voice soared as he turned and leisurely ascended the stairs. Upon awakening, he noticed that the daylight outside was strikingly bright.
Lu Yi sensed something was amiss. How could two matters be conflated in such a way? Sang Wan indeed did not take Lu Jinnian's regrets to heart. However,
it is an undeniable fact that Lu Jinnian had feasted upon his offerings and had taken liberties with his possessions.
He dialed the property management, his demeanor exuding the authority of a young boss still half asleep. Is there a more opulent commercial residence in the imperial city than the Wanshin apartment?
The property manager on the other end trembled like a leaf, unsure when the young boss had decided to make an unannounced visit.
There was none. Then why is it that non-owners can come and go as they please, as if ambling through a bustling market?
The subordinate immediately convened a meeting to rectify the situation, assuring that all would be resolved by noon today, pleasing the building manager. After hanging up, Lu Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Sang Wan.
Sister, do I deserve a lunch?
After a string of perplexing ellipses, she replied, I was just about to prepare it, come on down. Lu Yi quickly donned his clothes and began his morning routine.
3 minutes later, he rang the doorbell of Sang Wan's home.
Lu Yi, you can let yourself in, I can't open the door, a voice faintly echoed from within. A charming smile that could slay emerged on Lu Yi's lips. This was Sang Wan's residence, yet he possessed the password, fingerprint access, and facial recognition.
Did Lu Jinnian have such privileges? Certainly not.
Lu Yi lowered his head, and the touch screen illuminated automatically.
Buzz.
The facial recognition completed, and the door swung open. Lu Yi sauntered in with an air of leisure. The cat, 2S, mewed and darted toward him. Just as Lu Yi bent down to scoop it up, he paused.
An image of Lu Jinnian having touched 2S flashed in his mind, and he looked at 2S with disdain. You're dirty, do you realize that? 2S, however, was oblivious. It only knew that Lu Yi, who adored playing with it, seemed disinterested today. Meow, meow.
2S anxiously scurried in circles.
Lu Yi,
with his hands in his pockets, strolled into the kitchen. Sang Wan was kneading the dough, her sleeves rolled up and her hands floury.
Upon spotting Lu Yi,
she casually remarked, I plan to make stuffed pancakes for lunch.
Would you care to join me?
I love whatever you prepare,
Lu Yi replied. However,
as he turned to take a seat, he recalled that Lu Jinnian had previously occupied that spot. His body stiffened, and he promptly stood up again.
Sister, would you mind if I exchange this table and chair for another?
Why is that?
Sang Wan wore an expression of bewilderment.
Lu Yi, with an air of composure,
remarked nonchalantly, I've suddenly developed an aversion to off-white.
Yet the predicament remained, this abode was hers.
As for the dining table.
It dawned on her that the young master would be dining here every evening. His fastidious nature was not only selective with food but also with his surroundings.
He possessed a unique aesthetic sensibility.
However, it was unclear when this taste had shifted.
For now, she would have to make do. You can prepare the pancakes, she suggested.
Lu Yi gestured with a slight nod for Sang Wan to attend to her tasks, then turned to make a phone call.
The sizzling sound of pancakes filled the air, coinciding with the chime of the doorbell.
2 groups of individuals arrived in succession. The first group departed with the wailing 2S, its plaintive cries fading as the elevator doors closed. The second group removed the dining table and chairs, subsequently installing a new set.
It was perfectly aligned with the young master's obsessive tendencies.
The brand and style were identical, with the only alteration being the color, which transitioned from off-white to pure white. Yang Yan, overseeing the replacements, exhibited an air of confidence, remaining utterly silent throughout the process. Before departing, he conjured a bouquet of red roses as if by magic, placing them in a baccarat crystal vase on the dining table. The warm sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, causing the transparent baccarat vase to radiate a brilliant glow, casting shimmering ripples reminiscent of a serene lake upon the table. The blooming red roses were vibrant and radiant, an intoxicating sight.
Lu Yi cast a subtle appreciative glance in their direction.
Yang Yan inclined his head slightly, wishing, "May boss and Miss Sang enjoy a pleasant weekend."
The lid of the pot was lifted, and the sizzling sound of pancakes resumed, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. Wait a moment.
As Sang Wan lifted a pie with a spatula, intending to place it on a plate, Lu Yi urgently called for a halt.
Has Lu Jinnian touched this plate?
Lu Yi recalled vividly. Last night, Sang Wan had sent him a photo of the dinner table, featuring 4 dishes and 2 bowls of noodles. And the plate in question was indeed the same one Sang Wan was about to use for the pie. Sang Wan found herself in a state of confusion.
Had it been used? Or was it untouched?
The dishes at home belonged to the same set. Last night, Lu Jinnian had finished eating on his own and left. The remaining dishes and that bowl of noodles remained untouched by her, and she discarded everything, placing the plates and bowls into the dishwasher.
A night passed,
and the tableware in the dishwasher gleamed brilliantly.
How could she know which had been used by Lu Jinnian? You, come here.
Pointed to one of the nimble-moving movers, Lu Yi gestured towards the cabinet, indicating that all the bowls, plates, chopsticks, and spoons had been replaced.
Sang Wan paused in bewilderment.
Taking the cat for a bath, replacing the dining table and chairs, and even discarding all her household utensils, she couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Yi was using this as an opportunity to make a point.
Chapter 90, Is his competitive spirit truly that strong? The pie was soon cooked to perfection. Sang Wan deftly prepared 2 small cold dishes and a bowl of tomato and egg soup.
Sipping the soup and savoring the dishes, the fragrant scallion beef pie in her hand was simply delectable. A glance at the fluffy-haired 2S, whose tail swept against his pants, and at the pristine table set